And everyone is so kind with the lies that they tell themselves. 'Cause everyone is so blind to the truth that they're ugly inside. When the mirror's laughing, time takes over. You should know we're rotting away. There's nothing left for me when all beauty's destroyed. There's nothing left to see once all beauty's destroyed. And everyone is so torn between truth and a false veneer. Well, no one wants to be alone in the wake of their faults and fears. If you don't stop scratching, wounds reopen as we slowly start to decay. There's nothing left for me when all beauty's destroyed. There's nothing left to say once all beauty's destroyed. soul, beauty's destroyed. All beauty destroyed. All beauty destroyed.
Hello, testing 1 2 1 2. So I got a new mic. Well, I got a new mic stand. Let me see. Let me show everybody. It's not bad. Not bad, right? So anyways, oh yeah, check out the background. Let me move. You guys see the background? Pretty cool, right? thought to change up the background a little bit. I thought it was pretty cool. Oh shit. Bam. So anyways, just getting used to things. So, I got a special guest today. I don't know if you guys remember. Probably about a year ago, we had a guy on stream. His name was Gus. And actually, Gus, can you turn that off for me? Press the button on that thing over there and just turn it off. The stream. He was on stream about a year ago. Uh, just on top. Just press the button on top. Uh, who cares? Just press them all. One of them will turn it off. So he's a neighbor of mine. One day, did you find it? There's only 3 buttons there. Perfect. Thank you. So wait, I still hear it. Give me a second. It's alright. Don't worry about it. It's okay. So, anyways, sorry. He was a neighbor. I didn't even know he was my neighbor. He was doing recyclables. He was like collecting recyclables from all the neighbors. It's like kind of a business of his, right? He was actually, going. Everyone knew him in the neighborhood. I just met him, so I found out he was a neighbor. We had some talks, some good talks, and I just thought to say like, let's see, what kind of person he is. So I talked to him. One day I brought him on stream. This was before I had the PC, and when I got the PC, before I got the PC, I had him on my cell phone, and it was cool. It was good, and I got a few people that wanted to see him and talk to him again. But obviously, like busy times, right? So he's back. I'm gonna have him on stream, and just for at the beginning of the stream, we got a lot of other things planned for today. Obviously, if I'm gonna be on stream, I might as well be on for a while now, right? So, Gus, go ahead and come over here, Gus. So move the camera. So there's the camera right here. Okay. So let me move it over. You good?
Yes.
Yeah? Are you nervous? Here's the microphone. Okay. So you want to get a little bit closer. All right. Do you remember being on live stream the first time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember the first time me and you met?
Yes.
And when's the first time we met?
When I was going around doing recyclables,
Yeah.
collecting bottles and cans around the neighborhood.
Okay, so Gus, again, you guys, he does recyclables. He collects. Everybody knows him in the neighborhood. That's his job. That's what he does. He makes good money doing it. Obviously, with the coronavirus going on and everything, you're like everybody else, right? Your business is suffering.
Yes.
Okay. So I told I told Gus. Gus has actually been wanting to wash my car for a while, and I told Gus that I told him that I had some other things going on, so I was gonna pay. So look at, there's someone already there, Gus, right there. Greetings, Gus. You see? Can you see that? So that's where chat's gonna be. All right.
Yes.
But right now, let's not focus on chat. We will at times, but let's focus here. Okay. So, all right, and you're good at it. Remember, I remember it's just gonna take a little bit of get into it. So, Gus, I have a quick question for you. When you started first doing recyclables, how many people thought, what? Stand over here. Okay, right there. Right here. Like, stand that way. You know why, Gus? I'm gonna have you stand. Here's the camera, though. The camera's right there. Okay. And do you know why, Gus? Because this is my good side. You get that? This is the good side of me. You don't want to see this side of me. You want to see this side of me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Come on, Gus. Ready?
Okay.
All right. So, anyways, Gus, I got a quick question. When you first started doing recyclables, when you first started doing it, nobody knew who you were. How many people thought that you were just a bum on the streets or someone that was homeless and had no money?
I felt like that in some kind of way, yes.
Yeah, I thought you were homeless. I mean, think about it. If you're in my trash can getting recyclables, am I supposed to think you're a neighbor of mine, or am I supposed to think you're homeless?
You're supposed to think of me as a neighbor. That I'm
Dude,
going
dude,
around.
Gus, nobody's gonna think their neighbor is gonna be in their trash can, right?
No,
Okay, so I thought you were homeless, right?
right.
Okay, so again, you got to remember for what you do, you're doing something different, and people, the way they judge, they're gonna look at you as homeless before as a neighbor, right?
Right.
Okay, so once everybody knew that you were a neighbor, now everybody knows you, and like me, do I put my recyclables in the recycle trash can for you to dig out anymore?
No, you don't.
What do I do?
You bag them up for me.
Okay, right? So now that I know you're a neighbor of mine, I bag up the recyclables for you. I don't put them in the trash can for you to dig them out, right?
No.
Okay.
So you bag them up for me.
Okay. But coronavirus changed all that. So, anyways, from then to now, Gus, like, how have you been? What you been up to? Has things got better or have things got worse?
Things have gone a little bit better. The things have gone a little bit worse after the coronavirus. After the coronavirus and the pandemic started.
Do you think that okay? You gotta speak up a little. Sad clown. Let me know if you can hear us perfectly fine. Hopefully, I don't have to turn up the mic or what's what. Let me know. Do you think the coronavirus is real?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you don't think the government's just making it up?
No.
Okay, then has any of your family members got coronavirus?
Well, they had a slight cold from it, but I don't think it's nothing too major.
Has any of your family members got coronavirus?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, nobody I knew has gotten coronavirus.
No.
So why is it that everybody get coronavirus? It's just like all the famous people and all the people that everybody does know. But how is it that when you ask around, nobody that you know really got coronavirus?
What do you mean?
I have not met one person ever since this has started, and I've talked to many people that has gotten coronavirus or a family member has gotten coronavirus. And you're another one of those people.
I've been around a lot of people that don't even have it. That I talk to don't even have the COVID-19.
So out of all those people's houses and all those people you have ever met around the neighborhood, around the city, everywhere, have you ever met anyone that said they got coronavirus or any other family members did?
No, I say no. No.
Okay, guys. So my question is now, do you still believe in the coronavirus?
Not as much like I would. I do believe in healing from it. Yes, I do believe in that healing will come soon.
Okay, so maybe the coronavirus was invented to create a different type of healing to protect us from what the future is going to bring us.
That's correct.
So you guys hear that, chat? So Gus believes that the coronavirus was given or created to us, given to us, I guess, as a gift, so we can create better healing, because we only can heal ourselves from what we know, what we are healing ourselves from, because maybe there is a greater virus, a greater death, or something greater coming into the future, and the coronavirus is like what the pre-season of things, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to manipulate you. You tell me. Yes, no. What do you think? Like, you tell everybody what you think.
Well, the coronavirus is brought here for a reason, for us to repent, and it's to help us have a more relationship with God and brings more healing in our lives, so we don't be corrupted by a whole lot of evilness that's going on in the world, because the people who are not giving their lives to Christ or being attacked by this virus, and they're not willing to understand about what healing is of Christ, Jesus is. So they rather do what they want to do and not live the way God wants them to live, because God says, if you don't repent, you will likewise be lost and perish. If you don't make your faith heal, make your faith well with the Lord Jesus, you will automatically pass away. And God was bringing this type of judgment to this world, and He's using China for this. So China is the most popular country that brought this virus, and this is from God, from our Heavenly Father, that we all need to come to God through His Son Jesus for healing, because if we don't, we're living in the last days, and tribulation is coming right up on us really fast if we don't repent and give our lives to Christ. And things are going to get a whole lot worse if we don't get better with ourselves and our lives.
Okay, right there. Pause. Now, I want to ask you, how do you spell Christ?
CHRIST.
Okay, what if I told you that's only one way to spell Christ and there's many ways to spell Christ?
That's the only way I know how to spell Christ.
But you got paper and a pencil, and you got imagination, and you got sound. Why wouldn't you, okay, how do you spell phone?
PHONE. Phone.
And what about the other phone? FONE.
Wow.
Okay. So how do you spell wind?
WIND.
Okay. How do you spell wind?
Wind. Oh.
Gus, wind and wind are spelled the same. Okay. How do you spell live?
LIVE.
How do you spell live?
LIVE. Live.
But how is that possible if that spells live?
Because they're both spelled the same way.
Okay.
Their lettering of the word is spelled the same way.
Okay.
But they're rhymed differently.
But what about some of those things that sound the same but spelled differently?
Exactly, I've heard of that.
Yeah, like phone.
So that's the only word I know how to spell. The phone is PHONE.
And what's the second way I just taught you? Okay, so how is it that there's some words that sound the same but spelled differently, and there's some words that are spelled the same but sound, or they sound, you know what I mean? Like they're opposite, right?
Right.
So some are sounding the same, spelled two different ways, and some sound two different ways, but they sound the same.
Right.
Okay, so what we got to do now is we got to catch up the chat. All right, I thank you for sharing that. We're gonna get more. Okay. All right. So right now it says COVID, probably COVID death, using as a cover. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people who caught COVID repent and probably played for health, maybe. Tear apart and teardrop are especially also the same. Yeah. So tear, you got to remember that a tear drop and a tear or whatever. Let me see here. Whatever a tear is. Wouldn't you say that it involves water? Like for now, when it comes to a tear, it involves water, right? In order to get a tear, it's water.
Yes.
Did you know a tear?
Water droplets.
What is it?
Water droplets.
Okay, now when you start doing solar or start working for an electric company, Do you know what a tear is?
What?
It's electricity.
Electricity.
So you first had a tear, which you just said evolved water droplets, and now you have a tear, which evolves electricity, which each tier explains and shows how much electricity you used and how much you underused and overused. Did you know that?
No.
So what are the chances, Gus, that a tear involves water and sadness, maybe, or happiness, right? Because you can cry in happiness,
Yes, and you can cry in sadness.
which both involve water, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now a tear evolves electricity, right?
Yes.
So what happens when you put electricity and water together?
Electrocution.
It could be an electrocution, right?
Yes.
Okay. What are the percentages of the water in your body? It's about the same as Earth.
Life.
You got about 70% or more water in your body. Our bodies are made from about 70% or more, right?
Right.
Okay. How are you awake right now? Do you have batteries? Are there batteries up your ass, or is there a secret charger in your heart, or
No.
what type of electricity is powering you right now?
My brain.
Okay, you have your brain, but that's a part of the body. What's the electric part of it?
My blood.
Okay, your blood is still part of the body. So you're saying maybe the blood flowing through the brain is causing an electrical current?
No.
What are you saying?
Well,
What I'm trying to say, Gus, is what are the chances that you have a tear which involves water, a tear that involves electricity, and both of them are connected to your body? And both of them are the most important parts of your body because we're more than 70% water, and it takes electricity for us to operate.
right. Uh,
It's crazy, right? It's something to think about, right?
yes.
Okay. So what we're gonna do next, Gus, is last time we were on. So remember, gotta stand straight, get your shoulders. Look at this. See it right here? That's you right there.
Mhm.
Do you see how I have my shoulders?
Mhm.
Do you see? And sometimes I turn this way, and sometimes I turn this way.
Mhm.
You gotta remember, there's a billion people watching right there. Do you see the billion people?
Oh, wow.
There's a billion. They're spread out through the entire universe. They're in heaven. They're in hell. They're on earth. They're everywhere. They're inside the sun right now, and they're in this little camera. What do you got to say to them? So we'll say, tell you what, we won't even use a billion, Gus. We'll do better than that, right?
Yes.
You have 1 trillion angels. You have 1 trillion demons. And you have all the gods and goddesses and devils and Satans. And you have all the evil and good in the world, right? The entire universe, all the aliens, everything you can imagine, right, Gus? Whatever you can imagine is in that camera right there. And what do you got to say to them? Not, and including, including Sad Clown, because he's someone special to me, even though he might be, he might backstab me one day, or maybe he already did. But you never know, right, Gus? You always got to be prepared for this. The person closest to you just might stab you in the back, right? So it's back to this. 1 trillion angels, 1 trillion demons, 1 trillion gods, 1 trillion goddesses, 1 trillion devils, 1 trillion Satans, 1 trillion planets, stars, 1 trillion universes, 1 trillion earths. And you got 1 trillion of everything. What do you got to say to all of them right into that camera?
That's a lot.
Okay. What do you got to say to them all? Like, this is your moment, Gus, to save all of them. How are you going to save them?
By telling them the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Okay, but Jesus Christ, number one, Jesus is only 1/3 of his name. Okay, Jesus is only 1/3 of his name, and Christ can be spelled many different ways. Okay, so by everybody knowing that, just share your knowledge of the gospel of Jesus Christ and give us about 2 minutes.
Well, Jesus came to earth to die for our sins, to shed his blood for all of our sins for all
Speak
eternity.
up.
Jesus came to Christ down from heaven through the Father to give us life, so we do not be lost and be condemned and go straight to the lake of fire, which is hellfire. That's not where Jesus wants us to go. He wants us to repent and give our life to him by being obedient to him.
Now we're going to put that on pause, right? Jesus wants you to give his life to him, right?
Yes.
What happens if you gave your life to Jesus and then he hands you over to his goddess? Like, and if you don't know what a goddess is, like you handed your life over to Jesus, and Jesus loved his wife so much, he handed your soul over to his wife.
Jesus had no wife.
Who told you that?
The Bible says that Jesus never had a wife.
But the Bible has many blank, and you know the Bible has many blank pages, and the Bible is, I guess you could say, it's not defragged, right? You know what a defragment on a computer is? The Bible was created before it was defragged. If anybody in chat knows, you know how to defrag a computer. So when you got the Bible, the easy part is reading the Bible after it's been defragged. But if you can read the Bible before it's been defragged and defrag it yourself, you'll get it. Now, in the book of Revelation, Gus, do you know about the book of Revelation?
That talks about a lot of the end times.
Did you know it talks about a man and a woman getting married?
Wow.
Did you know it says that the beast of the old is not the same as the beast of the new? And did you know there's a Disney cartoon called Beauty and the Beast?
Yes, I heard of that. The cartoon, yes.
What is Beauty and the Beast about? From the beginning to the end, for what you can remember, what is Beauty and the Beast about?
I really don't know much about that movie that much, but I used to watch it when I was a little kid, but I don't know too much about it.
What do you know about it?
It's been so many years, been decades since I've seen it.
So what do you remember since you've seen it, and you want to see it again? What do you remember about Beauty and the Beast?
Some movies I just don't remember.
So you remember, even though you saw Beauty and the Beast, you don't remember nothing about that movie or even cartoon before the movie.
I didn't have that much knowledge when I was growing up. I sometimes I just have a hard time comprehending of what I see and trying to understand what I'm learning certain things, you know.
Okay. Keep going.
And sometimes I just have a kind of a hard time learning how to understand what I'm reading and stuff like that, and understanding what I'm watching.
And you know what, Gus? You're like me, and you're probably like 90 to 95% of people on Twitch. Did you know that? We're like in school, right? We know we're smart enough to get straight A's, but for some odd reason, we're so smart we can't focus on that. We're focusing on bigger things, right? Like on the future that nobody else can see.
Right, where our mind is more on the future, like you just said,
Keep going.
and not understanding the real true things that we need to keep our minds off of.
What should we keep our minds off of?
Not worry about the distractions of this world, but keep our minds and thoughts
You can back
To-
up a little bit. Going back
thoughts
up a little
to our Lord Jesus Christ, and concentrate on His love,
bit. Okay.
and
Okay.
not be distracted about a lot of things that's going on in this world today. Like the coronavirus is a big distraction in people's lives, and it's a bunch of fear. And we shouldn't face fear. We should have faith rather than having fear. Because fear, what brings you down, fear is a big part of your health, and all it is just gonna hunt you and hurt you the rest of your life. It hurt you for a very long time if we don't give that up. But we should always think about positive things most of the time, not negative.
So you're saying that fear is a big part of your health.
If we keep talking about it, yes.
Okay. So it's kind of like it being Halloween every day. If we can make Halloween every day, then maybe we're going to start making people a lot more healthy.
No, that's not true.
Okay. What is it then? What is it then?
Telling people about the good news of God's Son, Jesus Christ, will make people healthy.
Okay, let's pretend. You want to pretend something? What happens if tomorrow, Gus, you found out that Jesus was like one of the beasts, right? And one of his job was to create an evil deed, and that was to make women get with women and men get with men, because he was promoting that. Like, he was promoting being gay. What would you think about that?
That's not true.
Gus, I said just pretend that you found out the truth tomorrow, who Jesus was, because why didn't he have a wife? Why didn't he have a goddess? I believe he did, but the ones who believe he doesn't, why are you trying to make him like a single god forever? Is he gay, or what's going on? And if so, what if he was making men get with men and women get with women, because that was the evil side of Jesus? What would you think about that?
That will be the Antichrist.
That would be the Antichrist?
Jesus Christ is not the Antichrist. He's the Lord and Savior
But they
of the
both
world.
but Jesus Christ and Antichrist have Christ in it.
Well, the Antichrist is the evil one. That's the enemy of God, which is Satan.
Satan
Wants to corrupt this world and try to destroy everybody he can to keep people distracted away from God.
But doesn't that sound like a father and son relationship, especially if they both had many names?
I don't think so about that. That question I don't understand about. No. But I do believe God is true and loving, but he will discipline people
Gus. God, who is God? Is God just good, or is God good and evil? Because the last I knew in the book of Genesis, being a God, you got to know good and evil, right?
I believe in the true God that is loving and caring.
Okay, that's the side of God you're thinking of as an angel. Now, what about the demon side? Okay, there's a good side of God, which he's loving and caring, but what about the evil side of God? Because how could he be God if he doesn't know evil?
I don't believe in the evil God at all, but I believe in the good God.
Okay, so maybe you're not a god, Gus. Maybe you're an angel, and like other angels, all you want to do is think of the good side of things, right?
Yes, always think about the positive, good things, yes.
Okay, now with me, I can't do that, Gus, because I'm a god. And since I'm a god and I think godly and I am godly, I have to look at the good and evil side of things, but I have to look at the evil side of things before the good. Does that make sense?
Well, that's your opinion, but my opinion is to look at the good side of God, which is the positive things.
Okay. Now imagine if me and you teamed up, and you have my analogies and my knowledge, and then you had your analogies and your knowledge, and we were able to walk around this world and collect others like us, where some of them are going to be more on the good side, so we need you. Some of them are going to be more on the bad side. We need them. And some of them are going to be like me in the middle, where we need both of you, right? We need, like, people like me need you, which is pure good, or there's a lot of good. You think nothing but good, and there's a lot of good things, right, about you. There's nothing bad about you. You're just pure thoughts. But we need people in our lives as well that have pure evil thoughts, because those are the people you can help out, because, or even I can help out, right? But so you don't get lost, Gus, into that evil, and so that evil doesn't get lost up too much into that good. It's people like me that helps keep the evil and the good balance between the both of you, right? Because guess what? If you keep thinking good, you're going to start spreading lies about the good because you don't have no knowledge about evil. Just like evil, if evil only knows evil, 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 it's going to spread lies about the good because it has no knowledge of the good. But guess what? People like me that are in the middle, like a God, we have the knowledge of good and evil, and it's up to people like me to make sure we balance out, the message or the word or what good and evil is. Does that make sense?
Well, if I was to say, if I see somebody, figure out, like say somebody's doing something that God doesn't like, I will bring that person to tell them about Jesus and tell them about Jesus, a little bit about Jesus, but I will tell them, hey, this is not what the Bible says for us not to do. Don't do these things because it doesn't not appreciate God. So we have to turn away from our evil sins and become humble and pure and live holy so we can make it to our eternal home with our Lord Jesus Christ in heaven with our Heavenly Father God.
And I get that, Gus, and maybe Jesus is in heaven with God, right?
Yes.
And maybe they are there, but you got to remember, like, maybe you're only thinking of the past. The images of you seeing Jesus with God in heaven, that was the past, buddy. What happens if heaven was already destroyed? The war already happened, and now they're on earth. And then when earth gets destroyed, now we're all going to go to hell. Now, real quick, I got to get to... cheer on Jesus, bad side. So remember, Jesus is Jesus Christ. You explain the good side, but the evil side of Jesus, it's a good possibility he was the Antichrist. Because what are the possibilities that Jesus Christ and Antichrist still have the word Christ in it? And what happens if that was another name for Jesus, or his name was Jesus Antichrist? Have you ever thought of Jesus Antichrist was his full name?
No.
Maybe Jesus was his full name, Anti was his middle name, and Christ was his last name?
No.
Okay, you got to think that way, Gus. But maybe you don't because you're so pure and angelic. Maybe you don't need those thoughts, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Then I'll keep those thoughts, and others around you will keep those thoughts while you stay angelic. Because we need angelic people like you, trust me. We get lost in this shit, Gus. How could God be only good when he caused death and pain? So how could God only be good if he caused death and he caused pain? So if God's the one that caused death and he caused pain, how could he be good? He's only good, Gus. So how could a good God create pain and suffering?
To make us better people. To help us to return away from our wicked lives so we can do his son Jesus. So we don't go to the lake of fire, so we don't burn in hell in eternity, so we can live a holy life. So because God's so loving that he wants us to be able to turn away from all the bad things that we're doing in this world and do good things and tell the gospel about his son Jesus Christ to everybody that's lost in this world, so they don't be lost, so they have a relationship with God in Jesus Christ, so they would like you said, an angelic person like me will go around and tell a person who is not of God, so they will see God working through me to help that person out to get to know who Jesus Christ is.
Okay, so real quick, I like what you just said. An angelic person like yourself can still help a God. And I truly believe that in my heart, you guys, that there is godly people like me and yourselves. We're very godly. And no matter what, we really don't need too much demonic people in our lives because it makes us want to destroy it. It makes us think different. It makes us want to rip everything in pieces, right? I mean, you can have one demon around and 10 angels, and that one demon can make a God not only want to destroy that demon, but that God would destroy all the angels around him because of that one demon. Do you get what I'm saying? But if we can get angelic people in a God's life like Gus, then again, angels can teach God's things. You know what I mean? That's why we need angelic people like Gus in our lives, because it teaches a God things. You know, just because you're a God doesn't mean you stop learning. There is human in you, which you never stop learning. And of course, when we come across demonic things that speak demonic, to me personally, they're just as interesting and just as important as Gus's messages. They're all messages. I love them both equally. I love an angel and a demon the same. Why? Because I'm a god. But I need angelic people like Gus in my life, and I need demonic people like others in my life, because I need that balance, because I don't want to go one way or the other. I want to stay in the middle of who I am, loving both. And sometimes I know I can get 99% evil as long as I keep that 1% good in me, because I can take it to 99% good and keep that 1% evil. So as long as I learn how to do that, where I can take good and evil back and forth, like I can 1 second, if I want to be 80% evil and 20% good, I could. The next second, I want to be 99% evil and 1% good, I could. And then the next second, I want to be 95% good and 5% evil, I could. But Gus here, all he has is good, 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 and angelic thoughts. And I like that, because that's what balances me out. And that's what helps balance out others. Even though he believes in Jesus Christ a little bit too much, that's okay, because it's just a deeper knowledge of Jesus Christ that he knows that maybe nobody else knows. Because it's like, if everybody knows all these other gods and everything else, not just Jesus, but everybody else, they're going to focus their knowledge on everybody else. But if you find that one person that has a deeper knowledge of that one God, which could be Jesus Christ, Gus might tell you things about Jesus Christ nobody else really knew, or understand about him nobody else really knew. And then it gives you a deeper knowledge of Lucifer, God, the angels, the Virgin Mary, what Jesus went through. And you get these images that no one's ever given you before of Jesus. But through me that there's more names for Jesus. There's a deeper knowledge for Jesus. So when you hear just Jesus Christ from Gus, through me, there's a deeper knowledge of that story and all his other names and kind of what Gus is talking about. But again, you got to respect his knowledge and his strengths on that knowledge that he just knows, because you kind of know it's real. You feel it. You know what I mean? I'm going to get some questions. Okay, Gus? Okay. So anyways, all right, Gus, you said that you started about a year ago, you were getting attacked by demons, right?
Yes.
Okay, now has the demons do they still attack you? Have they gotten stronger? Have they gotten weaker? Do you see them and talk to them yet? Have you become friends with the demons and understand them, or have you fought them and defeated them? What's going on with your demons from then till now? What's going on with those demons?
Well, the thing is, I just try to avoid the evil voices that come into my head that tell me to do things that's not of God.
Okay, now can you tell us what some of those evil voices tell you to do, and what you tell those evil voices that come to your head?
Just to avoid Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, but I rebuke that.
You want to stand over there a bit more?
Here,
ready? There you go, Gus.
And
nice and strong. Remember, right now you're the world's most powerful person. You're talking to trillions of people right there in that camera. You're going to change the future, and you're going to change the past right now. Okay? You tell everybody what these voices tell you in your head. And I want to know what these voices have told you in your head since you were a kid. Let's start as a kid, not now. As a kid, what do these voices tell you as a kid? What did you tell these voices back as a kid? And then we're going to fast forward to today. What are the voices saying today? And what are they saying? What are you saying to those voices today? But remember, these are the same voices that you had as a kid. So what did you tell them as a kid? And what did they say to you as a kid? As a kid, not now.
Well, when I was a kid, I used to go to church, and these voices said, "Don't go to church, Augustus." And then I ended up telling my pastor, saying, "Hey, because I thought church didn't really much matter to me, but it does matter to me now. Because I'm willing to turn away from those evil thoughts and have good thoughts in my mind and say, hey, okay, I did not mean to disappoint my Lord and Savior and hurt his feelings about what I said to him by not worshiping him. But now I really love the Lord Jesus Christ, my godly Savior, and I truly love Him for all my heart, and I'm willing to repent from all my sins from the past up to today, so I can have a relationship, so I can have eternal life in heaven to be with them for all eternity, so I can live forever and rejoice in the Lord Jesus Christ for all eternity as my Lord and Savior for what He done on the cross, because He paid for everything that I've done in my life on the cross. By His stripes I am willing to be healed.
Yeah. So, has these demons, or let's see, voices as a young kid, did they ever tell you to like to kill anybody?
No.
Okay, maybe yours are different then. Have they ever? Damn, I don't even want to tell you what mine have told me. Okay, now what have these voice? What are these voices? Okay, do you feel like these voices as a kid to now? Have you felt like they've grown up? Like, how do they talk to you now compared to before? These voices, the voices that come to you.
Well, like I said, I try to avoid them. Yes, I try to avoid those
But
voices.
how are they different from before to now? Like, if you remember those voices talking to you when you were a kid to the voices talking to you today, how are they different? Did they grow up with you? Are they different voices that you didn't have as a kid? Or are they say the same ones that grew up with you? You know, like, how are they different from then to now? How do you talk to these voices? Do you remember how you talked to them when you were a kid? And do you remember how you talk to them now?
No.
Okay, how do you talk to these voices now?
I talk to them in an avoiding way.
Okay, why do you avoid these voices? Like, why? Like, do you think they're evil? Like,
Yes, I believe
how
they're
do you
evil.
know how do you know they're not angels? Because what they're telling you?
Yes, I know, because that's a sign of the enemy trying to attack me, because he knows I'm trying to get closer to God, my Father in heaven, and he's gonna try to do everything to destroy my life and keep me from having a relationship with my Lord and Savior in heaven, who is Jesus Christ, who died for me on the cross.
Okay, but Gus, did Jesus come back alive 3 days later after he died on the cross?
He was resurrected. Yes, he did come
So
back to life.
he never died.
He's still alive today.
Okay, he's still alive today, but okay, Gus, let's pretend you're Jesus Christ, okay?
He did come back to life after
Okay,
he
let's
died.
pretend you're Jesus Christ, right? And you're telling everybody, you know, or I'll pretend I'm Jesus, right? Gus, I'm saying I'm Jesus, right? And I said, Gus, I have a feeling I'm gonna get killed. I'm gonna die. The government is after me, and the way it was back then, instead of putting me in jail and rot in jail, I'm gonna be lucky and I'm gonna get crucified. So by me being lucky and crucified and killed, and not being locked up forever, they're gonna think I can die. But Gus, I can't die, dude. I can resurrect myself anytime I want.
You have to die. Oh, no, not to.
Gus, if I said I'm not gonna die and I'm gonna resurrect myself anytime I want, and I'm an actor, and I'm gonna act like I'm in pain, and I'm gonna act like I'm on the cross, and I'm gonna act like I died, but everybody busted me 3 days later, and the truth was told, I'm immortal and I can't die. Didn't Jesus prove that?
Not in that kind of way, he didn't. But he had to prove himself that he had to die because of what the Father's commandment. What he's
Okay,
had to
Gus.
do with
If
the
God
Father.
if God came to Jesus, right? God came to Jesus, right, Gus? And God said, Jesus, I need you to become the world's greatest actor. And you're not going to feel pain. You're going to bleed. You're going to get whipped, and people are going to throw rocks at you, but you feel no pain whatsoever because you're a God. You're an angel. You're a demon, whatever anybody else wanted to call Jesus. You feel no pain whatsoever, but I need you to act like you feel pain, and I need you to act like you died on the cross, but don't get busted. But Jesus got busted 3 days later that he didn't die, and he got resurrected, and yada, yada, yada. And the story goes on, and Jesus is still alive today, like you said. But Jesus was a great actor, right? Like, he didn't feel any pain, but he made everybody think that way. But the whole point was the purpose of him dying on the cross, which he died on the cross, but he never really died because he resurrected 3 days later and did something he already told everybody he was going to do, which he wasn't supposed to, because that's like an actor or a movie director giving away the script online before it comes out. So that's what Jesus kind of did, is by accident, Jesus gave away the script before the movie or before the scene. You know, so did you ever think Jesus never felt pain and he was a great actor and he did a great job?
Jesus did feel pain because he did holler when nails were driven
Gus, did
through
you know
his...
right now if you crucify me and put nails through my hand, I've seen so many movies, I have so much knowledge, I'm going to holler too when they put nails through my hand? Okay, Gus, if I said, Gus, I'm playing a movie. I said, Gus, I'm playing a movie, right? And the movie is going to be called Black Jesus, and you're going to play as Black Jesus. There's a movie called Mexican Jesus. There's a movie called Chinese Jesus. There's a movie called Russian Jesus. There's a movie called Hawaiian Jesus, or maybe Alien Jesus, right? And who knows, maybe there's a Mafia Jesus. Maybe there's so many Jesuses, but we haven't made a Black Jesus yet. So, Gus, we need you to play as Black Jesus. And when you play in this movie, we're going to put nails through your hands, but it's just a movie. It's just going to be special effects. And we're going to put nails in your hand as Black Jesus. Do you think you're going to be able to scream and pretend you're in pain and we'll pay you $10,000? Gus, we'll pay you $50,000 to play as Black Jesus in our movie. And we'll put nails in your hands. And all you got to do is pretend you're in pain. And we'll give you $50,000 for 5 minutes.
Hard question to answer.
What do you mean? I'm giving you $50,000 for 5 minutes, and all you got to do is pretend there's nails going through your hands, and you got to pretend you're in pain. Do you know how to pretend to be in pain? Do you know how to pretend to scream? Do you know how to pretend to like you're in pain at all?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you $50,000 to do that for 5 or 10 minutes. Tell you what, I'll give you $100,000 to do that for 20, 30 minutes. If you could do that for an hour, I'll give you $200,000 to do that for an hour. So will you take $200,000 to play in my movie as Black Jesus? $200,000, and for 1 hour, all you got to do is pretend you're in pain. Pretend. Can you do that, Gus?
Yes. I can pretend I'm in pain. I can say, hey, I'm in pain because I'm hurting.
And not say it, but you're gonna scream while they put the nails through your hands.
Yes.
Okay.
Because my body's not immortal.
Okay.
Mortals don't feel pain.
Mortals don't, or immortals don't?
Immortals don't feel pain.
So immortals don't feel pain. Or is it mortals that don't feel pain?
Resurrected people don't feel pain.
Okay, so someone that's been resurrected is already immortal.
Don't feel pain.
Okay, so you guys hear that? When you're mortal, you feel pain. And then when you're immortal and already been resurrected, you don't feel pain. Right?
Right.
Okay, what about have you heard of an immortal mortal?
No.
You never heard of an immortal mortal?
No.
Let me show you. Ready? Remember I told you? We're going to look it up online, you guys. All right, here we go, Gus. Give me a second. Immortal mortal. Have you ever read that book?
No.
You never read that book, Immortal Mortal?
No.
You should read it. Okay? So this is a book. It teaches you a lot. Oops. So that's the book right there, okay? This book right here. I don't know what's going on there, but okay? So that's the book you want to read. It's called Immortal Mortal. Okay. So what are you gonna do when you're stuck in between of being an immortal or immortal, but you're still an immortal but an immortal? What are you gonna do when you're stuck in between? How are you gonna make the movie if you know you still feel pain, but at the same time you're immortal? Did you know an immortal mortal can be immortal but still feel pain?
No, I did not know that. No.
Tell them right here. Speak up.
I said I don't even know that question at all.
You know why? Because you never read this book, did you?
No.
So how are you gonna talk about immortality, immortals, and talk about the Bible, and talk about Jesus and his life, but you had no idea what an immortal mortal is?
Are you trying to judge me?
Hell yeah! That's what I'm placed here for. It is to judge people, and I judge angels like yourself. I judge demons. I judge devils. I judge gods. I judge a lot of people. But you got to remember, Judge. As much as I judge you, I want you to judge me just as much. I want to be judged, but nobody judges me. Did you know that? Do you know? You know how people judge me, Gus? They just have a conversation with me, and just by having a conversation with me, judgment has already been placed on who I am.
Wow.
Did I not judge that you are an angel and angelic because of the way you talked?
Or are you just jealous because God has given me that gift and not
Oh.
reject and reject evil talk
Okay, say I want you
and
to
reject evil talk and have respectful talk.
Okay, say that again. I'm jealous because of why?
You know, it's because you're jealous of me because I talk the way that the Lord wants me to be humble like that and not be disobedient.
And what voice and what came to you to tell you that I'm jealous of that?
Well, what do you think?
I think this is the same voices that you had as a kid coming to you now saying that I'm jealous because you're more angelic than me. But would another angel come to you and say this person's jealous because I'm more angelic than him? This person's jealous because I'm closer to the Lord. Would an angel really tell you that? Or would that be a demon saying that?
Well, demons are jealous like that, yes.
So you're telling me a demon came to you right now and told you that I was jealous of your knowledge?
Yes.
So who do you believe, that demon or me?
Well, the demons probably told you to minister that to me.
Oh, so you think the demon, that I'm the one that made the demon tell you that?
Well, the demon probably came into your mind to say it to me.
Okay, so the demon came to me to tell you that I'm jealous of your knowledge.
Yes.
And I believe that because what made you even think that way? Like, what made our energy even come that route?
Because God may be different. God may wanted me to be holy through his son Jesus. So God said I'm going to suffer for doing good all the time.
So you're telling me and you have sort of the same knowledge, but in the end, we're still going to be able to be two different people.
I should say yes, because Jesus said if he comes back to earth, one person will be taken and the other one left.
Okay.
And that person who rejects God's son will be punished for all eternity in the lake of fire, because they have not believed in the Son of God. But whoever believes in the Son of God will be saved at the end.
Okay, so you said the lake of fire, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so if you believe in the lake of fire, how do you spell sun?
S-U-N.
So if you believe in the lake of fire, you spell sun S-U-N?
No, I don't believe in the lake of fire. I believe in eternity with the Father in heaven.
Okay, so how do you spell sun?
S-U-N.
So you spell S-U-N? That's how you spell sun?
And there's another way to spell the word like sun as As a mother gives birth to a kid,
Okay.
a male person,
Okay.
a woman gives is a son, S-U-N, S-O-N.
Okay. So, but why do they sound the same? Why is it another word that sounds the same but spelled differently?
Well, that's different.
He is getting it. Okay. So, are you getting frustrated?
Yes,
Why are you getting frustrated?
because God knows I'm not perfect and He knows I'm trying to do the best I can.
So, how do you know God didn't put me here to help make you as perfect as possible? If you know you're going to take a test and your ability is only able to get 70% on that test because nobody helped you study, how do you know God didn't put me here to help you study to get a 90% on that test? Is that wrong? Like you're going to get frustrated at the teacher that is there trying to help you?
No,
So why are you getting mad at me? Or not mad, but frustrated with me when God actually put me here for you.
there's just certain things I just don't know well enough because I'm not perfect and I'm trying to do the best I can.
And that's all that matters. Can you say that right here in the mic one more
God
time?
knows I'm not here. I'm not perfect, but He knows I'm trying to do the best I can. That's all He wants. Is the best ability of me that I'm trying to willing to learn the best way I can. Because He knows I'm not perfect and I'm trying to learn.
And perfect, right? Now, since you're trying to learn and you know you're not perfect, right? Okay, you know you're not perfect, right? That's
Right.
just how it is. What happens if, let's say, you were famous, right? And let's say maybe you had some money. Everybody knew you, right? And you had all these women after you, and you had all these drugs that were around you. What would you do? You're famous. All around you is drugs and women and friends are trying to feed drugs onto you, and these women want to have sex with you. What do, Gus?
Avoid these people. Stay away from them.
Why?
Because they have no place being, because they need Jesus and I need to minister to them and say Jesus wants to be your Lord and Savior. So that's why He sent me to tell you these things, because He doesn't want me to follow their footsteps of the evil world.
Okay, so I get that, and that's where you go from there, right?
Right.
And that's what you believe. Do you believe in time travel?
No, I don't believe in time travel.
You
No.
do not believe in time travel.
Explain it.
It's science. Is time travel science?
I guess, well, you could say it like that, I guess.
So did God create science or did Jesus?
Hard question to ask.
Who taught Jesus everything? Who te- God.
God, God the Father taught Jesus everything.
So do you think maybe God taught Jesus science?
I don't know.
Yes, how do you not know this? It's God is so superior. God could create an earth, God can create us, God can create everything possible, but God couldn't teach Jesus science?
I don't. Hard question to answer.
Gus, it's a very easy question to answer. It's just you're in denial about your beliefs, right?
Well, I should say God taught Jesus everything. Yes.
So God taught Jesus science, right?
I guess you could say it like that.
Okay. So what can science create? If God taught Jesus science, what, like, you know everything about science, what could science create?
Don't know.
Okay, when you went to school, did you take math and English?
Yes.
Did you take science?
Yes.
What did you learn in science class? That's where they're at. Like, that's where they're at. I want your eyes right here and talk to them. Tell everybody what you learned in science class.
It's been years, I don't remember.
Why do you remember everything about God and Jesus and all that? God taught Jesus science, but you don't remember anything about science of what God taught Jesus.
Because they never taught us anything about. The only way I learn about God is going to church.
And they never told you that God taught Jesus science?
Not science, not in that kind of way, no.
Why? Do you think maybe because they're false prophets? Maybe the Bible taught you there's a lot of false prophets out there that are going to teach you the wrong knowledge, the wrong teachings, and they're going to manipulate you, right? The Bible said that, right?
I believe the Bible more than science.
But you're believing people more than the Bible.
I believe the Bible more than people.
Did you know the Bible said the earth was round before everybody found out the earth was round?
Well, God made the earth round.
That's science.
Well, God made everything in 6 days and rested on the seventh day.
If we know time of what it is today, there's no way God would be able to do that unless if he had the power of quantum physics, which is science, right?
Well, I could say God made everything in 6 days and rested on the seventh day.
Okay, so this person's saying, he says God taught Jesus science, but not in that way. I don't know what he means. Maybe God has longer days like leap year on steroids. Like, what it means is like God, remember, God backwards is a dog in a mirror is God, God backwards is dog. So if a dog's mind, a dog lives for like, every what they say 15 years to a dog's mind is 1 year to a human, which is not 7 years, it's 15 years. That's 7 years for the body. So again, if you're gone for, let's say, 2 weeks, to a dog, you've been gone for 2 months. If you've been gone for 1 day, to a dog, you've been gone for like 3 days, 4 days, because their minds work faster. I mean, you can even say you have a pet fly. What, flies last only anywhere between like 2 or 3 days or something like that. So if you have a pet fly, to you it's 80 years you live, or you have the mentality of 80 years living, or if you're immortal, you have the mentality of how long you lived. But to a fly, they can actually live your entire life in 3 days. If a fly figures it out correctly and you have the power of a fly, you can live and die as fast as a fly, but you can gain the knowledge of the gods just as, like, if someone truly believes I'm a pure god, or I'm a pure angel, I'm a pure demon, I'm a devil, or whatever, then they're that superior. It's going to take them, who knows, billions, trillions, hundreds, millions, who knows how many years it's going to take them to gain that knowledge. But a person that's smart like myself was like, I studied the lifespan of all animals. I studied the lifespan of all insects. And I realized that if I can turn myself into a fly and live and die as fast as a fly, but gain the knowledge of everybody else that's living for billions and trillions of years, then I'm a fucking genius. I figured out something nobody else could, and I just gave away my secret on how to do it. And I will say, when it comes to the power of the fly and flies and maggots and what they really mean, and how fast you can work with them with time, it was given to me by my mother, my mom. My mom, she was like a fly goddess, right? That's the best way I could explain it. And you guys could look at flies as being dirty or nasty or what they do. But when it comes to a fly, my mom is like a fly goddess. I'm not going to tell you her powers or how she uses them or what she does or how she figured it out. Watch that movie. It's a movie called The Fly, back in the 80s, I think, or 70s or 90s. It's called The Fly Part 2. And yeah, you're gonna learn about it happening to a guy and him going into a machine and all that stuff, but don't imagery fool you, because when there is a fly god, there's a fly goddess. And remember, all insects have a god and goddess, and all animals have a god and goddess. But again, there's a connection between my mom, the fly goddess, what I can do with it, what I understood, what I was taught. And now, again, I use that ability to live and die as fast as a fly, but gain the knowledge that others took years to get. Or who knows, maybe out of time. If the ones who out of time, it took them more than 1 trillion years where they had to actually go out of time to gain that knowledge, then as the power of the fly, I'm able to get that knowledge maybe in 1 week, 2 weeks, maybe 1 month. And while it took me 1 month to gain that knowledge, it took certain gods and goddesses to gain that knowledge out of time, which is beyond trillions of years. Do you guys get that? Woo! Thanks, Gus. You helped me. I wanted to let that out for so long, and you helped me let that out. What do you think about that? Tell them what you think about what I just said, because you helped me get that out of me. Like, tell them.
By ministering him the word of God to him and telling them about the truth about who Jesus Christ is.
Perfect. Now, I notice you're feeling a little uncomfortable. Why is that? Are you feeling uncomfortable, or do you want to leave sooner than later because I already paid you?
It's been an hour since I've been here, over an hour since I've been here.
Okay, you've been here for over an hour, but don't tell them how much I paid you. But do you believe I paid you more money than what you can make in 1 day on your normal job? We talked about that. Do you believe I paid you more money? Like when you do your normal job of what you do around the block and work hard throughout the day, and we talked about this earlier, right? Did you get paid more money? And to do this for, let's say, 1 or 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, did you get paid more money than what you would have made more in 1 day? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes? Could you shake your head yes if that's true?
Yes.
Yeah? So why is it, and this is why I don't like paying people before they come on, or I don't like paying people before they work for me, because if I pay people before they work for me, they don't want to work. They kind of want to like leave as fast as possible, or get like, they'll probably do a shitty job or whatever. Do you see why people get paid after they do the job and not before?
Yes.
Why do you want to pay someone after they do the job and not before?
You shouldn't pay the person before they do the job.
Why is that?
Because they might not do a very good job at it, so you make sure that they're being responsible for what they have to get done and do it after, get paid after their job.
Okay, so do you think I made a mistake by paying you before you did your job and being on live stream? Because you kind of act like you don't want to do it now, right? I told you guys, this is live streaming. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of things. You know what I talk about when we're about, right? And I know how you are and how you get. But how old are you now?
38.
You're 38 years old. Are you still a kid or a baby, or are you a grown adult?
I'm still grown.
You're a grown adult, right?
Yes.
How many times did I tell you to stand straight with your shoulders and look at that camera? A lot of times, right, Gus?
Yes.
And your job, because I paid you already, is to stand there, entertain people, look in that camera, and do your job and talk. And because you already got paid.
Yes.
Should I take some of that money back and send you home? Or should you stand here and talk to people and keep that money?
Stand there and keep the money.
There you go. Now smile. Show them what you're about. Smile, and I want you to tell everyone in this world how much you love them. Tell everyone in this world how much you love them, and you tell them how important a job is and what it means to work, and you tell everyone in this world how hard you work, what a job is, and you tell everyone in this world what money means to you and your family. I'm going to take a quick little break because I'm thirsty, but I want you, I'm not going to even be here. I want you to tell everyone what a job means to you, what money means to you. Tell them that how it, like you just said, what it is to get paid before a job and after a job. Okay? And I want you to be excited. I want you to smile, and I want you to stand straight and talk to them and give them, because I paid you, and I want you to give them what they deserve, right? And they deserve you. They deserve your knowledge. They deserve what you have inside you. And again, we're not always right. We're not perfect. So whatever you say, my chat isn't going to call you names or judge you for being wrong. They're going to help adjust you to understand greater knowledge, or maybe you're going to give them greater knowledge they didn't know. And sometimes it takes a miscommunication of knowing the truth, right? So
Right.
tell them what it means to make money, what a job is, what a hard work you are. And for those lazy ass bums that don't want to work or whatever it is, or want to get paid before a job, how all the mistakes and the goods and everything out of it. Technically, I want you to talk about money, and I want you to talk about a job and what it means. And at least talk about it for 5 minutes while I take a break. Can you do that? Okay, right there. Do it. And they're right here, Gus. Do you see them?
Yes.
They're right there, and they're here for you. So go for it. Tell them the meaning of a job, money, life, love. Give them everything you have right there. Go.
Yeah, keeping a job is not that easy, but sometimes it's a big responsibility to keep a job by getting up in the morning and doing what you have to do. Get up in the morning, support yourself, and help other people and show love towards others that you really care, and you're trying to show that you're just trying to be the best person that you can be with all you can be, and have as much knowledge to help others, because laying off a job is laziness. So laziness is not no good. So it's to keep you. So laziness does not give you energy, but knowledge gives you energy and strength. So jobs is like when let's say you get up at you have to be at work at 8. Like say you have a job at 8 in the morning and you work at until 6 in the afternoon and you get off. So you need your rest after you come home from your job. So a job is like when you just go and is where you go and work, make your little bit of money during the day, and you get paid every other week by your boss or by your manager. And so it's like you working hard, trying to make a living by trying to support your family, and yourself, to keep yourself alive and your family alive. And you're just out there just trying to make a living, trying to survive, trying to live, trying to keep yourself in good condition and in good health, and understand, and just trying to help others, to give them knowledge of things that they don't understand, so you can help that person grow stronger into their job, what they have to do, and stuff like that. So that's a responsibility right there. If you have a little bit more knowledge than that other person, and you there to help the people that's weak in that area.
What happens if there's another person better than you at that job?
Then you just do the
What
best.
happens if there's another person better than you at that job?
Don't be jealous of them. Just do the best ability as you can of your own standards. Yes.
Then why did you get jealous at me?
Because you thought you were better than me at this job than I am.
Ooh, I like it. And you know what that is? You know what that is, Gus? It's a friendly competition. Tell them what that is. It's a friendly competition.
Because it's a friendly competition.
Between me and you, right?
Between me and you.
Okay, tell them what a friendly competition is.
is this person has been doing this longer than I have, and I'm just barely growing into learning how to do this type of job.
And if someone's been doing it longer than you, is that person the one that's going to be able to teach you how to do the job?
Yes,
So, do you believe I'm trying to teach you how to do something, a job?
yes,
Tell everybody.
yes.
Tell everybody online. Sorry, my hair. Tell everybody. Gus came on live stream with me a year ago, and he enjoyed himself and loved it so much, and it made him feel so good. He started live streaming on yourself, right?
Yes.
Now tell everyone your experience live stream after you came on live stream with me and you try to live stream yourself on other websites and do. And I'm sorry, everyone, I'm not reading chat. I'll get there, I promise. Tell everyone your experience. And I know it's a horrible experience and everyone was mean to you. They talked down to you and they said a lot of stuff. And I said, Gus, that's what live streaming is about. Tell everyone after a year ago when you were on live stream with me, when you started live streaming, tell them exactly what you told me of your experience, what happened. And try to talk a little louder right here, straight in there.
Well, some of the things I told Jimmy was that some of the people were just being sarcastic and being rude and saying rude things to me, which that didn't matter to me because, sometimes I kind of got my feelings hurt that people just didn't appreciate me. Sometimes they just knock me out of their being when they see me, or they think, oh, I'm not valuable enough to them. They don't understand that I'm a human being, not some random alien. Look at me like an alien person instead of a human being. I'm a human being just like they were. Those people that were being mean to me on live stream, the way they treated me. And that wasn't nice, the way they were calling me names, but like he said, that's what live streaming and all is all about. It's a bunch of drama, chaos, people gossiping about each other, family members. They're just saying mean things about others. They don't have a lot of good things to say about kind things about others. They're just rude and disrespectful to another person. They just don't have no no understanding about who you are.
And this is him judging based off his first time live streaming. He came on live stream with me. He had no idea what live streaming was. He went to go live stream on his own without me even knowing. And he came to me a week later, almost in tears, telling me about his first time, what he experienced live streaming. And he still stuck up with it for like another week or two. And it got worse and worse how they treated him. And I said, Gus, I told you this is how it is. I know on my live stream it's different because I love my community and we got something different going. And my community is more lurkers. And when a lurker has something going on in their head or something they feel, then they let it out in chat. I don't like those people that just want to type everything in chat. I like the lurkers that learn from me and we learn from each other. And when it's important, then let it out in my chat. But this is the God honest truth from an angel, an angelic person of his first time, his first week live streaming, and really his first experience. Now, after that, Gus, did you continue to live stream? Did it motivate you to do it more? Did you not want to do it anymore? How did it make you feel? And like, you know what I mean? And how did you like feel? Like, how would you judge these people by them the way they judged you?
The way what happened was, how I was.
And real quick, do you love live streaming? Would you love to live stream? And is this something you love doing, sharing your life with others?
If I start doing a little bit more, start doing a little bit more often, but not all the time, but start doing it every so more often, yes.
Okay, and if you did it, let's just give you
And
two.
it wouldn't be my hobby if I didn't like it. It would not be one of my hobbies.
So if you don't like live streaming, not only would it not be a job, you're saying it wouldn't even be a hobby?
It probably wouldn't just suit to my knowledge, because just wouldn't suit to me because not everything applies to me well enough. It's whatever I pray and ask God to give me the Lord to give me wisdom and say, Lord, if this is your will, are you willing to for me to do this? I need your strength. I need your knowledge. I need you to give me faith if this is what you want me to do and tell others about my life to help change them.
And Gus, sometimes that's what God, goddess, or if you don't believe in God and goddess, you believe, like, let's say an emperor or empress. That sometimes, did you know by you live streaming, by you sharing your life with others online, and they could be 18, 20 years old, you can save their life for 20 years because all the mistakes or all your thoughts or everything you went through, they could have gone through the same thing you did for 20, 30 years, but you saved their life for, let's say, 25 years because they heard your life, they understood it, and they realized that you had greater knowledge because you were a little bit older than them, and they were going to learn from you. And by learning from you, you actually saved 25 years of their life because they didn't have to make the same mistakes you did, and they were able to create the same dreams or the same things that you had, but without the mistakes you had. So they were able to do it faster, right? Because if they were able to learn from you, they can create something in 1 year or 2 years that took you 25 years. But they wouldn't have been able to do that if you didn't live stream yourself or somehow connect to them, right?
Right.
Okay. So if demons came after you, or let's say not even demons, we'll say evil, and stopped you from live streaming, how many lives, imagine how many lives you could have saved and how many years. Like say there's 100 people, and out of those 100 people, you can actually, out of those 100 people, you can save 25 years out of those 100, right? You got 100 people, you save 25 years of their life because Gus shared his life and what he went through, and those people are like, hey. And then now those people saved 25 years of their life when he didn't waste 25 years of his life. He sacrificed it. He suffered for it, which that was a choice he made before it happened. So he can save 100, 200, 300 people. And you got 25, 5 years, 10 years, out all those years out of those people who he saved. Man, that's going to change the future beyond what you can even imagine. And one of those people might be Albert Einstein. One of those people might be, those other people in history. I just always think of Albert Einstein, but all those other people in history that changed things, right? Forever. And those people like Gus never got the opportunity maybe and save all those people because evil came and manipulated Gus that he shouldn't live stream because he was stupid, he was human or alien, slow, or who knows what. Did they ever say racist things to you? Say you're anything black?
They used to call me like.
Don't say the N word if they called you the N word.
No, I'm not gonna call it that. But they call me, oh, you got a potato head. Oh, you're ugly.
Okay, you're not ugly, but the potato head's pretty funny.
They call me potato head.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
And then they knock me out of their bean.
Sorry.
I'm telling you what they said.
I know, it's funny. I'm sorry, I can't help it, dude. But sometimes, okay, Gus. There's a part of being mean, right, where they're mean, and then you know what trolls are? When a troll calls you a potato head, you gotta laugh at that, and you gotta laugh at yourself. And if they call you ugly, who gives a shit? Because that's only the looks, right? So who cares? That's funny, dude. Dude, I've been called, I think, all kinds of shit, dude. I don't know how many things I've been called or whatever. I've been called crazy, even crazy, right? No one calls me a mortal. That's one thing I don't want to be called as a mortal, right? So who cares about the potato head? Who cares about being ugly? That's fine. That's funny. You gotta laugh at that. Because that's only your physical form, Gus. If you know this is what you really look like, this is what you really sound like, and it's only this temporary, then who cares about that, right? But what matters is as long as they don't call you like where it gets deep, right? Like there are some things, you guys, you could troll and you can laugh at and you can laugh about yourself about. And again,
they used to call me the N-word on there. They used to call me the N-word on there.
Yeah, they do. They will. They would call. That's how they are. But Gus, when they call you the N-word, those people are stupid because they're judging your skin, right? Because you're black, so they call you the N-word, right?
Even there was some African American people on there calling me names. No matter what, they still
So
were.
do you guys hear that? They were still black or African American, and they were still calling him names.
Oh yes, it's true.
Okay, so would you now say that this is a world between angels and demons, no matter what color we are?
That's correct.
So Gus, just like we talked about earlier, and I'm sorry, chat, I'll catch up, but you know when you're in the moment. As we talked about earlier, Gus, okay? Whatever black people are going through right now, Black Lives Matter, is the same thing that everybody is going through with Mexicans, with ICE, not ISIS, because I know Gus said ISIS, like, no, ICE. It's where Mexicans are getting treated the same way as black people. But again, this is my opinion. I think that Mexicans, or we won't even say Mexicans, it could be Latinos or Latinas, whatever you want to call it, right? We'll call them immigrants, even immigrants. I personally believe, Gus, that they're going through worse than what black people are. The reason why I think that they're going through worse what black people are is because they are getting beaten up, or they are getting the same thing shot, or they are getting treated just as the same as black people. But black people get to go to jail, and they get to experience the free life in jail. And then guess where black people go after they get out of jail, Gus? Where do black people get to go after they get out of jail? You get to go back home.
Good to go back home.
And what's your home? The United States of America.
Yes.
So even if you're living on the streets of the United States of America, even if you don't really have a home, in the United States of America is your home, right, Gus?
Right.
So if all these immigrants or all these Mexicans or Latinos are experiencing the same thing as black people are, what happens to them, Gus, when they get out of jail?
They go home, back home to America, United States of America.
No.
What?
They get deported.
They get deported, like you said, they get deported.
They go to Mexico. They go to Italy. They go to Japan. They go to wherever, Canada, I guess, right? But the main one,
to other countries.
yes, but the main one is Mexico, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Gus, I got a question for you. Would you rather be black and go through what the cops, whatever the cops are doing to black people? Would you rather be black and put through all that as a black person and then get released back in America? Or would you rather go through the same thing as a Latino or a Mexican and get released into Mexico or wherever you came from?
Get released back.
Do you want to come, when you get out of jail, do you want to come back to America or do you want to go to Mexico?
When I want to get out of jail, I want to come back home to America.
Okay, so what happens if you say, I want to go back home to America, I want to be with my family, but because you're an immigrant, they're putting you in Mexico, separating you from your family? What do you say about that?
That's not true, because I do want to go back home to my family. That
Okay.
means I'm be locked up, and there's no way I can go back home.
Okay, so you're saying so you're, by you being in Mexico and not in the United States, that you consider that being locked up?
If they don't allow me to come back home to the United States, and I'm stuck in stuck in Mexico.
So hear that, you guys? If you're stuck in Mexico and you can't come into the United States to see your family, technically you're still locked up. It's the same shit, right? And then at least you could be locked up in an actual jail or prison in America and your family can visit you. But then when you go to Mexico, you guys are separated for a very long time, and people understand this. And again, you're right in chat. There are some Africans as well. Okay, so imagine this, Gus. And I'm Mexican and you're brown, I'm Mexican and you're black. Sorry. We're both brown, right? We're both a different shade of brown, right, Gus? What happens if America was only for white people And again, it was only just judged based off of skin. And what happens if we got in trouble one time by the law? I get deported to a country with other brown people, and you get deported to a country with other black people. And if you're white, you get to stay in America. How would you feel about that?
Disappointed.
And tell everybody why you would feel disappointed about that.
Because it's not right, but because America will be racist if because America will be a racist country.
Isn't America already a racist country?
If we don't get along with each other, yes, we could be racist. If we don't get along with each other,
Okay, so we're talking about race now, right? What is race to you? And I'll get to you, Clown. I get where you're coming from, but maybe as
I
we
should say
continue,
another
get
word prejudice. That means that they just don't like because they think their skin color is better than yours.
okay. So to you is race skin color?
Color, human race don't matter me anything because that's the way God formed man. God formed people in every type of race, but people act jealous of one another like that. Some people act jealous of like
No. Now we're getting off subject. We're talking about skin color, right? So do you believe that right now race is based off of skin color?
in this world today, yes.
So what if I told you angels was a race and demons were a race? So if angels, and we have a proven fact that even immortal war angels is a race and immortal war demons is a race, how do you think, like, now there's now the when if you're an immortal war angel or an immortal war demon, or let's say you're just an angel or demon, right, Gus? Wouldn't an angel only be racist against a demon? And wouldn't a demon only be racist against an angel? Let's say that's again, there's no black, there's no brown, there's no there we are, you're black, I'm brown. There's white people, there's yellow people, there's who knows aliens that are green and gray, right? So Gus, they have all their racism going on, right? Do you believe angels are racist against demons and demons are racist against angels because they are a race on their own? Speak up and get in there.
No, I don't think that is. That question I do not believe.
Why is that? What is an angel and demon then? It's not a race to you?
Because angels are good and demons are bad.
So that's a race.
Yes.
All right? I mean, a race believes in something. Like black people believe they're black, Mexicans believe they're brown, Asians believe whatever they are. You know what I mean? And Russians believe that they're the greatest vodka drinkers, right? Creating their race of what they are, their strengths and their weaknesses within every race. A Mexican's weakness is speaking English for most. An English person or a United States or an English person, their greatest weakness is their pride. What in the United Kingdom and China, their greatest weakness is brushing their teeth. You know what I mean, right? So when it comes to a weakness to angels and a strength to an angel, a weakness to a demon and a strength to a demon, they're both a race. And the thing is that when it comes to an angel or demon, you can be any skin color you want. But how is an angel and a demon supposed to figure out who they are or who's supposed to fight against who when you got humans that are confusing everybody with skin color, right?
Right.
Okay, Gus, do you believe you're black? Like, you believe in Jesus, you believe in the Bible, you believe in God, you believe in angels and demons like me. Do you really believe you're black? And if you don't know how to answer that, do you want me to answer if I really believe I'm Mexican?
I am black because that's the way that's the way my Heavenly Father made me.
Why is the word Jesus in your head so much? Who is implanting the word Jesus in your head?
Because I love the Lord with all my heart.
Okay, Gus, but remembered, Jesus has an evil side to him, just like he has a good side, right? And you only speak of the good side of Jesus. Why don't you ever speak of the evil side? Because you're angelic, you're an angel. You can't think of the evil side of Jesus. You only think of the good side, right?
I only think of the positive side of him, yes.
And a God will think of the positive, negative side, and a demon will think of the negative side, no matter what Jesus you see. It's you know what do you get that?
I only believe in one Jesus.
Okay, and what Jesus is that? What skin color does Jesus have?
I only believe in the Jesus from heaven.
How long is his hair? I want to know, what does Jesus look like? How long is his hair? What color is his eyes? And
The
how
Bible
how
says,
how tall is he? If you really believe in Jesus, I want to know his skin type. I want to know his hair. I want to know his eye colors. I want to know how tall he is, and I want to know other things about him. So do you know how tall he is, or his skin color, or how long his hair is, or even if like anything about him? Maybe he had 6 toes, or maybe he had 3 nipples. Like, tell me about him.
well, he was human like us, and he was formed. But after he was resurrected, he was God, God, the Holy Spirit, and the Son, all 3 in one.
The evil side of Jesus. Do you think Jesus was hung like a horse? Do you think Jesus had a big dick?
No.
So you think Jesus had a small dick?
Negative question to ask.
Okay. I have to ask my chat. That's what they asked in chat. They're asking about Jesus's dick, and I don't know if you could picture his dick because I can't. I think
No.
I think Jesus had a bush. I don't think he shaved, right?
Why are you speaking like this about him?
Because they're asking about it. Look at how do you okay, let's ask another question. All right. Sorry guys, they have to ask what the chat asks. That's my job, dude. Okay. Do you think do you know what time traveling is, Gus? Do you know what time traveling is?
Why? You explain it?
What if Jesus was an adult and he learned how to time travel like a god, and he time traveled back into the past, and he met his mom and didn't know it was his mom, the Virgin Mary, and he slept with her, and then he gave himself birth? What would you think about that?
Jesus never gave himself birth.
So you're telling me Jesus could, even though he was powerful and he was a god and God taught him everything, he didn't time travel and by accident sleep with his own mom?
He never slept with his own mom, no.
So did you ever see Back to the Future? Remember that movie Back to the Future?
I remember parts of it, but I don't remember everything, no.
Do you remember when the guy met his mom from the past?
No.
Okay, so the guy time traveled in the past and he met his mom, and his mom didn't know it was him, but he had an idea it was his mom, and his mom was trying to like kiss him and have sex with him.
No, I don't know nothing about that, no.
Okay, so what happens if Back to the Future was subliminal message of Jesus? But instead of Jesus denying his mom, he fell for the bait and actually took his mom to the bedroom, came back to the wherever he came from, and everybody said, "Damn it, Jesus, you fucked your mom, dude. What the hell?" And Jesus is like, "Oh shit." And there's nothing Jesus can do, and he became a god.
Then that means that God would not have sent Jesus to die on the cross. If Jesus was a sinner,
Wait.
no.
So maybe God killed, like, maybe God put Jesus is like, "What the hell, son? You fucked my wife. So now I'm going to crucify you and make you suffer because you time traveled in past, fucked your own mom, which is my wife, which is goddess within the Virgin Mary. And now you gave yourself birth, which I don't think God and Goddess like look at it as a big deal anymore because they learned about the Egyptians. Because I think the Egyptians like screwed each other all the time, right? I could be wrong, but I learned that the Egyptians were screwing family members left and right. So now that Jesus screwed his own mom, gave himself birth, I think maybe God is happy now, right? Because God didn't even have to like, deal with any of that. Jesus had to deal with all the bullshit, right? Not God. So God is like, fuck it, dude. Like, I have a son. I still have a wife, and she cheated on me, but she cheated on me with my own son.
I don't believe that.
What? What do you mean, Gus? You can't, like, that's easily possible.
What are you talking about?
Okay. So, anyways, let's get to the questions right here really quick. I don't want to get you confused, Gus. I'm sorry. See, God said, if I should do, yeah, never thought of that. Okay, everybody wants to know this question, Gus. They've been asking me for a very long time. You ready? You're 38 years old, right?
Yes.
You're 2 years away from being 40, right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of that movie called The 40-Year-Old Virgin?
No.
Okay, there's a movie out there called The 40-Year-Old Virgin. And everybody wants to know, Gus, are you still a virgin?
Yes, I'm single.
Okay, so you never slept with a girl?
No.
Have you ever kissed a girl?
No.
Have you ever held hands with a girl?
No.
And do you think maybe because you're saving yourself for that other person on the other side for all eternity because you haven't met her yet?
That is true because I'm waiting on God to bring me the right person.
And
I'm being patient about it.
There you go. Do you guys hear that? Say that one more time a little bit louder, Gus.
Because I'm being patient about it and I'm waiting on God's timing to bring me the right person to me. So I'm not trying to rush myself.
And do you believe you're going to live forever?
As long as it's the will of the Lord, as long as I do what God's commandment tells me to do, obey him and do what I'm supposed to do and live right. I will live right for him.
So if you're going to live forever for all eternity, then you being single and still waiting for that right person at 38 years old, I mean, that isn't shit, right? I mean, you could be 100, 200, maybe 1,000 years old and still be single and waiting for that right person for all eternity. And it's still elementary because it's all eternity. And when you compare all eternity to 1,000 years, then obviously you could still wait longer. Who knows? Maybe there's some single gods and goddesses or angels and demons out there that are still waiting for that right one. And they've been around, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 years, right, Gus? Like, Gus, if you knew you're immortal and you knew the other right person was out there because you've seen others going through that experience, would you even wait 10,000 years for her? Like, would you stay single for 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000,000 years, waiting for that right person to spend all eternity with them? Because when you talk about all eternity, Gus, 1,000,000,000,000 years isn't that long. 1,000,000,000 years isn't that long compared to all eternity, right? So how long would you wait for that right person to come into your life if you knew you lived forever?
I just live the best ability and just be, just like I said, I would just wait at the right time. Just be patient.
How long would you wait? Okay, real quick, Sad Clown. You got to remember, what if God was Satan? And if I was God and I knew I was Satan as well, you best guarantee if I knew who the sinners were, I'm going to create slaves. But I knew those slaves can escape. I knew those slaves can get out. And the thing is that the only slaves that are going to be able to escape and get out and get away from me are the ones who really weren't the sinners. Because there's going to be slaves and they're going to be convinced that they were sinners and they were placed in that spot because they were sinners. But it doesn't mean they ever were. They were just fooled that they were. And it's going to be the strength within their heart and their mind and their soul to make them believe they're not in the spot that they should be. It's kind of like being in hell and you're told you're going to be in hell for all eternity. And hell is like the word pi, P-I. It just goes on, which is what, 3.14? That is hell. But if you truly believed in your heart you didn't belong there, you're going to get out and you're going to find a way out. But again, It's going to be up to you what you believe. But if you believe you belong there and there's proof that you belong there, even if you believe it, I'm sorry, it's pi. You get it? 3.14. Okay, so Gus, if you know you're going to live forever and you knew you weren't going to meet, let's say, the love of your life that you're going to live forever with, you're going to kiss, you're going to have sex with, right? You're going to kiss her. Would you wait 1,000,000 years for her?
Well, I'm looking for a woman that's humble and not break God's commandments like that.
So you want a woman that's humble and doesn't break God's commandments.
As long as I'm not judging her in the wrong way. No, I'm not trying to judge her in that way, but outside of marriage, having sex outside of marriage is a sin.
It is.
It's a sin.
Can you tell everyone how dangerous sex is? Like how bad, like you read the Bible.
It's
how
an
bad is
addiction. It's an addiction.
Okay.
Outside of marriage.
So sex is an addiction outside of marriage.
Yes.
And should you have it one time? Should you have it 2 times, 3 times? How many times should you have sex if you're not married? Or let's say not even married, Gus. If you know in your heart, if you know in your heart that woman you're with is not going to be the person for all eternity, she's not your goddess, how many times should you have sex with her?
0 times.
0 times, you guys. 0. So even if you're married to her, even if you lived with her for 5 years, 10 years, if you know that's not your goddess, and if you're a woman that knows that that's your God, you don't have sex with them 0 times, right?
0 times.
Now, if you met that goddess, Gus, or you met your angel, because you're more of the angelic side, and it took you 1,000 years, and you guys got married, she sees you for all eternity, you see her for all eternity, you guys go on your honeymoon, and you guys have sex on your honeymoon, how many times privately in your own room without anybody knowing, how many times can you have sex with her?
I don't know.
As many times as you want. You're married to her. You see her for all eternity. She sees you for all eternity. You guys love each other for all eternity. So why shouldn't you guys have sex with each other privately for all eternity, right? Without nobody knowing, right? But if you guys weren't married and you weren't with anybody you didn't see for all eternity, how many times do you have sex with them again?
0 times.
0 times. 0. See, Gus? Shake my hand, dude. Right?
Okay.
Now you good. You done for today?
I'm getting a little tired.
Okay, I get it, Gus. And oh shit, look at I broke my thing already. No, I didn't break it, just came out. Okay. So no, well, before you go, Gus, I want you to give like a little like quick outro, like a quick little like something you just want to say to everyone. Like, what's the one thing and what you got to do, Gus? And chat, I'll get to your question. Let me see. Let me make sure there's no questions for you, Gus. God seems to slave owners. I'm gonna be a slave. Rest in peace. He took to see me and my goddess have an open relationship. Okay, so Sad Clown says that him and his goddess have an open relationship, right? Now the thing is if Sad Clown, if you're as powerful as me, and I'll let you wait. Give me 1 second, Gus. If you're as powerful as me, Sad Clown, if you're gonna have an open relationship with your goddess, then you're gonna have to it has to only be with one other goddess. Like me, I truly believe in my heart I have 2 goddesses, and I really believed it was a sin to have 2. Was my whole life I believed it was I should only have 1 goddess and one for all eternity. But what for others have done, and because of other sins, and because of the power of love, I have to I gotta force myself to love 2 goddesses for all eternity. Now, I know there's going to be the rare few that get 2 goddesses for all eternity. But remember, those 2 goddesses are going to love you for all eternity, and you got to love them for all eternity. And you guys ain't going to think of anybody else but just each other. But again, not everyone's going to get that pleasure. So some are going to get 1 god and 1 goddess. That's all you're going to be. Most don't even get a god or a goddess. They're just going to be peasants for the rest of their life. And then people like us, I don't know what it is. It's just because of war or what the angels and demons and gods and everything going to war with each other has done to us. We now have to take on two goddesses. Now, am I going to say there's goddesses that can get two gods? Nope. This is my world. This is my dimension. And my dimension is all dimensions, all worlds. And I am the elite of everything. And what I say goes. And there's never going to be a goddess that has two gods, ever. Every goddess is going to have one god, and it's going to be the rare gods that get two goddesses for all eternity. And that's the way it's going to work, and no one's going to break that. And if you try, good luck, because it's not going to happen. Gus, real quick. Okay. Any last words for everyone? Because I got to take a quick break, put on music. But before you go, Gus, any last words for anyone? And I want you to speak for your heart to everyone, like one last word before you go. And I just don't want you to just use the name Jesus. I want you to use more than that. And maybe like think of a goddess or think of women too. Speak to everyone just before you go. Give them about 3 minutes of your time or 2 minutes. Just a quick goodbye and just one last thing you got to say to anybody. Whatever comes from the heart. And think of women too and goddess, not just God.
I know a lot of you are out there in this world today. I really appreciate you listening to my live stream news about what's going on and stuff like that. But I really appreciate those who are listening to me will able to get a true understanding about what life is and how we should get along with each other and not do the things that we're not supposed to do, but do things that will help us come to healing and having respect and doing everything that we can to love one another in a godly way.
I like that. So real quick, do everything to love each other, not just to love each other, but he said love each other in a godly way. And remember, I told you guys all the time, he got that from the Bible because the Bible teaches you to think godly and be godly. But remembered, just because Gus said that doesn't mean, you know what I mean, he's godly and he's a god, because everything about him, the way he speaks, he's angelic. And angels can speak to people and say, be godly. But you got to know when an angel tells you be godly, and you got to know when a demon tells you to be godly. Because I guarantee I could get some other neighbors around me on this stream, and they will tell you to be godly, but you're going to feel demonic, not as angelic as Gus tells you. Right, Gus?
Right.
Okay. Well, Gus, I just want to thank you for being on, dude. I mean, of course, I'm going to see you again. Right now, they said, right here, look at, can you read that? It says, I love you, Gus. Thank you for knowledge. They want to thank you. It says, much love, Gus. Everyone's saying thank you to you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, go tell them. They're right here, right on the camera. You tell them thank you for they love you and they say thank you for being on. You tell them how you feel.
Thanks for listening to everything that I have to say, and I really appreciate those who were out there, and I thank you for your support. Have a blessed day. I hope everybody acknowledges life. In the name of Jesus, I pray, amen.
Amen, you guys. Amen. Can we get an amen in the chat, you guys? Can we really get an amen in the chat? And then I know chat wants it. Gus, could I give you a hug for chat? All right, it's for chat, all right? Wait, what's that? That's tap. Give me a hug, Gus. Come on, take my air out. Squeeze the air out of me. Come on. Oh, shit. All right, Gus, calm down, dude. You're strong, dude. All right, chat. I gave Gus a hug for you guys. Gus gave me a hug for you. They said bye. They love you. Look at amen, amen. Right there. Okay? All right. Well, thanks, Gus. I appreciate it, man. Okay. All right. You know I love you. Let me put on some music, and I'm going to walk you out, okay? All right, chat. Give me a quick second. I'm going to walk Gus out really fast. Give me a second.
It was the start.
start of the year in our old Celtic lands, and
Alright.
we'd be waiting in our houses of wattles and
Alright,
clay.
see you guys in a bit.
The
Just give me a
barriers would
second.
be down, you see, between the real and the unreal. And the dead might be looking in to sit by our fires of turf. Halloween. The festival of Samhain. The last great one took place 3,000 years ago when the hills ran red with the blood of animals and children. Sacrifices are part of our world, our craft. Witchcraft. To us, it was a way of controlling our environment. It's not so different now. It's time again. In the end, we don't decide these things, you know. The planets do. They're in alignment, and it's time again. The world going to change tonight, don't we? I'm glad to be able to watch it. Happy Halloween.
Yo! Let's get that. So let me catch up the chat. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was really cool. Amen. He's so pure. He is. He is a very pure person. But I remember when you said you know more people are watching than you show. It's crazy how in specific moments the viewers are. Okay, I'll give you a, since this is what I've done. I have some connections in Twitch, obviously, because you never know. I might even be the owner of Twitch. That'd be pretty crazy, right? An owner streaming on Twitch that actually connects with the viewers and chat and everybody else, even the staff, more than anybody else around, right? Crazy. So anyways, when I first started streaming on Twitch, nobody really knew me. They only kind of knew me, obviously, from going on YouTube and, being on the Ice Poseidon show. And I call it show, not stream, right? So when I first started streaming on Twitch, you guys, you got to remember, I did, let me get this more here. I did cell phone streams. I didn't do it from a PC. I did it from a cell phone. So I did like a few streams. I think I did 5, 6, 7. I didn't save them because I didn't know how to like work it at that time. But my first stream was like 9 hours. Then I did like 8 hours on the next stream. Then I did like 7 hours, 6 hours, and another 7. I was doing 9 to 8 to 6 to 7 to maybe 10 hours. And I was doing it from a cell phone, and it was just me talking. It wasn't, a break time where we play music or let's check out a video. Like you're literally talking about like me in a camera like this and just talking and talking and talking and talking and talking for hours and hours and hours. And obviously I started, and I'll read you right now, and obviously I started getting a lot of people, and a lot of weird things were happening. I got emails at that time from, I didn't know, but it was Twitch staff members, but I didn't even know who they were. They were trying to make me popular and big as possible. But I had to tell them, like, look, that's not the way I work. I'm not looking to be big or popular on Twitch or this or that. I was like, I need to get this out, and I need to explain and show you guys who I am. So I told them, like, the next time I stream on Twitch, I was like, give me some time. I'm going to take a little bit of a break because obviously there's a lot of things that are going to happen in the world, and I need to take care of it first. I was like, but the next time I stream on Twitch, I'm going to get a PC, get everything going. And I was like, and then when I do that, I was like, and then, I need like to have low viewer counts. I told them there's only, even if there's people that want to speak in my chat, or if, a lot of people come into my chat, to like want to watch it or make me big. I was like, I need to stay small right now. I want my number small. I want to communicate with you, set count, or the people who have been there from the beginning, and then grow it from there, because I already know, like, again, I know from a lot of people within Twitch, they want to show who I am. They want to expose me. They want the world to know. It's like I'm the world's greatest weapon, and Twitch already knew a long time ago I am their weapon. I mean, think about it. I've done some bad things on Twitch, and I've only been suspended for 7 days twice. And the thing is the only reason why I wanted to be suspended twice for 7 days was because 7 and 7 is 14. And then, of course, the common denominator of 14, 7 and 7 is 49. So 7 plus 7 is 14, and the common denominator is 49. Then you can add 14 to 49 or subtract it from 49. And then, of course, that just opens up another dimension. But you guys got to remember, Twitch staff, the faster you open up a dimension, you can actually destroy it before you even open it. So as a lot of you Twitch staff members know, you know what I mean, you can open up a dimension, but you can actually destroy it before you even open it. So remember, I was suspended 2 times for 7 days. 7 plus 7 is 14. The common denominator of 7 is 49. So then you work with 7 minus 49 or plus 49. And then obviously people can say, what is he talking about? What's going on? But again, when you have people with greater knowledge, and they know they have this greater knowledge, but there's just little pieces missing here and there, I am the person that has those little pieces to help them expand to that greater knowledge. Now, remember, Sad Clown, I can't even keep up with you in chat. Sometimes my eyes don't even want to look at chat because I know as soon as my eyes look at chat, I'm going to give you everything I got. So, again, from the very beginning, you know, when that all that shit was going on, and I think you were there when a lot more was going on, I had to tell Twitch, if you want me to be back on your website, I was like, I need to keep my numbers low. I don't want too many people. Keep them away from me, right? Like, keep them away from me. I don't want 1,000, 2,000. Not yet. I mean, I could, but not yet. And I was like, just keep them away from me. Let me do what I got to do. Let me connect with the people I am. And eventually I'll expose myself. We'll really show who I am, what I'm about, what I can do. But obviously, it's all in a matter of time. You know, sometimes I got to remember there's a part of me that says, I can do this. Let's do it right now. Let's show them who Twitch is. Because I already told everybody why they nicknamed me Twitch and who I am and why in my story. Right? And then I can even tell you what, between me and you and Sad Clown, I'll tell you a story I'll tell you a story between me and Justin. Justin was a good friend of mine. Justin was a good friend of mine since elementary. He liked to put a lot of gel in his hair. He was light-skinned. He always wore glasses. And he was like a light-skinned Mexican kind of guy, right? You know, the real Justin. I'm not talking about the Justin TV you guys know as a puppet. Remembered, everyone's a puppet until the masters come out to show who they were and who were really the puppets. So Justin, we've always known him as Brace Face because Justin always had braces on. You know, but the thing about Justin is he didn't wear black braces. He didn't have color braces. He wore pure chrome braces. We called Justin Brace Face. And the thing is me and Justin were buddies, and me and Justin went into the business of warheads. Do you guys remember warheads? Do you remember the warheads that they're sour? You know, they're called warheads. It's a candy. It's called warheads. So me and Justin, we would go to Costco, and then there's another guy. We won't even say his first name. We'll call him Hunter. His last name was Hunter. So me, Justin, and Hunter, we would have our parents buy us a bunch of boxes of warheads at Costco or at somewhere big, right? And then when they bought these warheads at a discounted price, me, Justin, and Mr. Hunter would sell these warheads at school, and it was more middle school than high school or elementary. In middle school, me, Justin, and Mr. Hunter, we would got into the warhead business, you know, and every warhead we were selling for 25 cents. Even though each warhead we bought, you know, technically through the box or through the, you know, big box of them we got, each one we bought was anywhere between like 5 to 10 cents, depending like when we made our parents buy it. And then at school, we'll sell each warhead for 25 cents. And then what we would do is get that money, give it to our parents to buy more warheads. And I don't know why, but warheads were big at that time. And then, of course, we would be in the warhead business and selling the candy that was sour, warheads. And for 2 years in middle school, that's how we became popular in school, because everybody knew that we sold warheads. It was weird because even though they knew they can get it cheaper anywhere else, they still bought warheads from us because we were just popular. And we would even create wars between like the skaters and the Mexicans and all this other stuff because Joe and oh shit, I said his first name. All right, so Joe Hunter, he was black, and Justin, even though he was Latino, but he was white, and then I was the Mexican. And it was like a white Mexican and black, you know, best friends at a school. and we got into the warhead business, and everybody just knew us. Nobody messed with us. Everybody got along with us. I had the power of like we're the cholos and all that stuff. Justin was more the nerd that had their power, and then Joe, of course, he was a brother, so he had their power, and everybody was at peace. But we also created war when we wanted to. But anyways, that was Justin. They're the ones, Joe Hunter and Justin. I can tell you Justin's last name, but I won't. We all nicknamed each other. Joe was nicknamed the Maze. So remember, Joe Hunter was nicknamed the Maze. And Justin, he was brace face, but he liked being brace face because there was a meaning behind it. And then they called me Twitch. I didn't want to be called Twitch. I was called Tank. They called me Tank, TANK, because in football they always called me Tank. But they called me Twitch. And then of course through high school, we were always friends in high school, but high school obviously separates people for a reason. Just kind of find out who you are, who's your real friends or not. That's what high school is about. Middle school obviously already starts that process. But yeah, so that's Justin. And he created Justin TV, and then you got Mr. Hunter, which is Joe Hunter. Those are our nicknames, and they nickname me Twitch. And obviously we already knew we were all immortal. Now it's weird because we kind of did, but we kind of didn't because we were kids. But as you get older and you have the power of technology and you keep in contact with each other, you kind of understand like, holy shit, ever since we were kids, this is who we were. Like we really were the masters and everybody else was the puppets, but nobody knew how we did it, and again, it's in some ways it's the power of resurrection, but it's more than that. You know what I mean? You could just use words, but it's more than that, All right, let me get to chat. So yeah, there's these people that let them know when they come over. So evil is the beast, and good is beauty. It could mean so many things. Remember, when it comes to quantum physics, Beauty and the Beast could be something within you. It could be within men, within women. Beauty and the Beast can be a cartoon. Beauty and the Beast can be a movie now. Beauty and the Beast can be a video game. Beauty and the Beast can be imagination. Beauty and the Beast cannot be real. Or Beauty and the Beast is obviously real now. And then, of course, beauty can also mean ugly, while the beast can mean, whatever the opposite of a beast is. If you think about it, what is opposite of a beast? Because the opposite of beauty is ugly. And the opposite of ugly is beauty. So what is the opposite of a beast? There we go. Bro, for the character and personality has so much potential. Bro, for your character and personality has so much. Thank you. And remember, a character is you, and you are yourself, and there's so many other characters. But remember, Twitch is not a character. That is someone that is very real, that was given to me as a nickname long ago, and I worked for so hard to get where I'm at. But the thing is like I said, a lot of business owners would never just expose themselves of who they are, their connections, or what they're about. And a business owner like myself, I will actually prove myself. It's like, I guess it's like this, me being an immortal war god, and I always knew I was an immortal war god, but I said, why should I put myself out there as an immortal war god and create an immortal war angels and immortal war demons and make them go to war with each other, when to prove myself, I guarantee if I erase all my memories and I take away my life, I will become one of those immortal war angels, and I will become one of those immortal war demons. And I will gain my spot back, or who I am as an immortal war god. Now, the thing is, when I did this, any immortal war angel had the ability to become an immortal war god. Any immortal war demon had could become an immortal war god. They could have became what I've created. And I allowed that, right? Because it's an equal opportunity if I'm in the game with you guys. And then as soon as all of a sudden I'm creating immortal war engines and immortal war demjels, you know what I mean? They're like, well, wait a minute. How is this person or all these other immortal war angels claiming that they're an immortal war god? and they don't even know what an immortal war engine or demjol is, and how it's an immortal war engine and an immortal war demjol that creates an immortal war god. You know what I mean? It's like people trying to, like, you know, they're playing level 1 and they're trying to skip all the way to level 88, and then try to, you know, once they beat level 88 they go to 89. But then when you ask them, well, what's in between level 2 and level 87 to get you here, they have no idea. Or if they have no idea, they're trying to get those secrets or answers from others around them that did go through that experience. And if you were an idiot that went through that experience and gave up those answers, then guess what? They're going to be ahead of you because they've been waiting in that spot while you're trying to move forward, and you're an idiot that didn't know how to keep your mouth shut and allowed others to get ahead of you. And they were always ahead of you. They were just waiting for you to catch up to get those answers to move forward, because they didn't know what level 2 through 87 was, because they skipped from level 1 to 88. Did you get that? It's pretty crazy, right? But it's easy as that, right? You just got to learn, right? You just got to feel. You got to know. But again, that's the story between Justin and Justin TV. Joe and Joe Hunter are nicknames. How I became Twitch. And Sad Clown, you are very lucky you're here to see this and experience this, because you'll be surprised. There's a lot of people being blocked from my chat right now. You got Twitch staff members, you got Amazon owners, you got world leaders, you got a lot of people right now that want to be in this chat room or want to be with me or want to create, not only want to be here, but they want to create a Twitch account just to communicate with me, but they're blocked from it. Why? Because they already know who they are. If Prince Charles, you know, or the Queen, or the President, or the Emperor of China, or let's say, you know, the government of Australia, or let's say, you know, the goddess of Canada, or whoever it is that wants to make a Twitch account to be in my chat and talk to me and communicate with me, they can't, because everybody already knows who they are, and they've already been watched and traced. So if they try to make a fake account or they try to do anything to contact with me or do anything with me, they can't. I'm protected, and I'm protected by Twitch. And who is Twitch? It's me. I'm protected by myself. And the thing is if I can't protect myself, then I got Justin on one side and I got Joe on the other side. Do you get what I'm saying? So we're friends, all three of us. Justin, Joe, and James, we'll say, or Twitch. You know, or we'll say Braceface. Excuse me. Braceface. You know, what was Joe's nickname again? I said, shit. Do you see that? Joe Hunter. Oh yeah, the Maze. We called him the Maze. And the reason why we called Joe the Maze, and I'll give you a secret, and this is a story. In 5th grade, me, Justin, and Joe were like, hey, let's on a piece of paper with a pencil, we're going to make a maze. We're going to draw a maze and we're going to hand it to each other, and we got to solve it. And I remembered I made my maze on a piece of paper. Justin made his maze on a piece of paper, and Joe made his maze. And I remembered I was like, oh yeah, dude, this maze, no one's going to figure out this maze. And I remember like Justin made his maze and was like, dude, this maze, dude, look at this maze. And me and Justin looked at each other's mazes first, and we're like, fuck, dude, like, look at these mazes, right? Like, dude, Joe ain't gonna figure this out. We can't even look at our maze, like, dude. And all of a sudden we see Joe's maze, and we're like, what the fuck? Joe was more artistic than me and Justin by the way he drew and made his maze. Even though me and Justin's maze were a little bit different and difficult, Joe drew his maze where it was difficult, but it was more artistic. Like, he was more the artist than we were. And then ever since then, like, I couldn't, like, nobody can figure out Joe's maze before anybody else's. And ever since then, we just did competitions. We're on a piece of paper. We just kept drawing maze after maze after maze. You know, and the maze is, you know what a maze is, right? It's like a square or a circle, and you have the lines, and you do all, you know, you have to, from beginning to end, you got to do a maze, draw a line from beginning to end. And we just used to challenge each other with each other's mazes and graphs and stuff. And Joe was always the best, so we called him the Maze. And then, of course, Justin, through his looks, we called him Braceface. And they called me Twitch because I don't know, I guess the way I moved, because I was always ADHD, or when I was in my chair I'd move or this or that. I remember some of my some of my other friends and everything, we'll say Eric, we won't say anything else, we'll call him Eric. I remember he would make fun of me. He's like, dude, he was like, Twitch. And I was like, what's up, dude? He's like, why are you always moving? You're moving around in your chair. Is like, do you have a, do you don't wipe your ass right? You got an itch on your ass or whatever, this and that. And I was like, oh, shut up, dude. Like, so, because I used to move, he said my ass would itch and I'd be scratching my ass on the chair. And I'll be, oh, shut up, Eric. Eric. Okay, Eric. I'll tell you about Eric. So it's me, Justin, Joe, and Eric. Eric's last name was Gonzalez, but we called him Speedy Gonzalez because Eric was the type of person where, like, let's say when it came to memes or when it came to jokes or when it came to, like, when he saw something, like, say people on the internet, when they saw something, all automatically they want to be the first person to post a meme, right? The first person to post that meme is the original person for that meme, and then all of a sudden that meme spreads across the internet. Well, that's who Eric was. Eric was the type of person where he'll analyze something and he would come up with the meme right away. But obviously back then there wasn't really internet, so it's not like we were friends posting it on the internet. We would say it out loud. We're in class when a meme happened or when we seen something, we would have to say it out loud and as fast as possible so everybody would laugh and get the meme. Obviously we would get in trouble with the teacher, but in our heads we're like, no, like, what I just seen was a meme. I gotta say it loud and I gotta say as fast as possible, because if one of my other friends says it or makes everybody laugh before I do, then that means that they got the meme before I did. So if all three of them saw me like moving like this because I have ADHD, then one of them is gonna like say out loud like, Jimmy or James, or Twitch, like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Or they once cuss because of the teacher, but they're like, hey, what are you doing, dude? Like, did you wipe your ass? Or, like, is your ass itching? Or they'll point me out, and then the whole class will look at me moving, and then they'll just start laughing. I'm like, oh, but the thing is in my head, I was like, all right, I'll get them back. So we would always analyze each other. So when we knew in class, when we did something, we're the first ones to call it out and get the meme. But obviously, if we get the whole class laughing or we cause the attention, sometimes we'll get a referral. So obviously, me, Eric, Joe, and I don't know, whatever else. Like, there's so many of us, dude. I just don't want to name all of them yet, So Evo, see, bro, see, y'all killing the Warhead game, right? Yep. Bro, Jay is everywhere. Why isn't Jay the newsletter? Even brothers go to war when brother hits. Beast could be warrior, yeah. But remember in X-Men, and remember the X has been going on right now. Like right now, there's a lot of X this, X that, XXX. What about X-Men? And now that we're talking about the Beast, remember in X-Men, wasn't the Beast a scientist? And remembered we remembered with Gus, we just talked about a science with Gus, right? And then X-Men and us talking about X, Beast is a scientist in X-Men. So now we got to realize why is why is it X-Men? Why is there a Beast in X-Men? And when it comes to the Beast, why is he blue? And out of the Beast being anything in X-Men, anything he could have been, any superpower, why is he the Beast? Why is he blue? And why was he a scientist? Right? And facts, Maze, Bruce, Twitch, nice. Brace, yeah. Maze, Brace, and Twitch. And then again, Eric was, we called him Speedy. Because his last name was Gonzalez, so we called him Speedy Gonzalez. And the reason why we called Eric Speedy is because his last name was Gonzalez, but he was the fastest one to analyze memes. Like, again, I was fast too. I beat Eric at times. Justin did. we all beat each other at times. But Eric was the master, dude. Like when it came to memes or came up, like, dude, Eric would come up with the funniest shit so fast where we seen someone doing something, but he was the one that come up with the meme right away and make us all laugh, and we're like, oh shit. But again, that was back then before internet. If there was internet now, Eric would be the first one posting the meme on the internet faster than anybody else. Or sometimes me or, Braceface would fucking post it before Eric. But it was like a friendly competition of who can come up with the meme the fastest by just watching people and analyzing or even watching each other fucking with each other. But if we fucked with each other and we were that good, imagine when Eric and Justin, and then we'll even say others, and Joe, even Joe, and there's one more, but I don't want to say his name yet. Imagine if us five were coming together and it was us taking on a school, right? You have the 5 meme lords, right? You have the 5 jokesters, the 5 jesters, the 5 kings, the 5 gods, right? 5 of us. And everyone at school knew who we were, and we were like the bullies, right? Like we were the bullies, man. Like we were mean, but we were nice. Everyone respected us, but no one fucked with us. And if they did, like, good luck. It was always like that, right? But the thing is that all we had to do is be ourselves. We didn't have to earn it. We didn't have to do anything. All we did is be ourselves and concentrate on each other and our friendship. And then all of a sudden, when we looked all around us like this, we had a crowd surrounding us. All of a sudden, the principal who knew who we were. All of a sudden, all the teachers knew who we were. And I don't hate to say it, but it sucks for everyone else. But just because everyone knew who we were, we got away with more things than most, knew. Or they knew, or even if we got sent to the principal's office or we got in trouble and we went to the principal's office, like everybody would be like, oh, did they call your mom or your dad, or did you get in trouble, or this or that happened? And we're like, no. And they're like, what? I got suspended, or this happened to me, or that happened to me. And we're like, no, we just had to sit, in the principal's office during lunchtime. So during lunchtime, we had to sit during the principal's office for one day, and we would tell the principal, like, hey, just don't let our parents know, and we'll tell you some things, like, it was weird, right? We'll tell the principal some things, or even the counselors will tell them some things, and they just don't tell our parents. Well, other kids, they didn't have those things to tell the principal or counselor, so they ended up getting in trouble with their parents. Well, we had secrets to tell the principal or the counselor. So we just got punished by sitting in the principal's room for lunchtime for one day. Or we never had to stay after school because the principal and the counselors knew if any of us had to stay after school, then our parents are going to know, because we love taking the bus home. Fuck getting picked up. Taking the bus home was the best. Trust me. There's so many benefits, and that was fun. But the thing is that they knew if they punished us during lunchtime, then it's a secret that can be kept between the principals and counselors and the students and the parents, because we got punished and everybody knows we got punished, but we had to we got our lunch taken away. But sometimes it was fun being in the principal's office and with the counselors and sharing knowledge with them that you don't share with other kids out in lunchtime, right? And then at the same time, your parents don't even know that you caused problems at school or anything happened, because you got away with it because of your knowledge that you shared with the teachers and counselors. So, and then when you get out of school, then you start thinking of universities, and then you start thinking of the government. How can we manipulate the government and universities in this entire world and this entire universe? How can all 5 of us do the same thing we did in school? How can we do the same thing out of school if all 5 of us kept in contact? And how can all 5 of us keep in contact if we were spread apart across different parts of this world or this universe? If all 5 of us can do that to this universe, like what we did in school with these principals and teachers and counselors and everything else and our parents, how can we do that once we graduate? And it's easy. Technology, the soul, the mind, the spirit, the belief, knowing, who you are, and understanding control the system. Or first, in order to control the system, you got to realize there's no system. And once you realize there's no system, you create one. And once you create a system, you make your system go to war with other systems. It's kind of like the bot wars, when the robot people build robots, right? And they go to war with each other to see who has the better robot. Well, it's the same thing as with your system. You build your system with other people growing up, and when you get older, it's going to be your system versus other systems. So it's like, I don't know, whoever systems are out there. And then when yours faces others, they have to accept that they got defeated. And the only way, and the reason why they have to accept it is because it was put on TV or they were exposed in front of everybody. It's like, how can you, like a football game, how can you say you won the football game when there are so many thousands of millions of people watching that football game and you saw what happened? So how can you lie and say it didn't, whatever, it didn't happen? You can time travel and try to change it, but if you got other time travelers doing the same, like not doing the same thing you are, but trying to protect time and trying to keep it in place, you're still going to get caught in your lie in the time travel. So once you time travel to change that moment of time, to change the football game, to prove you're right, well, by the time you get there, it's like, well, everybody else can do the same thing you could, but they're innocent, or they're Gus, right? They're angelic. They tell the truth no matter what. And if they don't, there's still 100,000 of billion people that are seeing the same thing everybody else did. And it's like, hello, it's like, you're busted, right? So express action. So fuck, I gotta catch up. So the one who can really express an action as reality in the funny way is the meme master. The meme master was the first one to express in a reaction, like what I mean? If you've seen something between me and Gus right now, like let me put this on, dude. Fuck. I don't know why I feel comfortable with it on. Like if you see me and Gus and everything, like like whoever, like if you see me and Gus, right, doing what we're doing, and whoever in chat was able to come up with the meme the fastest, but they don't just come up with one, they're the one that actually comes up with it the fastest out of anybody, but they're known for that. That's the meme master, right? Or the thing is like, and again, I was never a meme master. I knew Eric was, Eric was the one that, like, again, it's like, again, you're good at a video game. You're the master at a video game. Could be a master at Fortnite, but it doesn't mean that others can't still beat you. You know what I mean? Or who knows? You could be in a tournament and you could be the best player in the world, right? And you could be in a tournament, and who knows, being the best player in the world, you could still lose that tournament in that moment of time and somebody else beats you, even though you're the master. And that kind of goes the same way with the memes, and that's how we were. And again, when you're in school and you don't have internet and you don't have any of that, the meme master was the first one to call it out in the classroom to make everybody laugh before the other person's friend or somebody else in the classroom did. So again, when you got 5 people like ourselves, which again, the 5th person I'm not going to name, doing that, and then you're going to get, it's going to be more than 5, right? It's like the elite, right? Like the 5 people were the elite. And then there's 40 people in the classroom. The other 35 want to be us now because they see like, oh my God, these 5 people like are known in this classroom. They're known in the school. They're known as these meme masters or these masters of something. So now everybody wants to be with us. Everybody wants to chill with us. Everybody wants to copy us. You know what I mean? But we're the elite. We're the original 5. So how are we supposed to add on the 6th or 7th or 8th or 9th or 10th person? Like you could, but they can never call themselves the original elite because the original elite, everybody knows it was always those 5, right? So you can express and okay, see, and why is the beats the smartest or beast brace for the maze? So, yep. See, I was always lonely clown even when I made friends. They betrayed me after everyone started to like us and think we were funny. Well, you got to remember, I mean, they didn't think you're funny. You got to know, they like when it comes to like, fuck, I can't do this. Oh my God. I just look like shit right now, you guys, because I haven't gotten any good sleep the last 3 days. But I'm working on it. I'm gonna look good soon. So what it is that when it comes to being funny, or when it comes to even the word funny, um, you don't think someone's funny. The word funny, the word think is the last word closest to funny. When it comes to funny, you got to use the word know, because either you know it's funny or it's not funny. So the two closest words to funny, or it could be on the other side of either or of funny, is no is on this side, or no is on that side, or not is on this side, or not is on that side. So either you know it's funny, or funny it's whatever you want to call it, either direction you're coming from, but you know it's funny or it's not funny. You know what I mean? There's no thinking it's funny. Who thinks something is funny? What semi funny? A thinking something is funny means that's semi funny, like it's kind of funny. You know what I mean? That's what thinking something's funny. But I don't know, when as a jester myself, or as a clown myself, or whatever, because again, I'm everything, or as you, sad clown, as a clown god, you got to know that you never put the word think and funny together. Think and funny have to be separate from each other. It's kind of like funny was the letter A and think is the letter Z, or think is the letter A and funny is the letter Z. That's how far they got to be from each other. If you have them any closer than that, then you don't know what a jester is or what a clown is. Because a real clown and jester, they know to put no, by funny, or, not by funny. And, it's kind of funny is like I said, I don't even talk about it. But you get what I'm saying? So as a jester, remember, think and funny is A and Z, and no and funny is like the letter A and B. A secret can be traded for a lesser substance. Prison sentence. There's no system, only people, and people can be influenced. Well, just like the BC days and everything, right? Like in the BC, people, they look at them like slaves building the pyramids. But again, some of these people weren't slaves. Some of these, they weren't slaves at all. The people that were building the pyramids, they were sinners. And some of these people building the pyramids, they weren't just sinners from the BC. They were sinners from the AD. It's like there's a sinner in the AD, right? Sad clown, let's say you're a sinner in the AD. And my job as an angel is to kill you, because I know with the greater knowledge, if I kill you or chop your head off because you're a sinner, I'm going to send you back in the BC, and because you're immortal now, right? But just because you're immortal doesn't mean you're superior. You're immortal because every day, every hour, every night, every period, you're going to be building pyramids. You're going to be watering. You're going to be working. It's a job. And while you're in the BC building those pyramids, and we're torturing you and we're making you work, as a job, taking care of Earth or this world, guess what? You're going to be like, oh my God, like there's nothing you could say, because you deserved it, because all your sins you did in the BC, in the AD, whatever sins you did in the AD or today in the AD, you're going to die, or someone's going to kill you, or someone's going to sentence you back into the BC, and you're going to be working for all eternity. And guess what? When you're in the BC and all the pyramids are clean, everything's clean, all the roads are done, all the angels and demons' wings are cleaned up, and all the cars are shiny, and all this other stuff that you don't even know. You know what I mean? Earth, it's like Earth is perfect, right? Once Earth is perfect, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm free. I fixed Earth, it's perfect. Am I free now? We're going to look at you and say no, because we still remember all your sins you have done in the AD, which is after death. We remember all your sins you did, all those women you had sex with, all those men you had sex with, everything that you have done, we still remember it. And in order for you to pay for those sins, we're going to send you out into outer space, and all the things you did to Earth and how you perfected Earth, now we're going to send you into space and you're going to perfect outer space. And it's probably going to start with Mars or Venus or Mercury. But remember, you're immortal. You're going to live forever. You're not a slave. You're a worker. You're a worker. And you're working off and you're paying for your sins. Now, how long do you have to work for? How long do you have to pay for those sins for? Until we forget. Now, not only until I forget or others forget, until everybody forgets. So once you work for all eternity, and once you rebuild this universe for all eternity, and once you get no breaks, no life for all eternity, then once we start to forget your sins that you did after death, that's when you're set free. You're set free once we forget. But as long as me and others can forget, and who knows, if we know our knowledge is immortal and our knowledge is for all eternity and we never forget, then you're going to be a worker. You're going to suffer and never have a life for all eternity. Because all you had to do was just this little bit of time prove yourself to show who you were. And you thought you just lived and died within 80 years or within 1,000 years or just, whatever it was. And you made the wrong decisions. And again, nobody's going to feel sorry for you because everybody's going to know why you are there. Let's see, that's true. Maybe that's why I have a hard time being funny times because I think too much. True. You do probably think a lot. Remember, thinking is dangerous. But didn't everyone sin? Why am I the only one who suffered for all eternity? Everybody sins, but there's different types of sins. There's different levels of sins. And again, you might say, well, this person is a bigger sinner than me. But no, because you don't know. If you have a greater knowledge, right? You have a greater knowledge and you have sinned, then your punishment is going to be a lot more than someone that has sinned just as great of you, but their knowledge wasn't as great. So I guess the best way to explain it is if you have a greater knowledge of things of wrong and right, but you still decided to make those sins because you thought you can get away with it, and you made the same exact sins that this other person did, but this other person was set free or they were like innocent, you're going to be like, well, why the fuck why are they innocent and I'm not innocent? Because this person that committed the same sins as you, they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't have the knowledge that you did. So if they did the same sins you did and then to have the knowledge that you did, why should they be guilty for anything? Because they didn't have that knowledge. And we got proof of why they didn't have that knowledge and why they thought that way or the things they did wrong. And we got proof of why you have all the knowledge in the world, but you still took advantage of the system and you still committed those sins with that greater knowledge. So there's a difference between someone committing the same sins as you, but if that someone committed the same sins as you, the one that has the greater knowledge is the one that's guilty. Do you get what I'm saying? I guess it's like comparing when it comes to sex. Are you going to say, well, I'm a human and my dog got to have sex whenever it wants, or I saw my dog or my cat, I saw animals have sex. So as a human, why am I just as guilty as those animals, or why are those animals just as guilty as me? It's like, well, those animals are innocent. They don't know better. They're in heat, or there's a process to it. While humans, if they have the choice to stay virgins forever if they wanted to, humans don't need to have sex and all that. They're not animals. And if they are animals or have that animal instinct, at least you can look yourself in the mirror and say, no, even though I'm an animal, I look human, and I know I have a greater knowledge. And even if you have a dog that's in dog form and you have a dog that's in human form, that dog that's in human form is going to have a greater knowledge than the dog that's in dog form, because that dog that's in human form has a greater knowledge because they see they're human now. They see that there's something different than they've always been. Or if you have a cat there's a cat and another cat that's human, that cat that's human is going to have a greater knowledge than the cat that's just a cat, because the cat that's in human form now has a greater knowledge. Now they can study and learn who they and what they are and what it's about. And the thing is a cat that's in human form learning, that's committing these sins, cannot be compared to a human that was born as a human learning. And if you have a human that was born as a human committing the same sins as a cat that was born as a human that's learning, then the human that was born a human with the greater knowledge is going to be punished more than the cat that was born a human with the same exact sins. Does that make sense? See, will I meet my goddess still and live happy ever after? Or hell no. I know I deserve whatever I get. I'll be honest, I think you need to die. I think you're like the rare few that you just need to die somehow. Either hang yourself, put a bullet in your head, or do something. But the thing is no matter how many times I tell you need to die, you need to do it, which I know I'm telling the truth, you just need to die already. Because obviously if you're immortal and you're like me, you don't die. You know what I mean? You're like, you're just going to do something that you never wanted to really do, you thought of, but you just couldn't do it. But once you do it, you're going to realize you had that permission to do that others couldn't, nobody could do long ago. But the thing is even though I say that, there could be something coming to me telling you that to just test you. Do you get what I mean? Because sometimes I'm just a messenger, and sometimes the messenger gets a greater knowledge at a split second just to test you with something that you know that I don't. But that greater knowledge that came to me knows you better than I do. So it's speaking through me to you, saying, hey, just send your life and I'll give you all the answers. But again, is that the devil? Is that evil? Or what is that? You know what I mean? Because, I know it's me. It's a part of me. But there's something coming to me telling you that, where you have to decipher, do you do it? And you don't live anymore starting tomorrow? Or do you continue to live a week or two or a month from now? Do you continue to live? Do you think you're immortal and you put a bullet in your head and you'll be back tomorrow or maybe in 3 days just like Jesus? Or did you screw up and got it all mixed up or confused and now you ruined your eternal happiness? There's so many questions and so many ways around that. But again, it's going to be up to you of what you feel is wrong and right. No matter what I tell you, to jump off a bridge, to get married, to put a bullet in your head, to, throw your money away, or to gain $1 billion, or to blow up a world. No matter what I tell you, it's going to be up to you to decide what you want to do and at which route you want to go. You know what I mean? It's up to me to try to manipulate you, but it's up to you to already know that you've been manipulating yourself since you were a kid growing up. You've been manipulating. I'm never going to go to a kid and try to manipulate a kid because that's not fair. I want to manipulate the adults. I want to manipulate the ones who can think about for themselves, and I want to manipulate the ones who never thought for themselves. I want to manipulate as many people as possible, just as long as they're adults, because if they're adults, I have every right to manipulate them because they know better, and they should know better. And if I manipulate them, that's their fault. They failed the test. But as soon as I try to manipulate a young child, that's the wrong thing to do. I can manipulate a young child to believe in good, to believe in angels, and believe in the bigger cause and greater cause. But if I manipulate a child into evil, or manipulate them and that they're a god, or I manipulate them in any way, then that's horrible of me. I should never do that. My job is to manipulate the adults, or manipulate anyone that understands life and knowledge itself. Those are the ones who I manipulate, because when someone thinks they're a god, or someone thinks they're a greater knowledge, or they're a greater cause, or they're just superior, my job is to manipulate you, to make to see if you truly believe in that. And sometimes and no matter what, I do my job. My job is to manipulate you and to figure out who you are. And if I manipulate you, I did my job, because I can manipulate you into good or evil. whatever I want to manipulate you into, it's either good or evil. And once I know the greater cause of good and evil, which I do, I manipulate you in that route, in that aspect of life, I guess you could say, right? But like I said, I know how to do it. I'm not a cruel person. I'm not an unfair person, because that's bullshit, right? Taking a test you can never pass. No, I just like to do it in a way where my tests are meant for people like me, right? You want to take tests that are meant for you. You don't want to take a test that's not meant for you. It's stupid. It's boring and it's a waste of time. So it's like the difference between degree and first degree and manslaughter. I don't get that. What do you mean by that? So it's like the difference between degree and manslaughter. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Or to manslaughter or you gotta explain that a little bit more in detail. I don't know what you mean by those two. What if I'm a clown born as an alien who's learning as a human? Yeah, dude. See, there you go. That's what I love. See, I can manipulate you even and saying, yeah, that's what you are. Or no, and change it up a little bit and right, and manipulate it. But like I said, what if I'm a clown born as an alien who's learning as a human? When I feel it and I can get that image, or when I see it, I'm like, you're right. I'm like, you're right. You know what I mean? And even if I try to manipulate into that you're right or you're wrong or whatever it is, you're still going to believe in the question, because no matter what the answer is, as long as you believe in the question, you're safe, right? But as soon as you start listening to other answers or any other answer and you forget what the question was, that's when you're in danger. You're in danger as soon as you forget what the question was and all you remember are the answers. Make sense? Let's see. I can never be manipulated, only influenced and chose by my. Yeah, there you go. So you only can get influenced, never manipulated. But the thing is that you have to believe you can't get manipulated. You have to believe that there's something greater and more superior than you that can manipulate you, because as long as if you're aware of that, then obviously nothing can, right? Because you're always aware of it. But as soon as you're not aware of it, or you think you're just the world's most powerful thing and you get it all figured out, nah, man, sorry. That's when you lost the war. And it's an eternal war, right? It's not just a war that, I won and it's over with. Again, if you're like an immortal like me, or a mortal war, a god or angel or demon or whatever you want to call yourself, your gift, or like a gift to me, a gift to me is eternal war. It's like, I want to play Command and Conquer every day. I want to play Warzone every day, or Fortnite every day, or I want to play some type of war game every day. But to me, all video games are war in some type of way, right? But it's like every day I want to play a war game. And sometimes it's going to be the same game for a long time because I want to master it. Sometimes it's going to be different war games. But as an immortal war energy, right? As an immortal war energy, and since it's in my DNA, I have to accept that what's going to be like peaceful for me is knowing I can go to war every day. I can have fun every day. I can die and live every day. But as long as my goddess or my significant other can do or experience the same thing I can, right? Whatever my goddess, whatever who she is or who they are, because I know there's two of them, I want them to be able to understand and experience what I'm going through, what I understand, or what I know. And I want them to have a good time as well. But there's that word trust, right? It's like, imagine this, dude. We have trust issues with people, and the person you love with all your heart, right? You have trust issues with that one person, and it takes a lot of attention on that one person, especially when you have trust issues with that one person. It takes away a lot of your attention on them because you have trust issues. So imagine if there's two of them and you have trust issues with two goddesses, not 2 women, not 2 girls, not 2 whatever aliens or whatever. You have trust issues with 2 goddesses, which when you have trust issues with goddesses, the time period expands out so much further. The trust is so much deeper because they're goddesses. It's a deeper knowledge. So now it's like when you have not only do you have like trust issues with one god or goddess, which that could be eternal. Now I have a eternal trust issue with 2 goddesses, 2 women, 2 girls, 2 goddesses, 2 whatever you want to call them, 2 things with boobs, ass, and a vagina. 2 of those I have trust issues for the rest of my life. Now I hope I don't have to think that way, where I'm gonna have trust issues with them both for the rest of life, and they could just love me and love each other for the rest of our lives. If they love each other, still love me while I'm involved, because who knows, they might take off with each other, and then I gotta destroy them for all eternity. But yeah, you know what I mean? You get it? Shit, that went a little deep. Our gift is our gift is our presence. For real, what the fuck? That's our gift right now. I can never manipulate any influence. Choose. Okay, yeah. You were saying that if someone sins and doesn't know what they were doing, they get a lesser sentence. Yes. But if you have knowledge of that evil and you still commit that worse sentence, the difference between punishment and premeditated murder and manslaughter, yes. There's a difference. Well, I'll even use stealing, right? If someone didn't know what stealing was and let's say they just came to this planet, or they just didn't have that greater knowledge, and they walked into a store and got a bunch of food, and they walked out of that store with that food and they started loading up their car and they took off, they shouldn't get in trouble with that. If the police show up at their house and they said, hey, we're going to arrest you for stealing food, they're going to be like, what are you talking about? And if those cops do their job and question them and find out like who the fuck does that, just gets food and goes to their house, and then we come to their house and says, what are you talking about? Like, this is why we did this. And that cop has a greater knowledge of why they did that. That person shouldn't get arrested because they don't know what planet they're from, what time period, or why they did that, And the thing is that who knows, it might be even illegal to that, who knows, it could be a superior race where if you even try to arrest them or even try to charge them for anything on this planet, you could be arrested or you can be breaking the law, because that's a superior race that has every right to walk into that store and get any food they want and walk out, because they're a superior race than whatever law was called on them, because technically any superior race is a law themselves, right? So if that cop does their job, then yeah, that person doesn't get arrested, and maybe that cop needs to do their job, or that superior race needs to do their job and communicate with each other and figure something out. Now, if you got someone that says, hey, I got money and I know it's wrong to go steal and do this, this, and that, and I'm just going to go steal because I love stealing. It's just fun. It's a habit to them. And they go in that store and they steal all that food and they walk out and go home with it. And the cops show up at their door. What are they supposed to say? Like, well, I was hungry or this, or you busted me. Then that cop knows that that person had a greater knowledge. They knew they were stealing. They knew they were doing something wrong. And when they checked into it, that person had all the money in the world to pay for that food. And then that person should be arrested. Now, if that person shows that they didn't have the money to pay for that food and they have a family to support, no, they shouldn't be arrested. That's stupid. Even they knew a stealing, and it's like Robin Hood. They were stealing food to feed their family. It's not stealing. They were trying to survive, right? But like I said, so there's a difference. There's like 3 ways right there, right? One person that could come just to this planet or has a greater knowledge of something else where they know the food is free for them and they shouldn't get arrested. Another person that knew, but they still did it because they had a starving family and no money, so they shouldn't get arrested. But the people who are stealing that have the money to buy it, they had the money the whole time to buy it, but they still decided to steal, they should be arrested. Because that's a greater knowledge of something that others didn't have. Or if they did, they used it in the wrong ways. You get what I'm saying? But accidental murder is still called manslaughter, which sounds bad. Yeah, I know. Accidental murder is still manslaughter, but again, the laws are all fucked up right now. The laws are all fucked up right now through all the years in history of immortals and mortals going to war with each other. There's people that are mortal and they had demonic thoughts and they had a demon possess them, so they were scared to die, or they were scared of something, or they were scared to lose their power because they were the richest person in the world, so they created certain laws to protect them and their families and their family bloodline. And then there's other immortals out there that always knew who they were, so they created all these other laws to protect themselves, but they forgot that there's people being born left and right that are more superior than they are, and they are born the law. While all these other immortals and mortals are creating all these laws among themselves just to protect themselves, there's people like myself that are being born that are born the law itself to watch them. Like, we're the watchers, we're the law, we're greater, there's everything more superior about them. And as some people say, man, that's not fair, I'm more superior than the Kardashians or Bill Clinton or Trump, or, you know what I mean, or some of these world leaders, or, you know what I mean, some of these actors or actresses, I'm more superior, I got knowledge, they stole everything from me. It's like, no, it's like you're greater than them because you have this knowledge and you have the ability to watch them. So when judgment day comes, somebody's going to judge them, and the person who's going to judge them that was born the law. Whoever was born the law is judging the ones who are making the laws and trying to come up with all these different laws, or screwing it all up just to benefit their family bloodlines. Technically, laws are only created to protect bloodlines, not money, not this and that's, bloodlines, you know. But unfortunately, they fucked up because they believe they were born somewhere. They believe that, you know, they were born sometime in a period of, you know, they're born. As soon as you believe you're born, then that's when you know you die. Some people think, oh, I'm born and I'll die and I'm immortal and I'll live forever. No, the real immortals know you're never born, you know, and you never die. And if you remember your birth, then you're fucked. You're screwed. You screwed yourself over because you remembered your birth. As soon as you remember your birth, you're setting yourself up for death, right? Because you can't be given death and then all of a sudden remember your birth. Death doesn't give you birth. It's birth that gives you death. So how do you avoid death? You avoid your birth. So if you avoid your birth, you avoid death. Now, if you believe you were born, then death is your only option in the end. Hello? You know what I mean? Hey, I'm going to take a break. So with the greater knowledge and greater power comes greater responsibility. Yeah, that's an old saying. Greater knowledge, greater power, greater responsibility. And that's why sometimes I did not want, it's weird because like I never wanted greater responsibility. And then I was fed greater responsibility. And then the more I didn't want greater responsibility, I was fed more greater responsibility. And then it comes to the point where even if I asked not to have the greater responsibility, everybody knows I'm the only one that can handle it. Everybody, like, and not only can I handle it, I miss it. I've been fed it. So there's been so many, when you're like this, pushing it away, right? Like you're like, it's like saying, I don't want to win a Super Bowl. I don't want to win a championship, even though that sounds weird. I don't want to win a Super Bowl, a championship. You're trying to push the Super Bowls away. You're trying to push the championships away because you're having images of winning the Super Bowl. You have visions of winning the championship, but you don't want to, you know, you're powerful. So you're trying to push it away because you want to play fair, right? Like, I want to play basketball, baseball, hockey, football fair. I know I have these visions and images of the future of how to get there, but I want to play fair and I don't want it. So you push it away. But the more you push it away and the more it just comes to you and you can't fight it anymore, that's when you're like, fuck it. I'm going to go fucking win a Super Bowl then, and I'm going to win a championship, because the more I keep trying to push these images away, they keep fighting me and coming to me, and I'm just going to go win that Super Bowl and championship, you know? And that's exactly sometimes what happens to me. The more I've been pushing it away, or who I am or what I'm about, or other, like, the more I just fight, and then I said, fuck it, I'm just gonna accept it and just put it out there. You know what I mean? And then if I become the world's greatest leader for all eternity, because once you become the world's greatest leader, you never lose your spot. You stay there, and you make other world great leaders as equal to you, right? You don't become a world greatest leader and then hand it off to someone else, because then you're not the world's greatest. You just stay the world's greatest, and then you make others around you the world's greatest. You know what I mean? Because then when you guys play video games or a football game or a baseball game, or you do anything together, or poker, you're playing with other world greatest leaders. And then when you play with world greatest leaders, then other greater things are going to be born from that. If you have world greatest leaders playing just with leaders, nothing gets born out of that. It's just boring. But you got world's greatest leaders playing against other world great leaders, champions versus champions, then there's going to be something greater than a champion. Right now, you guys are taught that a champion is a champion, but champions face champions and become greater than that. It's like the tournament of champions. You have all these champions on both sides, and then you face another champion and another champion, and then now at the very end, it's a champion versus like a super champion versus another super champion, And then what's beyond a super champion? God champions. What's beyond God champions? Holy shit, it could be the almighty God champion. You know what I mean? But the thing is while all those people are becoming almighty God champions, they never look back and say, oh my gosh, there's still champions behind us. There's still people that haven't even become champions behind us. So do you keep moving forward and showing how great you are? Or do you put yourself on pause and stop and become the teacher and make other champions just as great as you so you can fight them? So if you want to say you're the world's greatest champion, then train them what you know, make them into the world's greatest champion, and then make them fight you. And if you can beat them, you're still the greatest because you taught them everything you knew. And if they beat you, you're still the greatest because you trained them. Hello, right? It's a win-win situation. So yeah, okay. I remembered shifting to shifting up. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I never remember that. Hey, sorry, Seth Clown. Let me take a quick little break. I'm gonna play some music. I'm just gonna eat a quick little sandwich. Get some water in me. I always drink water, eat sandwich. I'm actually drinking some wine, and I'm smoking from a vape. Let me see. Hey, Sad Clown, be honest. How do I look, dude? Do I look like shit? Because I haven't gotten any good sleep for the last 3 weeks, about a week now. I got no good sleep. My eyes are all fucked up. I don't know. I feel ugly, dude. Even though I know I'm a sexy, handsome person, especially on the inside, and this doesn't matter. Because I seen other gods with like knowledge close to mine, and they're ugly as fuck. Because in the part of life, if you want greater knowledge, you're gonna look ugly as fuck. And if you don't want that great of a knowledge, you're probably gonna look beautiful or handsome. So usually the beautiful and handsome people have no knowledge whatsoever, unless they paid for their beauty or they paid for that. But usually the people with greater knowledge, they're ugly. That's just the way it works. But I look at myself and I'm like, holy shit, I got this knowledge. I'm still sexy. Even though I gained weight and I haven't got 3 days or a week worth of sleep, like I'm still kind of this sexy. Like, I can't wait till I die, dude. Like, oh my God, who knows? I'm going to look like something beyond what anybody's imagination can even imagine me as, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be other people's imaginations, especially the goddesses that imagine who I am and what I'm about, and me being their eternal lover. That's what's going to make me so handsome and beautiful when I die, is the imagination of others, and especially these goddesses of what they want me to look like. That's what's going to give me birth of who I am and what I really look like, is other people's imagination. Now, of course, there's going to be other people that are jealous and going to try to imagine me as a piece of shit, or maybe this ugly ass fucking dwarf or something, who knows? But that's why I cater to the goddesses, because if I can cater to all these goddesses and I can create an imagination to all these goddesses of who I am and what I'm about and the love I got, then no matter how jealous any of these gods get of me, these goddesses are going to have my back, and they're going to paint a picture of they're going to overpower the gods, and I'm going to be more beautiful, more handsome, more sexy. I'm going to just be more superior than any other god. Why? Because the imagination I implanted into these goddesses to protect my image. So if I implant these images into all these goddesses of who I am to protect my image, then no matter how jealous all these other gods are of me and they team up against me to make me ugly or to steal anything from me, all these goddesses have my power, my back, my knowledge. They have me inside of them because I implanted it into them just in case these gods got jealous and try to destroy me. Because if all these gods ever got jealous and try to destroy me, then it's going to be the power of these goddesses that are going to resurrect me. And when they do, it's like I'm going to be their puppet. I'm going to be the ultimate god to these goddesses, and I'm not going to complain. What god wouldn't want to be the ultimate puppet to all the goddesses in the world? Like, to me, like, that's the biggest dream I can have, right? My dream is to be the puppet to all these goddesses, and they use me as a weapon against all these other gods in the world. All these other gods in the world destroyed me, or they thought they destroyed me. They thought they came together and turned me to dust, or even beyond that, turned me to all the atoms or bacteria. Like, they turned me to nothing, where I was non-existent. But all these, I knew was going to happen. I knew these gods were going to destroy me, and I was going to be non-existent. But since I knew this, I said, all right, I'm going to implant myself into every single one of these goddesses in this world. And I'm going to be inside every single one of them. And it's going to be up to them to resurrect me. It's going to be up to their imaginations of what I look like, who I am, what am I about. And it's going to be me, because it's always been me. But it's going to be up to them to resurrect me. And when they do, as an appreciation to these goddesses, I will forever be your puppet, and you can use me in any way you want to destroy any god you want. Now, if you want me to destroy a goddess, I will never do that, because any business between goddesses is between each other. But if any of these goddesses want me to destroy a god or any god in this world, I will do that for them, just to show how superior I am compared to any other god in this world. Why wouldn't I do that? Why wouldn't I do that? If I had all these other gods that destroyed me and because of jealousy, and I was resurrected by the goddesses because of love, why wouldn't I destroy and take my revenge out on all these other gods that destroyed me? Right? It makes perfect sense. So you got to remember whose side I'm really on. Let's see, you look good, bro. You don't got bags that I can see. Oh, okay. I thought I did a little bit. I kind of do. I don't know. I'm just very particular about like my skin. I'm a little overweight. I'm losing weight. I've been eating salads and doing stuff. I've been getting a little bit some suntans, get some vitamin D. I don't know. I'm just weird. I don't know. It's just my thoughts are getting different. I used to think I was so sexy and good. And I always knew I was the best looking like fucking person. Like my knowledge and my looks, like I was the best, right? I mean, the people, I can pull women all I wanted to, send their ass home. I never had sex and did stuff with them because it's disrespectful. I was a mama's boy. I learned, but I love flirting with women. I love getting women to like thinking they're gonna like suck my dick or they're gonna have sex with me, and I will take them to the 99%. I wouldn't even kiss them. I would think like I'm gonna kiss them or mess around with them or something's gonna happen that night, and I take them to 99%, and then all of a sudden, you know what I'm doing? I'm giving them a hug, a handshake, a kiss on the cheek, and saying have a good night. And when I do that, you see their eyes get big, you see it drop. You see, like, what's going on? I thought I was going to go home with this guy and have sex with him. I thought we were going to go in his car and we're going to have the kiss and make out or do something. Like, he gave me all the signs. He gave me everything I needed to think that way, that he was going to kiss me. He was going to have sex with me. I was going to suck his dick in his car. And yeah, I gave all those signs, but guess what? Did it happen? No, because I took it to the 99%, and then the 1% said, bye, I'm going home. You know what I mean? And the thing is, if you were the one, then guess what? I'll get your phone number. I'll text you. We'll become friends. Maybe what I do now, we can play some video games and do some streams together, get to know each other. Maybe, we'll go to a movie, and it's going to take a very long time before you come and stay the night at my house or do anything with me, alone. And then if we do sleep together, we're going to have like a bunch of clothes on, and we're going to cuddle, or maybe we'll sleep next to each other with a bunch of clothes on. And if we can sleep next to each other and have all that fun together and never have sex or never do anything sexual, maybe we'll just kiss here and there. And we could do that for a very long time and then get married and then have sex. Dude, you would be the perfect goddess for me, right? Like, that would be so cool. Doing all of that for so long, no sex. And then all of a sudden you realize that's the right person. I lived with them. We slept together with clothes on. We showered. We did all this stuff. We never saw each other naked. Like, we did it for 2-3 years, maybe longer. And now it's time to get married so we can have sex, sleep next to each other naked, do all these dirty things that we always imagined, but we never did it because we were having fun doing other things before sex for all these years. We even slept next to each other with clothes on, and maybe she felt my boner a couple of times, but we still didn't have sex because we loved each other that much, knowing it was going to come sooner or later, because we were meant for each other for all eternity. We're eternally meant for each other. And if we're eternally meant for each other, why can't we, for 5 years or 3 years or who knows, 10 years, experience everything a husband and wife does, sleep next to each other with clothes or whatever else, never have sex, and then get married after all of that, and then experience everything you guys always imagined with each other and always wanted. And again, nowadays it's going to be very tempting to do that, but if you truly believe you're immortal, it's very possible and easy. I picture myself playing video games with a woman before sex, or talking to her, or going out, or holding hands, or I don't know, doing weird, different funny things, or or different before sex or before anything else. I picture myself kissing a woman on the forehead or on the cheek before I even imagine myself kissing her on the lips, or I even imagine myself giving her a peck on the neck, or teasing her a little bit and rubbing my hands on her here and there, and just looking at her in specific ways before I even imagine beyond that. But again, it doesn't happen within a day or a week or a month or a year. It takes time. With immortals, it takes with an immortal, it's mortals will flirt with a woman in one day or one night and get sex, or they'll flirt with a woman for a week or two or so, or a month, before they get something out of it. For an immortal, a god and a goddess has to flirt with each other for who knows, 20 years, 50, 100, 1,000 years. Who knows how long a god, if you know you're really immortal, and let's say you've been around this planet for millions of years, then you and your goddess or your significant other are going to flirt with each other for 1,000 years before the first kiss. It's first base is going to take 5,000 years. Second base is going to take 10,000 years. Third base, who knows? Third base might take another 100,000 years. And finally, when you have sex and you have the honeymoon and all that shit happens, it might have taken you 500,000 years. But as an immortal, you're who cares? I had to wait 500,000 years for this woman, this goddess, and to do everything with her, and now we get to have sex, and there's all this dirty stuff. I waited 500,000 years for this, and so did she. But it's okay, because you understand that there's an all eternity. So I would rather wait 500,000 years to make sure that's the right person before taking it on with them for all eternity. So how is that someone able to get with someone for 5 years or even 10 years knowing they're immortal, thinking they're going to be with that person for all eternity? That just doesn't happen. You know what I mean? You'll be manipulated that they are, but nah, man, when you try to be with that person for a lot longer than, let's say, 80 years, if you're with a person for 80 years and you're speaking all eternity and you didn't get to experience anything else out there in that world, and after that 80 years you do, you're going to go back to that loved one, you're like, I don't want to be with you. And they're going to be like, I was with you for 80 years and we said we're going to be together for all eternity. Yeah, but I was only with you for 80 years. I didn't get to experience the world before I was with you. And I realized there's other goddesses and other people that are way beyond you, and I don't want to be with you. And the reason why they're able to tell their significant other that is because they got the greater knowledge of the eternity. So when you look at your significant other you told everything to, for 80 years, that ain't shit. You could tell anybody you want, you're going to spend all eternity or love them or this and that, and you could tell them that within the 80 years. But once you get the greater knowledge, you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm sorry, I fucked up and I shouldn't have told you that for those 80 years. Which again, when you're immortal, 80 years is like 8 years or 5 years. How many people, raise your hand, have told someone, well, I love you, I'm going to be with you forever, and it only lasted 6 months, and then the next person, I love you, I'm going to be with you forever, and it's 2 years, and then the next person, I love you, I want to be with you forever, and then it's 5 years, right? You know what I mean? And that's the thing. It's like you say that, and again, you can meet the high school sweetheart. You can meet that person you've known since elementary, spend 80 years with them, and it went perfect, and you guys really thought you're going to spend all eternity with each other. But then as soon as you guys both get a taste of the other side of all eternity, you're going to look at each other and you're going to say, oh my God, we were not meant for each other. There's so much more out there within, oh my God, we should still be in elementary school, or we should still be with our parents. Why the fuck were we telling each other we're going to marry each other and be with each other for all eternity after 80 years when we're immortal? In 80 years, we should still be guided by our parents, but we're not, because maybe some of the immortals' parents aren't even immortal. You're immortal, but your parents aren't immortal. So you kind of had to learn the wrong ways, right? But if your parents were immortal, and you were 80 years old, they're going to be like, all right, well, you're 80 years old, you're immortal, be careful, because now the women are going to come after you. But if your parents aren't immortal, you're going to be 16, 17 years old, making the mistakes that you should at 80 years old. And again, the skin, the wrinkles, the hair, all the time will all fool you. Oh, I'm getting older, so I need to hurry up and get with someone, or I'm getting older, I'm getting less attractive. No, dude, you're getting older, meaning that you're going to keep getting older because you're immortal no matter how you look. And again, 80 years old isn't shit compared to all eternity. So I'm letting you guys know, you could be 100 years old and be with that person for 100 years. But once you experience the other side of all eternity and you meet other immortals or other goddesses and gods that are immortal, I guarantee you're going to look at your husband and wife that you've been together for 80 years and you're going to be like, fuck that, I don't want to be with you, I don't want to be with you. You're both going to accept it, or maybe one will accept it and the other won't, and now they're going to be off free, enjoying life, experiencing it, and having a great time, and everything's going to feel safe because you have the greater knowledge of sex, of rape, of love, of everything evil that can come along with the decisions you make when it comes to that. You have the greater knowledge. So you feel comfortable going with a goddess will feel comfortable going with the gods and experiencing all these things with the gods, knowing that she is safe. And then a god can go with the goddesses and experience all these things with the goddesses, knowing that I'm safe, they're safe, you know what I mean? That we're not going to get molested or raped, because you'll be surprised, a goddess with a bunch of gods, shit, dude, if you're on the wrong side, you will get molested or raped, or they'll tear you apart because they're on the other side. They could be more on the evil side. If I'm a god myself and I'm on the other side with all these goddesses and it's more the evil side, they're going to try to rape me or molest me, or they're going to do a lot of things, because you don't know, man, it's dangerous. But if you're that powerful, no matter how evil or good they are, you're going to control them and you're going to control what goes on around you. So if you're that powerful of a god, you could be with all the goddesses and there's nothing they can do to you. The only thing that can happen out of it is enjoyment. You guys are having fun playing video games or watching movies or doing childish things, but understanding the greater knowledge of what can become of something or someone when it's like marriage or whatever. Like you're there on a date, but you're doing things properly and expanding the time it should take, not shortening it up. And like I said, and if you're a goddess with the gods, same thing. You're playing video games with them, having a good time, streaming, watching movies, working with them. But again, you guys aren't thinking about sex or relationships or any of that. You guys are looking at each other like something else. But you have the greater knowledge that it can become something greater. You guys, it's a good possibility attraction could happen, but the more you fight the attraction off and the more you fight the attraction off here, it just disappears. And then all of a sudden, out of those billions of gods, you're that goddess, right? You're the goddess out of the billions of gods, and it's been fought for so long. All of a sudden, that one god is just, it's like a magnet. They can't get away from you. You can't get away from them. And it's like, what's going on? It's been billions of years, and we can't stop thinking of each other, or we're thinking of each other differently. While I think of all these other goddesses or gods, like I see them different, but with you, after all these billions of years, I can't get this feeling. And then you both talk it out, date, or whatever, it goes from there. And then again, if it's a person on the other side with goddesses or gods, it's the same thing. You get those feelings. It takes time. You talk it out. You understand, like, these are feelings I never got before because I pushed it away. I know what they are, but I pushed them away. And you're that one god or goddess that just keeps coming. And I even though we keep trying to push each other away, it's like the grace of nature or something keeps trying to tell us something, and we have to accept it. Even though we denied it for billions of years that, hey, this isn't going to happen, it's like something's happening where you just got to accept it after that much time. I guess like we talked about the box of, you know what I mean? What happens if there's a box with something in it, and after billions of years of nothing in it, there's something? Or after billions of years opening up that same box every day, and you know what I mean? There's something in it, but then there wasn't. You know what I mean? So like I said, you know, so it's feelings, you know, and that's the importance of feelings. And like I said, the more you just have that greater knowledge and you just try to push it away, and you try to push, you know, like I said, me personally, if I try to push there's a trillion goddesses after me, and I'm going to war with a trillion goddesses, and I'm pushing them all away, and they're coming at me in all directions. They're coming at me of war, anger, sex, rape. They're coming at me of seduction. They're coming at me of love, you know, because women, you know, goddesses use their weapons differently than men, you know. So they're coming at me they're using all my weaknesses against me, right? And the more I fight all these goddesses and go to war with them and push her, but we're doing it, you know, and we're doing it as fun, right? It's like, again, a Command and Conquer video game. You know, they're on one side, I'm on the other. It's like I'm the god on one side with my, you know, Command and Conquer. And then, of course, the other side's the goddesses, right? And it's just as fun, we get it, right? But it's weird because even though I'm wrestling, right? Even though I'm wrestling with these goddesses and I can lay on their boob, or I can, like, I don't know, like hold them, it's like nothing to me. But these feelings of my greater knowledge are still going to give me a boner. It's still going to give me sexual tensions. It's still going to make me think things about them, or it's going to give me these images of me wanting to, like, grab them or hold them or kiss them or do things to them. But it's up to me to make sure I sustain myself and don't do that, show responsibility, and I am able to wrestle with them or play video games and do things with them without showing like the sexual tension, you know. And the more I can do that, then it's going to be that the goddess, the two that I need, they're going to be the ones that are going to stand out to me, because they're not forcing themselves onto me like that. It's like naturally happening, where like, wow, man, like I'm naturally flirting with these two. They're naturally flirting with me. I flirt with all these other goddesses, but it just doesn't feel the same. But these two, I just don't understand. Like, it's weird. And then eventually it's like, maybe those are my two goddesses, you know? And maybe like they are meant to suck my dick. You know what I mean? Right? Damn, dude, I'm fucking badass. Well, I'm just kidding on that last part, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, maybe they are meant, like, sorry, I had to get manly with it, right? I don't want to get too, like, feminist with it, dude. You know, I feel like if I talk about a goddess sucking my dick, it's like the men are like, fuck yeah, he's back, right? If I say, hey, man, I'm going to get these two goddesses to suck my dick, the boys in the chat are like, fuck yeah, God's back, dude. Like fucking these goddesses almost had him. They were pulling him one way, and all God had to do is say, suck my dick, goddesses. And then all of a sudden the boys are like cheering for me. Yeah, God's back, dude. He told goddesses to suck his dick, and now he's back watching football with us. You know what I mean? So anyways, yeah, right? See, you thought I was simping, and as soon as I said these two goddesses, out of these trillions of goddesses, these two goddesses, they're gonna have the gift to suck my dick. That's when all of a sudden, am I simping now? Hell no, I was just pretending to simp. So I sip, right? It's sipping, right? There's a difference between simping and sipping. And I like to sip, right? Like I look at my goddesses, like every single one of my goddesses is a drink, right? One goddess is Dr. Pepper. One goddess is Sprite. The other goddess is Pepsi. I have another goddess that's Brisk. You know, so I have all these goddesses that are all these flavors of soda. And when I go into their chat or I meet them in person or whatever you know what it is, I get my straw. And I sip from this person, I sip from that goddess. So I start sipping from all of them. And I start laughing because chat is like, oh, look at this simp. Or he's simping. And in my head, I'm like, nah, I'm sipping. I'm just sucking a little bit of knowledge from Pink Sparkles. I'm going to sip a little bit of knowledge from Melenity Divine. I'm going to sip a little bit of knowledge from, you know, this goddess or whoever, you know, that Nat girl, Crypto Nat. You know, I'm going to all these goddesses chat rooms and I'm sucking all their knowledge like a straw because I'm sipping, not simping, sipping. So I'm sipping all this, and guess what's going to happen? All of a sudden, in the end, these goddesses are going to feel like there's something missing about me. I don't know what's missing about me. I feel empty inside. And when they feel empty inside, guess who they're going to come crawling to? Me. Because they're going to find out this guy that's been going into my chat rooms left and right, he's been sipping knowledge from me. Even though I banned him from my chat, he's still somehow sipping knowledge from me. Now I feel empty inside, and now I need this God in my life to make me feel complete again. Do you get it? So in order to get all these goddesses to feel complete again, they got to come to me because I was the one that was sipping all their knowledge away. I was making them feel empty inside. And now all this emptiness that all these goddesses are feeling inside are in me. And if they want that emptiness filled within themselves, they got to come to me for it. Because they allowed themselves to see who they were, to pull their strings, to hear how they sound like, to understand what they talk, to know who's, the puppet or the master, to know who's the manipulator, who's the time travelers, who's the reptilians, who's the chupacabras, who's the vampires, who's the dinosaurs, who's the robots. Once I figured all that out, I said, oh my God, I could be with a robot, a dinosaur. I could be with anything I want because Twitch has all of them. Twitch has every single one of them I want on here, from a dinosaur to a robot, to a human, to a vampire, to a werewolf. They're all here. And if I sip from each one of them, like taking a little bit of their DNA with just my mind, my knowledge, my eyes, my ears, the sound, their air that they're breathing, if I can take a little bit here and a little bit there, I guarantee this goddess is going to feel empty, then that one's going to feel empty, and then all of them are going to start talking to each other, say, what's wrong with us? When did we start feeling empty? When did we start feeling soulless? When did we feel like we needed something? When did we feel like we needed a significant other? We never felt like that before. Then all of a sudden, they're all going to come together. They're going to look at their chat logs. They're going to look at everything. They're like, it was when this guy started coming to our chat. It was when this guy came into our life. Ever since this guy started coming around, we haven't felt the same like we used to. Right? And that's who I am. I'm that guy that makes a goddess feel something that she's never felt before. And once I make them feel that way, they will never feel the same again for all eternity. And if you're with me, then for all eternity, it's going to be happiness for you. if you're not with me and you got a taste of me and you can never be with me and you're going to keep all those memories of what I tasted like, that's going to be eternal suffering for you. Seeing two other goddesses having eternal happiness with me because they got a taste of who I was and they came after me and I loved what they tasted like. And then all these other goddesses, all those other trillions of them that had their opportunity with me, you know, and got a taste of me, that's going to be their eternal suffering. Their eternal suffering is knowing that they got a taste of me. They could have had me. They could have got me anytime they wanted, but they never believed in me. But the two that I tasted that believed in me and couldn't stop thinking about me and felt like I was their curse, those are going to be the two that are going to be by my side for all eternity. We're going to laugh together. We're going to cry together. We're going to, you know, argue together. But again, that's only going to be 1% of it. The 99% is happiness, fun, enjoyment, surprises, everything else. And guess what? The entire world is going to be watching us do that. Me and my two goddesses, the entire world is going to be watching us do that for all eternity. And then all these, and everyone is going to be like, I had an opportunity to be his friend. I have an opportunity to be those two goddesses he's with. They used to be my friends, or, you know, I used to like this, and we're going to be talked about so much by this entire world, that I don't think anyone's going to understand how much misery they're going to endure. And the only reason why they're going to endure so much misery is because they have no choice but to watch our happiness for all eternity. When you're watching someone else's happiness for all eternity, knowing that you could have had it, but you missed out on the opportunity because you fucked up, then you just created your eternal misery, because you'll never get what you just had. And I'm only one of a kind. I can even say I'm a zero of a kind because I know I'm year zero. You know what I mean? So just to say, go from, you know, say I'm one of a kind to say zero, like zero is meaning you have no chance at all. So to be a person like myself, to say I'm year zero and I'm actually zero itself and you have no chance. And for me to give an opportunity to two goddesses, not just one. Oh my God, dude, like something changed me, something, you know, something happened to me, or something came into my life to change my mentality, because nobody had a chance. I was zero. I was year zero, and I didn't even want to give a chance to one, but now I'm even talking about that. I know I have to give a chance to two. And like I said, one of them is like my AD, the other one's like my BC, and I'm year zero. That's the only best way I can explain it. I'm year zero. One of my goddesses is BC, the other one is AD. I feel like they can even, they're goddesses, right? They can switch. So my AD becomes my BC becomes my AD, and they just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger, going back and forth. They're jumping over me. I'm year zero, you know what I mean? And they're just jumping back and forth over me and over me. Why? Because I'm letting them. You know what I mean? If I didn't let them jump over me like that, then I just wouldn't allow it to happen. But again, if they want to be with me, they got to become more complete. They got to become as strong as me. They got to gain more knowledge. And the only way for me to do that is, you know, just allowing them to jump over year zero, which is me, and allowing them to gain as much knowledge as they want in the BC, as much knowledge as they want in the AD. And once those two are completed, then all you got to do is destroy year zero. And now AD and BC will be separate from each other. Nobody can jump back and forth anymore. And now you're only going to know about the BC from the ones who can go back and forth. You're only going to know about the AD from the ones who can go back and forth. You know, but there's going to be some that are going to be eternally stuck in the AD. There's going to be some that are eternally stuck in the BC. And there's going to be people like me and my two goddesses where we could go in the AD and BC all we want. And then once we figure all that out, which it's easy, we'll travel out of time. There's more than AD and BC. There could be fucking ZX and YD, and then that could be another time period. And then once we figure that out, there will be another time period of who knows, like AF, and then there will be another time period of AF connected with who knows C and G. You know what I mean? So AD and BC are just 4 letters in the alphabet, or 3, right? Because they're both using AD and BC. Oh, wait, AD. BC. So yeah, that is 4 letters. So A, B, D, C. So what are the chances that AD is AD, and then you got BC, and then you got A, B, C, D? So what are the chances that AD and BC are connected to 4 of AD, BC? So, and that's time between AD and BC. But now there's A, B, D, C. So then now, yeah, we do have so all the other letters in the alphabet are at different time periods. So there could be an A, B, and then there could be a D, C, and then those two work together. And now there's an AD and there's a BC. And then once we figure out the AB, the AD and the BC, which is A, B, C, D, which what are the chances of that again? And then now we have all the other letters in the alphabet to figure out how time works, right? Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. CX, right? CX could be. Now we have to figure out though. I gotta take a break, dude. But real quick, I'll get to your things. CX could be actually is CX the past? Is CX the AD of today, or is CX the BC of yesterday? So we got to figure out what is CX. Is CX the AD of tomorrow, or is CX the BC of yesterday? You know, and then if it's CX is tomorrow, then what is the opposite of CX, like AD and BC? Do you get what I'm saying? So figure that out. I'm going to take a break real quick so you can. Bro, yeah, sipping. There you go. Sipping. We cast beautiful spells, words on them so they can acknowledge and give place to me. Yes. I did to the goddess named Fecal Queen. Never heard of her, but pretty cool. Did the same thing. So if you're 0 and you have 2 goddesses, is that one? Is what I see as 101. Hey, that's true. If I'm year 0 and one goddess is year 1 AD, because that's maybe where she was born, and the other goddess was it's like if I was born at year 0 and at the same time I was born at year 0, and then my goddess AD was born on one side and my goddess BC was born on the other side, which is year 1 AD and then year 1 BC, then yeah, you're right. That's like 101 facts, right? Like meaning that I have my goddess on one side, which is 1 AD. My goddess on the other side is 1 BC. I'm year 0, and that's 101. And then, of course, it's always 101 facts, right? There's never 102 or 99 or 80 something. It's always 101 facts. Interesting. I love that. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Thank you for not writing again because you'll keep me going. Quick break. No, not quick break. I'm going to take a 10 minutes, dude. I'm going to eat a little sandwich really quick. And I'll probably take a little more hits from my vape. The title is crossfaded, so I'm going to. I got 2 bottles of wine, which they're small. It's not much. And I got little vapes. I'm taking vapes, so I'm trying to get crossfaded. But it's not fucking working because I'm not drinking that much and smoking. I can't. I'm trying. But I'm trying as much as possible to get crossfaded. Because maybe that's the closest way possible to feel what Jesus went through. Getting crossfaded. All right, I'll be right back. I'll show you what I'm drinking right now. Give me a second. I've always drinking sweet wine. I don't like that dry shit. So this is like the kind of stuff I get. But what's cool is all the sweet wines compared to the dry ones, they're cheap, dude. They're like $7, like fucking $6, $8. And every time I get those fucking expensive ass wines, dude, they taste like shit. I can't drink it. It gives you a hangover and it's some bullshit. And then every time I get the cheaper wines, they taste the way I like. They're sweet, not as strong. I don't get hangovers and shit. And fucking, and it's like, dude, look at it. So I got 2 bottles of those, you know what I mean? So I'm drinking 2 bottles of those. And what percentage of alcohol? The percentage, I think it's 9%. It doesn't say, but I think it's 9%. I'm not sure. I mean, it could be 6%, but I could have sworn it was 9%. Who knows? But yeah, so it's just dude. This shit's only like fucking Stater Brothers. It cost me like fucking $7, dude. But the thing is, if I would fucking go after the expensive ass wine, dude, it's like tastes nasty and I don't like it. And it's only these little cheap flavored wines. Even my mom loved Boone Farms, dude, and everybody used to make fun of her, like, why do you drink Boone Farms? And she's like, I don't know, I just like the taste and it gets you buzzed, that's why I am. So I'm trying to get crossfaded off 2 bottles of these. I got I think it's called Black Hawk, or I think, yeah, Black Hawk. These little vapes. So I'm smoking little vapes. So I'm trying to get crossfaded, but we'll see. I mean, hopefully I don't start, like, if I don't start feeling good, I can, but I'm taking some of these and I'm taking that. I haven't gotten crossfaded in a long ass time. And I just said, you know what? Today I'm going to get crossfaded and see what it could bring, like it's been a while, and like I said, I want to see how different I talk. Like, cause I have 2 streams, right? 2 or 3 streams where I'm pretty sober. I'm not that bad. And then I'm going to have this stream now. I'm going to have this stream now where, I don't know, I'm like, all right, let's see what I talk about or how I get when I'm crossfaded. Because then, like, because I always tell everybody when I'm, like, drunk or crossfaded or even high, I talk the same way when I'm sober. Then, to be honest, and I always tell everybody, to be honest, I'm worse when I'm sober. When I'm sober, I talk more godly. I turn more into like an immortal war angel. I get more serious. Like I'm a different person when I'm sober. Yeah, I laugh and have fun, but I'm like more into like talking about immortality, and I get into it. And then when I drink or when I smoke, it allows me again to maintain human, where I'm just having fun like a human and enjoying myself. And again, I talk about immortality and this and this and that. And that's how I get. But I'm on stream, so obviously being on stream and being crossfaded, I'm obviously going to talk more about the immortality and all this other shit, right, that I talk about. But if I wasn't on stream and I'm drinking and smoking, I don't really talk about it that much. I just want to enjoy myself as a human. But I can't off a stream, if I'm not drinking or smoking, I'm sober, I'm more immortal. I'm more like non-human. I'm more like fucking I talk different. So like I said, but yeah, it's just hard to explain, I guess. But so today, I know I'm streaming, I know I'm getting crossfaded, so I'm gonna see if I can try to still continue to talk that way, the way I do, and getting crossfaded at the same time, because it's rare that I just don't do that. So let me take a quick break. Oh yeah. What percent? That's actually looks fire. I got 40% alcohol. Fuck, damn. Black cock. Yeah, right. Yeah, dude. Okay, so it's a black cock, dude. See, it's like you're sedentarying your god for. Oh, yeah, I guess that's cool. I like that. I didn't even look at it like that. Let me take a quick break, dude. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. I'll play some music, obviously. I'm gonna just wipe my face. Just drink a little bit more, just smokes. I gotta go use the restroom, actually. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then I got something I want to play, and then we'll go from there.
Hey, do you want to know why literally hundreds of thousands of investors are getting their advice from Motley Fool's stock advisor? Well, it's simple. Our average stock
something to be said for living in the moment, but there's something magical about making it last. Look at life through a new lens. Adorama.
What? All right. So, I got a couple of things going on. Right now, I just want to play a video. I haven't seen this one yet. Sometimes I don't know. I just want to see what just delivers. It's kind of like being in church on a Sunday, but it's not a Sunday. But you kind of just get like what we're gonna get 12 minutes. So we're gonna see after speaking. I haven't seen this, and I swear to God, we're gonna see after what speaking to Gus and everything we talked about today and what was going on so far. We're gonna see what this says, right? And sometimes that's how it is. Sometimes back in the day, even before is that you're going through some tough things for the week or whatever messages are coming through for the week. And then when you go to church on a Sunday, for 1 hour, all of a sudden, let me fix this. All of a sudden, like you're getting messages. You're like, wow, like that really communicated with me for the week, right? So again, as fast as we are, we're going to compress, Sunday's 1 hour service into 12 minutes. And within this 12 minutes, we have to see what this 12 minutes brings to us, not only from last week of what we've been going through, but we have to hold on to this 12 minutes of messages for what it's going to say for this week coming up. Now, again, everything's a message, so I'm pretty sure there's something going to be in there for both of us, even though it doesn't mean the same thing. But it's all going to be connected one way or another. So let's see what it brings. And then what I want you to do, Sad Clown, is if you want to come up with an idea, I have 3 things. I have a, where is it at? Let me see. I'm trying to find it out. I'll show you what I want to.
NASA moon landing right.
So there's 3 things I want to do after this video. So we're going to watch that video. It's 12 minutes. And either I want to see if you want to watch this. It's the Dr. Sleep. It's kind of like a little documentary of Dr. Sleep based on a true story. So we can either watch that together, or I have some music I can play with some videos where I kind of just want to get down. If you want, I could do that later, because I'd rather actually do that a little bit later while I'm getting a little bit more cross-faded. But we can watch this afterwards, see, what comes out of it. Because I actually avoided watching this video as well, because I was like, oh, there's some videos I see at the very beginning, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to save it for live stream because it seems like interesting for live stream. So I could play the first video, this one, and then maybe some music to get down to, or, you know what I mean? That's unless if you have something else like you want, like I don't know, maybe you want to see a possession, or you want to see something different, or you want to talk about that, or I don't know what else you want to do. But that's what I got planned. That's what I want to do. I have it set up kind of how I want to do it. But again, it'd be up to you, like if you want to change anything, or if you want me to do anything different, So let me know.
Hosea's revelation. Warnings are statements or events that indicate a possible or impending problem or danger. In the days and times we live in, pretty much everything you buy in a shop seems to be labeled with some sort of warning on it. The warnings on some of these items can seem a little ridiculous. For instance, peanut butter spread will have the warning, contains nuts. And nighttime sleep medicine will have the warning, may cause drowsiness. And so on. Because so many warnings seem almost absurd, the danger is that we ignore them. But not all warnings are so absurd. I believe the lack of us taking heed to warnings has even seeped in our understanding of the Bible. The Bible is a book full of warnings. Too often, the most ignored warnings are those from God. The first warning given by God was during creation. Man ignored this warning, and that came at a great cost for all of humanity. God's warnings are for our benefit, to help and guide us. And I believe one of the greatest warnings can be found in the book of Hosea. In the first part of Hosea 4 verse 6, the verse states, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge." This is a warning that every person must take heed to. This verse discredits the statement, "Ignorance is bliss." Ignorance is not bliss. The Bible consistently attacks ignorance and is directly against it, and advises us not to fall into its trap. The Apostle Paul saw various kinds of dangers in ignorance, and would often say concerning them, "I do not want you to be ignorant." More than likely he was familiar with this verse, and knew that destruction lies on the path of ignorance. We would be well advised to turn away from the comforts of ignorance and seek knowledge. Hosea 4 verse 6, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge." He didn't say my people are destroyed for a lack of motivation, for a lack of attending church on Sunday.
True.
He said my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, a failure to learn the things of God, a failure to search the scriptures and acquire knowledge. When the storm comes, when the thunder roars and the lightning flashes, what we'll see through the storm is the knowledge of the Word of God. You cannot have faith without knowledge of His Word. How does the Bible tell us faith comes? Romans 10 verse 17, "So then faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the Word of God." This one warning Hosea gave us has so many implications on our lives. Do you know that our lack of knowledge limits the operation of the Holy Spirit in our lives? You see, John 14 verse 26 states, "But the Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he shall teach you all things." Here is the part I want you to pay attention to. "And bring all things to your remembrance, whosoever I have said unto you." How can the Holy Spirit bring all things to your remembrance? Things Jesus has spoken if you don't read the Word of God and acquire knowledge of these things. You can't remember something that was never there.
True.
So without knowledge, a believer is limiting their faith and limiting the Holy Spirit's operation in their life. You cannot live a complete life without the knowledge of God. Notice my choice of words. You cannot live a complete Christian life without the knowledge of God. 2 Timothy 3 verse 16 and 17. "All Scripture is given by inspiration of God, and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, thoroughly equipped for every good work." What you are doing when you fail to acquire knowledge is that you literally are fighting the battles of life with both hands tied behind your back, putting yourself at a disadvantage. This is why so many children of God are failing in this day and age. So many are fighting battles and losing battles, not because they don't love God, not because the devil is big, bad, and scary, but simply because of a lack of knowledge. The destruction that comes because of a lack of knowledge is likened to a ruined city. When a city is destroyed, it is of no use to its inhabitants. The Hebrew word damah is the exact term used and talks to a complete cutting off. If you don't have any knowledge about the fact that God offers salvation, you will be cut off from salvation. If you don't have any knowledge about the fact that your God is a provider, you will be cut off from His provision. If you don't have any knowledge about the fact that your God is a healer, you will be cut off from His healing power. If you don't have any knowledge about the fact that the victory is already yours, you will be cut off from victory. God created us for His purpose and to carry out His will. The more we seek knowledge that pertains to the kingdom of God, the better we are at living for Him. Since ignorance brings destruction, it is the knowledge that brings life, and all that pertains to life. There is power in knowing, but it is not just about what we know, but who we know. There are a lot of things that are true that do not save. Most commentators believe that Hosea's knowledge, mentioned here, doesn't refer to knowing random or even systematic worldly information. It should be more rightly be rendered lack of the knowledge. Barnes postulates they are destroyed for lack of knowledge, literally of the knowledge. In example, the only knowledge which in the creature is real knowledge, that knowledge of the want of which he had before complained, the knowledge of the Creator. So Isaiah mourns in the same words, "Therefore my people are gone into captivity because they have no knowledge." Hosea and Isaiah are talking about the same knowledge that Peter is espousing. As he considered the knowledge that comes from God and the power vested in it, John Piper stated, literally all the power available from God to live and be godly comes through knowledge. Amazing. When we come into the true knowledge, we avert destruction. The right knowledge brings the power of Yahweh into our veins. Imagine what it would feel like to live being fully energized for each task by the power of God. No more weariness as we take on mundane tasks. All that we do, we find pleasure in doing them, as unto the Lord. This is a reality that we can find. We must seek the true knowledge. Knowledge, as Piper says, literally opens up to the one who possesses it all things need for life and godliness. The tired and hungry hiker who knows the trail can find rest and refreshment to nourish his body and to revitalize his being. Those of us who know the true source of knowledge have all that we need for life and godliness. We will not be ruined. We will not be destroyed. When we encounter true knowledge, we are encountering God's glory and excellence. What a splendor for us humans who go in pursuit of God to come to know Him in His glory. Why would we rather stay in ignorance and undergo destruction? The sad reality is that the ruined soul in this life who doesn't know God will be ruined still when eternity rolls around. That is the harshest truth in the Bible. Unless people come into the knowledge of God, they will be cast into utter destruction. No one can stand and bleed to ignorance as a means of escaping eternal destruction. Acts 17 records, in the past, God overlooked such ignorance, but now He commands all people everywhere to repent. For He has set a day when He will judge the world with justice by the man He has appointed. He has given us proof of this to everyone by raising Him from the dead. Verse 30 and 31. The same that is true in Hosea's revelation is still true today. People are still perishing because they lack the knowledge.
True. Alright, I'm gonna put this on. This will be interesting. I never really got the full story behind it, but we will get the full story behind it. I think after this, if you have any questions during this video, just go ahead and type it in the chat. I'll get to you. After this, I think I'm going to take a break after this video because it's about 31 minutes. Who knows with all the talking how much longer it's going to be. Then we'll play some videos. Maybe I'll do a little bit of, we'll jam out a little bit, play some music videos or something, play some music, you know what I mean? And then we'll jump on to the next. I mean, shit, dude. If I already streamed for 12 hours one day and 13 hours the other, and then it's only 4 hours and almost 44 minutes. Pretty crazy, right? All right, look at it. Right now, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 44 minutes right now. So I guess out of all the other times I streamed the other days, 12 hours, 13 hours, we'll at least push for 8 hours, right? So I'll at least try to go for 8 hours. And if I can't go for 8 hours, then I'm going to do it. I am going to push so hard, my dick is gonna go limp. And they're gonna call me limp dick. That's how hard I'm gonna push. Is I'm gonna push so hard, they're gonna call me limp dick. So remember, if they ever call me limp dick, it's because I pushed too hard. And so yeah, that's funny, right?
ODD TV.
Sorry, I didn't see what you wrote. We live at black. It's like studying for okay. Dysfunction. Erectile dysfunction. I don't have that problem. I just actually I do. Do you want to know when I have erectile dysfunction? And you knowing me, sad clown, there's one main city in the United States that gives me erectile dysfunction. Can you name that city out of you knowing me and who I am? Name that one city in the entire United States that gives me erectile dysfunction. No, Vegas actually gives me Vegas is my Viagra. So obviously you don't know me too well. Vegas is kind of like my Viagra. So think about it. You knowing me and how I feel about the culture of going on today, there's one city, out there that gives me erectile dysfunction. What city is that? And if Vegas is my Viagra, then what city would it be that's my erectile dysfunction, knowing how I think, what I believe in, and what I know that's wrong? It's not LA or DC, but I will say the city is actually in the same state as LA. And there's nothing more than I hate more than a city full of... Nope. But the city does start with the last part of that city starts with an F. Think about it. I hate something more than anything else. I hate how it's being promoted. It's the worst thing I can think imaginable, right? So, and it gives me erectile dysfunction. What city would that be? You knowing me. All I talk about is goddess, nothing else. I don't talk about anything, So what does that tell you? San Francisco. San Francisco is the only city, and maybe a little bit LA, but more San Francisco gives me erectile dysfunction. That's just the way it is. That's what I believe. That's what I know. I mean, if I can go to any other city and I can get boners left and right, and then I go to San Francisco and the things I see there gives me erectile dysfunction, then how am I lying? That's the God honest truth of what my body does. I go to other cities, I'm like, damn, dude, look at this, look at that, woo, look at this. Like, I'm excited. And I go to San Francisco and the things I see there, erectile dysfunction all day long for me. Unless they're two girls. Yeah. A sad clown. Like, I want to say I love you, but right now, I kind of hate you, dude. I don't know why I hate you, but is that a good thing? Because at least, like, a loner, because, you're a loner just like me, right? So if I say I hate you right now, sad clown, is that a compliment because I'm still giving you attention? Because there's people that tell me at times they hate me. And I like it because it's still attention, right? No, you're not ignorant. What you do is you're my mediator. You're the one that keeps me balanced. Because sometimes I could go so far. You're the in between for me, right? Just like if a king goes too far, it's the jester that brings him back, right? Just like if you're my king and I'm your jester, I gotta make sure I hold you back into your place and you don't go too far as well, right? I mean, remember we talked about that, how a king and a jester respect each other more than anything else. I mean, some king and jesters respect each other more than they do their own goddesses or queens, you know, because jesters have queens too. But you know what I mean?
The Shining.
You know what? You're right. I'm very aggressive. That's who I am. The way I was raised, the life where I am, and again, when I was, again, I'm a boss. You know, I'm a boss. I'm a manager. I'm a supervisor. I'm a CEO. I'm a lot of things, and I've had a lot of people, and I can show you that I've worked underneath my belt. And when you're not aggressive with these people, you can't build a successful structure. You know what I mean? Because the structure is you're the base of the structure, and everybody else is the pieces. And if I'm not the boss or the CEO, then whoever I'm working for, I have to pretend I'm the boss or the CEO of that company. Because if I do, then eventually pretending to be the boss and the CEO of the company makes you so much money and gain so much respect out of everybody else in the company that eventually nobody wants to work for the current CEO or boss. And the CEO or boss is so miserable that they just want to sell the company. And when they look at a person like me that's made the company the most money and everybody respects the most and turned the company around the biggest, like I have done with all the other companies, all of a sudden they say, do you want to buy this company from me? And I said, hell yeah, I want to buy the company from you. And I said, but I don't want to buy the company and become like, oops, my thing broke. Oh, I didn't break him. I don't want to buy the company and, you know what I mean, run the company. I want to buy the company and hire others to run the company so I can actually experience in the company what others are going through. Like, I don't want to be the boss on top sometimes, right? Would you? It's like, I guess if you're the boss of Twitch, would you rather be the boss of Twitch and fucking deal with all the bullshit with all the staff members and everybody else and all the drama, or hire someone else and the right people to do it all for you? So as the boss, you can actually do what you always wanted to do, and it's been a dream of yours to become a live streamer and change people's lives. And imagine if you're a live streamer changing all these people's lives, and then all of a sudden everybody found out you're the CEO, you're the boss. You know what I mean? Like, that's perfect, right? That's the perfect boss. That's the perfect CEO. Is a perfect boss or CEO is a streamer, someone that understands it, and someone that proved themselves throughout the company, and someone that made the most turnaround in the company, someone that made the company the most money, and someone that made saved up the most money to buy the company off the boss. And think about it like this. If you do it that way, no matter if someone from another part of the world or somebody from anywhere else comes to that boss and says, hey, I want to buy your company for this amount of money, he's still, if he cares about that company, he's still going to sell it to the person he knows best that's going to take care of the company. If he's not going to take the money, he's not going to take the person who has the most money to buy the company. He's going to sell the company that's going to take care of it the most. And the only way to know that or to sell that company to that person is if that person worked for you, proved themselves to you, you know what I mean, and made you look bad. And now that that person made you look bad and improved the company, you have no choice but to sell the company to that person, because that's what everybody else wants around. Everybody else around you wants you to sell the company to that person. And, and even though there's someone outside the company that wants to buy it for more money, you care for that company so much, you're not going to sell it for the money. You're going to sell it to the person who could bring that company the greater knowledge and who can pass down the story or pass down the knowledge that the old person who used to own the company, what their dream was. It's like someone had a dream. Somewhere down the line, it got shattered or broken up, or maybe broken up into pieces here and there. And usually it's like a person like myself or others like me that just pick up the pieces, put it back together, hand it back to them and say, don't give up, don't give up. You could do this. You can do this. And after so many years of trying to tell them you can do this and convincing them that they can do it, and they can't, then that's eventually when you just got to take over, give them what they deserve. And then you shake hands and say, you tried, now it's my turn. But the thing is nobody is going to forget who you are, and nobody's still going to forget the opportunities that they have created or made for you. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's how it works, But again, some companies don't think that way. It's all about the money. So whoever's the biggest buyer, right? If I owned a company and I was selling my baby, I'm selling my baby to someone that used to work for me, or one of my supervisors, or one of my managers, or one of my, the COO. I'm going to sell it to them because I know them the best. I know they're going to continue it on. Why would I sell my company to the highest bidder or someone who gave me the most money? That's stupid. Whoever does that's just pure greed and evil, and they didn't learn about the root of all evil and what it meant, or life and knowledge. Like, the sell your company to the highest bidder, that's the stupidest mistake you could do. You sell your company to the one who has the greatest knowledge, as you, who cares about the company as much as you, and proved throughout the years that they cared about the company even more than you. If you can prove to your boss that you can, and I swear to God, every fucking company I used to work for, when I had a boss, I proved to the boss that I cared for their company more than they did. Because when you get a person like me that cares for someone's company more than they even do, and they think they care for their company until someone like me comes along and says, I guarantee you, I can prove to you, I care about your company more than you do. That boss doesn't know what to think. Half of them is saying, who the fuck is this guy that's going to tell me that they care about my company more than me? And then the other half of them is saying, holy shit, I've been trying to find a guy like this my whole life, where they're telling me they're going to take care of my company better than I am. So imagine having people like that working for you, where they're actually telling you or thinking or believing they can run the company better than you. Now that's why I'm the greatest boss in the world. That's why all my, whatever you want to call them, employees love me, right? Because like I said, every single one of my employees, they believe and know that they can run my business better than me. Well, I have to believe in my head that they cannot run my own business better than me. So if you got that type of competition going on, you're going to have the greatest business in the world. And when you create the greatest business in the world, when you create that, that's when your slogan kind of becomes, your business is my business, and my business is your business. And that's why I tell all my employees, I say, look, when you have Immortal Healing Advisors, you have a business card, or you have an Immortal Healing Advisor, or you claim to be an Immortal Healing Advisor, you remember, this is your business. You're not an employee. You don't work for me. I don't pay you. You know what I mean? Trust me, it's different how you pay you in that type of situation. But the opportunity to say this is your business as well, that's the greatest thing I can offer you. To say Immortal Healing Advisors is my business. Just like I can say Immortal Healing Advisors is my business. And I want all my employees to tell everybody Immortal Healing Advisors is my business. Because no matter how much knowledge people try to pull from you, no matter what it is you want to do with your own business, it's our business. So when it comes to Immortal Healing Advisors, the messengers from tomorrow, right here, my business is your business. And your business is my business. I mean, you would think that's how business people would work. There are no employees, right? We're all businessmen and women. You're a businessman, I'm a businessman. You're a businesswoman, I'm a businessman still, And like I said, so it doesn't matter if you're a businessman or businesswoman. That's who I would rather work with. That's who I would rather have working for me. If you're not a businessman or woman, why should I have you working for me? I don't want any employees. I don't want any supervisors. I don't want any managers. I don't want any of that. All I want working for me are businessmen and businesswomen believing that my business is their business and they can run it better than me. That creates the perfect future. That creates the perfect family. That creates the perfect everything. I don't even want to say business because I overuse that word already, right? It just creates like peace and love, right? Knowing that everybody's business is your business and nobody owns anything, including myself, even though I created it, right? And I'm still giving that up for you as long as you're giving something up to me. I mean, if everybody can do that, I'm pretty sure there's going to be enough bread and water to go around, even fruit, right? If everybody really knew how to grow fruit, it'd be enough to go around. And that was only chapter 1. Just kidding. Sorry, dude. Fuck, I get lost, dude. Man, see, Sad Clown? Imagine if we had fucking 100 other people, fucking 5 other people in the chat right now. You know how pissed off you would be at me because you had to rewrite all this? You know how pissed off you would be at me because I would have to ignore you to read other people's comments that I passed up about 15 minutes, 20 minutes ago because I get lost? This is why I need it the way it is right now, because I can't even handle one fucking person talking to my chat. So you're telling me I'm supposed to have like 4 to 5? I can handle maybe 2 or 3, because I know if I have 2 or 3 or maybe 4, Sad Clown is responsible enough to make sure that, number 1, Sad Clown, you know, knowing me, he's going to cater to other people in chat and make them feel comfortable while I do my thing. You know, Sad Clown is going to make sure he doesn't write too much, even though he wants to, because he knows he has to make that, you know, to give that up for others that want, you know, to talk to me. You know, and Sad Clown's going to, and again, Sad Clown, you're a moderator, but I just fucking haven't figured it out yet. But that's what I'm saying. You know, I want people like that where I can fucking barely keep up with you. You know what I mean? Look at this. And the thing is, as time goes on, you know, like I said, I expect you to be in my chat, and you know, and again, we pay each other with knowledge, not money. It's illegal to pay with money. You got to pay with knowledge, you know, especially with people of our caliber. And like I said, as long as we pay each other with knowledge, you stay in my chat, and when I'm busy or whatever's going on, you cater to these others. You know, we don't ban people unless if obviously they're doing something to try to get me banned. You know, like I said, and if there's a lot of talking going on, at least you got to experience the beginning with me, because at the beginning, you're going to get greater knowledge compared to when 10 or 15 people show up, and then you're going to have to stay quiet. And I hate to say it, but there's going to be times where everything I'm saying to all these other people, it's like, it's going to be shit that you've already heard before. You know what I mean? So it's going to help, like, oh, I've already heard him talk about this before. So now it's going to help you focus on others and maybe reach out to others a little bit more, because, you know what I mean? It's kind of like history always repeats itself, right? And if me and you are history, I'm history and you're history, we're going to have to realize if we're immortal, we're always going to repeat ourselves. So if you're history and I'm history and they say history always repeats itself, then we're going to have to get used to repeating ourselves. And now I know why history always repeats itself, is because throughout the years, not only the mortals, but even the immortals don't know how to listen. They know how to see. They don't know how to touch each other. They don't even know how to talk to each other. You know what I mean? So again, you and me being history, we're going to have to always repeat ourselves until, I don't know, everybody gets it, right? Even the gods. It's like, fuck, right? It's like, you know what I mean? I hope sometimes these gods realize how important, like, it's like this. You have all these gods in the world, right? And if I believe I'm the world's most powerful god, because I'm not just a god, I'm an immortal god. Not only am I just an immortal god, I'm an immortal war god. So imagine the powers an immortal war god can bring his jester. Sad Clown, right? So if an immortal war god has a jester, and this jester Sad Clown can be just as strong as this immortal war god, then that means I'm going to give my jester the same powers I do. I can give this, he can create anything he wants. He could become an immortal war jester, but obviously I don't think he can be an immortal war god, you know, like he will, but again, I'm the original. But again, I can't be the original Immortal War Jester because I already even know if I can even if I try to claim to be an Immortal War Jester before Sad Clown, I already know I'm not the original because Sad Clown since day one has already proved he's the original Immortal War Jester. You know what I mean? So an Immortal War God still is an Immortal War King, which an Immortal War Jester can still be an Immortal War King, which maybe that's what makes us equal. I was the original Immortal War God. You were the original Immortal War Jester, and maybe both of us became Immortal War Kings at the same time. Wouldn't that be cool? Like I was an Immortal War God first before you became one. You were an Immortal War Jester before I became one. And then together, like in school or college or maybe a sports game, like we became Immortal War Kings at the same time. You know what I mean? Like that'd be cool, right? I don't know. See, it's like the same. Let's see, the Immortal Healing Advisors. Okay, that makes sense. In order to say it's like the same as YouTube, all the channels own their own business. Yep. Understand one comment leads to a whole hour of oh yeah, for sure. That's especially for that. I'll be better court jester in your kingdom. I'm still learning your time. Oh, I get it, dude. Trust me. I know I'm complicated, but the thing is thank God. I guess I mean I hate to say it like this because it sounds I hate to say it like this because it sounds kind of cocky, you know what I mean? But thank God you have a person like me that's able to share this knowledge with you, because I don't think there's any other person with my type of knowledge or even comes close to my type of knowledge that can have the patience I have. When you got people like that come close to me because they can never be me, but people that come close to my caliber, that's when, how could I say, they don't have patience. You don't have patience. It's like if you already learned to go 1,000 miles an hour, and for many years you've been going 1,000 miles. Now you're at 2,000 miles an hour, and now you're 5,000 miles an hour, and you're getting faster and faster. And then all of a sudden you look backwards, you're like, what the hell? Like, where is everyone? So you got to look at it like, either I keep going faster, which if you keep going faster, there's no point because there's not going to be anything there. Or do you just wait till everyone catches up to you and maybe everybody else can bring something more than you could by yourself? So either you keep going faster, try to create something on your own for everybody to reach at the end, or like me, I would rather just wait for everybody, reach the end with everybody else, and we all create it together. And again, there are some gods and goddesses out there that are idiots thinking, oh, I'm the fastest. I'm going to create it all. So when everybody arrives, I'm the ruler, I'm the king, I'm the god because it's all mine and they live in my land. And I'm like, I'm different, dude. I'm like, you guys are idiots, dude. Like you're so stupid of whatever, however made you think that way. Because I'm the type where, I don't know, I guess, I mean, if it's a real fair game, yes, I'm going to pass the finish line, but I know it's a fair game. But if I'm that powerful, I'm the type where I'm just going to sit and wait at the finish line. And when I see everybody else coming and approaching, I'm going to be like, oh shit, like here they come. And I'm going to try my best to try to cross that finish line at the same time as second, third, or fourth place, or everybody else is kind of crossing the finish line. I'm going to try to like cross it at the same time they did, to, you know what I mean? So we're all there together. So when, you know, the race is over, we're like, all right, what should we create together? Like, let's all create something together, right? But if I would have crossed that finish line before anybody else, then knowing myself, I would have been so bored. I would have been creating everything before everybody else got there. And by the time everybody else got there, they would have been living in my world instead of our world, right? So oh man, that was the best way I could have explained it. A doctor needs patience in order to be effective with his patients. Yeah, I guess in some ways. I look at it like I don't want to be a doctor that has patience. I want to be oh yeah, I get it. The doctor with patience, but we're talking about patience. Dude, that's funny. Doctor, patience, patient, being patient. That's pretty cool. I guess if we look at it the other way, I guess I'm the type of doctor. I'm like the type of doctor that helps doctors. When I see like I don't care about the patients, right? Like if in a room, I'm watching the doctor help the patients, or I'm watching the doctor talk to the patient, where my focus is only about 10% on the patient, but I'm 90% on the doctor, because it's so important to have more focus on what the doctor is doing than the patient. The patient doesn't know what's going on. They just think they're getting help. Well, the doctor knows exactly what's going on, and they think they're providing the help. So when you got someone that thinks that they know what they're doing and they're providing the help that they shouldn't, or they're not providing it at all, it's not going to matter, because you got a patient that has no idea what they're being provided. They have no idea what's going on. They just know that there's someone right across from them talking to them, trying to help them. So no matter what that doctor says or does, once he picks up that that patient doesn't know what's going on, or that, that doctor is just there to make money off of them, or become famous, or just feed them pills that they shouldn't be feeding them, or whatever it is, that doctor's already winning, because it's like, I guess it's like blackjack, right? That doctor's the dealer. The dealer already knows on certain cards what's under there and what's going on, but the player has no idea what's going on. He's just playing the game. But when it comes to blackjack, you're playing that game. But when it comes to reality and it comes to a patient and a doctor, sometimes those patients have no idea they're in a game. They're just there to get some help, and the doctor's just there, unfortunately, to feed them pills, feed them bullshit, and buy off with you and on to the next. And the faster they can get people in their building, the faster they can prescribe them pills, the faster they get them out of that building, the more money they make. And it's as simple as that. And unfortunately, it sucks. And that's why there's people like me that learned how to investigate, be that mediator, that person in between, watching the doctor and patient. And again, if I'm in between watching a doctor interact with a patient, 90% of my focus, of my attention, is going to be on the doctor, and then 10% will be on that patient, because I don't need that much. I already know what's going on with the patient, so I only need to give them 10% of my focus. There's nothing else to it. The doctor is where I need to give my 90% to when I study and see what's going on or how they're doing it. It makes sense? See. So the doctor is the middleman. No. The doctor is on one side. The patient is on the other side. And it's, I guess we'll call it, an immortal war angels in the middle. So no matter what it is in life, when it comes to sports, when it comes to doctors and patients, or when it comes to teachers and students, or whatever it comes to, principals and teachers, right? Or even planets versus planets, or stars versus stars, and again, when I say versus, it doesn't mean they're fighting or anything. It just means could be a talk or art. The middle person, the referee, is an immortal war angel. An immortal war angel is in between an angel and a demon. An immortal war angel is in between, a god and a goddess. An immortal war angel is in between, everything, the referee, because obviously, like I said, an immortal war angel is an immortal war demon. And of course, once you practice, long enough, how to be the referee in all the games, including the game between a doctor and patient, again, who knows, between a business owner and its employees, again, against a sports team versus another sports team, you get the concept. Once you learn how to do that for so long, and then let's say you pull away from that job or that obligation you were given, then that's when it allows you to move forward in life, getting a better understanding of both sides, and you truly do get a better understanding of good and evil. Every person looks like a doctor as a good thing and a patient as something wrong. And then a mortal war angel knows, wow, this whole time the doctors were the evil ones. And it was the patients that were just so innocent. These patients that were seeing these doctors, it could have been a dentist, an operation doctor, a mental doctor, anything that has the word doctor in it. They were the evil ones the whole time. Now, am I speaking for all of them? No. Am I speaking for most of them? Yes. They were the evil ones the whole time. It was kind of like the most evil thing in the world. His puppets were the doctors. It's like his puppets were the teachers. You know, there's nothing more dangerous than a doctor and a teacher. I mean, when I keep thinking and thinking over and over in my head, I'm like, damn, pastors ain't that dangerous. Preachers ain't that dangerous. The president isn't even that dangerous. Damn, the military's really, it's not even that dangerous at all. You know, because it's further in time. Like, it's all adulthood. It's like, man, the most dangerous things is when you're a kid. When you're a kid, and maybe when you're a kid and you have ignorant parents and your parents are so ignorant and you're just a kid and not knowing going on, wow, it's going to be the teachers and the doctors that are the most dangerous things, the most evil things that are going to enter your life first. And think about it, right? If you have ignorant parents and you're just a kid, teachers and doctors are the most dangerous thing to enter your life. Way more dangerous than any Hitler, way more dangerous than any Donald Trump, way more dangerous than any Obama, way more dangerous than you know what I mean, than Albert Einstein or Stalin or you know, anyone dangerous in that. You know, we'll say fucking Osama bin Laden, you know, and like I said, way more dangerous than that. You know what I mean? Those guys change things as adulthood, or like, how do we know that Hitler, Donald Trump and Stalin and Genghis Khan or all these other people, how do we know that they didn't become who they were today? Because of the teachers and the doctors that manipulated them as a young kid. And remember, parents, you know, your mom and dad or parents or whatever you want to call them, they're also your teachers, and they're your first teacher and doctor. Your first doctor in your life should be your dad and mom. Your first teacher in your life should be your dad and mom. Why is your original doctor and your original teacher handing you off to other teachers and doctors? You know what I mean? And then they're so ignorant, these other teachers and doctors could be demons or evil or whatever it is, or manipulators or something from the future that knows what it's going to do with your life to change the future. They get a hold of you. So like I said, out of all these evil things in the world, or the most manipulating things, or the most dangerous things I can think of right now in this world, is not the adulthood stuff, it's the childhood stuff. And the only thing I can think of as a childhood that just the most dangerous, especially today in 2020, is the doctors and the teachers. Again, a preacher and a pastor and a minister and all that other stuff, they're not dangerous at all. It's the doctors and the teachers that are. Think about it. I remember the pastor was in a psych ward, all the doctors were evil and a few were good, did nothing to help, so they were involved by watching. Doctors are yeah, I know, dude. All right, let's play this, dude. We're gonna get this going. Fuck.
The Shining, a movie that pretty much every conspiracy researcher and truth seeker out there has spent time looking at and dissecting to a certain extent. The film left its mark on cinematic history back in 1980 when it premiered, and it's still held in high regard to this day. Although the book's author, Stephen King, wasn't at all satisfied with Stanley Kubrick's film adaptation of the novel, King was pleased to see his follow-up, Dr. Sleep, turned into a movie. But what could they do to possibly make a film even more terrifying than The Shining? How about drawing inspiration from really terrifying events from the past, and some of the sick and demented things that filthy rich psychopedos do every single day and have been doing for who knows how long? We'll get to that in a brief moment. Let me give you my quick review from the perspective of an average layman that enjoys movies, loves sports, and watches the news every day believing that it's real. Dr. Sleep's transition from book to film was absolutely genius for the fact that it ran with things from Stanley Kubrick's film adaptation, which again Stephen King did not like, but it perfectly merged it with King's follow-up that did not contain many of the elements that Kubrick brought to his version of the film. By the time the book Dr. Sleep was published, Stanley Kubrick had been deceased for 14 years. At least that's the official story. The best of researchers know that Hollywood big shots and celebrities have been faking their deaths for decades, maybe as long as Hollywood has been around. So when someone from that industry is pronounced dead, it's actually unreasonable to assume it's true. And in the the case of Kubrick, he died right after wrapping up his last movie, Eyes Wide Shut, which is also based on real events.
So, celebrities have actually been faking their deaths before Hollywood. When you're immortal and you've been on this planet longer than some people, I guess, can imagine, which it's pretty easy nowadays, someone living on this planet longer than you can imagine. Hollywood's been around longer than it was before it was even created. Some of these people in Hollywood that are faking their deaths, a long time ago, they didn't have to fake their deaths. Everybody just knew. But obviously, when evil or whatever approaches, you got to keep secrets throughout time. And unfortunately, throughout time, now they're, faking deaths, when in reality, back then, they never had to fake their death because they never died.
Surrounding secret societies and their sex magic rituals. A fascinating topic I covered in quite a bit of detail in early 2017 on my video entitled Eyes Wide Shut, Illuminati, Sex Magic, and the Rothschilds' Surrealist Ball. However, people in Hollywood really do die sometimes, and no one knows for certain in this instance. Some believe Kubrick exposed too much truth in Eyes Wide Shut, and therefore he had his eyes wide shut. But since the movie still came out 3 months after his death, with minimal changes to the nude orgy scenes in order to receive an R rating instead of an NC-17 rating, which would...
Ooh, that scared the shit out of me, dude. I turned the corner, dude. I just see a girl like that, dude. I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, woo, that scared the shit out of me. Thank God, dude. Because you never know, man. YouTube, dude, I'm telling you, dude, I'll be watching some YouTube music videos, man, and some of them are like fucking have nipples or ass or some crazy shit where I'm like, whoa. But it's crazy, right? Like, you just like, wow, like, I hate that, dude. If Twitch is going to be 18 plus and YouTube's going to call it 18 plus, and let's get some 18 plus, which 18 plus can be some nudity. It could be specific things, but obviously it could only go so far. Again, you got to think of it like a movie, rated R, right? I watched some rated R movies that had a nipple in it. I watched some rated R movies that had mild sex in it. Like, you got to think, if Twitch and YouTube and others are going to say, hey, or whoever's in charge of those companies, right? We're watching you. If they're going to both say, or any company say, hey, 18 plus is rated R. So whatever you do on Twitch that's going to be regulation of 18 plus or rated R fits the same categories as a movie. So over time, when you watch a movie of what's rated R, you know what you can do or not do. So that's why it confuses me that Twitch says one thing, which again, Twitch, the company, not the person, says one thing, but yet again they're doing another thing, but Hollywood's doing another thing, but yet again YouTube's doing another thing, and that company's doing another thing. All of them are doing something different, but you know what they're all saying? Rated R, 18 plus. So how the fuck is society supposed to cope with things, or know what's legal or not legal, or know what gets you banned or not banned, or what it is, when they're all claiming that they're 18 plus, they're all the same, they're all rated R, but yet again, all of them can show and do different things? That doesn't fucking make sense, dude. It's either rated PG, PG-13, rated R, or rated X. I mean, right? And that's where they need to separate each other. And again, to me, Twitch is easily rated 18. That's fine. You know what I mean? And then again, you got fucking YouTube, which is, 18, as well. And then what? You got Chowder Bait. That could be rated X, right? Whoever needs that. And then, but who knows how long that's going to last, the way the world's going. And then you got so many other things, Omegle, that Omegle site, that's like rated R/rated X, because you don't know what you're getting there. But again, I'm glad there's someone like Hyphonics, that's, to me, he's doing great things there because he's exposing people. He's putting them out there. He's showing what kind of shit's going on that Omegle website, whatever it's called, right? Disgusting, and especially when you see kids on there. Disgusting, dude. And I don't blame the kids. I blame the parents. And they're going to suffer so bad. And the only reason, and I already know why these parents are going to suffer so bad, is because they're going to suffer for their kids. There's no way these parents are going to allow their kids to suffer for them, even though it was the parents' fault, and that parents allowed their kids to do that and gain that type of knowledge that they shouldn't. But once these kids gain this type of knowledge, it's there forever, all eternity. That's why you have to provide these kids with specific type of knowledge at a specific period of time in their life, because it's going to be there for all eternity. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. These parents are going to sacrifice themselves for their kids, because if they don't, their kids are going to be sacrificed. And if they allow their kids to be sacrificed and their parents are in heaven and their kids are sacrificed, Do you really think the parents are going to feel comfortable in heaven knowing that they got there, they sacrificed their kids, or you're going to be in heaven for all eternity and all the other angels and everyone's going to look at you saying, you're only in heaven because you sacrificed your kids. You don't deserve to be here. But guess what? The way hell works, you're going to be placed in heaven. And everyone's going to know for all eternity you're only in heaven, and you and your wife are only there because you sacrificed your kids that didn't deserve it because you were that greedy. You know what I mean? That's pretty genius if you think about it. See, so Tupac is alive. Yeah, Tupac is alive, and today in human form they call him EBZ, Ebenezer. Tupac is a spirit. Tupac is not a person. Tupac is a nickname. It's a spirit that can travel to anybody it wants, to anybody. And again, this spirit is just going to connect to someone that represents itself. And EBZ is that person. I truly in my heart know it is. I know EBZ is the resurrected Tupac. But again, Tupac's a spirit. It's a energy. And again, if EBZ were to die tomorrow, or EBZ were to die a week from now, Tupac is going to be somewhere else. And I'm going to say it like this. Tupac is going to be in another black person's body. I know there's resurrection, or even if they're white, black, red, whatever, yellow. When there's resurrection, you can come back in other colors, right? Other skin colors, because it's resurrection. You don't know what you're going to come back as. But for some odd reason, Tupac, that spirit has only stuck with black people, with the dark skin humans, like the dark skinned humans. It's only stuck with them. I don't know why yet, but the thing is if EBZ, or hopefully he holds on to it, can really believe into that, it comes out in the music. The music speaks for Tupac. The music tells you who Tupac is. The music is what it gives the story and what's going on. So right now, if you want to know who Tupac is, you're going to have to listen to the music from back then of who he was back then. And you're going to have to listen to some of the music EBZ made, because even though his name is EBZ and whoever Tupac's real name is, I forgot his real name, they have real names, but their nicknames is the Tupac the Spirit. And it's coming out and it's like possessed, right? Like Tupac didn't, or whatever's his name, he didn't know he got possessed by the Tupac spirit and became famous and came West Coast. And then after he died or whatever happened to him, it possessed EBZ. But now EBZ doesn't know that he's possessed by the Tupac spirit, and he can create great things out of it because he didn't believe in that. He didn't see it. Nobody taught him. No one told him that, right? So like I said, but if EBZ dies tomorrow, and it could be that Tupac spirit, that if Tupac says, you know what, EBZ, I'm tired of being in your body. I'm tired of fucking wasting my time inside of you. That Tupac spirit will possess him to either die or kill himself or whatever it is. That Tupac spirit is going to kill EBZ because it doesn't want to be in him anymore, because EBZ is wasting something great, right? And once that EBZ dies, that Tupac spirit's going to travel to someone else, and that, who knows, that person might get it. And it might even go Soldier Boy, but Soldier Boy already has his nickname, so that can't happen. But it'll go to someone that doesn't have a nickname yet, and all of a sudden they get a nickname and they say, oh my God, Tupac helped me find my nickname. I got the spirit or something of Tupac in me. I am going to create Tupac's music, but I'm going to call myself, we'll just use an example, I'm going to call myself Little Wayne. And even though I'm called Little Wayne, I know I have the power of Tupac's spirit. And I know I'm gonna share Tupac's story, but only the rare few is going to know this story and know it, because it's only going to be Little Wayne going around saying, hey, dude, fucking Tupac's a spirit. It came into me, or you guys might get the power of Tupac one day, and you got to decipher what music is yours and what music is Tupac's, and we have to learn the story of Tupac. It's a spirit that's been traveling for many years through people, and then today, everyone just looks at Tupac as a black guy that was a rapper back in the 90s that got shot, when that is not what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? So the Jacksons, where you was named of that is it? Bob's. Yeah. Why can't I make my channel rated R? Like, what the fuck, right? All right, we got to get this going, dude.
Restrict anyone under the age of 18
So
from
all the simps out there, you had your opportunity, but we got to move forward with this picture.
getting into the movie. Others believe Kubrick's death could easily be a hoax. Frankly, I do not care. Funny, There was
I never heard of EBZ. I never heard of his old. Well, I heard of him, but I never heard of his old music. Didn't know what was about until he was on Ice Poseidon, right? And then when he made that CX video, dude, and then I'm like, whoa! And then I started listening to his other music. I was like, what the fuck? I was like I closed my. Excuse me. I closed my eyes, dude. And I closed my eyes, and this is how you know when it's like the Tupac spirit, right? Or again, there could be other spirits, but we'll just use Tupac right now because that's the topic. When you can close your eyes and listen to the lyrics, listen to the beats that, you know, because Tupac brings the beats as well. You know, EBZ didn't bring the beats. EBZ helped Tupac put the beats together through his body. And then, of course, the flow just came after that. The words came, right? But first it starts with the beats before... You know, whoever creates the words before the beats, that's their biggest mistake. Never create your poems or your rap or your flows before the beats. If that's how you did it back then, it's not done like that nowadays. You have to listen to the beat. And once you listen to the beat a few times, then go write your rap and then go write your song or your story. Don't write it before the beat. Okay. So when I closed my eyes and I was listening, you know, to EBZ, his old stuff too, before the CX song, I was just like, dude, like, how did not anyone know this was in Tupac? Now, if they did, then it was EBZ's old friends around him, and they knew that he had the Tupac spirit in him because there's a greater knowledge some know, and they could have been stealing it from him. Some of EBZ's friends around him could have been like, hey, don't tell him, dude, but he has fucking the Tupac spirit in him. He's gonna make money off of this, dude. Don't tell him, and let's get the spirit out of him. And then they're going to steal the Tupac spirit from EBZ. They're going to get the Tupac lyrics, the beats, everything about Tupac, that spirit. They're going to steal it from EBZ and make everything, you know. But the thing is the way Tupac works, because it's thug life, Tupac might even say, fuck this guy EBZ, steal me from him, and let's make something out of me. Because sometimes these spirits can see the future and see that someone's going to fuck up their life, right? So they will allow you to get stolen from someone else and make something out of you. Do you get what I'm saying? But right now, I know EBC slightly has that in him, but he needs to start rewinding time and start remembering who was around him and who was stealing energy and what purpose was it for? You know what I mean? And once he could do that, then he could start realizing, like, you know what I mean? What went on, what happened, where it went wrong, and why. You know, and again, who was using him and who was really there for him. You know what I mean? Because even right now, I can't even criticize EBZ without him getting all pissed off. But that's EBZ, but it doesn't mean he needs to stay that way. It's demons that actually, like, and sometimes it might not even be EBZ's demons. It'll be someone else that like, say someone else's demons, right? Knew that I was going to come in EBZ's chat and give him some positive messages. That's someone else who put their demons inside EBZ. And when EBZ is talking shit to me or saying things to me because I'm giving him positive messages, which it never bothers me if he does, it might not even be EBZ. It might not even be EBZ's demons or his angels. EBZ might have had demons implanted into him before he was able to speak to me. And it was that other person's demons speaking through EBZ to me. And EBZ thinks it's himself telling me that. When I know EBZ. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a difference between EBZ and Ebenezer. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many names he has. Do you get what I'm saying? So again, I know when EBZ is speaking to me. You know, when EBZ speaks to me and he's negative or he wants to talk shit to me, and I know it's EBZ, I'm gonna take it personal and I'm gonna challenge him. And I guarantee I will. But when I know EBZ is being rude to me or attacking me, and I feel that it's not him, it's just someone else's demons fooling me that it's EBZ, why should I get mad? You know, I'm a little upset because EBZ wasn't strong enough to keep someone else's demons out of him and speaking for him. You know what I mean? It makes me upset because I know he's stronger than that. But I'm not going to get pissed off at him because I know it's not him. So you got to decipher when someone's speaking to you, is it them or is it someone else's demons that were implanted into them before you even met them? You know, and it could be your girlfriend. Well, fucking one day your girlfriend's cool and then, you know, the next day all of a sudden she's twigging out and you're like, what the fuck? And if she has a better knowledge like you, you're like, you got to tell her like, dude, someone put demons in you or something? Like, is this you? And then they figure it out and they're like, oh shit, man, someone did put demons in me. It's not me. And then you're happy. And all of a sudden you guys are watching TV together. So, gator skin, right? You can only steal spirit from, can you only steal spirit from being in the presence? What do you mean, like the presence, like in front of them, like where you have to see them? Because you don't have to. You got to remember, there's a lot of people that are choosing 2 superpowers, and if you chose invisibility with teleportation, you're kind of invincible on Earth, right? Like, think about it. You have the power of teleportation, you have the power of invisibility, but what happens if you had a third power, shape-shifting? So not only are you a shapeshifter, or even a time traveler, so not only are you a time traveler, not only are you a shapeshifter, you know what I mean? Like, not only, you know what I mean? Like you just, it's like you can, it's like, it's like you can add onto it, but it comes to a point where like, you know what? Everything's so complicated right now and nobody's getting it. I'm just going to have the power of teleportation and invisibility. And then once people can learn about the powers of teleportation and invisibility, then we'll add more on top of that. You know what I mean? But I've always told people, I said, you know what? And I've always asked everybody, what 2 superpowers would you get? Nobody chose invisibility and teleportation. I was the only person out of everyone that said, I want invisibility and I want teleportation. Because I said I would be so invincible teleporting and be able to be invisible. And then after I master teleporting and master invisibility, to master shapeshifting. And then after I master all those 3, then I master time travel. Dude, I would be so invincible throughout time and have everybody so confused that it would have to be someone like me to become me to just figure it all out. And who knows? You're most likely, once you figure it all out, you're going to become me, and then we're just going to have fun throughout time, right? We're going to just enjoy it because it's like, if we're able to figure it out and we're able to do it, why isn't anybody else? And if we're innocent and we're good at heart and we know that there's nothing wrong with us, of what we learned and what we can do and how we're able to do it, everybody else can do it if we're able to. So why should we give up what we earned? You know, we shouldn't give up what we earned. We fought so hard for it. We earned it. You know what I mean? And like I said, it doesn't easily just give it up like that. It just doesn't. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, it's hard to explain because it's going to be stacking so much on top of it. I can't even say the words right now. All I can see is pictures of how it's happening. You know. It's because when people think invisibility, they think peeping Toms. Well, yeah, no, it's not like, yeah, it's, the thing is when you have catch this. It's like this, when there's a responsibility and let's say you're invisible, right? And you teleported into like someone's room, and like, let's say you teleported into like a girl's room, right? Like, you know, say you just want to fuck with her. But even though, let's say she's naked, right? Like, say she's naked, right? You didn't know. You're just, you have the power to test people. You know, you're innocent, you know, and God and Goddess knows you. So you go into the girl's room, you're invisible, you teleported there, and you want to fuck with them. Now, even though she's naked, through the grace of God and Goddess, knowing how your eyes work and how you are and how your mind works, she won't be naked. She'll have clothes on. And her eyes and the way she feels and the way, you know, reality's working around her, she is naked. But the way I work, the way I am, the way my eyes are, and the way I feel, she's going to have sweats and a sweater on. Even if I, you know, and I can't, but even if, let's say, I try to like take her clothes off or did anything like that, I wouldn't be allowed to. it's like gravity takes over and it keeps it on her. You know what I mean? But I would never do that. I mean, maybe I'll like jump in the bed and cuddle with them or something like that. And you know what I mean? Like, do stuff like that, like rub their ear, like pull on their hair a little bit, like tickle their toes, I'll do stuff like that. But like I said, but the thing is that's where you feel safe, and that's where I feel safe. I never have to think like, man, if I show up. And again, I test women, I test goddesses. I don't need to really test men. That's not my interest. Like I said, if I'm gonna test men, I'll leave that up to San Francisco or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I'm an LA guy, and I'm an Inland Empire guy as well. And I was born in LA, and I live in an Inland Empire, and I test goddesses, and I test women, and I test all of that. But with men, fuck, I'll get like, maybe I'll get Ice Poseidon, or I'll get Miskiff or something to go test all those fucking men and shit and everything, whatever, how they want to test them and see what happens, right? But when it comes to all the women and goddesses, that's my responsibility, because I can do it. And like I said, and I know, and like I said, if a woman is even in the shower, right? Let's say I went to go test a woman and I didn't know she was taking a shower, and if she's naked in the shower, well, again, I see a bathing suit on. Even if I went to go play with her or touch her, I feel a bathing suit. There's a bathing suit there. And again, it's a power of like, it's your innocence that helps you do that, because I never would want to go test someone or spy on someone or do something to someone or a goddess, and I never would want to do that to them and then make them feel uncomfortable, like, they're in their private moment, right? So again, through the grace of God and goddess, they help me with that. And if a girl is naked, I see clothes on, or if she, like I said, if there's a, whatever it is, like I said, the only thing I could think of is her being naked. She has sweats, and I see a sweater, and I feel a sweat and sweater, like there's no way to like have access to anything private about her, because like, again, for an example, if I try to like slip my hand under her sweater, gravity will actually pull you away from that. Gravity, it's like, it would be like her clothes are alive, right? Have you guys ever seen that movie? No, it's an anime. What is it called? Akame Got Kill? Yeah, is it Akame Got Kill or Kill Got Kill? Where the clothes are alive, or the clothes are like a living thing of itself, right? The clothes. It's an anime. Is it Akame Got Kill or Kill Got Kill? One of the two, where the clothes is what gives them their power, and the clothes, your clothes, they're fiber optic or something like that, or micro optic or something, clothing, but it's an alien being that's controlling humans, but humans didn't know that we were being controlled the whole time by our clothes. So it's kind of like that. If I would go into like a goddess's house or their job or wherever I go to test them, I teleported there and I'm invisible and I test them, and or whatever, and they're naked, they have clothes on, to me, like they have clothes on. That's what I see. That's what I would feel. And their clothes are alive. It's like, it's like if a girl has, if their sweats are on in their sweater, like it's alive, what I mean? So if anybody tries to do anything, like their clothes will protect them. And then again, if it goes too far, the clothes will actually like kill or send, what I mean? Like, but the thing is nobody can have this type of power or this type of ability unless if I train them to do it, or I show them or teach them the abilities. And again, I feel safe because I know I have elders protecting me from that. Like, I know I can trust others above, like, hey dude, I don't want to go on someone's wherever and they're naked, or their privacy, or this or that, or let's create something where like I see and feel something different than what they are, what I mean? Because I never would want them to feel uncomfortable. But yeah, like I said, I'll leave all the little boys and all the gods and all the fucking men and all that shit for Ice Poseidon and Miskiff, and then I'll take care of all the goddesses and all the women and shit like that. Because again, I don't like to deal with gods and all that shit, and men and all that. I don't deal with them anymore, dude. Like, it's just, they can have each other, dude. Like I said, I am the puppet to all the goddesses out there. If you're a goddess, I'm your puppet. You know what I mean? If you're a goddess and you have secrets within you about me, then you're my master. You know what I mean? And the thing is I can easily make all these goddesses my puppets and I could be their master. But what the fun? Like, that's no fun, right? Like, that's boring as fuck, dude. Like, why do I want to be the master of all these puppets called goddesses when I can have all these goddesses be my master and I'm the puppet? But guess what? All these masters that are goddesses, they're fighting for that one puppet, because there's only so many strings you can fit on me, right? Like, there's only so many strings or so many things you can attach to me. And once my body is all filled up and all these goddesses have attached themselves to me, and then you got more goddesses coming after me, there's not going to be any more room. And the only way there's going to be room is if they start killing each other. So if you have all these goddesses that are killing each other, you know, just to make room for the only puppet that they have because they're all masters, right? Then they're going to kill each other, because you have all these goddesses that are masters and they can't master each other, right? Because then they become masturbators, which a baiter is like a fisherman or a fisherwoman. So all these goddesses become masturbators because they want to try to master each other. But in reality, the only thing they can master is the one and only puppet, and that's going to be me. I am the only puppet these goddesses can master. But the thing is I'm a I'm like a revenge. I give destruction. So whatever revenge these goddesses want, I'll give it to them. But again, if they want revenge on another goddess, then they deal with that on their own. They attack each other. I attack gods. You know what I mean? Anything that's a male or feels of a male energy or feels like a god, not a goddess, they can use me any way they want against them. I don't care. You know what I mean? Because I already know a long time ago, every single god I met today, when I look at them, and I'm like, you destroyed me. None of these gods believed in me. And as soon as all these gods believed in me in the end, they destroyed me because of jealousy. And I already knew it. I mean, I'm not dumb. I knew it was going to happen. So like I said, I implanted knowledge in every single goddess. Boom, boom, boom. Here's who I am. This is what I'm about. And I'm going to implant my knowledge into all of you. I'm going to give all these goddesses the power of resurrection. And just to let you know, jealousy is going to destroy me, but your love is going to resurrect me. Sure enough, all these goddesses seen the gods destroy me because of jealousy, and they resurrected me out of love. And it was just that fast because we were prepared for it. So now all these goddesses that are masters and I'm their puppet are going to use me to destroy all the gods that destroyed me. How are they going to do it? Because every single one of these goddesses have that memory of what happened except me. And I'm not going to get that memory until I'm destroying that god. And once I meet that god or super god or immortal god, or if it's not a god, it's something like a god, or if it's even living or if it's dead, whatever it is, and if it's not a goddess, I'm destroying it. Because that's the only way I'm going to find out who betrayed me, who destroyed me, who believed in me, who loved me, who hated me. And all I know is that my love is for a goddess, which a goddess means many, which is like goddesses, but it's goddess. Get what I'm saying? Imagine the world where most people have, or like us, I'd rather be ants. Yeah, it would, right? People think invisibility, think people. I would see her naked for sure. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. See, you know, at least your responsibility. If you know you're going to see someone naked, that you're not strong enough to create that world, you're not going to do it. And it's going to be me saying nope, because it wouldn't be fair for me to put you in there. And you might, if you're telling me, hey, I might see them naked, dude, and I don't know, why the fuck would I put you there? Right? Because I already know, like, you feel uncomfortable, you know it's wrong, so I wouldn't put you in that position. So I'll get someone else that I know, hey, I'm going to put you in this position. They might be naked, but obviously, yada, yada, yada. They're going to have sweats on. They're going to have a sweater on. Fuck with them. But don't ever feel comfortable that you're going to see them naked or anything wrong is going to happen, I guess, sexually, right? Don't feel uncomfortable, because obviously the power of the clothes will protect everything. But again, that's what I like. There's going to be some say, hey, I can't handle it, dude. I might see them naked. All right, well, then we'll go have you go test animals or a dog or, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like maybe Sad Clown will go have you give a dog a red rocket and see what a dog's sins are, right? If a dog is a sinner, a cat's a sinner, we're gonna go have you go play it with its pee-pee and see what it does. And once you can play with an animal's pee-pee and you pass that test, and then we'll send you to the women and see if you're able to put clothes on, because then you're gonna be like, yeah, I can actually see clothes on women now because I'm tired of playing with the animals' peepees. Because as once we send you to go play with animals' peepees and buttholes and all that other shit to test their sins, you're gonna be like, I'd rather go test a woman with clothes on, right? Yeah, right. Oh, hell no, right? So now you could picture a woman with clothes on. As soon as I say, all right, well, you can't handle a woman, you know, you think you're going to see her naked, then we'll have you see an animal naked. And then we're going to have you do all this disgusting thing with this animal, except having sex with it, right? Because that's disgusting. But we're going to make you experiment all these things with this animals. And then you're going to be like, I think I can see a woman not naked. I think I can easily see her with clothes on now, right? So, yeah, so that's what I'm saying, man. So, like, man, you know, good and evil, man. You know, good and evil will bring you great imaginations, and these imaginations are all real. It's just a matter of time when they will become real. And not only that, it's a matter of time before people find out when they were real. It's because we're in the middle right now where things are starting to become real. But not only that, things a long time ago that were real that nobody thought was possible, it really was. It's just right now, I guess right now we're in the medieval times, right? The medieval times is the in-between when nobody believes anything, but at the same time, everybody's believing in everything, but nobody's talking. When you get nobody talking and you got half of the people believing everything, the other half believing nothing, and they don't talk to each other, oh my God, right? Hey, let's play this video, dude. What the fuck? Wait, jealousy? Where's your jealousy comment? I don't see no jealousy comment. Channel, what the fuck? ABC, so you still have, because people, Jesus Antichrist. Oh, hell yeah, no. I don't see no jealousy comment. Can you rewrite it, please? I'm gonna be honest with you, Sad Clown. I don't when you become a streamer, because Twitch is all fucked up or something like that. I have noticed when I'm actually live streaming and I'm reading chat, right? I see what you're writing, right? And I see everything. But when I rewatch my stream, when I rewatch it, and I'm seeing chat, I notice there will be like one or two things. Like, say if I stream for like 7 or 8 hours, there will be like 1, 2, maybe 3 things you write that never popped up on the actual chat while I was going live. It popped up afterwards when I was rewatching the video. So sometimes I'm like, oh shit, like I never seen that. I know I didn't. You know what I mean? Because I mean, obviously, it's the whole shit's there. It's only one person, so I know. So I think that sometimes when you write something, I don't think sometimes it goes through when it's live, but it goes through for some odd reason afterwards when the video is being watched. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to play the video. I don't know what you mean about jealousy, but let's watch the video.
Released a few years ago, claiming to be an interview with Stanley Kubrick, alive and well after his death, spilling the beans about filming the fake NASA moon landing right after directing one of the most believable-looking outer space movies during the late 1960s. 2001, A Space Odyssey. But it was an obvious hoax. I saw truth seekers falling for that one. I kind of felt bad for them at the time. But basically, if you're unaware of the symbolism in The Shining, then here you go. The movie was used as a booth for Kubrick to confess that he indeed directed the NASA moon landing, in an attempt to pass the staged event off as being something that really happened. I'll post plenty of my videos about it in the description so you can know just as much about it as I do. If you have 2 brain cells to bang together, it will be so blatant that you'll probably kick yourself in the ass for not seeing it sooner. Dr. Sleep. Dr. Sleep revolves around a band of misfits that travel across the country looking for children that shine, abduct them, torture them.
Oh, JAC. Oh, JAC. Oh, yeah, Jesus Antichrist. And then AC also means cold, right? Because you got to remember, like, every time I hear AC, I'm thinking like air conditioner. So what does the Antichrist have to do with the air conditioner? Right? Like, what is, like, maybe there's a connection between Jesus Antichrist and AC with it, which is air conditioner, which we're talking about air. We're talking about what a conditioner can be for your hair, right? So we have conditioner, which is for your hair, and the conditioner comes after shampoo, right? But shampoo is not important. The whole important part is conditioner comes after shampoo. But we got conditioner from air, which is AC, air conditioner. And then, of course, that went from gel, AC, which a gel also is for hair. So a gel is also for hair. And then, yeah, man. I got to think about that. Do you see how I think, though, how I am? I don't know if that's weird or not, but...
And murder them. They do this to extract something they call steam, which is the life force of the victims. By inhaling the steam, they become stronger and live longer. What makes it even more disturbing is that the steam is more effective when
that's true, though. But I like how we're actually finding out the different dimensions of Jesus, right? Like, that's what I'm trying to... That's why, when Gus was just talking about Jesus Christ, he only knew one dimension of Jesus Christ because, you know, of course, he's manipulated into that. But we gave Gus so many dimensions of Jesus Christ, which is so funny but cool, but you never know. And so is that as well, you know what I mean? Like, you're giving so many dimensions of that. But again, we already know that his full name is Lucifer Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? And we know the story through my Instagram and through other streams and through my life, like the whole story of Jesus Christ. So when people just say Jesus Christ, I like to hear it. You know, the better understanding and what it is. But in my head, I'm like, okay, I know his full name. I know this is just a part of his story. I know who he really is, but it's good to hear other people just share a small part of someone's story anyways, right? It's like Lucifer was the BC, you know, Jesus was the AD, and then Christ was like year 0, right? You know what I mean? Which is like the first, middle, and last name, you know, like, but it's weird. It's like that, but yeah, like I said, so when you hear about Jesus, you're like, oh yeah, you know, like people that think that his name is Lucifer is like, oh wow, all right, we're hearing another part of Lucifer, and his name was Jesus. And then when people hear about Lucifer, they need to respect that and be like, oh, okay, we're hearing about Lucifer, which is another a name for Jesus in a different time period, but they're the same person. So you got to respect both sides of the stories, put them together, and realize they're the same person.
Pure, and to purify it, they torture and torment their victims. How exactly is this based on true events?
Well, I mean, everything's in threes because you got to remember, you're asking me that now, but the thing is the moon, the sun, and earth, or maybe people, land, and water. If everything's in threes, maybe everything in threes is what brought us our names. Who came up with the first, middle, and last name? Like who did that? Who came up with that? You know, and maybe none of us did. Maybe the sun, maybe the earth and space, or maybe the sun, earth, and the moon, or whatever three spoke to each other. They're the ones that said, we're going to create 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And then, and then eventually over time, these stupid humans are going to evolve it, and they're going to create a first, middle, and last name, and let's see if they can figure it out, you know? And again, stupid humans, because humans don't understand how things evolve. You know what I mean? Like, they're just idiots.
Well, have you ever heard of blood libel, also known as blood accusation?
Yeah.
Blood libel is when a particular group of people, let's just say the synagogue of Satan, methodically kill a child, usually Christian, in order to use their blood as part of a ritual.
Oh, shit.
Namely, Passover.
Sad Clown, do you want to come to my next blood label? I promise you, dude. You'll have the greatest death of your lifetime, dude, if you come to one of these with me, okay? Like, think about it. We'll start with your legs, right? So if we start with your legs, then we're like, you know, fuck these things, dude, and you'll be happy. And then after that, we'll start at your toes, because I don't think you're gonna feel anything. And then after we cut off each toe, and then we cut out everything. I don't know if your dick works or not, but we'll cut that off. Then maybe we'll cut off your nipples, and then we'll cut off, I don't know, maybe pull some teeth. Maybe we'll stick a needle in your eardrum. Maybe we'll burn one of your eyeballs and cut one of your, oh, I know. We'll cut your eyelids first. So after we cut off your eyelids and you can't blink anymore, then we'll start torturing you. Because think about it. You're going to be screaming and you can't even blink. Your eyes are open because we cut off your eyelids, dude. And then we torture you. Like, dude, you don't want to come to one, dude? Come on. As long as my dong and my balls are left. Okay, so we'll do everything else to you. We'll leave your dong and balls. I know what we'll do. So what we're going to do is we're going to feed you Viagra. We're going to do a plaster cast of your dong and balls. So then we can actually send it to the sex factory and we'll have it plastered so it could be sent out around the world. And then we're going to put on the box, this guy was sacrificed for the greater cause. This is the last of the dick and balls, made of this person because he no longer lives anymore. He sacrificed himself for you guys. So we made a sex toy out of him for you guys, but he was real. I mean, if you think about it, sad clown, that is the only way you're going to get pussy, dude, is if we make a fucking clone out of your dildo. Because I don't think you're going to do it on your own. Oh, burn, dude. That's fucked up, huh? Damn, dude. The only way you're going to get pussy is fucking making a fucking dildo out of your dick, dude. Sorry, dude. That's what happens when I drink and smoke a little bit too much. So I'm going to talk a lot of shit, dude. That's going to be the beginning, dude. So you better talk shit to me back, all right? Because, I don't know, man.
One of the earliest writings we have about blood libel comes from a guy named Democritus, not to be confused with...
Yeah, I know you've been getting pussy, dude, and I'm pretty sure, never mind.
Democritus,
I keep forgetting. I like, in my head, like, before I, like, say something, because I'm a pretty, vocal person, I gotta tell myself I'm on Twitch. Oh yeah, fuck, I'm on Twitch. Like, even though it's rated R, sometimes when I say something, I gotta think PG-13. You know what I mean? Because every time I think PG-13, when I say it, it comes out rated R. You know what I mean? And if I think rated R, it comes out worse than that.
One of Democritus' writings alleged that every 7 years, the catch a stranger whom they offer as a sacrifice, killing him by tearing his flesh into shreds. One of the most famous cases of blood libel is that of William of Norwich. Woo. In England in 1144, a young boy was found dead with stab wounds.
Hey, I want to ask you something, Sad Clown. Have you ever tasted blood before, but it wasn't yours?
Woods. William's hagiographer, Thomas of Monmouth, claimed that he heard from a converted named Theobald of Cambridge that
if a clown gets sacrificed, I mean, I don't know, like, I guess we laugh? I don't know.
Every year, there is an international council of at which they choose the country in which a child will be killed during Easter. The legend was turned into a cult, with William acquiring...
Yeah, I tasted my ex's bloods. I mean, I'm not gonna, like, yeah, like, you probably went down on an ex probably when she was on her period. Like, who cares, right? It's just, who cares? Dude, never mind. Yeah, and I tasted a lot of blood before too because I did cage fighting and it sucked. But sometimes when you're cage fighting, people's blood would drip all over you and you're trying to breathe. So like their blood is like dripping in your mouth and you're like, but you don't know sometimes because you're bleeding too, right? So like your blood and their blood is, you're swallowing their blood and, and sweat and all that. But yeah, but you're used to it. You know what I mean? In football, we fucking sometimes would be drinking blood and mud. Would be eating mud because we have mud all over us and fuck you, we got to put on our mouthpiece. So there'd be mud all over my mouthpiece. Can't call a timeout. You know what I mean? Get water on my mouthpiece. Fuck it, dude. You got to put that mouthpiece in your mouth, even mud all over it. And there'll be blood sometimes. But cage fighting would be more like, so when I was in football, I was more eating mud, and then when I was cage fighting, it was more drinking blood.
The status of a martyr. More on William a little later.
The thing is like, you say you can't taste another dude's blood, but if you're fighting them and you're fighting for money or you're fighting for pride or whatever it is, you don't think about you're tasting someone else's blood and your blood until the fight is over with. You know what I mean? Like you just don't think that way. And matter of fact, it's weird, but when you're fighting, and maybe it's just me, when you taste blood, it's like it's like a sensu bean. Remember the sensu beans? Dragon Ball Z, when you take a sensu bean and you're like, oh shit, like all of a sudden you're fucking badass. That's how I felt like when I tasted other people's blood. I don't know why, but I felt like I had a sensu bean. I'm like, oh, like, but only in cage fighting, like when that adrenaline's going, because you're doing something right if you're tasting your opponent's blood, right?
The blood of children is said to have healing properties, and it's more effective if the children are tortured prior to the consumption of the blood.
If a king was sacrificed, and that means he should have never been in his place because he was never immortal. Every king that's in their spot is immortal, and if they're going to be sacrificed, and they were sacrificed, and the very next day or next week they're not resurrected or they don't come back, then they don't deserve to be a king. You know what I mean? All kings should be immortal. If I claim to be a king or immortal or whatever I am, you better crucify me. You better sacrifice me, or you better do whatever you could as many times as you can. Because every time I come back, or every time I'm here, or every time you try to do it, you're going to get tired of it. And you're going to be like, fuck, he's a king. Fuck, he's a god. You know what? We're fucking tired of this. How many times are we going to kill him? Or how many times are we going to, you know what? Fuck it, dude. He's king, dude. Just let him be. Like, we can't kill him. You know what I mean? And eventually leads to that. And it's a king. It's an emperor. It's a pharaoh. It's a god. It's who we are. You know what I mean? But if someone's going to claim to be a king or a god or whatever they are, and you killed them, you know, who knows how many times, because sometimes cats do have 9 lives. And you might kill someone 9 times and they might not come back alive that 10th time. Someone might have 99 lives, you know? 99 lives, but a hoe ain't one. You know, and you might die, 99 times, but it might take that hoe. That there's going to be a hoe out there that's going to say, fuck, he's on his 98th time. I'm going to kill him his 99th time. And that 100th time, he's mine for all eternity. And that might be a succubus. So again, you never know how many times you can die. But the thing is that if you're going to claim you're a king or superior, you better be prepared to die more than 1,000, 1,000,000, or who knows how many times, because people are going to come after you and they're going to kill you many times. And the only way you're going to have to look at it is like, it's sleep. You know what I mean? You're going to wake up the next day like, oh man, what happened? Like, someone killed you. Oh fuck, dude. I wasn't ready to go to bed that soon. You know, I wanted to stay up all night and party, and I didn't get to stay up all night and party because someone killed me. That's bullshit, dude. But fuck it, right? Like, someone killed you too soon, or before you were able to party the night away, they killed you. You wake up the next day and you realize, I got the greatest damn sleep of my life. If you want the greatest sleep of your entire life, kill yourself before you go to bed. And then once you kill yourself before you go to bed, you're going to wake up the very next day and you're going to feel like you got the greatest sleep in your entire life. You might not remember your dream, or you might not remember your nightmare, you know, for that one night, but you're going to remember you woke up the next day having the greatest sleep ever. You know what I mean?
But what's really crazy is that it's now been proven that young blood has healing and regenerative powers. Also,
if the king sacrificed himself and didn't want to be resurrected, then again, he doesn't deserve to be a king, because when you're a king, you never you have a kingdom, you have people, you might even have an entire planet or universe relying on you. You know, everybody's relying on you. Everybody's looking up to you, because that's why you're a king. That's why you're in the position that you're in. So for you to, like, you know what I mean? Imagine if a king's saying, hey, you know what I mean? I didn't want to, you know, like imagine if a king wanted to sacrifice himself and then didn't want to resurrect himself, right? Like, that's like, again, like, that's like a sailor or a captain leaving the boat before it sinks. You know what I mean? You don't do that. You don't say, oh, you know what I mean? I'm going to sacrifice myself and fuck you guys. I'm not coming back, or I'm not going to get resurrected, and all you guys are going to be lost on your own. Like, some people need their king. Some people need their leaders. Some people need someone like that for their kingdom. And for a king to be that selfish to, like, know that they can, you know what I mean, be sacrificed, and they know they could resurrect themselves but decide not to, and to leave everybody else hanging out in the dark, and you know what I mean, like, that's fucked up, right? He should have never been king then, or in his position, because he left everyone behind. I mean, I guess the only best way to explain it is if you were Jesus and you left earth and went to heaven. Like, if earth is all fucked up right now and everything, why would you go back to heaven and take off and run away, you know, when you got shit going on earth, you know? It's like the same thing. Like, once things go bad, or once things are about to go worse, or whatever it is, you're going to, like, kill yourself or sacrifice yourself and not come back? What the fuck? That's fucked up, dude, right? Maybe, so maybe where I come from, self-sacrifice is a godly thing, because for some reason, self-sacrifice has always been in my mind. True. Jesus got sacrificed by his own father. Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I mean, you're not gonna know the true story until you die, and that's what I tell people all the time. Like, hey, you want to know the truth? All you got to do is die. I mean, it's very easy to die. If you want to die, just die right now. Die tomorrow. Go grab a knife or go burn yourself alive. I mean, there's so many ways to die. Overdose or hang yourself. There's so many ways to die. Just go do it. And once you do that, then you'll find out the truth. But you have to have permission to do it first. You got to feel like it's okay to do it first. Because if you're not like a person like myself and you don't have permission to like kill yourself or to die any way you want, then you can't do it. You got to keep suffering. But once you know you're a person like myself and you can die anytime you want and you could take your own life, you can find out all the truth you want. And who knows? And like I said, it's going to be up to your ability, your judgment, what you believe of how fast you can gain that knowledge after you die and how fast you can come back. You might be back tomorrow. You might be back in a week, or who knows? Maybe your knowledge wasn't that great and you came back 1,000 years later. That sucks, right? So I've already died. When I came back, when I come back, I won't remember. So there's no point unless I stay dead. Well, like I said, by you just telling me that, and let's finish this video. By you just telling me that, then you're telling me you're a little bit connected towards life than knowledge. Because usually that sentence you just wrote sounds like life would say that. Knowledge wouldn't. Knowledge would have said the opposite what you just wrote, but you just wrote life.
Adrenaline is known to release a chemical called adrenochrome, which makes it more potent and effective. In Hunter S. Thompson's novel, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which is heavily rooted in autobiographical incidents, he claims to have been offered and to have tried adrenochrome. This particular part of the book even made it into the film adaptation starring Johnny Depp as Hunter S. Thompson himself.
What is this shit?
That stuff makes pure mescaline seem like ginger beer, man. Don't pull all his teeth out.
I remember thinking, Jesus, what a terrible thing to lay on somebody with a head full of acid.
Anyway, the last thing in the world you want to do is go this hotel again. Trace the call and put you straight behind bars. Well, you have to phone down, baby. Yeah, I know, it was horrible. It's all over now.
Let's get back to Dr. Sleep. Violet McGraw is Madeline McCann. At the start of the movie, a young girl named Violet wanders away from her parents while they are out on a picnic for the holiday. She stumbles across a beautiful Jewish woman who is wearing a top hat. The girl is fascinated by her hat. She thinks it's a magic hat. The woman promises to show Violet a magic trick. She pulls a flower out of her hat.
You gotta remember, like, Sad Clown, I would 9 out of 10 times, I would rather have you disagree with me than agree with me, because disagreeing with me brings just greater things, right? And sometimes, obviously, when you disagree with me, it just means that you're going to talk about the same thing I did, but differently. Just like sometimes I can disagree with you and I'll say it and it's like, oh, it's the same thing, but differently. There's so many dimensions now that we could see it so many different ways, but it's all knowledge. But again, it doesn't mean disagree with me all the time because I said that. I'm just saying, like, 9 out of 10 times, I would rather have someone disagree with me. And the reason why is because I know I make so much sense, and I know I'm always 90% right, that it's rare if I have someone disagree with me, because it's impossible to disagree with me. No matter what I say, sometimes no matter how you look at it, it's impossible to disagree with me. It's impossible. And then there's those moments where you can take the opportunity to disagree with me. I want you to do that. I like it. You know what I mean? Because it creates more opportunities than people always agreeing with each other. But you don't want to create where everyone's always disagreeing with each other either, right? I would say you would want 80% of the time, 80% of the time, 80% of the time, you want people agreeing with you. And then I would say 20% of the time, you would want people disagreeing with you. Do you get what I'm saying? I think that's where you want to keep the balance. So 80%, even maybe 70%, you want people to agree with you. And then 30 to 20%, you don't want them agreeing with you. You want them disagreeing. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like out of 10 people, 3 of them you want to at least disagree with you.
While the little girl is admiring the flower, the rest of the child abducting cult
I guess it's kind of like a jury, right? Sometimes that's how a jury works.
Sneak up behind the girl. The lady then snatches the flower from the girl and eats it.
You don't eat flowers.
She says. The lady in the top hat says.
It's the special ones that...
No, the typos are fine. I get what you're saying because I'm telling you, like, I do the same thing. I write a lot of typos because when you have so many things going on in your head, you want to let it out as fast as possible because you forget what you're going to tell that person, especially they're going live, right? So you're trying to write things as fast as possible because it's live and you're trying to keep up with the live moment. Because if you type slow or you're making corrections and you write, like say something in chat, especially the ones that are going faster, and then all of a sudden they're reading it and it's 2 minutes later for a live stream, 2 minutes or a minute later writing something, that's forever. And that streamers will be like, oh, what are you talking about? Because they forgot what they were just talking about a minute ago. So I get it, dude. Like, but it doesn't. There's a show. It's called Mind Games. It's on Discovery Channel, I think, or History Channel, and it came out a few years ago. And it's called Mind Games. You should watch it because they were putting like double, like the. And they were like telling you like, hey, read this sentence. And I was reading the sentence where, oh, the girl crossed the street, right? And the thing is like, they're like, did you catch it? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I read the girl cross the street and they pulled it up again. And it said the girl crossed the street. Like the girl crossed the street, like had 2 thes in it. Or they would do little things or they do a color thing, right? They'll do like a thing on there with colors. And then they'll turn, like once they have the colors going, automatically they turn the screen black and white. And then it's crazy because even though they turn the screen black and white, everything still looked like in colors because they were tricking your mind. So you're like, oh shit, so I'm watching it. I'm like, they're like, all right, watch the TV. And I'm watching the TV and they're like, all right, in about 5 seconds, we're going to turn the screen black and white and you're going to still see color. And then because of the way the mind and blah, blah, blah. So all of a sudden I'm watching it and the TV turns black and white. And then my eyes started seeing color still, even though it was in black and white. But it's called Mind Games or Mind Tricks or something like that on Discovery or History. It might be on YouTube or wherever you can find it. I guarantee you, if you watch both seasons, season 1 and 2 or whatever, it's going to change the way you see or look at things. And I don't know if it's the government that like prepared people for this and idiots didn't pick up on this TV show, but I swear to God, that TV show has changed my life more than anything else because it was like fucking, I was in college, I was like in a mind game college learning new shit and they were doing it I was just fucking in my bedroom watching TV and I'm like, holy shit, this is like some military shit, man. That whatever, all the shit they were doing on this, whatever that show, it was like military stuff, man. And I guarantee, and it was like so good and it helped me out today to get me like, and it makes you see through things and it makes you even see like a dog and it makes you like, once you see the show, you got to add your own shit to it, right? Like just because you've seen it doesn't mean like you that's exactly how you're going to work. It's kind of like a boost to help you open up much more. But there's just so much in that shit, dude. Like you have no idea. Yeah, I saw the show. Blew my yeah, dude. So are the dancing ballet girl who spins in a direction? Oh yeah, exactly, right. So that's what I mean. It's but the thing is you you pick up the imagination they give you, or how it teaches you how your mind works, and the eyes and the mind, and like things you never thought before. And then you alter it from there. You add a little bit of Dragon Ball Z, some Naruto, maybe some Michael Myers, and maybe you add a little bit of football, and then you add a little bit of let's say some Fortnite and Warzone, and then you add a little bit of you know what I mean, like whatever else. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's coming at all directions. Like you see mind games like that, and then all of a sudden I'm thinking of everything else that just came to, like, I'm using it and just latching it on. Like, I feel like this is what I am, dude. Have you ever seen The Blob? Remember that movie, The Blob? I feel like I'm the Blob, you know, like I'm the Blob. And like whatever I touch as the Blob, I'm just absorbing it, and you're with me now, dude, and you're fucked. Like, but I'm a nice Blob. Maybe I'll shit you out or something, you know?
While the little girl looks on in horror, the rest of the cult pounce on her, and the little girl screams. Her name is Violet.
Yeah, it's food. It's eating. You know, it's another form of food and eating. Yep.
I'm certain that Stephen King used Madeleine McCann as inspiration for this character.
It's a heartbreaking case that still puzzles investigators around the world. What happened to Madeleine McCann? The 3-year-old disappeared from her family's hotel room while they were on vacation in Portugal nearly 12 years ago.
Madeleine is also a type of flower, and their surnames are very similar. McGraw, McCann. Not to mention the book was written after Madeleine's disappearance, so King could have easily used the story to come up with the character, Violet.
True.
The disappearance of Madeleine McCann sparked some very creepy stories and conspiracies. One theory in particular is that she was abducted or sold for human sacrifice for a satanic festival called Beltane, which is like the satanic version of Easter, even though Easter is the satanic version of Easter. So thinking about that, remember that Thomas of Monmouth said he heard about a tradition in which children are sacrificed around Easter. Anyway, to me, it couldn't be more obvious that young Violet is created from the Madeleine McCann incident. Bradley Trevor is William of Norwich.
Yes. So I am a cult leader. What we do is we time travel. And what we do is we say, you know what? This fucker needs to be in a wheelchair. So we're going to cause a period in time to fuck this guy up, put him in a wheelchair. Why? Because all he wanted to do is talk about it. We got tired of him talking about it, so we're going to give it to him.
Another strange similarity in the blood libel tales of Dr. Sleep is exactly 8
is that a good one?
years after the murder of Violet McGraw, the cult strikes again. Remember Democritus said that a child is abducted every 7 years? Well, in the movie, 8 years has passed when the gang finds
sorry, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings, dude. I was just joking. I mean, I'm not joking. I thought that was pretty funny, but dude, I just like, again, you're the only one there, so you're the only one I pick on. But if I'm somewhere with like 10 or 20 or 30 people, dude, I'll be ragging on everybody, dude. And I expect them to rag on me, or they could say shit back to me. But I'm so good, dude, and I'm so bad that, dude, nobody picks on me because I'm bad. I'm like my grandpa, dude. Nobody picked on him or said shit, and he'll talk shit all night because no matter what, you're not going to out joke my grandpa or out like meme him. I guess they're memes now, right? Even my grandpa was a memester back in the day, so.
Your next victim, lure him into a van, take him into the middle of a forest, tie him to a...
This is true. I predict it's fine. Okay, I just want to make sure, dude. I again, you're the only one I could pick on, so I'm going to like pick on you like your deepest, darkest secrets. Like I said, that's just who I am. Or I guess it could be anyone, like Ice, or it could be Destiny, or anyone. If I know everybody's secrets, and you put it out there, you did it, not me, right? Like, you know, that's why I held on to my secrets. Or I made sure I didn't do things to have secrets. If you don't do anything to have a secret, then how could anybody fucking, you know what I mean? so use anything against you. So, but if somebody has secrets and all that other shit, I'm gonna use them against you, and I'm gonna use them in a meme way or a funny way. But like I said, when you're one or two people, like I feel bad for you guys because I'm pretty bad, especially when I get crossfaded. But if I'm crossfaded and you put 30 people around me, dude, I'm like the best roast. Like I love roasting people. Like it's just natural, it's fun. But again, I don't mind if people do it back to me. It's cool, you know. Like I like it. So. You know what? You know why I think, you know, it's funny. If a clown wasn't really holding on to secrets, they never would have came up with painting their face. You know, the whole point of a clown is painting their face and disguising themselves. And if they didn't do that, then obviously, they only do that because they have secrets. They never would have disguised themselves if they didn't have secrets. So I disagree with you on that one, because that even goes back to the jesters. You got to remember what made the jesters or clowns different than anybody else is they dressed themselves up. You know what I mean? They used face paint. I don't see a kings painting their face. I don't see knights painting their face. I don't see everybody else painting their face or putting on a disguise unless it was a clown or a jester. So you got to remember that if a clown or a jester is putting on makeup or disguising themselves the way they do and they have throughout history, they have many secrets, you know, and if they don't, then maybe they don't, you know what I mean? They don't have the right people around them pulling out of them, but it's all subliminal of the whole face paint and disguising themselves is because they have the most secrets out of anybody. You know what I mean? Again, if they didn't, then they would never disguise themselves or paint their face. That's the whole reason why they do that. Come on, Sack Clown, you got to know that. Women are a lot like clowns. You know what? You're a woman, dude.
Crucifix and stab him to death. The young boy cries and prays to God, but is mocked. Rose the Hat even says,
"Pain purifies steam. Fear too, so you understand."
Which reveals that she is most certainly alluding to adrenochrome. William of Norwich body was discovered by Thomas of Monmouth. This is his account of the murder. Having shaved his head, they stabbed it with countless thorn points and made the blood come horribly from the wounds they made. Some of those present adjudged him to be fixed to a cross in mockery of the Lord's passion. Bradley Trevor's murder is too similar to William of Norwich to be a coincidence, especially when the theme of the film is taken into account. So it's my belief that Stephen King drew from the story of William for his...
Well, like I said, dude, you probably are a girl. You think you have a dick, but it's an oversized clit. And, or maybe you're hermaphrodite and you just seen your dick and your other hole is hiding somewhere. Who knows?
Bradley Trevor character. Freemasonry, so obvious it's stupid. One thing couldn't be clearer.
And you sound like a person that's closer to their mom than their dad.
And that is that.
So that's why sometimes it gives me the feeling, sometimes like if you are a female, because usually like, you know what I mean? Like you don't get too many females close to their like dad, they're close to their mom. It's rare if a male is more closer to their mom like me, because I'm a mama's boy. But I don't know, you never seem like a person that'd be closer to your mom, unless if you were a female, you know?
Misfits is supposed to represent the ancient Masonic cult. The first piece of evidence is their headwear. The main villain...
Maybe your dad is your mom, and they fucked themselves.
Rose the Hat wears a black top hat.
I'm just kidding, I hope that wasn't mean. I mean, you said you hate them or something, right? So, could I say that? Hey! Maybe you time traveled at... Nah, just kidding. Hey, that's what... Uh-oh. I don't know my dad. It might be another Greek or another Jesus thing going on there. They don't know who their dad is. And they hate their mom because they might have time traveled. And maybe you don't remember. Uh-oh. Busted. GGX.
Found here on this Masonic website. And her partner, Crow Daddy, wears a Stetson fur felt hat, also seen on the same website. These hats are worn by the highest ranking Freemasons. The Freemasons wear these hats like a badge to signal to other high-ranking members in the other lodges. The Masonic Lodge of Education writes, "A brotherhood of many who speak different languages."
Yeah, dude, I hate to say it, man, but I don't know. That's like now I'm getting this energy of like Jesus and Greek God X with you, man. These fucking time travelers fucking their own moms, dude. What the fuck is going on here, man? You guys are nuts, man. What the fuck you thinking?
Languages, who reside possibly half a world away, who each wear different hats, come together as one within the Brotherhood of Freemasonry. Each member of Rose the Hat's cult is of a different ethnicity. They all have lived for hundreds and hundreds of years, or as Rose says,
You watched empires rise and fall. She had the gladiators in Rome, sailed across oceans to new worlds, while you fed on kings and princes and popes.
The Top Hat and Black Magic. Why are top hats associated with magic? As kids, when we see top hats, we can
see? Both of you are freaks, dude. You guys deserve each other. See? Subliminally, you just told me that. Yeah, my mom's weird, to be honest, because you guys are both freak-a-leaks like that, and of course, fucking, oh my god. You guys met at a bar.
connect them to magic tricks. But as adults, we connect it with social status and wealth. Well, as I mentioned, top hats were often worn by the highest-ranking Freemasons who would often perform strange rituals. One famous occultist, Aleister Crowley, first coined the term for these twisted rituals as blood sex magic. It's rumored that little children would often be involved in these sick rituals.
You guys did sex blood magic. Now we know you guys are time traveling sex blood magic demons, dude. What the fuck is going on with you guys? You sex blood magic, using that sex blood magic on your moms. I'm ashamed of you. You, GGX, and Jesus, all three of you, I'm ashamed. Remember, we just talked about the power of three. We got Sad Clown, GGX, and Jesus fucking their moms. The power of three, dude. God damn it. What the fuck? She used it on... Or unless if your mom was a sex blood... Hey, maybe your mom was a sex blood clown. And maybe your mom knew that you were her son, but she was just horny. And you were young and you don't remember. So she said, you know what? I'm going to make him into a sex blood clown. And the only way to make him into a sex blood clown is...
Aleister Crowley formed another cult called Ordo Templi Orientis, which would perform many strange blood and sex rituals. The cult had many famous members, one being the musician who wrote the song I Don't Like Mondays, Bob Geldof.
Tell me why I don't like Mondays. Tell me why I don't like Mondays.
His daughter later spoke out against the cult, alleging that they use children for their rituals. 6 months after she made those allegations, she was found dead in her apartment by an apparent overdose. The bad guy with the top hat is quite the popular trope in movies that touch upon the topic of child abduction. Professor Screw Eyes in We're Back, the Dinosaur Story, is a traveling circus master who tries to lure children into his show. The children have to sign a blood contract. He gets his powers from the fear of the little children.
Oh, trust me, dude. Trust me. I'm bad, dude. I'm bad. You gotta remember, like, if I'm godly when I'm sober, imagine how godly I get when I'm like crossfaded. And somebody called it crossfaded. Like, out of all names, you're telling me it's called crossfaded? I mean, you know what I mean? So I will make you feel uncomfortable, and I don't blame you if you leave my chat, dude, because I'm pretty bad sometimes, dude. I'm like, I don't know, dude. I'm like an evil jester, dude. You know what I mean? I can't control myself, and I say some pretty bad things. So, but remember, it's 18 plus. So welcome to my chat. Hey!
Proceed to the contract.
Louis, I'm scared.
You are. Good.
Dr. Foslier, also known as the Shadow Man, is the main antagonist of Disney's 2009 feature film, The Princess and the Frog. He is an evil witch.
Yeah, there you go, man. Yeah, cheers. I am a fool, you know what I mean? Like, we're fools, right? But again, man, dude, hey, man, think about it like this. If you think I'm bad, imagine if you're the new guy and you're around with me, all my friends, right? I got friends that are just like me. And let's say there's only not even 10 of us. Let's just say there's only 4 of us and they're just as bad as me. And imagine when I stop and you're telling me to stop, and then the other one keeps going. And then the other one keeps going. And then when you tell those 2 to stop, the other one goes, and then I get going again. So by the time then, like 30 minutes goes by, you're going home crying because you told 4 guys to stop and we couldn't stop. You know what I mean? So that's why we need people like us, need more people around us, like a chat, because then we can disperse that amongst others because we can't help it. You know what I mean? We're just going to pick on whoever we pick on. Then if it's just us 3, we're picking on each other. But dude, it gets like, dude, it's too godly, you know, it's very godly.
Doctor who plans to rule New Orleans with the help from his friends on the other side. Anyone remember the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? That guy is total nightmare fuel for any child watching.
Maybe they laugh at you. Maybe they just laugh at you because they're jealous of you, right? Usually I would think when it comes to between the clown race, like me including, like whoever laughs at you, dude, is just jealous because that's the whole point. I mean, what the fuck? That sounds weird. If I said all the other clowns laugh at me, like that's a compliment. How are you looking at that as a negative? You know, of course a sad clown will look at that, but let's look at it like this. Ready, sad clown? You're still love. I love you too. Let's look at it like this, sad clown. And I need to play this video, get it going. So you're sad clown, right? What is the opposite of sad, which is happy? But let's figure out what is the opposite of clown. So in one dimension, which is this one, you're a sad clown. But in the other dimension, what are you? Happy what? Now, you can't be a happy clown because you're already a sad clown. And happy is the opposite of sad. So now we got to create happy, but what is the opposite of clown?
The fandom wiki describes him as a black-clad, large-nosed man who is employed to hunt down children and take them away. He carries a large net like that used to catch butterflies, and a rather menacing-looking hook such as those used by old-fashioned abortionists. The child catcher occasionally catches his prey by luring them out with lollipops. What's even more...
Again, sometimes you don't choose what you want to be. Just God and Goddess make you that because you're the only one built tough enough to handle it. I mean, there's going to be others living through your life and living through your knowledge and living through your body after you pass away because time doesn't die. So while others couldn't live and understand the life that you did, they're going to, as they flow through time and they need a vessel to live through, they're going to live through you. So they didn't have to do it themselves. They were able to live through you and understand it through you. And sometimes you don't make those choices. God and Goddess does it for you, and you just got to accept it. But again, it's only temporary compared to eternity.
Unsettling is that this character did not exist in the original book. Disney's producers just thought it would be a good addition to the children's musical. I caught the same exact thing when I was working on a video about Disney's Return to Oz. The reason I made the video...
So out of all of those that you just gave me, you're going to be sad clown in this dimension. And then on the other side, you're going to be happy Hoto. That is perfect. Yes, we got it. So we got sad clown and we got happy Hoto. Yeah. You're the double H, dude. Sad clown and happy Hoto. Fuck yeah.
Is because at the beginning of the movie, Dorothy is taken to a Victorian-style insane asylum by her auntie, where she forcefully undergoes electroshock therapy. She then dissociates from reality, like that of a victim of the original declassified MKUltra experiments done by the CIA, where patients were drugged with LSD or something similar, and tortured until the point that their minds were shattered, or fractured. This would put the victims in a very vulnerable state, where you could either withdraw any information you want from them, or you can reprogram their mind with orders to carry out any number of agendas, including assassinations or so-called terrorist attacks.
Hey man, that's why you love me.
The weird thing is, none of this is in the original Return to Oz book, where the story was supposedly coming from. The whole movie ended up being dark, twisted, and it's...
Think about it like this. Just because you're the only one in my chat right now, supposedly, doesn't mean I have to give you favoritism.
Scared the ever-living shit out of children.
Right?
These are just a couple of reasons why you can find this meme.
Because then that would be making the streamer a simp. And I'm not a simp. So since I'm not a simp, I gotta look at my chat and say, you know what? Just because I have one person in there, why should I favor them? If I favor that one person in my chat, that one and only person in my chat, still makes me a simp. I'm not a fucking simp. I'm just kidding. I'll be a simp for you, Sad Clown. Any day.
Right here going around. Regular people that don't think critically see Disney as this magical world where dreams come true.
Look at that.
And truth seekers like myself see Disney for what it is. It's magic, all
dragon.
Right. It's black magic,
dragon,
witchcraft, and sorcery. That's just what Disney was made for. And after all, magic wands are carved from Hollywood. The whistleblower. In 2017, former CIA officer Robert David Steele blew the whistle on the satanic psychopaths that abduct children for their organs and their blood.
It turns out that drinking children's blood is an anti-aging device. This is just really sick and disgusting, but it's a fact. It's a chemical fact.
All right, Sad Clown. I need you to hurry up and go make some babies. And you need to make those babies as fast as possible. So in about 15 years, I can come after your babies and I'm going to drink their blood. And we're going to do the deal right now. Here's my signature through air. So I am going to drink the blood of all of Sad Clown's babies he has in the future. So Sad Clown, go ahead and go fuck as many women as you want without a condom. Because all those women you're fucking without a condom and get a baby with, it's going to be okay, man. I'm going to kill those babies and drink their blood.
And if you drink...
Happy Halloween.
Adrenalized children's blood, which is to say you terrorize the child, not just with sodomy, but with torture and with other satanic ritual things. If you...
But Sad Clown, I need some baby's blood, dude. So you need to sacrifice yourself for me and go fuck some women, make some babies, and make some blood for me.
Adrenalize the child's blood before you kill them and drink their blood. This is a doubly effective anti-aging device. You can also harvest children's bone marrow. So children are being killed for their bone marrow as an anti-aging device for the elite. I don't make this stuff up.
Here's a clip from another interview where he divulges even more information.
Yes, you have Hillary Clinton's #1 lady caught in Haiti trafficking in children. And Clinton used the full power.
I hope I don't scare you, because I know sometimes I can be a great actor.
The U.S. government to get that woman out of jail. She was trafficking in children for Hillary Clinton. Okay?
When you say for Hillary, and I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, Robert.
The Clinton Foundation, no, I'm with you, man. The Clinton Foundation is a major child trafficker.
I did not know that. I have to be honest.
I don't know that either, but I'm reading all this stuff, and it's very clear that the Clinton Foundation, among other things, is a massive charity fraud. Charles Ortel has done a lot of good work on this. But what we just had, this is just so, I mean, I'm sponsoring a book on pedophilia. And it's going to be one chapter at a time on Kindle Shorts and free online. It's by Joaquim Hagopain, who is a West Point graduate, a very talented investigative journalist. And he is documenting this book with links. And
hey, this is good, huh? I'm actually glad I held off on this until stream, because we're actually sharing this together. It's pretty good.
Everything. And so we're documenting pedophilia around the world. I mean, Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan are two of the most pedophile nations.
You're still going to make me babies. I'm just fucking.
On the planet. Okay? I mean, little boys are groomed from birth to be little sex slaves, and then they're murdered, and they're blood drunk. I mean, it's just...
I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
Blood is drunk. child, Peter Thiel. You know Peter Thiel, the Silicon Valley guy?
Yes.
He's just come out.
Remember I told you how, like, you know what I mean? Like, me and Gus talked about it earlier, how, like, an immortal war angel is a race. You know, demons, angels are a race. You know, I guess blacks and all that other stuff is a race. Well, you gotta remember, werewolves, monsters, ghouls, vampires, all that other stuff is a race, right? And some of these vampires or ghouls, we'll say vampires and ghouls, they do believe in God and goddess, and they do believe in, like, the higher power. And and like I said, and they, how can I say, just want to make sure, what happens if, like, they were actually to prove that they were a race, and they can't eat McDonald's, they can't eat the food we could, so we had to find a way to produce food for them, you know? And they're good people like us, right? They're just like us, but they're just vampires and ghouls that live off of the flesh, blood. Their food is different than ours. Their food is us, right? But instead of, like, getting that thirst and coming after the innocent, who knows? Maybe these people aren't getting executed in prison. Maybe they're getting fed to the ghouls, you know, to the vampires. Maybe some of these ghouls and vampires are becoming police officers or detectives and finding the right people and just killing them right there and then, and actually producing food, you know, like, you know, what happens if, you know, there's a rapist or there's someone out there is really bad, or, you know what I mean, they're going after women or whatever it is. What happens if a ghoul was hired on as a cop, and that ghoul as a cop caught that guy, and he knows he has permission to kill him, pop him in the trunk, and take him home for his family to feed on? That would be pretty cool, right? Number one, it saves money in the jail system, because now that guy doesn't have to go through the process with the judge, jail, lawyers, and all that stuff. Number two, we already know that guy's never going to rape or another woman again, or beat up the elderly again, or do any evil again. And number three, we're feeding the ghouls and the vampires now and their family, because we're feeding them with flesh that was already infected with evil, which, when it comes to a vampire and a ghoul, evil flesh tastes better to them than, like, good flesh. You know, they can eat the good, but it doesn't taste good to them, because, like, it doesn't make them feel comfortable eating the flesh of something that was pure. And there's such, you know, it's weird how it works, but it just doesn't taste right. But when they eat the flesh of something evil, it just feels right, feels good, and it's like you taste their sins, you know what I mean? Yeah, well, it's our world, what we're living today. I don't understand how you cannot believe that. I mean, we're kind of being shown shit. Like, you're slowly being fed the truth, and you just sometimes, even though you kind of believe it, you still don't. Until your eyes show you it, right? Until I bring you in your little wheelchair and I take you somewhere, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it right in front of your eyes, then you're gonna be like, oh, are you're like, put through school, right? Let's say for 2 years we're gonna put you in school, even though you're a human. We're going to put you in a school with ghouls and vampires and other things you don't understand. And I guarantee once you graduate from that school, you're not going to be their food. You're going to be their friends, because you're going to understand how they work, who they are. You're going to feel like they're family members. And guess what? If you meet an evil person, right, that deserves to be eaten or killed or food for their family, for one of your friends, you're going to get your phone. You're going to dial your friend. You're like, you're like, hey, what's up, dude? Hey, dude. I found this evil dude, man. He's fucking, dude, he's all, you know, like, I got food for you, dude. You call one of your friends, and then what they're going to do is they're going to come get that evil person, kill them, and take them home for their family to eat. Now, again, that person doesn't die. They're sent to their judgment, right? Because the flesh is going to be the food for the ghoul or vampire or whoever, or monster, and the spirit and soul is now sent for judgment for all eternity. You know what I mean? I mean, I even think that, what is it, Call of Duty? I love Call of Duty, and I'm tired of these cheaters in Call of Duty. And guess what? The more and more we just ban Call of Duty cheaters, or the more we create servers for them or whatever it is, it doesn't work, because they keep creating more accounts or whatever. But guess what? If they're dead or something kills them, they can never do it again. Ever. And not only that, if we're able to do it in a way where their flesh is preserved for the ghouls, that's perfect. We can maybe kill, 2 or 3 birds with one stone, right? Like feeding something, getting rid of evil, creating peace between gamers and Call of Duty and shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many ways, and I think it's being worked out already, because why else would these videos be able to be put out on YouTube now, and things are happening around the world, like, you know? And again, no matter how much is put out there or how much is told to you, people still can't. I even think if people's eyes showed them, they still wouldn't believe it in some ways. Like, they do, but they don't, because you're just stuck in your ways, you know? What if ghouls are evil? Can we kill and eat them? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't picture myself. I can picture myself eating a human, because I already know I'm doing that. You know, like the meats and the stuff I'm eating now in this world, I already know there's human in it. Like, I'm not stupid, and I get why, and, you know, I understand it. But like I said, there's no point in it. It's like eating a zombie. You know, only zombies eat themselves, and you got to remember, a zombie's not a ghoul, and ghouls know not to eat themselves. I've never met a ghoul that's ever eaten themselves, but I met plenty of zombies that have eaten themselves. And let's just pretend there's a war going on between zombies and ghouls. 10 out of 10 times a ghoul would destroy a zombie, because a ghoul 9 out of 10 times wouldn't even need to fight a zombie, because again, like humans and vampires and everything else that's figured it out, you just make zombies eat themselves. You know what I mean? Zombies are so stupid and slow nowadays that you just make them eat themselves. They don't eat you. They don't eat your family. They don't eat nothing but themselves. But if you're not strong enough, yeah, your energy they will eat you. You know what I mean? Depending on if you're not strong enough and your energy is not there. But if your energy is strong enough, I'm telling you, dude, like they eat themselves. When they come around you, they just eat themselves. They don't eat you. Or if you become strong like myself, I don't want zombies eating themselves around me. I actually want to have a conversation with them, or maybe somehow resurrect them into a human, or resurrect them into a reptilian, or resurrect them to a werewolf or a vampire again. Because zombies can be vampires, reptilians. A zombie can be anything. But I'm not going to tell you how I did it, but I've learned how to resurrect a zombie back to who they used to be. You know what I mean? Because I got tired of zombies. Because, again, I got so powerful at a moment in time where you could put a slither, you could put a zombie, you could put any monster in this world, or even any angel or demon or whatever around me, or God or in this world around me, and they never touch me. They end up touching each other, or eating each other, or destroying each other. It's never me. You know what I mean? So like I said, so when I started experiencing that all the time, like, damn, every time they put demons around me, they're always destroying each other, not me. Every time they put angels or devils or satans or gods or whatever they put around me, it seems like they end up destroying each other and not me. Like, why won't they destroy me? You know what I mean? And I get it now. Like, they can't. You know what I mean? So eventually I said, you know what? I'm tired of them destroying each other around me. I was like, maybe I can like help them, and I can resurrect them into what they used to be. And sometimes not everybody was a devil, or not everybody was a zombie. Not everybody was always a reptilian. Like, whatever you felt like you always were for millions or billions or even trillions of years, you weren't always that. It's just someone made you into that at a specific moment of time. You know what I mean? But again, you never figure that out until you learn how to eat yourself, or fight yourself, or, you know what I mean, or whatever you do around you. And after, for a while, I seen it for so long happening, then I just step in, because I'm just like, look, dude, you tired of being a zombie? Look, I'll make you into a mortal war angel. You tired of being a vampire? Can be a mortal war angel. You tired of being a werewolf? Be a mortal war angel. You don't want to be a human anymore? Be a mortal war angel. You know what I mean? Whatever you're tired of being, become a mortal war angel, you know? Now, the only way you can't be an immortal war angel, and I'm sorry to say, and you're fucked, is if you're in a wheelchair. If you're in a wheelchair, then we're just going to push you off the cliff, because you don't mean nothing to us. Ah, it's fucked up. I'm just kidding. To see that acting, dude, that acting, man, it gets to you. You know what I mean? That's fucked up. I'm just that's so funny, dude. I wish I could laugh harder, but I don't know if I'm hurting your feelings. I'm a mentally challenged handicap clown. Yes, you are.
Publicly, and said that he has transfusions of children's blood. Because it's an anti-aging device. Peter Thiel, the Silicon Valley billionaire. If you just do a search for Peter Thiel children's blood transfusions, you'll get right to it. Now, the part that he's not telling you is that the real value in anti-aging is when the child has been terrorized to death so that their blood is adrenalized.
Now, I'm not going to say whether or not this guy is some sort of operative, but I can tell you that it's a good rule of thumb to never put your trust into anyone. That goes for me as well. You can still be civil and friendly with people without having to give them your trust. Only trust the conclusions that you arrive at after you have thoroughly and rigorously studied and examined all available information on the matter of concern in an unbiased manner. Robert David Steele says plenty of stuff that's true, like what he's saying here, for instance. Doesn't mean he's not leading people astray when it comes to other things, and that's exactly what disinfo agents do.
Well, just like I told someone on Instagram, they were talking about their life, like they were losing everything or whatever. I forgot what it was. Like their life was going shitty, or it's kind of truth, right? And I told them, I said, good. I was like, I think you need to lose more. I was like, the more you lose, then, you know, the more you gain, you know? And I said, and I even told him, I said, matter of fact, I was like, I'm actually surprised you're still alive. I was like, you should be dead. I was like, but unfortunately, something is keeping you alive today, and it sucks, right? It was just something in those terms. And I was like, and then I finished it off like saying, like, you know, like, you know, the truth is real. You know what I mean? And you gotta accept that the truth is real. And that's what I gave them. You know, I gave them the truth, you know, and the more I hear people saying they sacrificed or they lost or they hurt, their feelings are hurt, or they're like whatever it is, or they feel like crying, it's going to give me more motivation to come after you. Now, if you're in a good mood and you're happy, there's no reason for me to ruin that. Now, I will try a little bit, but I will stop at a certain point because I'm not a dick. I know, like, oh, they're in a good mood. You know, they're happy. Why would I want to ruin that? But if you're in a bad mood, oh, my God, dude, I just want to make it worse. Because who knows? Maybe by me making your mood so bad, you're going to realize, you know what? I was in a fucked up mood, but once this guy came around, he fucked everything up. So now I realize I was in a good mood. Thank you. And you're welcome. You know what I mean? Because I'll fuck everything up just to make you realize everything wasn't that bad until I came around. But I only do that when I sense you're like in a bad mood or whatever it is, because I want to make it worse. You know, because I think that's what a friend would do. But a friend wouldn't. If a friend sees another friend or another person in happy or in a good mood, you kind of try to ruin it, but you see that it can't be ruined because they're in that moment. So you don't continue to do that. But when you see they're in a bad mood or whatever it is, man, try to make them suffer as much as possible to make them realize you weren't that bad in that bad of a mood, or, you know, like it wasn't that bad, you know, like I can make it worse, and, you know, let me do that for you, you know?
He seemingly does a fantastic job at exposing the Zionists, although he pushes the idea that the deep state is real and specifically says that it's not.
Well, see, that's the difference between me and you, is that, you know, if we see someone that's about to jump off the cliff, I'm going to be on one side of him and I'm going to say, hey, and I'm going to tell him why he should jump off the cliff, all the good reasons why he can jump off the cliff. Maybe once he hits the bottom, he's going to end up in heaven faster than a second and everything will be okay. I'm going to convince that guy every reason why to jump off that cliff. Now, if he jumps off, what fun is that, right? Like, that's boring to me. Like, I made a guy jump off a cliff. Now, if I get someone like you on the other side, that's convincing him to not jump off the cliff and give him every single reason why not to jump off the cliff, and I'm on the other side saying, no, you should jump off the cliff. Wouldn't that be fun? That's so much fun, right? Like, I'm on one side, try to convince him to jump off the cliff. You're on the other side of this guy, convincing him not to. We're not allowed to touch him. We're not allowed to do anything. All we're allowed to do is have the power of our words and our feelings and whoever he believes more. So imagine if I'm able to make him believe me over you and make him jump. Or what happens if you're able to make him, you know, believe yourself over me and he doesn't jump? Wouldn't that be interesting of who's more powerful? Like, dude, that would be, I can actually do a live stream, dude, on my cell phone, and we'll line a bunch of people up like that just want to jump off a cliff. And then, of course, I'll be on one side and you'll be on the other. And I'll be the one that's going to tell them why they should jump and all the good reasons behind it. And then you're going to be the one telling them why not to jump and then all the bad reasons behind it, or vice versa, right? Like, I'm never going to tell them not to jump. I'm the type of person where I'm going to tell them to jump, because I'm going to tell them, make sure you go head first, because the last thing you want to do is break your legs and still kind of be alive. Just to pretend you're diving into the water, go head first, and I'll give them all the secrets to life. And then you're going to be on the other side saying, no, don't do it. And you're going to tell them why. And then who knows, maybe we'll bet each other, like, you know, like, hey, at the end of the day, you know, whoever, you know, wins, has to jump off the cliff. And since I'm immortal, I could jump off, so I'll be fine the next day. And since you're not immortal yet, who knows, then you're fucked, you know? Like, I don't know if you're willing to take that bet, dude. You know, I am. And me and him can die together, no hope. For real. Right, let's finish this shit up, dude. That was badass. I love that.
A part of Israel.
Hey, I gotta tell who I am, man. I can't lie about it. That's who I am. Like, convincing someone not to jump off a cliff or a building or anything. Come on, dude. Like, just jump already, dude. Like, come on, you know? And make sure it's head first so you don't get, like, you know what I mean? So you don't survive. Because the last thing you want to do is jump off a building or a cliff and then wake up in the hospital and every single one of your bones is broken, dude. Fuck that. You'd rather just, I mean, hello, what's the whole point, you know? Like, you're supposed to die and you forgot to dive head first. Instead, you went with your feet.
I would have to disagree with that. The guy pushes the whole deep state QAnon, President Trump is against the NWO angle really hard. If this guy was CIA, then he knows better than anyone that presidents are selected before a single vote is cast. So yeah, be careful when listening to this guy. As the saying goes, the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. I can hear some of your blood boiling out there. Just try to relax, take a deep breath, calm down. It's gonna be okay. Statistics for missing children.
You know, I was thinking, Sad Clown, if you knew you were gonna jump off a cliff anyways head first and, like, you know, go that way, like, I don't know, maybe being me, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, you know what, this guy's in a wheelchair, it's only me and him, right? I was like, he's gonna die anyways, and that's just a waste if he just jumps off a cliff and goes head first. Why not, like, at least maybe about 50 feet, like, right? Be like 50 feet before we're, you know, like, we're 50 feet away from the cliff, right? What if I just pull you off your wheelchair and then I just, like, pull out the back of my pocket my torture tools, and I'm just like, you know what, Sad Clown? It's a waste, dude. Like, if you're gonna kill yourself and, you know, go off the cliff, like, what fun is that? Like, why can't I torture you, pull out your teeth, cut off some skin, maybe squeeze out one of your eyeballs, and, like, I don't know, like, maybe I'll cut off one of your fingers and stick it up your nose. Like, why not torture you first till you're almost dead, right? Like, where you want to die, but you're not dead. And then I'll put you back in your wheelchair, and then I'll push you off the cliff in the wheelchair. Because think about it, like, why would you just go off the cliff in a wheelchair like that when you have a friend like myself that needs to, like, have some type of fun with his friend, right? Like, you're my friend, you got to give me some type of pleasure with you before you do that. And I feel like, man, that's a waste, you know what I mean? Like, he's just gonna go off the cliff like that. So maybe, like, I won't tell you anything, and, like, 100 feet before the cliff, I'll just push you off the wheelchair, I'll torture you almost to your dead, and then I'll throw you on the wheelchair and then throw you off the cliff, and then you're going to die anyways, and who cares, right? Like, maybe, who knows, when we meet again, you'll thank me for that. Like, dude, like, that was the best torture I ever had in my life. I just didn't know it at that time. You know what I mean? Like, right? I would pull out my gun and shoot your legs off, so it would be ground, and then well, that's not gonna work, because then I'm just gonna use my Magneto powers, and I'm just gonna use my Magneto, dude. I'm just gonna fucking get the gun or stop the bullets, and if my Magneto powers don't work, then I'll use my Matrix power and stop the bullets.
You can try your best to find out how many children go missing each year in the US. The statistics pages run you around in circles, tell blatant lies, and omit information that would be beneficial to the numbers.
You say I won't be anywhere near your cliff, but remembered, I have the power of invisibility and teleportation, So I will teleport to your cliff even before you get there, and I'll be invisible. And I guarantee, no matter what, 100 feet before that cliff, you're gonna get tortured by me. There's no way I'm gonna allow you to waste your flesh like that. I need to do something to you before you do that, right? Like, that's easy. Like, man, I can't have you have the easy way out. Like, do you really deserve the easy way out? For me not to torture you before you go off the cliff?
For this video, I wanted to find a source that straight up tells you how many children go missing each year. On the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children website,
you know, you say I can only teleport somewhere I've been before, but I think you've been watching a little bit too much anime, buddy.
You can read about the missing children statistics, but end up nowhere by the time you're done. I find this disturbing because it reeks of obvious cover-up. Also, you have to think about what you don't see on the website. I mean, this is the leading institution for tracking missing children cases, and there was no mention whatsoever of children in the system, foster children, and children under protective services. Guess what? Those are the most vulnerable children when it comes to trafficking and exploitation. I did a simple search for Child Protective Agencies child trafficking. That was the search term. You can easily do it yourself, and immediately found an official source.
Oh, man. No. Man, I've been watching movies since I was a kid. What are you talking about? And then once you get to a certain point in life, you realize that life is the movie. You know what I mean?
For court services called National Center for State.
Remembered. Like 9 out of 10 times, like when the things you see in Hollywood, especially back then, like you only get one shot. You know what I mean? Because it was all real. There weren't stunt doubles. There weren't, you know what I mean, an extra casted person, whatever it was. You only get one shot. You know what I mean? And when it was a horror movie, that one shot mattered.
Courts. They have recorded the specific issue of human trafficking intersection with child welfare. Children in the foster care system are particularly vulnerable to trafficking. The policies under consideration could impact the handling of these cases in state courts. Position. State court leaders support efforts to effectively address human trafficking of vulnerable children and to provide adequate funding to state courts for training to better screen and recognize such cases and to implement best court practices. Summary. The issue of human trafficking, including sex trafficking, is getting increased attention by Congress. Attention also focusing on the intersection between trafficking and child welfare. Children in the foster care system are particularly vulnerable to being trafficked in the sex trade.
Yeah, well, you could think anything you want on those, man. Like I said, they're all an idea of something.
So this is a well-known issue, and it's completely left out of the go-to statistical data website. Not to mention how they beat around the bush like crazy with how many children go missing and how they go missing. When there's websites like worldometers.info that constantly keep track of all sorts of stuff in real time, you're telling me they can keep track of all this stuff live while it's happening, but can't track missing children's reports the same way? Instead, they just dance around in circles with explanations that only leave genuine researchers.
I think that I know that they're lying. And they're trying to, how can you say, oh, human trafficking, this and that. And they're making people think like, oh, it's only being done on Earth. But it's another subliminal message for alien abduction. And unfortunately, there are aliens out there abducting kids.
With more questions? I don't buy it. And then there's stuff like this. For 20 years, a Tennessee baby thief kidnapped more than 5,000 children from...
And you know what some of these aliens do? They're from the future, so they can see you like 30, 40, 60, 80, 100, 200 years ahead of time. So when they study you for, let's say, 300 years, these aliens would be like, you know what? We're going to go get this guy. We're going to go abduct him and kidnap this god or whatever you call yourself that's been living for 300 years. They abduct you. Why? Because they have a daughter that needs to be married, or they have a daughter it's like an eternal marriage, right? But the thing is, that's your fault. You weren't strong enough and you got abducted by these aliens, and you have no idea what you're going to get married to. You know what I mean? You might get married to a fucking blob goblin. You know, have you ever heard of a blob goblin? Blob goblins are pretty bad, dude. And a woman, imagine if, like, damn, dude, I'm telling you, like, you could be living as long as you want, man, and that was something more powerful, that's stronger than you. They fucking come kidnap you, or they come abduct you and shit just to marry their daughter, or they abduct you to marry their son. You know what I mean? For all eternity. Oh, dude, and you don't know what you're gonna marry. You're gonna be fucked, especially against a blob goblin. Okay, cool. Let's continue.
The streets, hospitals, and shanty towns of Memphis. Now, 70 years later, survivors of her House of Horrors are confronting the past. The article goes on to say, no one knows or perhaps cares to remember the exact day that Tennessee Children's Home Society in Memphis closed. What is known is that 69...
You know what's funny? Is that lately, something about Tennessee is going on. I noticed on Twitter, I even posted it on my Instagram, Donald Trump was talking about the Nissan Rogue car, and it was in Tennessee. He wrote something about Tennessee. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, FedEx. I posted a post about FedEx, which we're talking about X. Their main location is Tennessee. And then all of a sudden, I'm watching this video, and they're talking about Tennessee. So what is going on in Tennessee right now? Because there's all these subliminal messages going on for the last 2 or 3 weeks, something about Tennessee, and those are only those. There's so many more things going on, but what is going on with Tennessee? We know Tennessee in football is Titans, and what other sport is there? Tennessee and Titan is the moon, right? There's the moon Titan on Jupiter. So is there a subliminal message from Tennessee to Tennessee Titans to the moon of Jupiter? What's going on? Because there's a lot of Tennessee being talked about. Are you a Tennessee? Yeah, I don't know. Shit.
Years ago, in late November or early December, the place workers called a House of Horrors closed its doors for good. For more than 20 years, Tan ran the Tennessee Children's Home Society, where she and an elaborate network of co-conspirators kidnapped and abused children to sell them off to wealthy adoptive parents at a steep profit. Like there was a huge market for regular people, 1, wanting to buy babies, and 2, knowing where to make the purchase. That's just absurd. It also says her favorite scheme was to drive through impoverished neighborhoods, picking out the prettiest children, and then offer them rides in her shiny black luxury car. Once the children were in, they usually never saw their families again. So this was happening between 1930 and 1950. Was it an isolated event? Doubtful. Can you imagine how much crazier this stuff has become in today's age? These children are being taken into special facilities, bought and paid for by the people that go on to torture these children, strike unimaginable fear into them, and then extract the adrenochrome, so a select few can remain youthful and continue this sadistic cycle. So I hope to have established that Dr. Sleep is indeed based on a true story. Hollywood is rampant with adrenochrome symbolism in their movies. Monsters, Inc. is about adrenochrome, a movie about monsters that sneak into the bedrooms of children at night in order to scare them.
I just said monsters, so remember when we were talking about ghouls, vampires, and all that other stuff, I made sure I didn't leave out the word monster, and then all of a sudden we're talking about Monsters, Inc. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta remember they hear you, and they see you, and they sense your energy from the future. So who knows? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to explain that. That's just a whole nother conversation.
And harvest their fear. Look for videos by Enter the Stars Reloaded about that. Just type in Enter the Stars Reloaded.
Sad Clown, I am so glad I broke your spirit. I'm going to make sure I shatter your spirit. I'm going to make sure I torture your spirit before I push your spirit off the cliff. And then I'm going to go after your souls. I'm going to torture your souls. I'm going to break their legs and do everything I could to them. And then I'm going to throw them off the cliff. And then when all you guys, your souls and your spirit and yourself and your little clown little face and your clown little mind, when you guys all meet each other and then we see each other again, you're going to be thanking me. You're going to be like, oh my God, you did things for me nobody else would have dared to do. And I said, you're welcome. And then you never have to worry about me doing it again. I mean, everybody's going to experience something, right? You know, at one time or another, you know?
Reloaded.
I mean, sometimes you got to even prepare yourself to be a breakfast. You got to prepare yourself to be a lunch. You got to prepare yourself to be a dinner. You know, like, because there's going to be a time where you're going to be faced, Sad Clown, where you're going to have to name yourself your own breakfast. They're going to say, Sad Clown, what's going to be your breakfast name? You know, your time has come. And then when you think that is over with, they're going to come again and say, Sad Clown, your time has come. What is going to be your name for lunch today? And then, of course, you know, after that passes on, you know, they're going to be like, Sad Clown, you know, like, what are you going to be for dinner today? You know, we need dinner today. What's going to be your name for dinner? And then once dinner hits, Sad Clown, you're going to be like, I'm tired of being immortal. It seems like you guys only made me into, made me into being an immortal so you can feed off of me. And then we're, you know, not me, but, you know, others are going to be like, Sad Clown, you know, well, that's the whole point why we made you immortal, so you can feed us for all eternity. So for all eternity, Sad Clown, you're going to have to come up with your name every day of what breakfast you want to be, you know, what lunch you want to be. What dinner do you want to be? And sometimes, guess what? You're gonna have to name yourself as a breakfast, as a dessert as well. And there's even brunch, right? They have brunch. So who knows how many times in a day you're gonna have to sacrifice yourself as food. But think about it like this, Sad Clown. Every single time before you sacrifice yourself for food, you get to name your dish. You get to say, today I'm going to be pork chops, or today I'm going to create myself into something new. And, you know, you're going to be sacrificed, you know what I mean, for the greater cause. And what's going to suck, Sad Clown, is that you're probably going to feel the pain every single time, because what makes pain go away is that you feel pain, or you feel it so many times, and that it goes away. You know, it's like if you're feeling pain every day for every breakfast, for every lunch, for every dinner, every time you're sacrificed, you know, as an immortal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or even dessert, and who knows, maybe for a weekend, you know what I mean? Like, they might have people over, so they might have to sacrifice you and a few others, or even some of your family members, you know, to feed others, you know, that are going to come over for that party. But you got to remember, the good thing is that you're going to be able to name yourself as a dish. And the more times it happens, like the more and more it happens, the pain goes away, you know, like, I'm not going to lie, it's going to be a few years, but for a few years, it's going to be a lot of pain, you know, but you're going to feed, you know, you're going to feed a lot of people, and you're going to sacrifice yourself for the greater cause. But after a few years of that pain, eventually you're not going to feel it anymore. You're just going to be like, hey, all right, well, today for breakfast, or today, it's like you're a pet, right? You're going to be a pet of that family, an immortal pet, but you're going to be human or whatever, and you're just going to be sacrificed for food every day. And, you know, isn't that pretty cool, though? So, let me see. Allow. Okay, honestly, I don't have it. Seriously, I wouldn't thank you for that. Keep telling yourself, though, and you drink the tea bag. I'm out laters. My breakfast will be Dave's second egg. So next, me eat my there you go. So that'll be for and we'll laugh, right? Like, everyone will laugh, right? Like, oh my God. And then when we see you again, we're gonna, like, you're gonna have to come up with some more names, right? Because which one's that one? See, breakfast would be that. So next meal, so that's lunch. So what would be your dinner name? You know, what would you name yourself for dinner? And then what would be your dessert name?
Monsters Inc. Adrenochrome. He did a great job at exposing Monsters Inc. for what it is. So let's check out a couple clips before I get out of here. Here's a clip with Lady Gaga talking about her role on American Horror Story Hotel. I apologize for the quality, but I couldn't find the source for the life of me.
Like the Countess who feeds on the blood of children?
You must have a lot of questions. me to filter the blood through the children. She loves to hunt. She loves her condition.
There you go. See? That's funny, dude. That's a good one. I like that. That sounds like, think about it. If like we really did look at those as breakfast, dinner, and dessert names and everything, like that would actually be pretty cool, funny names, right? Like imagine opening up a restaurant, right? We open up a restaurant and then, yeah, that'd be cool, Sad Clown. We'll open up a restaurant and we'll have you name all the dishes. I think that'd be funny, right? And we'll name the restaurant maybe Sad Clown. We'll name the restaurant whatever you want. And then everybody will be like, look, all these names of these dishes you're getting is going to be from Sad Clown. And the thing is, Sad Clown, is that since it's a restaurant and it's going to be your dish, that means you're going to have to die a lot more. Damn, dude, you're going to try to die like 20, 30 times a day, dude, to fucking feed all these people. I hope you're ready, man. Hope you're ready for that restaurant to be open.
Addiction. There's a lot of grappling with addiction with the show.
Check this out. Here's a guy named Phil Snyder exposing the...
I'm just kidding. That's funny though, huh? So I'll be part of everyone. Yeah, there you go. You'll even be part of the sewage system.
Truth about adrenochrome in the 1990s.
Hey man, you'll even be a part of the fishes, dude. So when everybody eats you and then they shit you out and then it goes into the ocean and then the fishes, dude, you're going to be a part of everything, dude. You're going to be like the next generation Aquaman.
To look at a human being as a bag of food. They're not cannibals. They don't eat the flesh and the bones and all that kind of stuff. They use the glandular secretions of animals and human beings as a mixture of the vitamins for their food. They get high off of our adrenal gland substances called adrenochrome. It's something like cocaine to them. Now, what can we do about it? Right now, if we do nothing, we can do nothing about it, and it'll continue to go on. Basically, we'll be led in the dark, and you'll keep seeing more and more people disappear. Right now, there's 100,000 children totally unaccountable through FBI archives, cannot be traced anywhere. They haven't been murdered. Nobody's ever seen them. I think they're hauled underneath in some of these bases, and they are summarily done away with, and they are literally eaten. Now, that is a scary thing indeed.
Or do a quick SMR. I need you to sleep. Sleep. Is that a good SMR or what? Sleep. Sleep, sleep. Sleep. Oh, dude, I'll do horror. I think I could do it. I think I'll do a good scary. I think I'll make a maybe, just maybe it'll be funny though. Maybe I'll do a Halloween SMR. I think I'll do a really good Halloween SMR one day.
And I'm not asking you to believe me in total. I am asking you to seriously do enough homework that you can go out in through the public record, through the congressional records, find out who's voting for what, and go from there. Do your own program, do your own agenda, and do your own speaking out. And if enough of us do this, there is some saving grace.
This is just so disturbing and makes me realize that we're witnessing the kingdom of darkness crumble before our eyes. This is why everything in 2020 has gone the way it's gone. This is why it's only going to get more crazy from here on out. As I said earlier in the video, I have so much stuff about the reality of adrenochrome and blood libel that I want to go over, so expect more on this topic soon.
You'd kill to look younger, but eternal life is terrible for your skin. Introducing the souls of innocent children. This proven ancient formula will give you the youthful, radiant appearance any witch would die for.
I am beautiful.
But wait, there's more. For a limited time, we'll throw in the spirit of a second unwilling soul absolutely free. Look younger or cease to exist entirely.
Bye-bye.
Watch Hocus Pocus tonight at 7:35, part of 31 Nights of Halloween on Freeform.
So until then, this has been ODD Truth-O-Vision. Kill the programming and never sleep again. God bless everyone. Stay safe out there.
Oh, we will. Don't worry. We will. We will for the greater cause. All right. So I'm just gonna take a quick little break, play some music. When we get back, what I'm gonna do is I want to watch those cat videos. I don't remember, like, I have some of those cat where the cats do weird things. So when we get back, I want to watch some of those cat videos. I think I have a couple other videos I want to see. Unless if you know, anybody feels they want me to go on Twitch, I could maybe go on Twitch and catch some people out. But I don't know. I don't feel like going on Twitch today on live stream. I know I always do, but I was gonna play some music, and then yeah, I think I'm gonna play some cat videos, cause I've been wanting to see those. So, but yeah.
Joan, your internet service is horribly slow. It's time to make a change.
Give once your fiber
Synthesize.
Change your shampoo right now if you don't want to go bald. The shampoo you're using has the same ingredients as dish soap. I'm a 38-year-old guy with male pattern baldness. I've been suffering from hair loss since my 20s and spent over $1,000 on minoxidil, finasteride, and biotin products. Well, none of them worked. Those risky medications caused me constant headaches, and I always ended up seeking help from doctors. Those hair growth products you bought will never work. It doesn't stop the real cause of hair loss. Try this. It's twice as effective as minoxidil. I didn't really believe him at first, but after 3 weeks, the side of my hair that was thinning started to grow. I can feel my hair is smoother, and it looks much fuller and thicker. The real cause of my hair loss was sebum plugs.
All right. Kitty time. Kitty, pretty kitty time.
Oh hi guys, hello hi. I drank mom's coffee again and mom's coffee is very very strong and I feel like I can conquer the world.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
How to scare your cat.
Yo.
Say I love you.
Wow. I don't know. Sometimes you gotta think, right? This is what happens. Let me tell you guys about this. You know, I guess you could say witches or whatever you want to call it. But anyways, people are like, oh my gosh, that cat said that. Or sometimes people would think, oh my gosh, that cat's not normal, whatever it is, right? But how do we know that this woman just isn't a good, you know, a puppet master, and she made the cat do that? So sometimes you got to decipher, was it the cat? Is the cat trying to deliver a message from somewhere else? Or did the cat do that because the woman pulled its strings because she knew how?
Say I love you.
Nah. The hell? The hell? I went back to sleep? What? Oh, what? That is like...
Netflix. You can buy it if you want to. Oh, okay. Well, I don't think it's on.
The fuck? The hell? Nah. Oh. What? That's weird. What the heck? Wow, no, dude. That's weird. So anyways, this new microphone stand I have, I love it, man. It's like badass, man. Like for real, like jeez, like it's so so good. Like it's like I feel real comfortable using it compared to the other one. And the other one costs more.
อ้อมเดี๋ยวทำไมมีสิทธิ์ทำแบบนี้กับฉันแค่ออมสินะแม่นะแม่ไปเจ้าวัน
Yeah, that's what Egypt does. Like sometimes he he wants to attack me or he doesn't know if he wants to or not.
แม่แล้วนึกถึงบุญคุณกูไว้
I owed him up.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was very good. We're gonna do the whole thing one more time. Follow my step.
Oye, oye, hazme caso, hazme caso. And it went like.
There you go. So close. What? Oh. 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 What, dude? No way. Is he really gonna do it? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Damn. That was funny. That was good. That was good. I think I said that one. What the hell? What the hell? What was that? What the hell was that? The hell? That was funny. That was good.
God da- Oh my god, what is that? Oh my god! What is that?
That's so funny.
Like normal, but like if I go to like this one spot, he just like starts licking the air, and I don't know
That's
why. Does anyone else's
weird.
cat do that?
No.
What?
Oh shit, damn. Hell no, I'll be pissed. That's why I don't have two cats, man. Just one cat, me and that cat. That's it. Oh damn, that's crazy. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's weird, right? That's like two cats grappling or something, man. Like that's some weird ass crap right there.
What? Where do you want me to go? Oh, of course.
It's okay. It's okay.
Peanut!
Anjo.
Yo, makan yo. Yo, makan. Yo. 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 Yo, makan yo. Makan makan.
Oh, what the hell? The hell? What the hell was that? That was a good one. Alright. You guys take a vote. Should we do one more or no? Alright. I got the perfect thing to watch.
Joan, your internet service is horribly slow and terribly unreliable. Yes, Joan. It's time to make.
But they're all.
I didn't know that Jacksonville was unofficially known as the murder capital of Florida until we arrived in town to film just last week. While we were there, we visited Moncrief Avenue, a notorious road in the city known for being one of Jacksonville's deadliest streets. There's been an unprecedented number of murders that took place along this road over the years, and I truly had no idea that Jacksonville was a town plagued with such troubling issues. In 2019 alone, there were 130 documented murders in Jacksonville, and 89 of them went unsolved. That means that over half of the killers in the city that took a life last year are still out there walking the city's streets. It's always crazy to drive down these dangerous roads and to imagine the souls of murder victims that might be damned to walk them. Our night in Jacksonville began in a very normal way. We arrived in the city, headed to an apartment complex, and met with a friend. However, the night would take many dark, demonic turns, and by the end, my perspective on demons and their capabilities had been changed forever.
Well, Brooke, you ready?
Yep.
Okay, so why don't you just first start out by introducing yourself and saying what you do, and you can look right into the camera.
Okay. My name is Brooke, and I have been practicing demonology for almost 7 years now.
Perfect. So what is demonology?
It's basically just the worship of demons.
So, can you explain that a little bit in more depth?
So like, when people think of worship, a lot of the times they think of like being subservient to, or like following blindly, that kind of stuff. But the real actual definition of worship is just to show reverence to, pay your respects to. And as far as like demonology goes, that's pretty much what we do, is we just show reverence, respect. We'll leave offerings, incense. With me, specifically, I do like energy work, so I'll share my energy with him, share his energy. Sometimes I'll let him honestly, more like most of the time, I'll let him partially possess me, which is where he'll like kind of like slide in and he can taste things, feel senses, that kind of stuff. Mostly it's just when I'm eating peanut butter and bananas. He really likes peanut butter and bananas.
I like peanut butter and bananas.
He really likes Reese's. So like,
yes, Reese's are bomb. So that's kind of weird because in my sandwiches are peanut butter jelly, but it's weird because I like peanut butter with Reese's and then the bananas, but I also like put like milk on top of it, and then also what was it I don't want to talk about it.
Like when I'm eating a Reese's or like a peanut butter banana shake, or peanut butter
With like, I like the crunchy peanut butter, right? Like you have the peanut butter, but it's like the crunchy kind. Man, you have those with like the green apples. Like those are the best. Like green apples with the crunchy peanut butter. That's a dessert right there, you know.
butter jelly sandwich, he's like right there because he loves peanut butter.
Really?
Yeah.
You said peanut butter, bananas?
Yeah.
Okay. So what exactly do you do? How would you describe the work that you do?
A lot like Reiki. I mostly just do energy work. I don't do like a lot of spell work or rituals or like a lot of other people who practice demonology. They'll do like, you know, they'll make dolls or spell bags or do like actual rituals on like certain kind of moons or certain kind of dates, that kind of stuff. I don't really do anything like that. I'm a very practical person. So like everything I do has some kind of like practical aspect to it. So mostly I just do energy work pretty much.
So I'm just gonna add that to
each entity has like their own specific likes. Like he likes peanut butter and bananas, sandalwood, anything like earthly or water based, and then like say an entity like Set, he likes sage or couple different things that he likes, and then Leviathan, for example, likes lavender. And see, the thing is, I don't really work with them too much. It's mostly just G. And I did actually ask them if anybody wanted to participate besides him, and they were like, no, I'm good. They're not really interested in this kind of stuff, and he's only doing any of this because I asked him to. But yeah, they all have their own personal likes, dislikes, and how they relic. They have their own personal dislikes and likes, and like what they do like to do, what they don't like to do. Like he's mostly into like history stuff and just like teaching.
You know what's funny is like there's like things I like have that playlist, right? I have my playlist on my YouTube, and it's funny because I had a lot of videos and a lot of things on there, music stuff. The music I listen to, but there are videos like this one, like I haven't watched the whole thing yet. And it's funny because like I caught parts a little bit here and there, but it's funny because like the only reason why I didn't want because there's certain videos, right? Like I remember I put on my playlist on my YouTube. I was like, you know what? I don't want to watch these on my own. Like I want to watch these one day on the PC when I get it, and when I start getting the live streaming going on the Twitch and all that. I was like, I'm gonna start, I'm gonna start doing, like watching the videos on there. And the reason why I didn't want to watch it, like I didn't want to watch it was because, like the reaction or what I thought, like, oh shit, because of course if I've seen it the first time, it's not gonna be as fun when it's on stream, and I get that, and I'm not gonna fake having fun on stream or a fake reaction. So what I do is I see there's videos or things I put on my playlist, or I write something down, and I'm like, all right, well, this is what I'm gonna be watching, or try to watch or whatever on live stream. And if I forget, then I'll save it for the next live stream. But again, I don't want to do that fake shit, like reacting to things or this or that, or like I want to see it for the first time with I guess on live stream, just to have something to do, right? Like shit. I know, but this is pretty interesting. You can actually tell like she has something going, like she knows. The thing is, like, she says demons and demon this and that, but she has angels too, obviously. You could tell. And then like she has her angels and the demons and everything else that come to her, like they all protect each other because they know like her innocence, you know what I mean? Like she's actually a pretty good person.
And why of things. things, which is something I'm really interested in, and really teaching you, like, because truth is both subjective and objective.
I remember, you guys, there's an owl right there. Obviously, we've learned, you know, there's a lot of subliminal stuff with owls, especially with Freemason stuff. There's another owl right here. But again, it's not just Freemason stuff. There's owls are symbolism to a lot of things, you know. And to every, I guess, faith, cult, religion, whatever you want to call it, you know, they all have their own different symbolisms for the same, like, there could be the same animal, same bird, same whatever, but they could mean something different, you know, when it comes to symbolism, you know, to every single person. But like I said, there are specific type of symbolisms that should remain the same between everyone, you know what I mean?
What I mean by that is there is one truth, but to see that truth, you have to get all the perspectives on it. And like, you can't really naturally do that. Most people can. So one of the things that he's taught me, one of the biggest things that he's taught me, let him in. Stop doing that, sorry. Can you not get that? One of the things that he's big about is history and stuff like that. So mostly what I do is I just like learn with him about all kinds of like different stuff. Like right now we're learning about Irish history and stuff like that, which I happen actually to be Irish, and I didn't know this. And then when I was doing research, I found out that he might have relation to Irish giants, possibly. It's just really hard to find information on him, actually, because the only place he actually shows up is the Goetia. Like that, there's no mention of him in like ancient history, or at least not by his name. I have a couple guesses as to like what he may have been or who he may have been, but nothing like really definite. You know?
So I gotta stop you here. Who is he? Who are you talking about here?
Gushin.
And can you explain to people online who that is?
Gushin is the 11th spirit of Goetia. He mostly deals with telling future, past, and present. He can answer any question that you ask him, and he's also known to be very like a blunt, to the point, like truthful spirit, which is actually interesting because when you go into like a lot of the descriptions of Goetia spirits, it's a lot of like scary stuff, like, oh, they might do this or they might do that, or you have to like trap them in a triangle, or all they do will lie to you. And then like for his, found it kind of funny and interesting. It's like, oh yeah, like he's pretty much truthful and to the point and blunt, and like he'll answer any question you ask him. But they're also like, if you summon him to ask him a question, like that's all he's doing. Like, don't try and talk to him about like a bunch of other stuff, but nothing like negative about him. It's very interesting.
So how did, I guess let me just ask first, and you can answer these first kind of questions briefly so we can get into the meat. How many entities would you say that you contact / talk to frequently?
One mainly, and there was like a couple others that I'll talk to like semi-frequently.
And you said you would describe it as worshiping demons. So do you actually think that these entities, before we get into them, are the typical demon, or
No.
what are you saying by that sentence?
So like I just kind of use demon because it's the main term that like people know, and demonolatry just kind of formed as like a way, because there's a lot of ways to work with these entities, and a lot of them are very from a Christian viewpoint. A lot of them are like, you gotta trap them and bind them and protect yourself with a circle and all that kind of stuff. And demonolatry is different in that it's very like a equal relationship. You're working them with like friends, family. You're not really working with them as like, you're my slave, do shit for me, basically. It's more like a give and take. Like, I share my energy and time with you, you share your knowledge and time with me, that kind of stuff.
So you guys are equals in a way.
Yeah.
Being, you're obviously a human, and they are not.
Yeah.
All of this is so interesting to me, but I have just so many questions.
Yeah.
Let's get into them. So, which entities do you contact frequently, besides Gushin?
I contact Leviathan, Set, or most people know him as Lucifer, and sometimes I contact Baal and Alokis.
And out of all of them, which one do you think is the most powerful?
Definitely Set.
I remember, you guys, like, don't let imagery fool you. because every single time, like every single one of them she named, or when you hear their names, automatically you're fooling and given a picture of what they look like or kind of look like. But nobody has, number one, nobody knows their real name, which usually their real name is all their names. You know what I mean? So when someone has all their names, that's their real name. So someone's real name is all their names. So automatically she names one name of, each one, and they're putting a picture of, I guess, what they look like, but nobody knows what they look like. You know what I mean? So, and then on top of that, they don't even know what their name is. They just know one of their names, which again, that's not their name. Their name is all their names.
In what way?
He definitely has been able to do things that the other ones can't. And now they don't fight for power or whatever, but it's just a very obvious, like, they respect him, and what he says kind of goes.
Mm-hmm. Well, are the entities here with us now? Gushin is. And so Gushin you would describe as being kind of the entity, demon, however you would describe this, that you're really like the best friends with out of all of them, and you stay in frequent contact
all the time,
and you guys are talking and you're hearing it, and he's helping you out in all these different ways. So if you had to think about it, where would he be now? Is he like somewhere specifically in the house apartment, or is he just kind of omnipresent?
Well, see, I have his sigil tattooed on me, so I kind of feel him with me always, but definitely his presence is not heavy down here. It's definitely more heavy up there, but it's kind of off for me because, like I said, I literally feel him like in me, basically, like all his energy flowing in me, so it can be kind of hard for me to tell like specifics sometimes. Still training on that.
And Olivia, you said that you walked up there a little bit ago, and it was heavy?
Yeah, it's very heavy up there.
And that was before she said this.
I even told her that it was heavy up there.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, Andrew and I haven't been up there yet.
Not yet, brother man, but it's coming.
That's next after this.
It's coming.
And I am excited for that.
Real quick, by the way, I heard of somebody coughing.
Yeah, that's my boyfriend.
Okay, so there's somebody else here.
Yes. Yeah.
So where do the entities go when they're not here with you? Do you have any idea?
Not really. Wherever he wants to. Sometimes, for example, he'll like go with my dad. My dad says that he'll go and help him out and talk to him and stuff like that from time to time. Pretty much just wherever he wants to go. But for the most part, I think that he is at least nearby me. And see, like, near to us is different than like near to them, because they can just travel so much faster than we can, especially when they have like a link to me. Like, he has a link to me because like I said, I have a sigil tattooed on me, so it's like a direct, instant link. And that's kind of why I can expect him to just like pop in or chime in or whatever at like any given time.
Has he said anything since we've arrived?
No, not really. He's just listening right now.
Okay. So how did you get started in this field, and how did you get started contacting, I guess, the main entity that you have?
So actually, weirdly enough, my ex-husband was like into Satanism and stuff like that, and he had picked out this entity, Gushin, and then when I met him, that was like when I first started, like, I had like the weird interaction where I was sitting in my car and there was like a blue, what I thought was my ex-husband, like come around out the house and around my car, the back of my car, and then I got out of my car and nothing was there. My boyfriend came out in his blue jacket, that's why I thought it was him. And then just like doors opening, closing, weird stuff like that when I first met him. But it wasn't until probably about, I want to say 6 or 7 months later that I actually started practicing, because I was still kind of like, I don't know, this is kind of like, it's the first time I always had been interested in like the paranormal and stuff like that, but it was the first time I'd ever really encountered something that like I felt like was actually there, but I didn't really know how to approach it. And then when my ex-husband went to jail, I started researching more myself, and I set up, because I was by myself, so I was just kind of like, I set up an altar and I started meditating regularly, and that's really when I like started practicing.
And was it right away when these signs started to happen, or did it have to occur gradually?
It definitely occurred gradually, and I think that's mostly just because I wasn't sensitive to it. I wasn't able to hear or sense or anything, because it took me, because I was not serious about it like the first couple of years that I was practicing. I was like off and on meditating, once a weekend, that kind of stuff, not really doing it regularly. And it wasn't really until I started meditating regularly, like 3-4 times a week, that I really started getting like mental images and like a buzzing kind of noise in my ear, and then that gradually turned into actual words, thoughts that didn't seem like my own, and then I felt like, well, maybe it's my subconscious. So I did do a lot of work like clearing out my subconscious, lots of deep meditations to try and like determine like what's me, what's him, is he real, does he exist? And there had been like a lot of things that had happened that kind of proved his existence, but I had never really been able to talk to him before, so it was kind of feeling like I was going crazy a little bit. But then when I actually started talking to him, I had some very surreal, very like physical sensations, like I could definitely tell that he was real. And I did have some like sensations of energy and stuff like that when I was first practicing, which is kind of what kept me going, because I'm a very practical person, so if I don't have something, I'm just gonna be like, But it was the feel of energy, the fact that I could like feel some kind of weird sensation flowing through my body that kind of kept me more and more interested in wanting to like pursue and be able to actually talk to him one day.
So you haven't been doing this your whole life, though?
No, definitely
And this is kind of like you got thrust into this world through someone else, and then it's become like a life passion for you and something that you really rely on.
Yeah.
So what do you think is your favorite part about having these entities to contact and like the things that they bring to you?
Learning, and then just having like different perspectives. It's very interesting the way that they see things. It's like completely not how humans see things at all. It's very interesting to me because I like seeing different perspectives of things. Like just for example, one time I was trying to meditate and I was like really, really hot because I was sitting in my closet with another place. I had set my altar up in my closet, and I was meditating and it was just hot. And I was sweating and I was like, I need a hair tie or something. Couldn't find a hair tie anywhere because I had short hair up until that point, so I didn't keep any. And so I'm like running around my house trying to find something to put my hair up, and I just get him like pushing me into the bathroom, into like this area where I had like a basket weave thing made out of like metal and basket weaving, and he wanted me to actually break the basket and take the metal prong out of the basket and use that as a hair tie. Yeah, so just an example of like the complete difference in thought. Like I would never break that for a hair tie, but that's totally practical. He's like, you're hot, you need a hair tie, there you go. So just very different thinking, and that's really interesting to me.
Different way that the thoughts are processed, obviously.
Yeah, definitely.
Coming from a human versus some sort of an energy, elemental spirit, or not even a spirit, whatever term you like to use to describe these entities.
Yeah, entity is fine, yeah.
So, have you ever had any frightening communications or things?
Look at, he had the number 13 on his arm.
Things that have happened to you on this journey, like things that have happened to you on this.
And that's really interesting.
Any,
like, what are the chances? I think it was, well, there's been a lot of 13 coming along again. I've been seeing the number 13 a lot again, like a lot more than often. Also, we're talking about the letter X. The letter X is coming around a lot, X, and then 13. So now I got to figure out what is the meaning right now between 13 and X and 13. So I'll probably go on the line later. Right now I want to finish this up, and then damn, there's a lot more to go. Oh my gosh. And I got a couple of just some music, and then I'm gonna end the stream. Shit, dude, I was on for a long time already. Yeah, over 8 hours. So yeah, so X and 13. So we gotta figure out X and 13 because those are what I'm seeing right now for the last couple of weeks. X and 13.
Frightening communications or things that have happened to you on this journey, like from the entities, not really, oh, I saw a ghost. Like more like, have you ever felt negative energy that's been brought in through these circles that you've opened, or?
Joan, your internet service is horribly slow. It's time to get Frontier Fiber Optic Internet.
There's something to be said for living in the moment.
Anything like that?
No, the only times I have is like when I inserted myself into like another person's situation who was already experiencing negative stuff. All my interactions with my entities have been like positive and not positive in like the happy-go-lucky always either. Sometimes it's just like I have a thought process or whatever, and my thought process is up, and he chimes in, yo, that's a fucked up thought process. Like, really reevaluate that kind of stuff. To me, that's positive because it encourages growth, which actually, funnily enough, he has an N, and it roughly translates to help me grow.
So, when you say you hear them, do you physically hear like a voice inside of your head? Or is it like...
It's more like thoughts.
Yeah, like a thought that pops.
Yeah,
it's not
more
an
like
actual...
thoughts with like a slight tonal difference. Like his is a little bit deeper than my own thoughts, and more of like a male voice. It's not like, you know, someone actually like talking in your ear. Although my dad has experienced stuff like that where he's actually like said stuff to him out loud. I haven't had anything like out loud, but it's mostly just like thoughts in my head.
So let's go through the paranormal activity that you have experienced since the beginning of this journey. Can you spell out the different incidents
Yes.
that have occurred?
Yeah, okay, so the first one would have been when I was sitting in my car and had that blue orb fly around my car, and then like doors opening and closing in my house, and then there really things moving, keys and stuff like that. There really wasn't anything like serious until I moved into my first apartment and had my friend was over, and him and his girlfriend were spending the night, and she was scared because she could kind of sense his energy, and she had a negative thing attached to her, so she was like kind of freaking out, and her boyfriend was like trying to act macho and stuff, so he like challenged him, and obviously I wasn't there for it, but I got woken up to them freaking out at like 3 o'clock in the morning, because apparently when he challenged him, he opened all the doors in the kitchen, all the cabinets, and slammed them shut, and then started stomping around like where they were sleeping and stuff like that. And then this is the part that I saw. When they woke me up and I came out, there was huge black handprints going up the wall, over his sigil, and then onto the ceiling. And then after that, I had a friend who was living with us who had negative intentions, I guess I didn't even know about. And we left, everybody left, and when we came back, all his stuff was stacked on his bed in a triangle.
So something has crawled on the wall.
Handprints all the way up the wall.
What do you think?
Ceiling.
What do you think caused the handprints?
Oh, definitely Gushin.
But I mean, how do you think that happened? Like, do you have any theory as to how they appeared?
I definitely know that they can physically interact with things. So I think he was trying to send a message to them, like, you know, this is my house. You know, don't disrespect me in my house.
He's putting his hand on the wall, physically kind of showing.
Yeah, like, hey, I'm here. Don't disrespect me. Because since I started working with him, I made it well known, like, you know, I'm coming to you for like knowledge and help and stuff like that. So like, my house is your house. You know, I respect you. You respect me. And then one particular time, me and my ex got into an altercation, and my ex was actually choking me, and Gushin came in and ripped him off of me, and my ex was completely shocked, obviously did not.
That's true. When you guys believe in that stuff or you know about that, like, it does happen. Like, you are truly protected, and that's why sometimes there's a lot of men that, well, not a lot of men, but that's why some women know they can't be with certain men, because they're not powerful enough to defend what's defending them, you know. Because sometimes even a woman doesn't have to be attacked or anything like that to be defended by her spirit or her spirits or whatever's been around her since she was a young child. You know, sometimes, you know, they just defend her because they don't know, you know, they don't know who you are. And like I said, sometimes you don't even need to be attacking that person. They just attack you for no reason because it's self-defense no matter what. until they get to know you and you get like, you know what I mean, when you're strong enough and they get to know you and obviously they will talk and understand your spirits, you know what I mean, before like say me and her would talk, right? Our spirits or Gushin and all that other stuff, like they would all talk, or you know, 'cause she has her Gushin and I got my own. You know, hers is that, but I have mine's different. But you know what I mean, like like they would talk and interact and make like they would know each other and know us before we would even interact. And even if we were gonna interact no matter what, then that's when they're okay with it. Or if they still weren't, we would still interact and weird things would happen. But like I said, it's just because her spirits and my spirits are just, they're in self-defense mode, you know what I mean? Because like it's rare that when you meet other people that kind of like understand it, and when you do, like even your spirits, they don't know how to act, you know, they don't know how to like travel anymore, like they get nervous, like just so many things that happen, you know, because it's just, you know what I mean, it's rare to find people with experience, you know.
Not expect that, which is kind of weird because he was the one who introduced me to it. A little bit weird. I don't think he was as serious as he claimed to be. And
Stealing content? What do you mean? Stealing content, you dirty boy. What are you talking about?
then another time, one time I was in my car and it was raining and I was doing 50 and it was 45. And someone pulled out.
So I'm gonna tell you guys something. She's right, because one time I was with someone in a car, and it was raining, and I already knew like the power of the rain and what's in it and how it's controlled, you know. And I remember there was like a puddle on the freeway, and I remembered when I hit that puddle, I knew my car was about to spin out. Like I felt my car like swivel and stuff, and I knew it was about to like spin out because it was a big puddle on the freeway and you're going like 60 or even 50. It was just crazy. And right when my car is about to spin out, something weird grabbed onto my car and put it back into its place. And then I didn't say anything. I was just like, "Whoa," like, you know, because I remember that person was next to me. Like I was just like, whoa, like the car shook a little bit, and I was like, whoa, that was crazy. That like, but I knew, like, 'cause we felt the car about to like slide, and it just felt like something just grabbed it and put it back in its place. And what was crazy? Man, that felt like I wasn't supposed to be telling that story. What was crazy is I remember there was a black Escalade following me from behind. And I know it's weird, but even since before that, I was, you know, you always get that feeling, people, like when you're important and you always know you are, you obviously always get that feeling like you're being followed or watched or something's going on. And obviously it happens so many times, it's hard for you not to believe that, right? And the rare few of you know what I'm talking about. So what was weird is like when I was driving this whole time in the rain on the freeway, I remember this black Escalade was on my ass the whole time. And I remember in my head, I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, they're following me, man. I was like, is this going to be the day they're going to kill me, you know, and they're going to kill me again, or what's going on? You know, they're fucking following me again. You know, why won't they leave me alone, right? I was thinking that. But, you know, I was so used to it that I was just still driving on the freeway. Like, fuck it. They're just going to follow me all the way down to LA. They're going to hide and whatever, right? So I'm driving in the rain. So again, I hit the puddle. I felt my car about to like turn sideways and go off the freeway, and like I was gonna crash, but again something grabbed onto my car, put it back into its place, and I just kept moving forward. And I swear to God and Goddess, the SUV behind me, it actually it hit the same puddle, and it spun out and it crashed, and it like spun in circles and crashed. And I remembered I scared the person next to me because I screamed. I was like, oh, I was, because I remember I looked in my rearview mirror, and it shocked me because first at one moment I'm like steering the car, trying to put it back in its place. I thought it was going to lose control and I felt something like at the time you kind of like thought you kind of put it back in place, but when you do the math and when you do the physics and stuff, you're like, nah, I was gonna spin off and lose control and crash, but something put me back in my place that was on, like, you know, like, of course at that time it's like unimaginable. So it put the car back in place, but then that same puddle, it fucking crashed the SUV behind me that was following me the whole time. It made them crash. And I remember I screamed. I was like, I didn't scream like a girl. I was like, oh, like excited, you know? And then that person was like, oh, and it was just crazy. And it hit like 2 other cars. And I was just thinking in my head, like, man, you know, at first I was thinking like I knew what happened to the SUV. And because I've always been protected my whole life. So I was like, all right. I was like, I already knew what happened to the SUV and what attacked it, right? Like I knew already like what attacked the SUV. But I didn't think in my head that that same thing that attacked the SUV was the same thing that protected me. I didn't look at it. I didn't see the protection till afterwards. I was just more like, all right, whatever's around me, they don't understand what protects me. But that was just new to me because it was never that dramatic. It was never like a car accident, you know, but that was a long time ago. A lot more has happened since then. But that same thing was also the same thing that put my car back on the road. But you just don't realize it at that time. And I'll be honest, it took even a few years for me to start, you know, like, cause you get visions and it's like something's trying to tell you something, but you just don't know what it is, or why am I keeping that vision of that moment? I already know what it's about until it gives you deeper knowledge, and you're like, oh, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's trying to tell me, like, not only do I protect you to keep you safe, I protect you by attacking others coming after you. And they do it in many different ways. It's not through the rain, and it's not through time. There are so many different ways they can do it. But again, like I said, I gave them that knowledge, you know what I mean? So, anyways.
To me, I mean, like, I was coming up to an intersection and I was maybe a car length away from the intersection and someone pulled out in front of me. There's no way that I should have been able to stop, especially because it just started raining and the roads were wet. And I slammed on my brakes and I started skidding, and I was like, I'm gonna rear end this person. Without a doubt, I'm rear ending them. And right before I rear ended them, my car slammed to a stop.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, see, that's what happened to her, but with me. And again, I have so many other stories and moments and everything, but specifically talking about the rain, that's the moment I remember in the rain where, again, I was on the freeway going 50, 60, puddle came up all of a sudden. I hit that puddle. My car was I was gone. I was done. That was it. And then, again, it just feels like something grabbed it, put it back, my car back in place, and doo-doo. And then the SUV that was following me the whole time from behind that I was pissed off about, the fucking took it out, dude. The fucking it spun around in like 8 times. It hit the fucking guardrail, whatever, the cementing thing, like twice. And I think it hit other cars, but it was just raining and there was so much of that like moisture jumping up, like, and I'm moving forward, right? Like you could just see something going on. But I was just, dude, it was just the most exciting moment of my time. But again, it just takes time for you to get the true story of what happened, what's been going on, what did it. So that's why, you know, like I've always felt protected, you know what I mean? Like no matter what, you know what I mean? And again, at the moments where things have happened and I wasn't protected, I already know it's for a reason. Like whatever was protecting me, or it's just trying to show me something, saying, look, we can't, you know, protect you, because if we do, you're not going to see the truth. Because obviously if you're always being protected by something that powerful, how are you ever going to be able to see the truth of who's your friends, who's your enemies, who's after you, who's not, of other things? You know, sometimes whatever's protecting you, if it's that powerful, it has to let certain things go by. It has to let certain things go to come after you, so you can test yourself. And you can, it's pretty much like, let's say, even though that thing protecting you lets something pass by it to come after you, to test you, it doesn't mean it can't watch. Because obviously if that whatever it sent to, like it let come after you was strong enough, then, you know, it was too strong for you, like say for her, Gushin, whatever protects her, or the other spirits, they will actually, tear it off of her and tear, kill it or whatever, do whatever they do with it. It's not killing, but it's more advanced. But she has to take it as it was a reminder, like, hey, like, we can protect you, but not all the time. There's specific times they need to let things come after her to test her abilities, how strong she is, how much she can do it on her own, and that's how I did it. You know what I mean? I had to talk to the entities or whatever you want to call them, and I had to sometimes tell them, just take a break, like let it, like, I got this, like, you know what I mean? Like, and if it's my time, it's my time. Don't intervene. This is like a one-on-one fight, battle to the death, and they let me handle my own battles, and I've obviously won every time so far. And then sometimes when I tell these entities or, my guards or whatever you want to call them, like, hey man, like take a break. I just want to have some fun today because I'm bored. They're bored too. So they have all the fun and I end up doing something else because it's like they're having all the fun, like taking on whatever it is. And sometimes I can't control them. Like, I'm not going to stop them from having fun. If they see me having fun, with whatever, like, why should they stop me? You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a weird. Hers is like, I get it, like where she's coming from, and again, like, this is pretty cool because I actually like when I hear this kind of stuff or when people talk about this kind of stuff, it gives me a better understanding of what I go through. You know what I mean? But just it's a little bit different. I think everyone's gonna have a little bit different in their own ways. Like, not everybody has their Gushin, maybe, or maybe 10 people have Gushin, or who knows, or maybe she only does. I don't know. But like I said, I got my own Gushin, but it's named something else, I got 2 of them, actually. So.
And then when I started meditating and more regularly, and he started showing me images, he showed me a lot of things, lots of things. Underground places and like kind of like my brain, and then like zoomed out into the world and then showed like how the world was like interconnected, kind of like nerves. Besides like images and stuff that he showed me, there wasn't really too much until I started doing yoga and meditation regularly, and I got like really sensitive to energy, and I started working with 3 others.
I didn't do yoga, but I did meditation, and it works. I like my own meditation. I meditate about an hour before I go to bed, and I meditate about 30 minutes before I wake up. And it's crazy because you're like it's like you're falling asleep, and when you're waking up is the best moments, like, to do it, because like you're stuck in the in-between realm, you're stuck in between the realm. I'll be honest, there was one time I'm not going to talk about it. I just got choked. I keep getting choked right now. All right, I'm not going to tell you. I kept thinking, like, what's choking me? Like, I'm not even smoking. I'm not even sick or nothing. And something keeps choking me, like grabbing my Adam's apple. And I already know why, because it doesn't want me to tell you that story. So let's continue.
Entities. I was meditating one time, and I was like laying on my back in the middle of my ritual room, and I felt hands on the top of my head, in both of my hands, and on my feet. Hands, like as clear as day. Open my eyes, I still feel hands, like someone was holding my hand in my body. And then, actually, strangely enough, like I said, they actually have been a focal point of changing my life in several occasions. I was actually kind of getting a weird feeling from my ex-husband and deciding if I was going to leave him. And I was asking for advice. And because my ex at the time had kind of manipulated me into thinking that G was like buddy-buddy with him, G was telling me to leave, and I thought that was my subconscious, so I was like rejecting it. And then Set came in, and he literally came in and he shoved me out of my body. And that was a really weird experience, and I felt like kind of like a string connected to my body, but I was definitely like outside of my body.
See, like she says that, right? Like that's her experience where like something shoved her outside of her body, right? And she was outside of her body like a string. In my experience, when I get shoved out of my body, it's kind of like a reverse dimension where even though I'm getting shoved outside of my body, it's like I'm getting pushed back into my body, but it's like I'm inside my body watching whatever's taking control on the outside. So I'm never on the outside of my body like a string and watching. What it is, it's something shoves me outside my body, but it's like it's being shoved into a mirror back into myself. So I'm inside my body now, watching whatever's taking place or kinda taking control of whatever's in control. Because again, I realize that there's others out there that have traveled a very long distance, or there's others out there that have never felt like, let's just say there's others, like let's say something from far away needed to use my body for a day or two. Why did it need to use my body for a day or two? Is because they didn't know how to feel hungry. They didn't know how to cook food, or they didn't know how to, it's like they just got their human bodies, but nobody taught them how to take care of their human bodies. So you can have a whole race that just got their human bodies, but if they don't know how to feel hungry, or they don't know how to feel thirsty, and they're dying of hunger and they're dying of thirst because they just don't know how to feel hungry or thirsty. I mean, they could have water and they could have food, but if they don't know how to feel thirsty or they don't know how to feel hungry, then you know what I mean? There's a lot they need to be taught. So sometimes these beings, they get sent from another part of the universe. They come live within your body for a day or two. They learn how to cook. They learn how to feel hungry. They learn how to feel like when they need to use the restroom. They learn a lot of things from you. And unfortunately, some of them don't go to the right people, and they're just in the wrong person that has really bad habits, and that sucks for them. And then you got some that come to me, and when they live within me for who knows how long, and I teach it whatever it needs to be taught, they enjoy it. They learn how to wash their car properly. They learn how to fucking wipe their ass and wash their clothes and clean dishes and work a computer. And I teach them. So it's like a like Disneyland to them. To, you know, they go anyone else's body or place, they're like, fuck this. Even some billionaires are like, this is bullshit, dude. You know what I mean? All this billionaire does is fucking go on their phone, or, you know what I mean, fly around and talk up his ass, or, you know, they're like, fuck this, you know what I mean? And then when they come to me, they're like, dude, this is the life. This is Disneyland right here. Fuck yeah, to them, right? You know what I mean? So that's why I try to give them the best experiences they could. Obviously, like, it's me and it's my own body, so I could take control whenever I want. But like I said, if they're doing a good job and they're teaching me some things, and I'm showing them the basics of living, of how to feel hungry or how to take care of yourself or whatever it is, or hey, this is a bad habit, you know, like I'm going to create some bad habits, and this is it. So don't do this. But even though I'm going to do it, you know what I mean? Like, don't do it, you know what I mean? Because we're human, you know, we're going to make bad habits. So even though we make that bad habit, we still got to talk to them and teach them that's a bad habit before they take it back, you know? But again, it could be from another dimension. It could be from another part of the universe. It could be, who knows? Maybe it's someone on the other side of the Earth. It's not as difficult. It's just Earth, or someone from Venus or Mars came and say, hey, like, you know, I need to use your body and everything to learn all this. Like, all right, cool, you know. But like I said, it could be a lot of things. You know, it could be an alien race, you know, doing the same thing. It's not always angels and demons. So, but you got to remember, you know, it's that's what I mean. You know, you could change a whole entire part of the universe, and you didn't even know it, and it's for the good or bad. And it's going to be based off of your teachings and your livelihood, your thoughts or your knowledge of things, of what was going on. And like I said, and it's fun. It's interesting, and it's and you feel protected. You always feel protected, because like I said, you just don't fear anything, you know, like you don't, you know what I mean? And how can you, you know, there's a lot, like Like, I don't know about Gus, but like I said, I don't know if he fears anything, but there's like people like Gus, you just don't fear anything. And I met others, you just, no matter what, you just don't fear. You can't fear anything. You just, no matter how hard you try. And then you just try to put that fear into others to see how far you can take them. Like earlier with Sad Clown, I was trying to put fear into Sad Clown to really get him to understand, what reality is and how it really works. And like I said, and through fear is the best knowledge, the best teachings, the best way to get through to people, because obviously we know it's 2020 and respect doesn't work anymore, and of course if I'm going to be the most respected person in this world, I want to earn it. I don't want it just given to me. I think that'd be some bullshit, right? So
like over here, and then he pointed out like, okay, so this is how you tell when I'm talking, this is how you tell when your subconscious is talking, this is how you tell when you're talking, like energy wise. He pointed out like the chakras, the different chakras that would activate different things, and how when my subconscious would talk, no chakra would activate. And that's kind of how I actually learned to tell the difference between like what's me, what's my subconscious, and what's them. And then, I mean, that's pretty much the major ones.
So a lot of activity, and a lot of times it seems to be physical, which is what's interesting, because a lot of times in esoteric theory and the kind of whatever you would call contacting entities, that there have been so many names for it over time.
Yeah.
A lot of people have claimed that it's strictly in the mind, but with your case, there is actually something that's manipulating objects in the real world, like causing handprints on a wall.
Yeah.
And they can teleport things too. I don't know if I went over it on a stream before. They can teleport remotes where you think you placed a remote one area or to the next. That's why I feel sorry for people that live in big houses or mansions, because when you have a better understanding of this, or you figure this out or how it works, you're going to want to live in the smallest house possible, or the smallest little area possible. Because even me, like contained in a small area, like a lot of things teleport. And I'm going to give you guys a little, well, that's not a secret because it's probably happened to others. Egypt teleports sometimes. At first, I didn't know cats can do, as I knew they were teleporting objects, because I've had objects teleport, different parts of my room. And sometimes I've seen it. I've seen a couple of items teleport in front of me, because there's two different types of teleportations. I saw some items teleport in front of me, just pop right in front of me. And there are times I've seen things teleport away from me where it disappeared. Because you could tell, like if you're that advanced and paying attention when it happens, you can see when something teleports in front of you, where it pops in front of you. And then you can tell when something disappears, even though it was still in the same spot. Like, it's hard to explain, but you can catch it. It's kind of like turning your eyes into slow motion. Like, the slow mode on cameras. Try to do that with your eyes, So anyways, I knew Egypt was teleporting. And the thing is, I knew it wasn't them teleporting him. I knew Egypt was doing it himself. And I knew his little cat buddies and how they were all doing it. I'm not stupid. And how they talk to dogs. That's pretty interesting, right? So anyways, Egypt was jumping up on the cabinets. Let me... Egypt was jumping up on the cabinets like he always does. And again, there's times where, like, I know he teleported, but it's always been like on the corner of my eye where I seen him teleport. Like, he would be over here, but it would be like, like the peripheral vision, where he would be over here on the cabinet, right? And then all of a sudden he disappears, and then he ends up on this side where I'm like, whoa. And I look, I'm like, well, that's impossible, because he had to run, the way it's designed, he had to run across. So I knew he teleported from one spot to the other, but I was always catching it with my peripheral vision, right? Ooh, I'm getting a little bit of chills, but I'm used to it now, right? So there's this little spot right here up in the corner right here, way up right here. He likes to jump up, right? The only way he can go back is he has to jump up onto the cabinet and jump across. So this happened about 2 weeks ago. And this is the first time it's ever happened. Like, I've always caught it in a peripheral vision. So I was looking up and I was watching Egypt right there up on the top, on like just chilling up there. And then all of a sudden I see him like tripping out. Like, he's just tripping out up there, like something's grabbing him or whatever, but it wasn't. Like he was like tripping out, and then he stopped. And then it was weird because I'm like looking, I swear to God, I'm looking straight at my cat. I'm looking straight at him, and out of thin air, he disappears. Like he just disappeared out of nowhere. And I was like, Egypt? I was like, and for a split second, I'm like, did I blink my eyes so slow that he fell off the top? Like I thought he fell off the corner. So right away I ran over and I looked on the other side of the wall. I'm like, Egypt? I'm like, where did he fall? I thought he fell down. And then I thought he like ran underneath the bed or fell. But I know Egypt, if he would have fell off the top up there, he would have caught himself. But then he still would have walked near me and said, oh, I'm cool, because he's fallen off things before. And he walks near me afterwards to tell me he's okay. He's always done that. So I'm looking everywhere for Egypt, dude. And then like I couldn't find him. But then I'm rewinding and I'm like, my cat did not fall off the wall. He disappeared right in front of me. It's impossible, because in my head, I'm like, there's no way I blinked so slow where he fell off, because I was looking straight at my cat. I was looking at Egypt, and he just disappeared. Now, the thing is that I was looking for him for at least 2 minutes, and I couldn't find him. And then I'm like, well, I was like, he'll just pop out of nowhere. You know, and the thing is, I didn't think of the teleportation. It was weird because even though I knew he was teleporting, but it was always seen through my peripheral vision where, you know, it's always through my peripheral vision where he does it so fast, right? But this was the first time where I'm looking at him and he just disappeared out of nowhere. And the thing is, so I'm there looking, I'm like, oh, well, so then I'm in the kitchen by the sink. And then all of a sudden in the corner of my cabinet on top, he appeared, like he pops out of the wall, but he didn't like pop out of the wall like a ghost or anything. Like he literally just appeared right out of the wall, just jumped right up on the cabinet. And I'm like, Egypt. I was like, where the hell did you go? And then it clicked in my head, this guy just teleported. And the thing is this time he teleported for 2 or 3 minutes, where usually when he teleports, it's like within seconds. But this time Egypt teleported, and it took him 2 or 3 minutes to teleport back. And this time I saw him teleport, and I don't know if he feels comfortable with in front of me or not, but I saw Egypt teleport in front of me, in front of my eyes. Even though I thought he fell off at first, because again, it's one of those things where you're still in denial, like you still won't believe it, right? So he disappeared, and then 2 minutes, 3 minutes later, he teleported. But it was weird because like he teleported in front of me, or where I could see it. Like I'm literally, like, what are the chances? I'm already looking up, like, right? I'm already looking up like that for some odd reason. I'm already looking in the spot where he's about to pop out of nowhere. What are the chances? I'm already looking in that area, and the area I'm looking at, he just pops out of the wall and teleports back into time. And then it's funny because I'm like, Egypt, there you are. And then I'm like, and then of course I'm having a talk with him, like, dude, don't disappear like that. Stop that, like if you're gonna teleport, you better make it fast. That scares me when you're gonna teleport. My cat is gonna teleport and he's gonna be gone for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Like that's too long for me. Like I'm always used to him teleporting for seconds, not minutes. So anyways, yeah, true story. I thought it was just, that's what happened. And I don't know. I guess this girl right here gives me an inspiration to talk about it, because there are things I don't talk about that happen. Because I guess my life, what I've been through before anyone else, I've been through a lot before anyone else, and I got tortured for it. I got called a lot of things for it, but I also got tortured. A lot of things happened to me, and then all of a sudden, all these other people are coming out and talking about their things, and it's making me feel comfortable now sharing my stories, or what I know, or what I feel comfortable saying, or what my eyes have experienced. And it's to the point now where people think I'm lying, or it's not true, or this or that. It's like I don't care anymore, right? Because like there's so many other things I can share with you guys, or share with people that it's with similarities in some ways, that it's impossible. Like I don't know, I just don't care. It's impossible for me to care if you know, if you believe me or not. And that's why I know these people. Like, you could tell, like, this girl's a little nervous. She's breathing hard because she's never like really shared this type of knowledge with you know, the internet, you know, putting it out there like that. And it's nervous. You get nervous, but you know, you have other, like, you know, it's this has to be done. You know, like, ever since 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people needed to push harder on this and open up and speak about it. Because once everybody in this world starts speaking the same and starts saying the same shit or sharing stories, or who knows, maybe Gushin gave her a part of the story of what's going on, and maybe Gushin gave an Indian in India another part of the story, and maybe Gushin went to someone in China, and maybe Gushin went to someone in Africa or Russia. So now whoever Gushin went to, including her, they all need to share stories of what Gushin has told them or what it was. Because again, why is Gushin giving parts of his stories to this girl, to that girl, to this, or going around? Or is Gushin just hers? You know what I mean? And that's the thing, you know, they need to figure out, is Gushin everybody's or is Gushin just hers? You know, because I got my 2. I don't got 1, I got 2, but they're mine. They're nobody else's, you know what I mean? And they get all the knowledge I want, you know, for me, but I don't want it because I'm not ready for it.
Why, I mean, I guess my question is, when does the physical stuff seem to happen? Is there like a pattern to it, or is it very random?
Physical stuff, as far as like him actually like touching objects and stuff like that, at first it was kind of definitely to get me like interested and just like aware that he was there, but usually nowadays the only times there's like really physical stuff is like when I moved into a new place and he was like opening all the doors and stuff like that and exploring, or like if someone is like threatening towards me.
What do you think was the clearest communication you've ever received? Like the most striking, I guess, maybe accurate, or...
See, if you guys just seen that right there, that's Gushin or whatever is there within her talking right away, because you got to remember, Gushin or whatever spirits are with her, they can predict the future. They know it's going to be, the question is kind of going to be in the future, and then once the question is answered, they already know the question, but it's so fast. You can tell she was so uncomfortable with that question and doesn't want to answer it, but it's already too late, because Gushin or those spirits could have blocked a question from being asked. And there are many ways to do it. Trust me. You might think, oh, well, I'm going to write it on my phone or on a piece of paper so I don't forget the question. Hell no. You don't know how deep they digged into the past and to the future to like protect the present, you know, when it comes to that specific person, you know. But at this moment in time, there's something else in her that did not feel comfortable with that question that just came out.
Stuff is like when I moved into a new place and he was like opening all the doors and stuff
like right here, you'll see it.
Or like if someone is like threatening towards me.
See, that could be threatening, even though he's just asking a question. To like certain spirits, like a question is very, very threatening, especially if it's the wrong question. To a mortal or to anybody that's not a superior, to them it's like, well, it's just a question, what's the big deal? But to a superior being, that's you know what I mean, that's everything is a question, and you can see it.
What do you think was the clearest communication you've ever received? Like the most striking, I guess, maybe accurate, or...
Right there, it was just uncomfort. Even though that question seems so simple to everybody else, for some odd reason, that was probably one of the biggest questions probably in this entire video for some reason.
It's been a lot.
Do you have like 1 or 2 examples of something?
Yeah, like I met a friend through an occult group and just was able to like, I guess he had been practicing since he was like really young. He's like in his 40s. And I was just able to confirm like a lot of stuff that he was taught and fill in like details that he didn't have, and just like confirm answers that he would know but I wouldn't. And then just like a couple times, like there's been times when like my friends, like my friend was having like an emotional breakdown, and like he was like, hey, reach out to her, and I reached out to her like, hey, are you okay? And she was like, oh yeah, I was actually in the middle of having a panic attack, like that kind of stuff.
Wow.
And besides like him throwing my ex-husband off of me and just stuff like that.
So you learn from these entities.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why you choose to contact and
Yeah.
stay in contact with G?
Yeah.
Just because you're learning things.
Mhm.
Like, what would you say you're learning? What's the benefit of the communication?
I'm learning the how and why of things. I'm learning the history of things, the behind the scene things, and learning more in depth about like history. Like I learned a lot about, for example, how Christianity manipulated humanity and like took their gods and stuff like that. And I learned a lot about how they were involved in like Egyptian.
You know, she says that Christianity, and it's true, you hear about like Jesus like destroying all those other gods, and Christianity destroying like other gods, this and that. You got to remember, like, if you have a bunch of gods in this world and they're calling themselves superior gods or calling themselves gods, and they got their followers, and Jesus was the one that whipped all their ass, and all his followers, which is Christianity, everyone's been whipping everyone's ass. Why is everybody mad or upset or this or that or like whatever it is? It's like, dude, like you should be like at least what's that called, like, you know, like clapping your hands, like, damn, dude, like what a god, dude, like Jesus destroyed them all. Or Christianity is like been destroying things, man, like with knowledge and with this and that and belief. Man, Christianity's everywhere and it's led by Jesus, you know. But the thing is if it's the battle of the gods and Jesus is winning, I mean, how are you gonna hate him for that, dude? You should be praising Jesus for beating all the other gods right now, right? I mean, I hear more people talking about Jesus than Zeus. You know, I heard people talking more about Jesus than anybody. Look at Gus earlier talking about Jesus. Right now, man, everybody's talking about Jesus and God and all that. So, and usually that is a form towards Christianity in some ways, and Catholics and or whatever. What is it? Catholicism? You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, well, if there's a battle and a war going on between the gods and this and that, and everybody knew they were in this war, like a sports game or a football game or a NASCAR or whatever, this and that, you're going to be whining and pouting because your God is losing. You know, Jesus is in a NASCAR race with Zeus, and all these other gods are in a NASCAR race. And Jesus is winning that NASCAR race, and all his fans are in the stands, and they're Christians. Are like, yeah, go Jesus, because he's winning a NASCAR race. And you got Satan in third, and who knows, Buddha in second, and you know what I mean? And then who knows who's at last and all that. But all these other gods are losing. Jesus is winning. And now all these fans of all these other gods, and even some of these gods are jealous of Jesus. Just because he's winning the NASCAR race. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of jacked up, man. Give the guy his props and everything, man. I mean, first of all, Jesus made it into NASCAR. Second of all, Jesus is one of the best NASCAR drivers now because he's beating all the other gods in NASCAR. And then the third, when Jesus wins the NASCAR race, like, I mean, you can boo the guy if it's like wrestling, right? WWE, you know, because it's all part of entertainment, but you know, don't get malicious with it, you know, like maybe Zeus and Jesus and Satan or whoever else, all the other gods, Buddha and all the other gods out there, maybe of course they're probably gonna have another NASCAR race, and maybe they're all going to play football game against each other, or maybe they're going to play a video game together. Like, there's so many things these gods are going to do together, you know, as a friendly competition. But obviously as gods it's deadly, but you're a god, so who cares? They're trying to do that, and just because Jesus is winning currently, he's evil or he's the bad guy, or you know what I mean, or this or that. It's like, come on, man. Like, but still, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's a trip how to look at that.
Language and even in like Latin and stuff like that, and then also learning, most importantly, is how to be a better person in general, how to love myself and strengthen myself and kill out my toxic traits, and actually like learn to see things from different perspectives, especially when discussing like really anything where someone's going to be like really opinionated. I really have learned through him to see other sides, because he's also known as like a diplomat, and one of his things is to like see all the sides of the situation. And he's really taught me how to like try and see all the different sides. So like when I think of a situation, most people think of like one, maybe two perspectives at most, and I'm thinking of like 10, 15 at a time. It get a little overwhelming, but it's definitely interesting to me. I'm a huge like knowledge nerd,
So you're really happy you're in contact.
Oh yeah.
It's a completely positive thing for you.
100%
Never
positive.
scary.
Nope.
You want people online to think that this is not the demon worship of yesteryear that people are confusing for what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yet you still call it demon worship.
Yeah, it's pretty much just what it's known by. They don't care that much about it. Any like acknowledgement of them is good to them in a way. I think that they do want people to realize that they're like not these scary entities and stuff like that, but at the same time they're not like super like offended because people have those biases and stuff like that. Because when I first started working with him, I definitely had biases. Like I was like kind of afraid, like he's supposed to be the scary demon and stuff. And then my ex-husband, who's like Satanist or whatever, definitely played up that like scary factor. And that was when I started really talking to him, and I started realizing that how he described him was not how he was at all. That was when I really started realizing that like they're not demons, but the term is still like good to use, and that people know what you're talking about.
It's a colloquial term, so it's basically what people know, and
Yep.
you can kind of describe it to them.
Exactly.
So have you ever had any friends, family members that have reacted adversely to what you do, like maybe very religious people or anybody who has had a negative reaction to you doing these communications?
Most of the people have accepted it, and I think that's just because over the years, like I've become a better person and my life has gotten better. So obviously, like
I don't know who he is. I forgot I added this video on my YouTube playlist a long time ago, and I never watched the video. Because I remember I told you, like, I don't know if you're here, but there's a lot of videos I put on my YouTube playlist where I'm like, man, one day when I do my streaming, I was like, some of these videos, I don't want to watch them because I want to watch them for the first time on stream. And this is actually one of the videos I wanted to watch on stream that I never seen before.
it's not all negative, but there has been a couple occasions, like when my friend Megan for the first time came over to my house, she wouldn't come in my house because she could feel him, and she was freaked out because she had only had experiences with negative entities, and I had to like convince her like, yo, he's cool, like, he's not gonna hurt you or anything, like, it's cool. And then my friend, who is no longer my friend, which I think has a little bit to do with this, she wanted to find out if he was real, and so she took acid and decided she was gonna meditate and try and open her third eye and contact him, and that went really poorly. Something else came in and like convinced her that G meant God and just like all kinds of stuff, and she ended up in the psych ward for a couple days. Yeah, she ended up going to the hospital and then ended up in a psych ward.
Yep, just like Miss Kiff.
For like 2 days. Yeah, and then her parents didn't want her around me or anything like that, and I think she didn't want to be around me because of that. And I think that definitely like tainted her view of him, even though it wasn't him. And I wasn't sensitive enough because I had only been practicing for like a year and a half. I wasn't sensitive enough then to like really like understand what was going on with her enough to actually help her. So definitely if like you tried jumping in and just like don't know what you're doing and just open yourself up to everything, you can definitely have some like negative experiences that way.
But your family is supportive?
Yeah.
Your friends, everybody?
The ones that aren't, I am no longer in contact with.
That's a good policy, because you got to do you in life.
Yeah, like one of my closest friends actually, I don't know, she said that she wouldn't want to be my friend anymore. One of the things she said was that like I had a warped view of reality and that I was delusional and all kinds of stuff like that, which I don't really like. The only thing I shared with her was just like stuff I was researching about history, so I don't know. People are scared of what they don't know, but like as far as that, anybody who I don't know didn't take it seriously and didn't like accept that it.
I've never been scared what I don't know. I've always been excited But the only problem about that is that when you're excited about something you don't know, and you're like me, you're gonna find out. Once you find out, then that's when you kind of get a little scared because you're like, oh shit. But then it's weird because, you know, when you can get stuck in between two realms, I feel like sometimes I get stuck in between the realm of being scared and being excited, where I don't know what I am. I'm like, I know I'm always more excited than scared. But like I said, it's weird, but it's a great feeling being like excited and scared at the same time. Like, I think that's one of the greatest feelings to get.
It was such a serious part of my life. I pretty much cut off. And my family actually is on my dad's side is heavily Catholic, and they all know that I work with an entity, and I kind of sat them down. They did ask me one time because I had posted some stuff on Facebook. They were like, do you worship the devil, blah blah blah, you know, do you work with Satan? And I'm like, technically, because I work with Lucifer, but no, it's not what you're thinking. And I just kind of like explained the nuances to them, and they were pretty much like, okay, whatever. And then my dad actually, in a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I kind of like slowly started introducing it to him and talking to him about it. And my dad is like one of my closest friends, actually. We're like best friends. We talk to each other all the time. And he was very like wary of it at first because he was heavily Catholic. But then I asked him, I was like, you know, I like to share everything with my dad. Like, I want to share this with my dad, help him understand. And so then he came in and started working with him and giving my dad signs and slowly working with him. And now my dad is like fully on board, and like he actually wanted to be here tonight to talk to you about his experiences.
Oh man.
But my stepmom's car ended up breaking down, so he's fixing that. But
Weird timing.
I know, right? It's weird timing. A little smart car, but
I don't know. I think that's a lie, and she just didn't want them on. Because to be honest, when I have that type of knowledge she has and I'm sharing this kind of stuff, when you have people on, especially like your parents or whatever, that don't understand some of it, it throws the energy off and it just makes everything feel so uncomfortable.
What?
I need to clear my throat, so I'm trying not to cough in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so much better.
That's going in the video. Okay, right back to it.
But yeah.
So, 2 questions.
Oh yeah,
here.
you gotta
So
watch some of the beginning.
You described earlier talking about how you allow the entities to possess you, and saying the Catholic angle kind of reminded me to ask you about that. How does that work? How does that happen?
Yeah.
When you do it?
Yeah. It's kind of like.
The search for the fugitives known as the Devil's
Oh,
Rejects
look at this.
resulted in a violent clash with police.
I want to see this.
Chances for survival
You ever see the Devil's Rejects?
are less than 1,000,000 to 1.
There's no justice in this world. I am justice.
They're trying to blame us, but we didn't do it.
Free the three.
Free the three. Free the three.
Free the three.
Now we can have a real Day of the Dead.
Any last words?
Yeah.
I still want to party.
I'm just a clown dancing for the sins of mankind.
I'm just a clown trying to dance for the sins of mankind. Yeah, but think about the message behind it. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It could be the cheesiest movie, but the messages behind it, it could be the greatest of all time. That's the whole point of Hollywood and how this shit works, dude. Remember that. But what are the chances if he just made that clown quote and then you're here, you know?
This is my death factory.
You are the product.
I love it.
Hello, America.
Hey, look at, they even have Lucha. Lucha's in the movie, dude. What the fuck? Damn, dude. Lucha made it big before Ice Poseidon.
Did you miss me?
That was cool. So it had a clown and it had lucha. Yeah, that'd be cool. When are you gonna stream, dude?
Injecting his energy into my body, and it kind of feels like a
You know, it'd be funny. You should do a lake stream where like everybody you're doing the stream and everybody can like hear you talk, but the camera's just on your legs. That'd be so funny, dude. That'd be so funny, dude. You're like doing a stream, and then, dude, that's so hilarious, man. You're doing a stream and fucking all your streams are like this and everything, but instead the camera's on your legs. Damn, dude. Imagine like you'd have to, dude. Then every time you watch your streams, then you really feel like a sad clown because all you're staring is at your legs. Sorry, this girl's demons are possessing me.
Sleep driver just kind of like slides in and like coats me in his energy, and like I can feel his energy pulsing through me.
Dude.
That's pretty much it. Now, when I first started meditating and stuff, my ex had said something to the likes to like, oh, he could like fully control you or whatever, and I was like, okay, do it then, like do it. And he actually did do it for about 5 seconds. I couldn't move or anything, but then he released me immediately and was just like, you wanted me to. But other than that, he's never done anything like that. Mostly it's more so like almost like guiding hands on my shoulders, like directing me in the right direction, or like sliding in like a second driver and just kind of like pointing me, like a sensation of like pointing me in the direction. It's never fully possessed.
Can you do that at any time, or does it have to be very specific?
No, I can pretty much do it whenever.
So on that same note, can you explain kind of how you like to contact G? Like what the process is, why you do it in the ritual room, like what exactly goes down?
I actually don't even have to do it in the ritual room. I can pretty much do it anywhere. But I pretty much just meditate and enter like a slight trance state and then pull his energy into my body. But I don't even have to really enter too much of a trance state to talk to him.
Yep, because remember, like I seen those people where like, it's crazy, dude. They have to fucking take acid, or they gotta take shrooms, or they gotta take these like DMT or psychedelic drugs, and after they take that drug, then they gotta try to focus to get there. And she's right, like sometimes, see, I'm even advanced where I'll be honest, like when I'm at the dental lab, sometimes I'll be doing at the dental lab doing work. I can actually do that while I'm working, or I can do that while I'm cooking, or it's dangerous to do it while you're driving, but it's the rare few times I've done it. But again, I've learned how to have something else take over my body and take control, and it's very kind of complicated. But yeah, like I said, yeah.
Connect with him. I think that is personally.
Yeah, like some people, man, they gotta take drugs and they gotta fucking do all this other shit and do all kinds of stuff. And I don't know, people like me, I guess since I've been doing it since I was a kid growing up naturally, fuck, dude, it's just, like that's why I'm scared. Like, oh my God, what's gonna happen if I ever did do DMT once? Like, if I do DMT for the first time in my life, I want to do it and then live stream myself afterwards to see what it brings, because I think that'd be badass. Or even shrooms. No, I don't know. I always wanted to try everything once, but DMT was always the one where I always wanted to try it, but I never have. I don't know. Like, I guess I'll try acid once. I don't know. I always say I want to always try everything once, but I don't know. DMT, I want to try it once and then live stream myself afterwards, just like after I try it to see what it brings. But I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. That's like, jeez. Like, I get scared. Like, even thinking, it's weird because even thinking, like, I'm like, oh my God, if I could do what I could do now, and I'm as powerful as I am now, and I'm as strong as I am now, and nobody can keep up with me, like, what's gonna happen when I take a little tiny dose of DMT? Like, fuck. Like, I'm even getting scared. My heart's pounding right now. Like, I'm just thinking of taking a little tiny dose of DMT, and my heart starts pounding. Because I already know what I can do, like, naturally, like, if naturally I'm holding myself back, right? Naturally, I'm holding myself back because I know I could be a lot more stronger, a lot more powerful than I am now. but it's not fair, right? So I hold myself back. Just imagine if I took a little tiny DMT and I wasn't able to hold myself back. Like, that's scary, man. Yeah, you don't think of a clown doing a wheelchair really when juggling would be funny? I'm always gonna eat shit. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, you would have to come up with your own content, but if you need ideas, I'll give you some. You know, I think it'd be pretty funny. But my content for you would be more like a clown mixed with jackass kind of stuff. Because I don't know, I don't really want to see a clown do certain things. Like, I'd rather see like a jackass clown. Like, maybe if Jackass, like the new season came out, we'll add you to the as a new cast member. You know what I mean? And then Jackass will have a new cast member, and you'll like do clown stuff, but it'll be like Jackass clown stuff. You know, so be ready for pain. But think about it. You know what I mean? Like, you'll be a first clown Jackass. But not that type, but, you know, the show Jackass. So, because I don't know, like, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Because, like, if you did regular clown stuff, like, I'll change the channel quick. But if you're, like, dressed as a clown and you're known to be the clown and you're doing Jackass stuff, even you're the clown Jackass wheelchair guy, you know, and they tie fireworks to you or they do whatever to you, like, that would be funny stuff, you know what I mean? Or maybe they can, like, tie helium balloons to you and they'll, like, let you float off into the sky. Right, like maybe we could put like what we'll do is we'll put a parachute on you, right? We'll put a parachute on you and we'll tie a bunch of balloons on you, and then you'll go fly up into the sky, and then we'll start trying to shoot the balloons. We'll like shoot the balloons, and then once we shoot the balloons and you start falling, and then that's when you got to cut the rope and then make the parachute go. Like, we'll do something like that with you, you know? That would be my death. No, you got a parachute. So let me see. Steve was always talking about drug spirit. Yep, you need to go even further. Nah, dude, fuck that. You don't even know. Whew. You don't want me to, cause I don't like. What was I thinking? Like a snorting salt and shit. GAC, right? I'm down. That'd be. Oh my god, dude. All right, so let's get this going. Damn, Cyclone. Like, man, I really do hope you're in a wheelchair, because I got so many jokes, like, for you.
Because I have his sigil tattooed on me, so it's like a constant direct link. So I can pretty much talk to him whenever. Now, if I want, like, a serious answer to stuff, I usually will go into, like, a trance mode and actually meditate for a while to try and get that answer and get, like, multiple confirmations of that answer.
So do you think what we're going to do tonight, the reason why you contacted us, me really, and we got introduced, is because you wanted to try to test out to see if any of the tools that we have can actually, you know, validate what's happening. So what do you think is going to happen? Do you think we're going to get responses?
I think so, yeah. I definitely think so.
What do you think is going to happen? Spirit box stuff?
I'm not entirely sure. But I'm hoping that he's going to set off your guys' meters and give responses in the spirit box or whatever else.
So, at the end of the day, what message do you want people?
I'll tell you, I need content ideas for sure. Not too crazy though, like nothing from. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, trust me, I got plenty of ideas, and obviously, like, my ideas are gonna be really godly. And if you're not that godly yet or that immortal yet, then obviously you could downplay it. I'm done typing typos or fucking. Who cares? I already know what you're writing, dude. Trust me. Like, who gives a shit? You know, like, you know, your mind is getting possessed by your hands right now, and you need to let that go.
Take away from viewing this video, what do you want to say to people online? Since this is your platform now, you can say literally anything.
We're not what media and the world portrays us to be. We're not scary. We're usually really good people who help people and spread positivity. And the entities we work with aren't scary monsters. They are just misunderstood entities that have been demonized throughout history.
And what do you say to the people online who are going to be angry that you talk to demons? What's your opinion on that?
I don't really care about their opinion. They're going to be angry no matter what I do, really. If it's not this, it'll be something else. So.
But here's you as an example. You're living life, you're healthy, you're happy, you have a great house, great everything, and yet you talk to demons. And that's way more than, I mean, some people get mad at us for even going to demonic places, but you are a shining example of someone that can actually have contact and is living an amazing.
Dude, I know, man. Like, I put on everything, dude. Like, if she wasn't taken, and if like, say she was single and she was a virgin, dude, I would go after her in a second, dude. But obviously she is taken. She's not a virgin, so obviously I gotta say next. You know, I gotta pass up on that. But yeah, dude, like she's something else, right? She might be your one, dude. You know, she might be the one for you. Like, you're just gonna have to go beat up her god or whatever she's with, but go beat him up, and you should have her, dude. She's really well worth it. You could tell.
Life. So I'd say that you are a testament to that train of thought being just nullified, because even you, a person who has demons that enter your body and, you know, are surrounding you and making marks on the walls and everything, but you're still happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am way happier than when I first started practicing. My mental health is way, way better. My financial status is way better. My whole entire life. It's like,
yeah, run over. So right? I don't know. Or maybe you can hire me. Just tell you what. I'll give you a discount, dude. Just give me $5,000, and I guarantee, like, she won't even know where he is, what happened, what's going on. And then by the time she finds out what happens, she's already going to be married to her jester god, which is you. Yay. 5,000. That's a discount, dude. 50% off.
not just a 180, like a complete 360 flip difference.
Think about it. Isn't she worth $5,000 and her significant other gets taken out and then she's going to come crawling to you?
Anything else that you'd like to add to this video? Anything?
No, I don't know. Just stay open and search for knowledge.
Well, that's perfect. I guess it's time to go see the ritual room and begin our communication.
Sounds good.
Thanks, buddy.
There you are.
There you are.
$10. Nah, dude, she doesn't have. You can tell she has no price on her. Oh my god, like, damn, come on, Sad Clown, that's insulting, man. I love that girl. There's a second part, right?
She's here.
Yeah, I think so. Can you give us a physical sign that you're here?
Nah, you can't say that.
There's actually.
Yeah, woo! Alright. Man, if you weren't here, dude, I was gonna actually fucking put on some music and end the stream, but I guess we'll watch part 2. Oh my gosh, where's the next video at? Oh man. Okay,
I didn't know that Jacksonville was unofficially known as the murder capital of...
For the next week.
Oh, I don't know where part 2's at.
Jacksonville was I didn't know that Jacksonville was unofficially...
Oh, I gotta find part 2.
Jacksonville was unofficially known as the murder capital of Florida until we arrived in town to film just last week. While we were there, we visited Moncrief Avenue, a notorious road in the city known for being one of Jacksonville's deadliest streets. There's been an unprecedented number of murders that took place along this road over the years, and I truly had no idea that Jacksonville was a town plagued with such troubling issues.
What do you mean, Dr. Satan? Are you talking about Dr. Satan from, Dr. Satan? You mean Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball Z? I know Dragon Ball Z has Mr. Satan. What do you mean, Dr. Satan? Shit. Dude, I don't know. Wait, I don't know where part 2 is at. So maybe I gotta find it in here. Okay, there it is, right? Yeah, here it is.
So what is demonolatry?
It's basically just the worship of demons.
Hey, Sad Clown, I know you just got here. Oh, shit. From House of a Thousand Corpse. Oh, I'll be honest, dude. I haven't seen House of a Thousand Corpse in a long time. I know the Devil's Rejects a little bit. House of a Thousand Corpse, it's been so long and I only watched it once. But I do want to see it again, so I don't know if I can give any details on that. But I'll be honest, what's crazy is that when you watch things, or even things you haven't seen or seen it once and forgot, when you gain a greater knowledge, you find new messages in that same movie. So I would love to watch that movie with my greater knowledge, just to find the hidden messages within it that you can only find by having that greater knowledge, right? Oh yeah, well, check into it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, so do you want to play part 2 right now, or do you want me to play a quick little? Or do you want to take a quick little break and I'll play some music for about 5 or 10 minutes and then we play part 2? It's up to you. I don't know if you want to take a quick smoke break, pee break, or a little break. Cause I was gonna take a quick 5-minute break, not that long of a break. Just put on a little bit of music and play part 2, or I don't mind if you just want to go straight and play part 2. I was only gonna take a small break, you know, just if you needed one too. What's up? What's up? All right, cool. Take about a quick 5-10 minute break, and then we'll get to part 2. All right. And then after part 2, I'm just gonna play one song, one music video, which is pretty cool because it seems like they kind of like both go together. So I'm gonna play one song, one music video that kind of go together, and then I'm just gonna end the stream from there. So I think I got one more hour of streaming I'll probably be doing. So glad you're back. So yeah, quick break and let's do this, man. So, and give me a favor this time, Sad Clown, because I don't want it happening again like it happened last time, okay? The next time you get your fingers stuck in your asshole, call your dad, not your mom. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're your dad. Damn. I'm sorry, Sad Cloud. Fuck. I'm sorry, Stay Sad. I'm so sorry, Sad Cloud. You're my only friend right now. I should be kissing your butt, getting on my knees, begging for mercy that you stay. I shouldn't be picking on you too much. I apologize. I'm a dick sometimes, or I'm just having fun and it might sound like I'm a dick. Again, don't leave. You're my only friend right now. And I am so sorry, Sad Clown. I am going a little too far. Yeah, I know. I'm trolling you hard as fuck, but dude, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's your name. I don't know. Maybe it's just you just see the name Sad Cloud, and it just triggers me to just want to make you into a sad clown because I don't know, dude, but it makes me smile. So maybe you should feel good about that. Your name makes me want to treat you like your name, but it makes me smile. Huh, interesting, right? All right, quick break. Think about that one, write whatever you want, and I'll read it when I get back. Okay. I guess as good as you treat me like sad clown. Say sad clown because maybe I don't believe I'm a sad clown even though I know I am, and you know I am, so you're making me aware. You're still a dick though. I don't know. I mean, not always. You know what I mean? Like I am a cool guy, but I'm not always a dick. I don't know who I am. I gotta have more people around me to tell me who I am. Don't mind me. I'm mentally challenged and physically disabled, so plenty to be sad about. Yeah, dude, that's what I said. I'm surprised you're alive too. You should be dead already. I would have killed myself a long time ago if I was you. Jeez, what the hell? And I'm pretty sure you're a jester as well as I'm probably a clown that everyone points at and laughs. And if you ever watch a clown show, clowns only like it when the audience laughs, and when the other clown laughs at them, they get upset or sad. I mean, like I said, I just think other clowns are just jealous. Like, remember, all that matters is that you make the king and the queen laugh, right? And you make me laugh, right? Even though I get to talk shit to you, even though I get to like rag on you and do all that shit to you, dude, like, it makes me laugh and feel good. That's all that matters, because you got to remember, like, I have the power of execution. So any clown that laughs at you, I can execute them. Any person that laughs at you, I can execute them. And if you're just boring and don't make me laugh, then I'll just have you executed and have another clown take your spot. But your job is to make me laugh, make me feel good, make me think and talk like, like I really, you know what I mean? Like I normally do or don't or whatever. Like you make me feel myself, right? That's your job, and that's what you're doing. And that's what I keep you alive for, right? Oh, okay, so let's finish part 2. So we could go finish part 2. Put that there.
So can you explain that a little bit in more depth?
So like
in the last episode of our show, we interviewed Brooke, a woman currently living in Florida who claims to speak with demons. Hearing this naturally...
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think about it. You want to be a clown. You want to claim you're a clown. You want to clown this, clown that, jester this, jester that. And all that matters is making the king and queen laugh, right? And catch this. Let's say if you never make the king laugh that much, or you do here and there. But if you can make his queen laugh off her ass, and that's what's gonna allow you to stay as well, is that you don't need to even make the king laugh that much. It's gonna be all about the king's queen, and as long as you can make the queen laugh, of course the king is gonna laugh or feel good or be happy because of what you're doing for the queen. Do you get what I'm saying?
Piqued my interest, and I knew that when we were in the Sunshine State, we had to pay a visit to Brooke to attempt to verify these claims and to speak with these demons. While we drove into Jacksonville that night, we had no idea what to expect. We had never met Brooke before. I had never been to this part of Florida, and I don't even believe in demons.
Dude, I had to take off my mask and kind of this, dude. Like, it's getting hot, man. I even turned on the air conditioner. It's still like, it's not hot. It's just stuffy. Like, I don't know, like I said, ever since the fires and everything got started over here in California, man, it's just stuffy, dude. Like, fuck, these fires, man.
In the first place. Watch this footage and interpret it how you will. Maybe that night we proved the existence of demons with this video. It's up to you to decide. Hey everybody, it's Colin here, just working at home. As always, trying to bring you guys some dope videos. Real quickly before we start this, I want to start a conversation we encountered in this video.
Do you have anything else that you'd like to add to this video? Anything?
Dude, isn't that a badass? I thought this was a part of her shirt at first, which I don't think it is. I think that's her tattoo. I was like, damn, that's a badass tattoo, man. It's so colorful and everything. I even thought it was a part of her shirt at first.
I don't know, just stay open and search for knowledge.
Well, that's perfect. I guess it's time to go see the ritual room and begin our communication.
Sounds good.
Thanks, buddy.
There you are.
Yeah, it
There you
is.
are.
Yeah, dude. Like ever since the smoke and all that stuff's been going on, dude, I haven't been breathing the same. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to wear my mask and everything because, like, I'm just like, fuck, you know, like, I want kind of like wear them and kind of play the part a little bit, but at the same time, it's like, I get a little uncomfortable, man, especially like right now. I don't know, but I guess you gotta just look at my ugly ass face.
Nice dramatic entrance. I like.
Yeah.
My sister.
Okay.
Loved ones.
Cool. You got quite the collection here.
So where's the sigil?
Oh, right there.
This right here?
Yep. That's a sigil.
And this, you believe, connects you deeper to him.
Yes. And I actually made that out of clay.
You did? Mm-hmm. Wow, looks really good. I see you've got the little pendant here too.
Mm-hmm. Which I'll later refig that in my black mirror, but I haven't finished that yet.
So what is this room, real
My
quickly?
ritual room, meditation room.
And is this where you make a lot of the connections?
Since I make it like constantly, I would say no. I'm actually not in here doing the connection all the time because I just kind of take it with me everywhere.
So what's the point of this room?
When I want to do like a deep trance state or do yoga or actually like, I don't know, do like a reading or that kind of stuff, then I'll come in here and it's like my own space.
Okay, cool. I like it. It's got good vibes.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I saw this. I was like, man, she seems like very angelic, you know what I mean? Even though like she's talking to demons and you can tell she interacts with them, like she's still like very angelic. Like you said, like there's something pure about her, which is a good thing, you know what I mean? I mean, it's kind of like me. I'm pure. I think I am. I'm pure. Everything I say is just a joke. Let's hope.
Attempt to contact.
Say it.
Gautier. I can't remember. I want to say Goetia. I keep wanting to say Goetia.
It's like fusion, but with a G.
You're like, are you ready to contact? I'm just saying the word. Gautier? The musical artist?
Yeah.
Somebody that
I didn't want to say Goetia because you said that was wrong last time, and I felt. But I guess that would have been better than saying Gautier.
It's okay. That was funny.
Behind the scenes footage. Right.
Was that the cat?
I bet it was probably the cat.
Right. Does somebody want to close?
The cat's right there.
Well, it just came upstairs.
Well, there's one, she's over there. I don't know
Hey.
what would have made that noise over there, but she's over there, so she could have.
So shall we close the door?
Oh, I was gonna ask you, Brooke. Do you have?
And so you guys know when you do rituals or you do spells or anything you do or whatever you say, make sure if your animal, cat, dog, whatever it is, isn't experienced, make sure they're not in the room or they don't hear it or they don't see it, because you have no idea you have no idea. So again, if you do any of that ritual stuff or you do any of that, everything says a joke and everyone laughs. Yeah, and you know what I mean? So just make sure no animals are there. Like I said, my cat is experienced. My cat knows what he's doing. So whatever I do, he can see and hear. And I don't care. But if you have an animal or you got animals that's not experienced like mine, you better not let them hear, see, or none of this, because you have no idea, you know.
Any peanut butter or bananas?
I definitely have peanut butter.
Would you, for an experiment, would you actually eat like a little spoonful of it?
I love peanut
that would
butter.
be awesome.
Reverence to, pay your respects to. And as far as like demonology goes, that's pretty much what we do is we just show reverence, respect. We'll leave offerings, incense. With me specifically, I do like energy work, so I'll share my energy with him, share his energy. Sometimes I'll let him honestly, more like most of the time, I'll let him partially possess me, which is where he'll like kind of like slide in and he can taste things, feel senses, that kind of stuff. Mostly it's just when I'm eating peanut butter and bananas. He really likes peanut butter and bananas, and he really likes Reese's. So like when I'm eating a Reese's or like a peanut butter banana shake or, you know, peanut butter jelly sandwich, he's like right there because he loves peanut butter.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so Brooke, I'm gonna let you explain just one more time what the relevance of peanut butter is, and then why we're gonna have you eat it.
Gushin really likes peanut butter.
And you feel like when you eat peanut butter, he can come in easier or is more drawn.
So I got a question for you, Sad Clown. Do you see that peanut butter right there? Where would you put that peanut butter at? And how would you take it off of her? Huh? Where would you put that peanut butter at? And where would you take it off of her? And how would you take it off of her?
To come in?
Smashing the demons. You already know, homie.
Yeah, because he wants to taste the peanut butter.
Okay.
So
Well,
it's honey roasted
really-
peanut butter too.
Oh.
So like it's good.
Well, we haven't eaten since 1 o'clock, so don't say that to us.
We'll let you. Oh, the whole spoonful too. All right, now we're timing you. How fast can you get it down?
Good one.
Sad Clown, if you ever go to jail or prison, be prepared to have a lot of peanut butter. A lot of peanut butter. Like a lot of peanut butter. I already know. Let's see. Do I really gotta say, is her demon a dog? No, I don't know. Well, it's Gushin. Maybe, because maybe Gushin is a dog in the AD and God in the BC, or God here and a dog in the BC. Who knows?
What I think we should do? Oh, you know what we should have done? Turn off the lights, and then I use this light as our light.
You know, I'll be honest with you, in jail, or when you hear all that shit in movies, or getting raped in jail, or this or that, or this, if they find out, if you go to jail and you kind of act gay, or they find out you're gay, or you're in there for any gay shit, you're gonna get jumped. They beat your ass. And I remember it. I was like seeing left and right, you know, like gay people getting beat up in jail, dude. And I was like, they beat up gay people in jail? I was like, I thought like they, you know, they're like, no, like if you even joke around about anything gay in jail, even joke around, you get your ass beat. I remember one time, like a guy came in and you could tell he was gay, dude. He had like red hair that was turning pink. You know, his eyebrows were a little bit too perfect. He walked a little funny. And then I remembered everyone was like, hey, do you think he's gay? You think he's gay? And I remember I was like, I think so. And they're like, all right, we're going to beat his ass, dude. Like, you know, we don't need that shit here. And then all of a sudden he got his ass beat just because he was acting gay. So if whatever you hear about dropping the soap, or whatever you hear about getting raped in jail, or whatever you hear about any of that, bullshit, dude. If you're gay at all, or they're suspect that you're gay whatsoever, you get your ass beat, you get jumped, and you know, and then they're gonna make you mop the floors, and they're gonna make you do all the all the manly shit that needs to be done in jail. They're gonna make you do it to turn you into a man, and that's how they are. That's how it is, dude. You know what I mean? They sense it, or they know it. You get your ass beat, or you make any gay joke, they beat your ass. Or you can't use the B word. But you can't say it. Call another person the B word. There's just certain respect you got to have in there with the power of your words. But like I said, man, so don't ever think you go to jail and there's rape or gays and all this other stuff, which there could be gays in jail, but they hide it very well, because once they're in there and they realize, like, wait a minute, this ain't like the movies. And it's like, nah, dude, like they question, or you act gay in there, or they found out you're gay, or whatever it is, you're getting jumped, or they're beating your ass in jail just because you're gay. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you know, they talk about Black Lives Matter. What about gay lives in jail? Do gay lives matter in jail? I guess, because you can't be gay in jail, dude. They find out, or they question it, or whatever, you're done, dude. And then if you're in jail and you get your ass beat and I'll go through all of that, then they send you to prison, And then they're just going to send the word like, hey, dude, we beat his ass, or this is that he's gay, dude, or he made this gay joke and and then in prison, they're going to beat your ass some more and they're going to give you even the worst. It's good. It's like it never stops because the word keeps continuing of who you are. Like from jail to all the way to prison, they spread the word and then you're labeled for the rest of how long you're in there. And I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but in jail or in prison, they hate gay people, dude. Like they can't stand it and they beat the shit out of them. And I've seen it through experience. It's pretty crazy. The fuck? From what I heard, most of the bosses are gay, especially the one. No, dude. No, they are not. They are not. They are far from it. It's the cops. It's the police officers that are making you believe that shit, dude, that are just, but the thing is the higher ups, they don't give a fuck, dude. They're like, dude, I don't give a fuck what they say because the cops take care of them. They get food, they get power. They know they're going to be in prison, but they want to be in prison because they get taken care in prison more than they get drugs. They get unlimited drugs. They get free food. They have power. They get so much shit, dude, because they're just keeping control of everyone, like, making sure every at peace, right? Like the higher ups, the bosses, they're keeping everything at peace. So they already know, like, I don't give a fuck what these cops spread word, like, say about me. The cops get jealous when the bosses in jail, or let's say the higher ups, like when they are doing something correctly and the system is running the way it should be and there's peace, the cops get bored and they're the ones that start causing problems. They're the ones that cause riots. They're the ones that cause race wars. They're the ones that cause all the issues. Why? Because they're bored and they want to do something. And then the bosses or the higher ups in jail are like, what the fuck? We worked so hard to create all this peace between the bros, between the woods, between, the homies, between the paisas. We created all this peace, and then here the cops come in and fuck it all up because they're bored. Like, it's fucked up, dude. So like I said, but it's the cops that spread those rumors and all that other bullshit. But in some ways, the bosses don't really care because they get food and all that other shit, and you know what I mean? So they don't care, but the real ones know the truth, you know what I mean? And if you're in there, you go yourself, which I think you should. I think everybody should go to jail and everything because it's a great experience, a great opportunity to gain knowledge you won't gain anywhere else. Yeah, but just don't act gay, dude. They'll fuck you up. For real, dude. Like, don't even suspect that you are, because, like, you better act straight because it is not like the movies. It is not at all like what you see in the movies. Trust me. So yeah. And then the thing is, if you think, oh, they're in prison forever, like they're going to get something because they're desperate for it. No, man, they're demons. There's angels and they're beyond. A human in jail would think, oh, like I'm going to be in prison forever, so I might as well fuck someone in the ass or this and that and get. No, dude, they don't think that way. They would rather just jack off in a fucking they're in a toilet paper roll, or they make their own little jack off tools and shit like that. But none of that gay shit, dude. They don't think or that way. They don't do that kind of stuff. You get your ass beat, and that's just how it is, And like I said, and the reason why they're able to control themselves is because they know they have to have a mentality of, like, you have to have demonic mentalities, you have to have devilish mentalities, you have to have like mafia mentalities, you have to have a godly mentalities when you're in prison, because that's the only way you're going to survive, especially if you're going to be in there forever. If you know you're immortal and you're in prison for 30 or 80 or 100 years and for life, but you're immortal, that's nothing to you. So you're going to be as godly, and you're going to be as immortal as possible inside prison because it makes time that much shorter. The more you think that you're mortal and you're in prison, the longer the sentence is going to be, even though it's a life sentence. But if you truly believe you're immortal and you know you're immortal, and you're going to have a life sentence, then your prison sentence is going to be that much shorter. You know what I mean? Like, now 100-year prison sentence is going to feel like 1 year now because you got the power of immortality. instead of these others that don't have the power of immortality are like, oh my God, like, you know what I mean? I've been in here for 5 years and you've been here for 40 years. How are you doing it? And then you're going to look at them like, wow, it's been 40 years. It only seemed like it's been 4 days, because it was 4 days. It's just everybody else thinks it was 40 years. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's where I'm going at with that, man. Like, you don't understand. And there's a lot of dark magic that goes on in there. And there's a lot of, you don't understand. A lot of these people in prison and jail, they might look human, but they are not human, man. Like, you don't understand the dark magic that goes on in there. You don't understand the wars or the things or the people dying left and right. There's so many people that are dying in prison and jail right now because of dark magic and other stuff going on that you don't know about. And they don't put it in the newspaper. I remember when I was in, wherever I was at, I was like, man, there's already been like 8 people that have died, 9 people that have died, and we all knew how they died, and there was different ways, and out of respect, I'm not going to say, but when you read the newspaper, it doesn't say it in there. And then when we question, like, hey, how come, they started hearing us question, like, hey, how come these people that are dying left and right and everything everywhere, how come they're not putting it in the newspaper? This is weird. And then all of a sudden they took the newspaper away and nobody was allowed to read the newspaper because everyone was getting suspicious why people were dying everywhere. And nobody, like, and they were saying, oh, this person died of a drug overdose. And it's like, what? Everybody knows that person got choked and beaten to death. So this person got choked. They got beaten to death. His body was left in the corner for 3 days rotting. And then the cops didn't see it till 3 days later. And then all of a sudden, like, in the newspaper, oh, a prisoner came in and he had a drug overdose and he died. Okay, a drug overdose put bruise marks and choke marks and left you thrown in the corner for 3 days rotting. Some crazy shit, right? But it's all part of the game and it's fun. You know what I mean? Like, you get it. Like, you got to remember, the cops are the same as the prisoners, dude. You know what I mean? And they really do understand each other better than you think. And again, just because there's a bad seed when it comes to cops doesn't mean they're all bad. It just, that 1 or 2 bad seed can make them look all bad. And same in prison. There's some really good people in prison that want to be in there. The cops want them to be in there because for 40 years, 30 years in prison, these people have created peace, and to get rid of them can cause chaos. So the cops want them in there. But again, you get some of the bad seeds that cause problems, and again, everybody blames everybody. So that's how it is. And then of course it spreads across Earth. You know what I mean? So let me see. All right, let me catch up. Gays make their own gang. I know they do. They have the gay gangsters. Isn't there like a called the gay gangsters, where they're like this cholos? They're like cholos in Hollywood, or they were like cholos from somewhere, and they were gay. And I remember I was watching the news, and it was like these gay cholos kissing each other. And it was so weird because they are like hardcore gangsters, and they're like kissing each other and shit. But again, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, is that just fucking the media or the government just fooling people? Because I don't know. Every time I've went out on the streets, I've never seen gay gangsters or cholos kissing each other. In jail or prison, there's never been anyone gay cholos kissing each other. I never seen black dudes kissing each other. I never seen nobody kissing each other. But yet again, on the news, they're showing cholos kissing each other. It's fucking weird, you guys. Like, something was set up where, again, coronavirus, me and Gus were just, and you too, we were all just talking about, and man, I gotta take the auto block off. I don't know why that's on there. It's just like earlier, we're saying, wait a minute, they're talking about all these people getting coronavirus this, coronavirus that, corona. I've not met one person who got it. I've never met one person who knows someone who got it. Gus goes around everywhere with recyclables. He's never met one person or knows of a person who's got it. But yet again, it's all over the news. So it's the same thing all over the movies and news. You hear about gays in jail and stuff. You get raped. No, that does not happen. You get killed or beat up. You get thrown in a trash can, stabbed to death for being gay in jail. Like, I've seen it. And then, like I said, or they show cholos kissing each other, or gay gangsters or gay black people, thugs and shit, kissing each other on the news. And oh yeah, there's part. And then you're like, well, wait a minute, I've never seen that in my entire life. I've never seen thugs kissing each other. I've never seen cholos kissing each other. I've never even seen white, or whatever. What are they called? White supremacy or whatever, well, white skinheads. Yeah, skinheads. I've never seen them kiss each other. What the fuck? But yet again, the news wants to put all that shit on out. Like what? Like, it doesn't make sense, dude. That's how bad the brain and manipulation is, dude. That's how bad it is, you know? So, please, see, violence were things were, yep. And then when the obvious keeps clean, yep. And then I grew up in a gang family. Oh, okay, that's right. I remember you told me about that. Gang. Bro, pretty much every guy that goes to jail, especially and you're in a gang, they make you smuggle things into your... Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I can tell you some stories about that. They never made me do shit. Trust me. I knew right away. I was the king, dude. I was the boss. But the thing is, yeah, one guy swallowed something. And there was we had to do a 3-on-1 because he swallowed something. Because it's usually from like the courthouse to, you know, the jail. And then it's rare, I'll be honest, it's rare if you have to smuggle it in your ass and everything, unless if it's a far travel, like they're transferring you up north or something. But dude, like when it's just from the court, you know what I mean, to back to the jail, man, some of these cops, dude, like they don't give a fuck, dude. And you can sneak shit in your mouth, you know what I mean? And I remember one guy supposedly swallowed it by accident. Oh my God, dude, that was the worst beating I've ever seen in my life. One of the worst, you know what I mean? The worst beating I've seen is there's a rapist. A rapist ended up going in there. And I remember it because they check your paperwork, you know? Let me get this. So they check your paperwork, you know. So that's the first thing is they check your paperwork, and if you can't like if they find out you beaten a kid or beaten an elderly, or they found out that you know, you beat a woman or like attempted rape and all that, well, the attempted rape is on an automatic where you get stomped out. And then if you got like charges of like, let's say battery on an elderly woman or child, you get a break off, meaning they beat your ass. Like, hey man, you don't do this shit, you know. Like they read your charges, the prisoners or the jail guys, they read your charges because you have to walk in there and they see your paperwork, because everyone's suspicious that you're undercover. So to make sure you're not undercover, they read your paperwork and see your charges. And then to make sure your charges are, you know, they're real, they wait until your first court date. And when you come back from your first court date, then all the prisoners look at your second paperwork to make sure you're real and not undercover. And then, so it's pretty cool. And then, I remember one guy, I'll read you what you're writing right now. One guy, he was a rapist. And I remember they said, hey man, like, you know, we're going to have to just stomp him out, you know, beat him, you know, we like pretty much like beat him up until the cops come in. So we're like, all right, let's do this. And then I remembered, I said, hey man, you know, we had to fool him. Like, hey dude, you got to go press the button. I was like, you got to get out of here. And he was like, why? He was like, because you have attempted rape, you know, your charges are attempted rape, and we don't deal with that shit here. So he's like, oh, so we made him get all his shit together. And then as we started walking him to press the button, that's when everyone just started beating his ass, and bad too. And the thing is, we're like, the orders were beat his ass until the cops come in. So there was about 25 people, which is 25 homies, because all the other race can't get involved because it's a homie. And 25 homies were beating this dude down. And I remembered like I had to be like the watchdog and stuff, like waiting for the cops. I could call like, hey, they're coming, so we could be ready to get on our hands or knees, you know, and lay on our stomachs. And then they didn't come in, and we all we got tired, dude. So everyone dissipated. The fool's on the floor bleeding and shit, and fucking busted open, broken bones everywhere, like almost dead. And then I remember we're like, well, like they didn't, what do we do? The cops didn't come in. So I don't know what happened, but we're like, all right, round 2. And the guy was almost about to get back up and hobbling, and he went back, and everyone jumped him again. And then he was so bad, and the cops still didn't come in. We're like, holy fuck, dude, this guy, dude, poor guy, man. I mean, at that time, you don't feel poor guy. It's like adrenaline's going. So you see like blood, like he was blood everywhere. So we dragged him back to his bed and threw him on his bed because we thought he was dead. We're like, dude, this guy's dead. Like, we killed him, right? Like, we killed him. So we dragged him back to his bed. We fucking used his shirt to clean the blood of the ground. And we're like, fuck, when the cops do their walkthrough, they're just going to see him on his bed dead, you know? Like, that's their fault for not coming in and stopping us, right? Sure enough, the cop comes in, sees the dude. The cop looks over like this. You know, the cop like walks in. He's like walking, and he looks over, and he looks at everybody else, and of course he sees it's a homie, right? So he's like, "Fuck!" So he doesn't look at the black people or the whites or anything, or he looks at the Mexicans, and he's like, he just shakes his head like, "Fuck," And then sure enough, they pull him out. They get the ambulance and they had to get a helicopter. They flew in on a helicopter because it was so bad. And then get out of here, Egypt. Come on, not right now, Egypt. So then after it was just so bad. And then I remember they called in the rep, and because they knew his name was Johnny, you know what I mean, but I'm not gonna tell you his last name. So they called out Johnny, and we're like, fuck, like they're gonna make us all separate, they're gonna separate all of us. We didn't want to be separated, but they're gonna do it. And then we don't know what Johnny did, but Johnny came back in, and we're like, what's up, Johnny? And he was like, well, they flew him to the hospital in a helicopter. They don't know if he's gonna live. And we're like, why didn't they come in? And Johnny's like, well, he's like, I denied everything, and thank God for all of us. He's like, the cameras weren't working that day. So at least they were out for 4 hours. So out of the stroke of luck, because we all loved each other, man. When you're in there for a while and you're in there with people that it's like you care about, that you're locked up with, and that's all you have, the last thing you want is like the cops to separate all you into different areas, because like, man, you just been doing everything together, even sharing secrets, playing, like, and to separate us, like that would suck. So but we had to do, we got to do what we got to do, right? Like, fuck it. And thank God, it was just crazy, like, for that moment that we did it. I guess they were working on the cameras, and obviously they didn't want to say anything, because then and the time that we did it, the cameras weren't working. So everything was denied. There was no proof on anything. I guess the cameras, they weren't on, and we got to all stay together. We all got to stay together. It was the guy, I think he died. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure he did, because there was so many people that are dying left and right, dude. It was crazy. It was like crazy. And pretty much, yeah, dude. So that's the story, dude. So we were all like, we were just like, it was funny, because it's funny. We're all thanking God. We're like, oh my God, thank you. Like, we all went to Bible study and shit. We're all like at Bible study, like, oh my God, thank you, God, for making sure the cameras are off. We all have each other. We all get to do our Bible study together. So here we kill a guy, you know what I mean? And here, like, we're thanking God that the cameras were off, because if the cameras were on, they would have known who did it, and we all would have got busted, and then they would have separated all of us, and we would have had more charges. But through the grace of God, the cameras weren't working, and we all got to continue our lives together, and we all got to go Bible study together, thanking God for that moment. Isn't that crazy? So, I mean, I think that's pretty cool, actually, right? You know what I mean? Like, man. And then, and you know what's crazy is that we were an A tank, because they have tanks, right? A tank, B tank, C tank, D tank, F tank. So all the tanks were letters. We were an A tank. And all of us in A tank, you know what we called ourselves? We called ourselves the Amen. So I remember we're like, hey, we're like, and then remember we'll do our prayers or we'll do things, and we'll be like loud, Amen. And I remembered like the B tank, they would be like, why do you guys do that all the time? And like, we're like, because we're the Amen. And they're like, what do you mean? And we're like, we're the A tank, fool. Like, we'll talk like that. Like, we're the A tank, dog. Like, what do you? And they're like, oh shit. We're like, we're the Amen. So what's so funny is some of the guys from F tank, they wanted to transfer to the A tank because they wanted to be part of the Amen, because we had something good going. We were having the most fun. We were the craziest. We were the ones getting trouble every night and shit. And everyone's like, man, fucking A tank's crazy, dude. Like, they're having so much fun over there. And it's because we knew we were the Amen. We called ourselves the Amen, and we all had like crazy talks. There's some powerful people in there, and even people from the other tanks were trying to get transferred to our tank because we had the Amen going in A tank, and it was just the best fucking time of my life, dude. Like, I swear to God, it was the best time of my life. You know what I mean? So anyways, yeah, pretty much gay goes to jail, especially if it's gay, because it's pretty gay. Yeah, there's gay mafia. Oh yeah, the prisoner checked sentence, crazy but cool. Prisoners are like cops, honestly. Yeah, beat his ass till you were a little tired. Dude, for real, dude, we were tired. We had to rest, and then when they didn't come in, we had to go back for round 2 and killed him, man. Poor guy, man. Got beat to death, man. But hey, you know. So anyways, prison food is pretty fire. It's not bad, dude. It's not bad. It's I'll be honest, they do have some good food, man. I was kind of shocked. Nice, wholesome story. Never thought to go a jail story would sound so happy. Yeah, dude. You have no idea, dude. It's like what it is like you're in hell, but everybody's heaven. You know what I mean? Like you're everything's hell, but the people are heaven. Not angels, not demons. They're heaven themselves, you know? So you're in this hell, and these people are like heaven themselves. And then the conversations you have, they're the same that we have here now, but they're a little bit deeper. And what they even said was like, man, like everything you do is true in there because you're sober. You're not on drugs. You're not drunk. You're not on anything whatsoever. You're just pure sober. And some of these guys, it's hard because they're drug addicts, so they sober up, and they're having these godly talks, still. And they're like, wow, like I'm having these talks in here, and they're all real because these are the talks I sometimes have when I'm drunk or high or on drugs. But it's so real here because everyone's sober talking about the same shit, but even deeper, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, go turn off those lights.
Can I get me some more water?
I think that to start this out, we should have Brooke sit for like 3, 4, 5 minutes, however long you feel comfortable with, and just meditate and try to bring the energy into the room. And I'll put an EMF meter right in front of you so that we can just see if there's any spikes, and then we can move on with the spirit box and everything. Were you really not? You were just pointing the camera at me and not recording?
Alright, so how do you want this to go, Brooke? Do you want to just start lighting the candles and then we'll just be quiet and let you do your thing?
Yeah.
Here.
I'm also gonna light some incense if you guys don't mind.
Perfect.
That better? Better?
I want to point out here that randomly while I was taking these B-roll shots of Brooke attempting to contact Gushin, I captured a really strange low frequency noise.
Look at that shadow. That's pretty interesting. It's like a two-headed monster, but even though it's like something, what is that, two-headed or whatever? Is that Anubis? I think that's Anubis, right? That looks like Anubis right here, Anubis statue. I mean, you got an Indian statue here, something Buddha right here, so that's pretty cool. So she's into like multi stuff like me, because that's Anubis. That's like more of a Buddha, but that's pretty cool because like Anubis with his ears and face and everything, the shadows like creating like a two-headed monster. You know what I mean? See how it's like a two-headed monster? So I thought that's pretty interesting. I'm dead. Looks great. Cool.
Noise, which is only picked up on my microphone when I was pointing the camera directly at the altar. Maybe it was picking up on energy being emitted as a portal was opening, or maybe it was just a simple technological malfunction. That's for you to decide. But first, take a listen to the clip.
Whenever you do feel like you're ready, we're happy to.
Yeah. I think I'm okay. My foot is now numb, so.
Okay.
Do you think he's here?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well.
What do you want to start with, bro?
Our focus is raising.
Oh, shit.
Being able to order stuff online.
Oh, damn. Whew. I thought demons were summoned, dude. I was like, wait a minute. How did these demons get summoned that fast? Go to Walmart. And then you know what I mean? What the fuck?
Damn, that a lot.
We get to use that time that we would
You know
be
what I
at
mean?
the grocery store. That time
I thought demons got summoned and they went to Walmart.
is priceless.
Yeah, just to avoid questions in the comments and all of that, and so you understand what I'm doing. As you know, a spirit box is nothing more than a radio that continuously sweeps through radio stations. The idea is the spirits either speak between the white noise or manipulate the radio frequency. I just do it rather than an automatic way. I do a manual tune. This is what later developed or caused the development of a spirit box, is people realizing you could speak to spirits through radio. Will this work? I sure hope so. I'd like to communicate with something. Right. I'm going to start by asking one question, and then I want you to try and see if you can communicate with Gushin. But first, I do want to ask, Gushin, if you're here right now.
See, that cat knows. That cat has a little bit too much experience with this. Like, there's something else in it because she did it around the cat. But it's like this cat is like Egypt. You can tell because this cat has a lot of experience. Did you hear my story about Egypt teleporting? Well, I don't know if you heard me talking about it earlier. But this cat has experience, but it's okay because you could tell like how she is trained and how she's trained herself. She's trained her cat very well, you know what I mean? Or else, like, if she has experience like me, you don't let your cat hear this, be around it. Nothing. You shouldn't have any animals at all around it whatsoever, you know?
That's a lovely shot.
That's so cute.
Gushin, if you're here right now, could you try to say your name, please? There was Gushin. Listen back to it, I swear. Somebody just went Gushin.
Try it again. Try to get clearer.
Can we get that confirmation? Maybe a clear response? Could you say Gushin one last time to confirm?
You know what's funny is you can actually even see him shaking a little bit. Like even though he's trying to play calm, like you can actually see he's like shaking a little bit, a little nervous.
Gushin.
That's the second time it said Gushin. So,
whoa.
Yeah, honestly, me too. Now I want you to ask the questions. Anything now that you can actually hear their voice, it's not their voice, but it's a manipulation they're able to speak through.
You know, one day, Sad Clown, I hope I meet guys like this, or I hope I meet people that like are kind of like, you know what I mean, like even maybe better than these guys, but they seem pretty experienced. Because I want to see what they can bring or what comes. Like I feel like I need people like this to like actually, so I could like I know what's around me and I know specific things, but I need people like that to like help me understand it a little bit more, that are actually ghost hunters, but beyond that, you know. But like I said, I think it'd be pretty interesting, like to see, because I know it's gonna. I'm just gonna be. My spirits are so much different.
But they can respond to you now clearly through a device. Ask any question you like, but try to ask it validating. So ask them to repeat a word. So if you're gonna say, Gushin, how are you feeling today? Could you say happy or could you say sad to confirm? You know, give them a word for us to listen to.
Okay.
Because it's kind of like this. When I was on Ice Poseidon's stream, I was a little skeptical because everything you say is true, it's real, right? And no matter how much you believe something's gonna happen and you're not like, you still got this doubt, you still got like, man, because it's a good possibility it's gonna be that day or that time where nothing happens and you could look stupid, you know what I mean? And especially I did it live, not pre-recorded, you know what I mean? I did it live where I could have easily looked so stupid. But the thing is, I didn't care. I was prepared to look stupid because I was like, all right, if we go to Skid Row, nothing might happen. And I just, you know what I mean? Like, oh, well, but so much more happened than I expected. But the thing is like I said, I was skeptical when even though I seemed confident and I was in the moment, you kind of seemed skeptical, like, man, something might not happen. But I don't know. I was just I'm so powerful, dude. Like, sometimes when I'm so powerful, something just takes over me. Even though if I have doubt or I start to feel skeptical or whatever it is, I can't anymore because just something just takes over where there's just too much knowledge and too much going on, especially around you, in front of you, behind you, everywhere. It's just so much is going on. You can't doubt and you can't be skeptical anymore because when you kind of are, how could I say, when you kind of are, they become stronger because they feel challenged. But when you're not skeptical and when you do accept it in some ways, they're not, they're more chill, like it's chill. But like I said, but again, she's never done this in front of a big, like it's me, my first time on Ice's show, Ice's stream. I've never done it in front of a big audience. I've never done it in front of like that or through the internet or something different. I never really talked about the things the way I did like that. So you kind of get nervous. You could tell when she talks, you kind of lose your breath a little bit. It's kind of like, again, you're excited but nervous. You know what I mean? Again, you have to be a little bit skeptical because, everything she said on that table, what happens if nothing happens here? And then, you know what I mean? And then, of course, they're going through the whole night or who knows how long to try. And then they're going to doubt her. But sometimes that's how it works. It's true, but it's just in that moment of time. It just didn't happen for some reason. You know what I mean? So, I'm so glad I was witness to that stream. I've even rewatched a couple of times. That stream yeah. So like I said,
My name.
I know. I wish I still had those. I never saved them. I saved them on my playlist, but they got deleted from wherever I saved them from. So kind of sucks, but oh well.
That's a good start. Gushin, if this is really you, can you tell me her name?
Okay.
Clear. Much clear. Said Brooke. Alright, so we got a good start. Now that they've confirmed that
My name is Brooke. My name is Brooke.
It's them. Could you?
Hey, maybe Brooke is Jeff's wife. Wouldn't that be funny? Jeff is a spirit, and for all this time, he's been crying out, my name is Yef. And then finally we got, my name is Brooke. And then now they met each other.
Try asking some questions about where they come from, what they are.
Yeah.
So now we gotta spread the word. Hey, you guys remember Jeff? My name is Jeff. Yeah, dude, his fucking goddess her name's Brooke. You know, and she goes, my name is Brooke.
All right, perfect. Yes, Kushin, Brooke would like to know where exactly you come from. Is this perhaps another dimension? If that's the case, could you say a dimension? Maybe you are a demon. Maybe you come from hell. Maybe you live here on Earth. Could you try to give us an idea of where you come from, please? What about the spirit? I heard it's the spirit and you heard loop?
I heard
loop. Okay. Could you say again or try to stay clear? Say loud and clear. Gushin, are you dead? Just ask loud and clear.
Gushin, are you dead?
If so, could you say dead, please? Did you hear?
I thought I heard I'm not.
I'm not? Alright. Gushin, if you are not dead, could you clearly and with purpose say not dead to confirm that you are not a dead spirit of a person?
Not
even a little bit, yeah. Can you say not dead? There's communication there, but I'm gonna have to listen back to it with headphones and figure it out. Is there anything you personally would like to ask? Just if you could find out anything using words about Gushin.
Why don't you, Brooke, ask, because you make communication in your head, right? Why don't you put out a word in your head and see if you can hear it through the spirit box? You know what I mean?
Write it down.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a pen and paper? That'd be so crazy.
See what you hear.
Yep, let her do the whole thing. This is a total experiment. We've never done this before.
Yeah, that's pretty cool though. Like you know what I mean? She writes it down and see what if they could pull it from her head and it goes out through the box, like some type of connection. That's pretty cool. That's a really good idea.
Either, so not to this depth, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, this is cool.
yeah.
That's some solid responses so far.
I think it's funny that the little cat keeps coming in here because so many times on investigations when I've started. Oh, jeez. Hey, it's okay.
Be nice. Be nice. Even.
Sorry.
Just play.
That's exactly how Egypt plays, dude. Egypt plays so rough, like, dude. Like even right now, I can show you some. I have like little blood scratches on me right now because of this guy. Like, dude, he plays rough, dude. Like, even the other cats in the neighborhood hate him. They don't even want to play with him, dude. He's like the big bag bully that doesn't know how to play with other kids.
Let's come to the side.
That's a playful thing.
I was gonna say that when there's good energy, the cats always come over.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he loves when I meditate.
So, Brooke, you have written a word now on this piece of paper. No one knows what this is, but you know it.
Yep.
So we're gonna do the spirit box now with Andrew, running on a totally physical loop, and see if you can hear it.
Okay, cool.
And please sit here. How about for like 20 seconds and just send that word out and try to convey that.
Gushin, can you please say the word that I wrote down and am thinking on the spirit box? I've heard it like 3 times.
You heard it 3 times. What was the word?
Love.
Love.
Can you show that?
I'm gonna listen back. And
Yeah,
try and find
definitely.
it. You're positive you heard it?
Yeah, and definitely like right towards the end was like the loudest one.
Great. I'm looking forward to going over that. I'm looking forward to looking back at this.
the first one, it was like 2 parts, so I wasn't entirely sure. And then the second one was like clearer, but I was like clearer than the last one at the end. So.
Perfect. Yushin, is that correct? Did you say love? Could you say love one more time to confirm that you have said the word?
Alter. I heard Ouija alter. I think it works when Brooke is asking questions.
Anything else you'd like to try or ask, honestly?
No, honestly.
Well, we could try the other spirit box now.
Yeah, I want to have Brooke hold it and just...
Okay.
All right, now, obviously people have seen before us use Andrew's spirit box method. I have a number of different spirit boxes, but this is really the old model. It's kind of clunky. The SB7, it's actually so old that it doesn't even have a back anymore. I've used it so many times. It's gone. So what I'm gonna do now is let Brooke just take charge of this, because I feel like you're the one that's communicating. So if you ask the questions and put the intention into the spirit box, since there's a speaker here, maybe hold your hand over it and try to like push it out into the box.
Okay.
That we could get some interesting responses, because this is exactly what that radio was doing, but it does it for you. So there's no hand turning needed. So let's see.
Hey, check this out. Now my face all shiny. Okay, you can hear me, right? You can hear? But she seems super awkward, kind of making it hard to connect with her. The reason why is because she's speaking too many things in her head right now, and there's a lot going on in her head. So, you know what I mean? As there's cameras on her, this is happening, things are flowing through her head. You got to remember, like, this was happening to me when I did my thing, but I was just so experienced at it and understood it a little bit better. It seemed natural. It seemed so natural that you didn't even know what or who or what was going on or what I was talking to her or what was what, you know? But she has a lot going on in her head and her body right now, you know, flowing back and forth, this and that. It's kind of like she's that little machine right there that he has in his hand. She's that little machine right there. You know what I mean? Like, she's that machine he has in his hand, and she's connecting that way as well, but using her own body, you know? So, look at, where is it at? Look at, I got Ghost Radar. Look at that. So, I'm going to turn it on, and let's see if we can get something. Turn it up. And let's see. See what the first thing I could see we get. And again, these things are, you'll be surprised. If you see that camera. All right, so I have it on high right now. So I'm going to set it to medium. Because usually I notice that... Oh, wait. Something?
Pile.
Pile. P-I-L-E. The next word better not be shit. Oh, damn, I look like shit. Okay, I'm gonna put on medium.
Fred.
Oh shit, Fred. That's weird. Remember, you guys, I told you that story. I don't know if you ever seen it, Sad Clown. One of the old people that I lived with, his name is Bill, but he hated being called Bill, so he always said call me Fred. Or when you asked for the bill, like, you know, when we went to a restaurant, remember I said, like, he died already, right? But when he went to the restaurant, he always got mad, saying, "Don't ask for the bill, ask for Fred. Ask for the Fred." That's kind of weird, right? And he's dead. He died like 6 months ago. And I have videos of that on my. I have videos of that on my my Twitch. All right, this is medium. Ask questions. Okay. You ask a question, Sad Clown. All right, let's see what you can get out of this. Ooh, look at red. Got a demon. Class. So we got red and it said class. So pile, Fred, class. And we got purple. Let me see. So far, nothing. Damn, it's usually like this thing goes off, and today it's not really going off. Does the entity want to teach us? Okay. Does this entity want to teach us something? All right. And then what I'm gonna do, see right here, see advanced settings. I use the energy to like. There's advanced settings where you can make watch. Did you hear? Was there? Did you hear that beeping sound? Okay, there's a beeping sound. Did you hear that beeping sound or no? Let's see. Come on. Let's see. Okay. Oh man, you can't really see it that well. But anyways, oh shit. So anyways, see those little adjustments? There's little adjustments. One, scan frequency, duplicate detection threshold, display independence, signal timeout, signal capacity, or capacitance, whatever that is. So sometimes like through your energy, you can actually like adjust it yourself to every little detail, which will matter. So I'll go like this. I'm gonna keep things more in the middle because so I did 41, 59, 45, 57, and 53, and then we're gonna see what that brings with your question. So this is for your question that you asked about what do you want to teach us? Oh shit! Right away. So I could do this. They're coming. They're. I'm all talking. They're coming. I'm all talking my phone. They're coming, but they're scared to say anything.
About.
They said about. Oh shit! No. Does the entity have a messenger? Let me see. And I'm gonna do after. What I'm gonna do is what I do. All right. And then I remember these right here. So those. So I'm gonna make the adjustments. So I put it at 30, 78, 36, 70, 41. And the question's going to be, does the entity have a message about what? And what is it about? Okay, so we're going to see. So maybe when it said about, your next question is what we needed, right?
Ben.
Ben, Ben. I know one Ben on Instagram. And I'm actually kind of okay. Oh, another one.
Desolate.
Desolate, Desolate. What does that mean? What does desolate mean? And it's purple. It's using the color purple. Bent. And then what about desolate? What does desolate mean? Yeah. Oh, red.
Amelini.
Amaleni. So we have desolate. We have desolate. Oh shit, it's going. So we have, get this down. We have desolate means disordered of people, and Amaleni. Did you get that? What it said? Amaleni? Fuck, this shit's going off hard. Look at all that. We got green, yellow, red. Red just one. Did you get that last one? Amaleni?
Primitive.
Primitive. Holy shit, this thing's going hardcore now. Alright, well, hold it. After this, I'll put it on pause and we're going to look that up. Because that was a weird name or weird whatever it was. Alright, hold on. I can't put it on pause because they're still there.
Object.
Object. Whew, what the hell? Object. Amalini, I think, I don't know. Let me see. All right, we're gonna put on pause. Okay, here's the words. I don't know if you could see them. Let me see. Sorry, damn, this is weird. I'm like, look right there. That's the word right there. Amalin. Oh fuck, dude. Amalin. Oh fucking A, dude. And then there's the. Really? That's what it is? And what's primitive? What does primitive mean? So we got object, primitive, amulin. So I just showed you all the words right now. But what does primitive mean then? Yeah, there's well, maybe I know proud, class, Fred. I know those three are for me because I know a Fred, like I said, his name was Bill, but he liked to be called Fred. He did die. I know he's proud of me because we had a specific type of talk together before he died on the phone. And it was a talk he never had with anyone before because he never believed on the other side. And as he was dying, he got flashes of something he couldn't have an understanding about. So the first time in his life, he called me right before he died, and we had to talk about it. And so I know that's for me for sure. I know he's proud of me. I know it's Fred. I understand the class part because it's something between us. But primitive, Umlin, Dislate, Ben, all that. Ben is a guy I know on Instagram, but that might not be towards me. But like I said, this was me and you know what I mean? So some of this right here, some of these words, like I said, are, so primitive means relating to, denoting or preserve or character of an early stage in the evolutionary history of, damn, so those are some very powerful words in the order that we got them then. Like, that's pretty interesting. And again, if you go on my Twitch and you go on my past videos I have saved, the one where I'm actually wearing the same mask that I did today, and I think same hat, but I wore the Lakers jersey. I talk about the Fred story. I talk about the story of Fred. So that's pretty interesting. All right, let's continue.
It's time to leave?
So I thought he said he's trying to feel or something like that. Okay, here. Okay, so think about it, and why don't you just try to maybe have a conversation, ask him to come through to say something for you.
Gushin, are you here? Can you say your name, Gushin?
Yes. My name is...
Yes, please.
Road trip.
Can you say hello? Nice and clear.
When I hear road trip, I think of that movie with Tom Green. Didn't Tom Green come out with a movie called Road Trip? I'm pretty sure there's a movie called Road Trip with Tom Green.
Hello. Right there.
I thought I heard goodbye first, though.
It just said hello.
What's my favorite crystal?
See, that's the way Gushin, right? We'll just call it Gushin, how Gushin can travel to the future and the past and how she speaks like how she does. That's how it works sometimes. Like, they're like, road trip, and he's like, what does road trip mean? And they're like confused, what is road trip? And then here, me and you, some powerful ass gods come around watching them doing their thing, and I hear road trip, and then I get the memory of the entire movie Road Trip, Tom Green. And now me and you just saved the future because all we had to do is connect that little dot.
Less complicated. What's my favorite color? It did? Oh, I didn't even touch that. Yeah, amethyst is my favorite crystal.
Really?
Yeah.
And you heard that just now?
Yeah, that's why I have a ton of amethyst.
Okay, well, we should go back and listen to that later too, because amethyst is right here.
Can you say my favorite color again?
Oh, dude, I love when women's eyes get dark, dude. When their eyes get like pure dark, I just want to suck the soul out of them.
I heard bluest earlier too.
Okay, yeah, I thought I heard it, but I wasn't entirely sure. So say my name again, please. Nice and clear. Okay.
No, never.
Wow.
Hear that? He said no.
Sure, that was crazy.
Are you a demon? Say demon if you're a demon.
So catch this, sad clown. So I titled it, I think about, I was going to get crossfaded today, right? So I got 2 bottles of wine and I got like, some vape, right? And I'm like, man, I'm going to go live stream and I'm going to fucking get crossfaded and see how I get, right? Like, I'm going to like really crossfaded, drink 2 bottles of wine, fucking finish this vape and get stupid, Man, I drank half of the bottle of wine. I took a couple hits of this. And fucking 11 hours later, I still have a wine bottle and a half. I'm done drinking for today because I hate alcohol. And fucking I'm just sipping on my little vape here and there. So I guess I got half. What's a half crossfaded? So if I didn't get crossfaded, I only got halfway there. What would that be considered?
Sounded like it. Tried saying it, yeah.
Yeah, the ghost got jokes, but see, sad clown, you can't get mad at me because what happens if my ghosts and demons are yours or someone else's? What happens if they're coming to me and they're ragging on you? And here when I rag on you and I laugh, you get mad at me, but it's not me, it's other ghosts, you know what I mean? So remember that.
That's really interesting.
Just do something right now, and I'm going to turn on, this is an EM pump.
Maybe a half cross is a lowercase t. Like a cross is a uppercase T and a half cross is a lowercase t.
So this is just going to kick out this EMF frequency. Sometimes this means I think this battery's dying on this one, but it kicks out about, usually it should race. Yeah, this is dying right now. This thing kicks out a huge bank of EM energy though, so if there's a spirit of any type, an entity, this is the device that basically gives them food they can use to manifest something. I know that Brooke understands you, but do you feel misunderstood?
Do you feel misunderstood by people?
That was
Damn, she's pretty thick, huh? I didn't know she was that thick. Jeez. Could I have her back now, sad clown? I know I gave her over to you, sad clown, but I didn't know she was that thick. So I want her back.
Something about the spirits. I am a demon. Did you hear that? You heard I'm not? I'm not a demon?
I heard 2019.
You heard 2019?
Yeah.
We need to replay
This is
that
one
one.
of those
All
shows
right.
when I go back over and listen.
I'll probably be like, alright. Legs are falling asleep so hardcore.
Is the device he's using helping you? Okay. Is there anything you want to say? If you're always around me, can you say around you?
That's a good one. Hey, so would you say if... Okay, let's catch this. If your legs are dead, right? Your legs are just there and they're dead. Would you say they're an extra pair of arms, but they're deformed? So since your legs are no good and they're just there, they're not like everybody else's, Would you consider it an extra pair of deformed arms? Maybe that's what legs are, right? A pair of deformed arms.
Can you say his name?
Yeah. I mean, maybe a dick for an elephant. Shit.
Can you say the cat's name loud and clear? Yeah, I got the feeling that he was done.
Okay. Turn this back on. Okay. Brooke, in your opinion, what has there ever been any sort of a pattern to what precurses physical activity? Something that you do, something that you say, some way that someone else does something?
No. Not really, just mostly it was just
Yeah,
like an
I agree.
aggressor. That's about it.
Do you think the candle keeps the energy kind of farther away or brings it in?
I wouldn't say it necessarily affects it either way.
Okay. Then let's just ask, and I'm gonna have you do this because I don't want to say it. This is your communication here. So why don't you just ask for maybe some physical signs of some sort?
Can you provide us some physical signs that you're here?
You can move this ball that we've set out for you. You can move one of the chairs downstairs. You can play with one of our shirts. If you could help us out here. And I know you've just met us, but we would all love to just see or hear something from you. All positive energy here.
Candle's flashing like crazy much.
Downstairs?
Yeah.
It's not near a vent either, it's underneath the...
Do you see it behind you? They're just like going, let me turn the lights off. They're just going absolutely...
And the one in the bathroom too.
Yeah, the one in the bathroom is going
No,
absolutely
there's a fan in the bathroom, but the one downstairs is on my bar, which has no vent near it.
Yeah, stop doing it now. The light's not flickering anymore.
I kept hearing scratching from like that side, but I don't know if the cat's though.
Yeah, I checked earlier. He's not under here. Sometimes he'll crawl under there.
Okay, let's keep this silence then. Okay. Why don't you ask again, bro?
Can you give us a physical sign that you're here?
I heard a knock when you were
Behind me.
It was behind you.
Yeah.
It's in the bookshop.
Louder, please.
Are you not comfortable with us being here?
Would you be able to knock back the same pattern I do?
Sometimes I think this thing deters activity. So I'm gonna shut it off so we can listen. Complete silence for a second.
Can you copy me?
You should make some sort of a noise if there's somebody in our group.
With me, I can communicate like with alone or with people around. It's the same. It's just sometimes when people are around and they're just not too serious with it or they don't know how to do it, I'll guide them how to do it, but they gotta listen to me. But if they don't do it properly, then it's not gonna work the same. So doing it alone could maybe be more beneficial. But I like having other people around because you know, it's different energy and you never know what it can bring. But yeah, like I said, I could do it. It's either or both ways. You know what I mean? Like either or.
Group that you don't like besides Brooke and the three of us that came in. How about if you like us? I have an idea. Can we go downstairs and sit in that main area?
Yeah.
And ask if he can move something up here in this room. Maybe he feels more comfortable manifesting something in here because it's a comfortable space.
You know, the still camera in here.
Yeah, we could leave.
You should leave one of the cameras in here. If you ask him.
My demons. Oh my God, what happened? Oh, F. What did I do?
Brooke. The candle upstairs?
Oh, right here. I can't even see the candle upstairs.
Oh, yeah. Oh. What a time to choose to eat.
Meow, meow, meow.
Okay. Brooke, I'm going to have you ask a couple more questions to ask to see if, now that we're in more of an open area, there's any...
Sit down here. I can ask you.
Meow.
Can you give us a physical sign that you're here?
Of course, we're trying to
Really?
be quiet.
Hey.
I'm hungry now.
Not right now. Can you make...
You know what's so funny? When I have a lot of spiritual things that go on here, Egypt gets, like, when he's around it, he gets extra hungry. So do I sometimes. I get like extra hungry because a lot of spiritual stuff's going on, and and then I notice Egypt will bug me for food when he normally doesn't, and he only bugs me for food, and he's hungry when I am, and something spiritual was just happening. It's pretty cool, or funny, or weird, right?
a sound if you are here.
That cat is hungry.
You know, it just makes no sense because all he does is eat and sleep.
Well, we're only doing this for a minute. Do you want to just move the bowl up there or something?
No, it's okay. I'll hold it.
Could you potentially give us any sort of a sign by maybe opening one of the doors, moving an object? If you're upstairs still, could you do something up there in that room to show us that you came through tonight, to show Brooke? I know she would really appreciate it.
This is why we don't bring cats to haunted houses.
Andrew, do you want to try to ask something?
Alright. Gushin, if you're still here or around us, we're not asking you this to kind of treat you like some kind of circus act. Like, I believe that you do exist. You did come through in the spirit box, or what I believe to be
maybe.
the spirit box anyway. We're asking you this just to further validate your existence to the rest of the world. We're really fascinated by this topic. So to give us some kind of further validation you do actually exist, would you be able to physically move something in our plane, in this house, or make a noise loud enough for us to audibly hear you?
It's a strange kind of silence. So Andrew just did his wrap up.
Did you hit that?
What?
That's sweet.
No.
Cool.
The chandelier was swinging above me?
It's still swinging right now. So I asked if you hit it.
Oh, it is moving. No, I did not. Look it. So Andrew just did his wrap up.
Did you hit that?
What?
It's swinging.
No.
Cool.
The chandelier was swinging above me?
It's still swinging right now. So I asked if you hit it.
Oh, it is moving. No, I did not. Look it.
You didn't lick it?
Look it. Here's as tall as I can. Here, show that on camera. Look at this. Is as tall as I can possibly stand. I'm right under it.
Move it some more, please. To be fair, it is actually moving. Wait, Colin, pull the ghost benches. Turn your head up and like that light bulb scene in their intro, like you're gonna eat it. Put a stinger there.
So we're saying goodnight. There's Andrew. There's Olivia. Brooke, thank you so much for allowing us into your home.
Thank you for coming.
It's always a great time out here on the road, isn't it, guys?
Always, every day, 24 hours on the road, perfect, great time.
Okay, everybody. So thanks for watching. It's Colin here. Peyton's at home. Was not feeling the best and had some stuff to do in Austin this week, so we've been on the road. But Florida has treated us well. We love the state. We love the people, including amazing people like Brooke over here. And thanks for watching. If you haven't seen our other most recent videos, please go check them out. You can find that link in the description. You can click on it right at the end of the video.
Look at, like, no, she's not uncomfortable. She's comfortable. It's just, she's like me. She twitches. When you deal with this kind of stuff, dude, you can't help it. You get twitchy. That's why sometimes even when I go into stores or I go shopping, like, dude, I look like I have like sometimes I'm like trying to control myself and hold myself together, but it's like you have all this, and like it's weird. You get like a twitch, like it's weird. Like sometimes you can control it, sometimes you can't, and that's what she's doing, is she's twitching, because it's hard to explain when you go through this kind of stuff. It's like all this energy or spirits or souls, whatever was inside you, or Gushin was all, it's like, shh. Well, now it's like getting released now, little by little. It's like the end of the credits, right? Like, at the end of the movie, the credits are going up, all those names. Well, imagine all those credits and all those names at the end of the movie. Imagine right now, they're leaving her, right? They're like leaving her now because the show's over, right? So now they're leaving her body, and you get twitchy. And sometimes that's what happens to me, is that you get so much inside of you. You can have an entire world or city inside of you. Let's say I have entire Earth inside of me, and there's 8 billion people. Then, you know what I mean? As the show is over, the list starts going, and you get a little twitchy because they're leaving you now. The show's over, and it's hard because you're like trying to like stay still, hold yourself together, but you could feel them leaving your body. You could like it's pulling though, like it pulls at you, or sometimes it's like she does that shoulder thing. I do that a lot. I do that shoulder thing, especially I go out, because it's weird. It's like, for me it's weird because I can feel my wings, so when I do that like this, like it's a shoulder thing, but with me it's more like I can feel my wings, and I kind of like adjust my wings, right? But with her, like, I know it's a little bit more different. Hers is more like a pixie, right? She has like a dark pixie magic. That's what she has. Is have you heard of pixies? Well, she's more connected with dark pixie magic. Even though she's connected to everything else, I get a feeling like pixie dust, right? Like, or pixie fairy, or a pixie itself, but like more the darker side. That's what I get. It seems like the dudes are usually more conscious. It looks like her eyes, like analyzing the same body language of her people. Yeah, I like analyzing. Yeah, me too. But yeah, so you can see,
Florida has treated us well. We love the state. We love the people, including amazing people like Brooke over here. And thanks for watching. If you haven't seen our other most recent videos, please go check them out. You can find that link in the description. You can click on it right at the end of the video.
See, she's twitching, you guys. That's twitches. Like, You know, they're leaving. You don't. It's weird because when they enter your body, you don't twitch. It's like they're entering your body, and everything's so even, and everybody's like entering evenly, where you don't really twitch. You're just like it's smooth, right? But when the show is over and everybody's leaving your body, you get twitch because like everybody just wants to leave. Everybody wants, it's like at the end of the football game or baseball, like everyone's hitting the exits, right? And that's how your body is, and it's like and you can't help it. Like you twitch, you move, you're like because and again, it's like that.
We've got a lot of really crazy cool stuff coming up and some really intense videos, but for now, it's Colin here.
Olivia.
Andrew.
Brooke.
As always, guys, stay spooky. Adios. At the end of the day, I don't know if we actually contacted an entity that night with Brooke. Although the spirit box responses were compelling, along with some of the
it's kind of weird that you got that song, and then all of a sudden you got this other song that comes out, and it's talking about a very powerful goddess controlling men, but it's more about the AD. So you got this song about a goddess controlling men like puppets in the BC, and then you got this song about a goddess controlling men in the AD. And remembered, if you guys go on my Instagram, if you go under Zeta, and it says Zeta, hello again, or something like that, I did a little parody with Kill Bill, which we talked about Bill, Fred, right? Bill and Fred, Kill Bill, right? So we got Fred, we got Bill, Kill Bill, Fred is Bill. And then I talk about Sophia, which, you know, because that's Zeta, that's her other name is Sophia, because she has two personalities. That picture of that girl, the fallen goddesses, that's why she calls herself the fallen goddesses, because she has one body, but she has two people living inside one body, and one of them is Zeta, and then the other one is Sophia. So, and I was helping her with certain things and explaining it to her. And then I did the Kill Bill parody about her. And then that's when Bill goes on that girl's shoulders and he says her name's Sophia, or Sophie, because it's the same thing, Sophie and Sophia. And then, you know, he's like, does she know her daughter's still alive? And then this song comes out called Sophia. So it's kind of like crazy, right? But again, this song, what are the chances that last song we heard is about a powerful goddess controlling men in the BC? And then now this song is coming out where it's about talking about a powerful goddess controlling men in the AD.
Bad bitch got feelings, she don't catch none. Red pill, blue pill, you don't take one.
And it's still, if you notice, even though it's the AD and it's supposed to be like future and stuff like that because it's robotic, notice that the theme they're using is still like some type of Egyptian theme. Have you noticed? And even the beat and the sound of it is kind of Egyptian-like. Why aren't there any goddesses in the position of great power like kings? Oh, they're there. Remembered, when you see the slavery going on, or the workers, or whatever you want to call them in the BC, where they build the pyramids and all that stuff, and you have men whipping the other men in their backs and this and that, or you see the pharaohs or the kings, it's like, where's all the women? How come there's no women slaves? I never see women slaves, and if you do, it's fake. Back then, there were no women slaves because women were from the future. There were no women in the past. They were just from the future. So in the past, women were so rare that it was those women that were the rulers, and they're the ones that chose the men that they wanted to have as their puppets to rule everybody. You know what I mean? But in the past, there's only men and no women, and in the future, there's only women and no men. So in the future, men is limited, and in the past, women are limited. But it was always the women controlling the men as a puppet, because in the past, there were just so few of them. That's how dominant they were, you know? Yeah, exactly. Oh, dude, Sad Clown. Do you remembered Saka? What is it called? Right? Is that what it's called? So, what is it? It was like that Chinese thing we're talking about, Saka or something. It was Chinese or Japanese. Remember that? Saka? Or no? Was it you or was it someone else? No, it was you, dude. Remember Saka? When we were talking about China or Japan, and we were talking about Saka? It had to be you. You're the only one I talked to. We talked about Saka, remembered? Oh, yeah, it was you, dude. Remembered how you talked about how you suck a dick? Oh! I got your ass. We did talk about that because you talked about how you suck a dick. Oh!
And I like the way she works, she don't fake none. Talk to it like boot up first, move that skirt. Throw chips at it and she make the neck work like
She gon' say what she wants, she gon' back it up. No bad blood, but she bad enough. And she could do it all night, she got stamina. She give me good brain, she doing algebra. And why you acting ice cold, thought you knew me? I'm right here, but you looking right through me. She got me thinking there's a spark. Then she pull the plug, lights out, she go dark.
Little mama cool, calm, she don't say much.
Yeah, I'd be pissed too if someone said I suck a dick.
Only hit the plug for a re-up. Always got my attention, Mira. Baby clear-headed like Freezer. Little board in the box, the bitch Candyland. Baby missing all of the nerves, I call her Ativan. Gonna leave you on red just like the Anchorman. Doing lines with zeros, Lindsay Lohan. Bad bitch got feelings, she don't catch none. Red pill, blue pill, you don't take one. She don't fake none.
Dude, and then what are the chances? Like I said, the other song is about that BC goddess controlling men like puppets, and then this one, and then she's like doing that puppetry, and dude, man, I don't think anybody knows what's coming.
Talk to it like boot up first, move that skirt. Throw chips at it and she make the neck work like
She a California girl, she my Westworld. She making moves like a chessboard. She taught me off like a fresh pour, then she iced me like what we got a text for.
Dude, if you say you would suck a dick, I would swat your ass tomorrow and make sure you get put in jail, and I'll send the word, hey guys, this dude's gay, and get your ass beat.
She got me in my head like a whippet. She wanna go again right away, we just finished. We've been up 3 days going crazy, no sleep. It's like you don't even miss it.
Make me come back like Fila. She got fire neck, she tequila. Throwing that shit back, Maria, slide to her harder than a Visa. Doing more bars than Genius. A voice in my head like Joaquin Phoenix. Grabbing on my come home, pop out. Already top out. Hit it with the glove and I make that bitch knock out. Bad bitch got feelings, she don't catch none.
Well, I think you would pretend that you were, and then I think you'll wake up and realize it was a mirage. And then once you figure out it was a mirage, you're going to see what you were really sucking on, and it's not going to be pretty.
Red pill, blue pill, you don't take one. And I like the way she works, she don't fake none. Talk to it like boot up first, move that skirt. Throw chips at it and she make the neck work like
All right, Sad Clown. Since you're not that important to me, what do you want to watch next? What do you want to do next? I got some kitty videos. All right, do you want to take a break, Sad Clown? Should we take a little, maybe like a little 5 or 10 minute break? Oh, don't be mean to me, Sad Clown. I've been nice to you all day. You know what I mean? I've been pampering you, giving you attention, you know, like treating you very godly. And you're going to talk to me like that, Sad Clown? You know what? There. Did I time you out for... Oh, you know what? That's another timeout, buddy. That's another timeout. Did I time you? Oh, dude. I hope it didn't delete all your messages. Oh, that's going to suck by me just joking around, huh? Fuck. Here I was like joking around, timing you out. I'm pretty sure it'll re-show them inside the fucking... That's funny. So anyways, do you want to take a quick little break, dude? And then, like a little bit of 5-10 minute break, and then we'll play some cat videos. You know what I mean? Or do you want to watch some cat videos right now? And I hope you're not saying your little pussy ass is getting tired and you want to go to bed, or you're falling asleep. I mean, I've been streaming already, what, almost 12 hours, and I'm ready to go a little bit longer. You know what I mean? it deleted them, but I think when you rewatch the videos, like, you know, when you rewatch the videos, it still has them there, you know, like when you rewatch them. And if they're not there, then guess what? It's just going to make us that much more powerful, because only me and you are going to know what the conversation was or what was there. Nobody else. Yeah, that's a good one, right? Because I'm a fox. So that's pretty cool. So a fox is a bee-ass pussy. Hey, so what do you want to do? Do you want to watch some cat videos right now? Or do you want to play music really fast and take a little break, 5-10 minute break? And then we'll watch some cat videos? Come on, dude. You're slacking. What's up? Play music? All right. So 5 or 10 minute break. And then when I get back, we'll watch some cat videos, dude. We'll trap out on some cats and everything, and then we'll go from there. And I think I'll probably like end the stream about like an hour from now or so. Are you tired? How much longer can you go? Like, how much longer can you go? I'm only gonna go as long as you could. I mean, I might as well continue to be nice to you. You stay up all night? Well, I can't. Maybe I could, but I'm not going to try it. Alright, I'm going to play some music then. Just 5-10 minute break, and then watch some cat videos, and then we'll go from there. See where it takes us, you know? Yeah, so... And whatever you do, nah, I don't want to pick on you no more, dude. I had a good one, but I'm not going to do it. So... I'm having a good time with you. Trust me. When I pick on you like that, or the time we had together today, Sad Clown, that's only because I like you. Because you're a punk-ass ninja. You're a punk-ass ninja, dude. And I like you.
Something strange is happening in stores these days. Oh, thank
My bad. I said I was gonna like do the cats and all that, but the music's like I'm jamming out so much with this music right now. It sounds so badass that we might go another 10 minutes just listening to music. My bad. Good night. You going to bed? Oh my gosh, dude. The party was just getting started and you're going to bed. Alright, anyway, speaking of cats, I actually want to see a cat video. This one looks funny as hell right here. I think that's the one we saw already, right?
Is not disabled, he is differently able. He was going to be...
That's funny.
Charlie, do you have anything to say to your new followers? Are you so pretty? Are you just so pretty? want to go outside?
That's weird. I gotta do that Egypt, man. Hey. 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 Oh, that's weird. That was weird. I'll see another one. One more. Oh, I like the microphone like this because I can like put my mouth right like talk like this, you know. All right. No sound? Oh, there we go. Egypt never, Egypt never got like that in front of a mirror. I don't know. I don't know. I've always put it in front of a mirror and he never got like that. Oh shit, that was weird. The hell? Nah. That's weird. Fucking doing push-ups or sit-ups and shit. What the hell? That's hilarious. Okay. Oh my gosh, what the hell is that cat doing? Aww. Oh, he's gonna get jacked up. Oh. Hey, there's Egypt. That's Egypt.
Hello? Hello? I hear you. Stop. Excuse me, sir. Hello?
Yeah.
I require information.
That's hilarious.
I require information. Please. Help me.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's weird. Oh, that's a trippy cat. That's a badass cat right there. That's Taiwan one. Oh, that was crazy. Goldfish do that? What the hell? Like, is that real? Like, goldfish really do that? Is there slow motion mode or something somewhere? How do I do slow mode? Well, that's weird. That was...
You're so scary.
Oh, damn. Oh. Oh. Fuck that. Like, especially think about it, like, yeah, I'll be pissed off. Like, I'll be this bald ass cat and fucking something that hairy is coming after me. Oh shit.
It's my baby girl. It's my girl. What? Oh no. Oh dear God. Oh dear. What?
Oh shit. Look at his eyes. Damn.
What the fuck?
Oh. Oh, that's so cute. Oh.
Okay, keep going.
Oh, poor turtle. That was freaky. Oh. Wow, what the hell? No way. No way. No way. That... No way. Are you serious? The heck? Oh. Mm.
Hunter.
Oh shit. No, Egypt really never licks me. I don't know why. Just not him. Whoa, that's weird. Oh shit, that's trippy.
Dusty. Dusty.
If you can get her when she's doing the thing.
She's so fucking cute!
What? Aww. Oh. Oh. Oh, the kitty. No, forget that. No, 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 no. Hell no. All right, I'm gonna play one more song and then the ending credits of some music. Today was a good stream. It was fun, nice, long. I can't wait to rewatch it to see what went on. It's gonna be pretty cool. Thank you, Sad Clown, for stopping by. I know today was a little rough, but it's okay. We all have rough days, man. You know, we all get ragged on here and there, and it happens. But I'm glad you gave it back, dude. We had a good time. I had a good time, and again, I love when you stop by, dude. It really does change the moments. I do this. I could do this on my own, but as you know, it's always good and fun and amazing to have others there. So, but anyways, yeah, that's gonna be the stream, you guys. Let me get this going. And then after this, I'm just gonna play like the ending song, getting out and everything, and yeah, of course, I'm gonna be thanking Gus. I gotta thank Gus for coming on and giving us a different experience. It was real fun with him, having him on, giving us a different experience. Like I said, we got to check out some videos, listen to some music as always, keep things entertaining. Again, I always got to thank Sad Clown for stopping by. I also got to thank you, Abstract, for stopping by. Who else stopped by? I forgot. I deleted some messages by accident, so someone else stopped by. But yeah, it's always entertaining, always fun, always a good time, and And I think I'll be streaming again probably in about 2 or 3 more days, and I think that one just might be a Call of Duty stream. So I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna stream Call of Duty and just, you know, I can talk now with the microphone or whatever. So I'll probably be streaming with Call of Duty, and you know, who knows? You know me, I'm random. I change my mind at the last minute sometimes. But right now, in probably about 2 or 3 days, closer to 3 days to 4 days probably.